Chapter 1: The Least Popular Clinic. Mystery is something quite abstract, seemingly omnipresent yet hard to detect. Legend has it that if you're fortunate enough to observe it, you enter a realm called reality. But be warned, interacting with the mysterious comes at a price. The closer you get to these enigmatic entities, the more prone you are to descending into madness. And once you set foot on this path, there's no turning back. The city of Lena is the central city-state of the continent, boasting a distinct medieval style and serving as its most prosperous metropolis. Under the administration of the Holy Light Church, this place enjoys exceptional safety. My clinic is located on 5th Street, nearing the city outskirts where the pace of life noticeably slows. The city shows remarkable tolerance toward those living here, preserving ample space for everyone's livelihood. The tranquil and comfortable environment has attracted many to settle here. Living here definitely requires infrastructure, like hospitals or my little clinic on the corner. That day, a man in an overcoat limped into the clinic. The clinic was old, the lettering on the sign reading clinic had begun to peel, making it look utterly ordinary. In truth, the local branch of the Holy See Hospital is less than a kilometer away. My little clinic has no competitive edge. Why would anyone in their right mind skip a proper hospital just a few minutes away? So the clinic wasn't very popular. Aside from certain people who couldn't even go to the church-affiliated hospitals, hardly anyone else came. The man's name was Klon. He greeted me at the counter with practiced familiarity. "Doctor, I'm really sorry, I'll have to trouble you again today." I smiled and replied, "It's no trouble at all. As you know, I was just worrying about not having enough patients." "Seems I came at just the right time then," Klon said, raising his eyebrows with a nod. He stomped his shoes on the doormat and waited for the dust to settle before stepping inside. He hung his coat on the rack near the door, took off his hat, and sat down at the counter, handing over the medical record book while rubbing his hands together with slight unease. The clinic was filled with a faint scent of alcohol, clean and tidy, devoid of excessive decorations, extremely simple yet comfortably soothing. I took out a pen, flipped through the medical record book, and asked with a smile, "What symptoms are you experiencing this time?" "My knee got hit by something, not sure what." Crone lowered his head to look at his severely swollen right knee, where wisps of strange green smoke still lingered before dissipating. He glanced nervously at my expression. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." I moved closer, skillfully pressing and probing the area, then stood up with my hands in my pockets. "Come inside, and I'll treat it for you." Clown paused, then hobbled up step by step, clutching the handrail. It was the same routine as before, drawing blood, running tests, and finally, I emerged from the pharmacy and handed Clown a cup of milk tea. "Drink up. This helps disperse the bruising, the medicine's already mixed in," I said. Clown secretly sighed, probably wondering to himself, "Never mind what traditional Chinese medicine really is, am I not afraid of getting caught when I bring milk tea every single time?" Still, after a moment's hesitation, he drank it anyway. The effect was immediate. Clown's gaze lowered as the wound on his knee vanished cleanly, like it had been erased with a rubber. He closed his eyes and exhaled deeply before shouting excitedly, "I can move." He stood up and tested his legs, then strode toward me, his worn-out leather shoes creaking against the wooden floor. "Oh my dear Dr. Link, I truly can't thank you enough." Claude amiably grasped my hand, his large palm covered in thick fur shaking up and down incessantly, radiating the simple warmth of working-class folk within this small clinic. "Ever since coming to you, look, it's as if time has reversed for this knee that once took an arrow. I can feel the vigor of youth again." "Not at all, not at all. It's a doctor's duty to care like a parent, just doing what's expected." I exchanged pleasantries with him politely, my gaze drifting to the scenery outside the window. The sun had already set by then, with no starlight visible in the sky. The streets had poor visibility, dark storm clouds sealing the heavens tightly. In weather like this, staying out too late might mean getting drenched. I reminded him, "The sky doesn't look right tonight, seems like rain's coming any moment now." Kron glanced out the window and nodded, "Fair enough. I'll take my leave then, it's about time for lunch." He moved briskly, retrieving his deerskin cap from the coat rack before pushing open the door, letting the stale air surge in from outside. Turning back, he gave me another nod, "See you later, document. Next time I get injured." "You'd better not get hurt," I replied, suddenly remembering something and waving my hand. "But do remember to spread the word about me, I'm sure your co-workers frequently could use my services." Crown didn't answer, just waved at me. Watching his retreating figure, I sighed. He was truly a simple, hard-working laborer. These days he kept getting injured and had almost become my regular patient. They were all minor injuries except today's, which was slightly more serious, but nothing too concerning. I wonder what kind of work he does. Perhaps he's eager to earn money and took on some heavy labor. I should take extra care of him. I called out to his departing figure, "The damp's worse in rainy weather, mind your knees don't catch cold." He replied, "Oh, tonight's rain is a rare occurrence. Please remember to lock your doors and windows tight as well." The door closed, and the shop grew quiet again. I sat back down at the counter with relief. Only later did I find out that after Crowan left the clinic, he sat in a silver car with a peculiar expression, savoring that indescribable taste in his mouth. Leaning his head against the back seat, he struggled to take deep breaths. As the scenery outside the window shifted, he arrived at an opulently decorated building. People came and went, their pace undiminished by the impending rain. Turns out this was the Countermeasures Bureau dedicated to handling occult incidents, subordinate to the Radiant Church. And Clausen wasn't some manual laborer, he was director of Rainer City's Countermeasures Bureau. Today marked his 10th day investigating my clinic, the final day of his observation period. Chapter 2, Case File Number 128. Later I heard Clausen sat in his bureau office chair, head lowered against the backrest, arms crossed over his chest, eyes fixed unblinking on the agent before him like a lion stalking its ambush. He had changed back into his original clothes, looking like a fully equipped cowboy. The Countermeasures Bureau investigator cautiously asked, "Chief, how was everything today?" It was this investigator's report about my deeds that made the chief take notice. Krone's right hand slammed violently onto the table, sending documents flying everywhere as the heavy rain poured in through the window, the wind howling mournfully. He picked up the documents while cursing. "Damn it, is this the so-called extraordinary doctor you told me about? Bastard, I should have kicked your ass with my shoe." Investigator Lake shrank his neck and asked, Then could you tell me what happened?" Klon roared, "Mind your place, why should I report to you?" His spit became visible in the light, forcing Lake to hastily step back to avoid it. Leko was probably fuming internally, thinking that among all the investigators outside who had reported suspicious locations to the bureau chief, she shouldn't be the sole target of his verbal shower. Klon gulped down the water in front of him as if trying to wash away the taste in his mouth, then said, "Are you serious? I deliberately contaminated my knee with a cursed artifact, and he fixed it just by giving me a cup of fragrant milk tea? It's like this every single time? Do they take me for some medical illiterate?" That agent even whined dramatically, claiming anyone with healing powers rivaling holy water must be a miracle doctor. I was absolutely furious and called him a stupid pig, adding that I really wanted to use his little puppy for boxing practice. Pointing at my knee, I told him that injuries inflicted by the Chaos Cult's cursed artifacts required high-grade holy water from the church to cleanse the curse. Even without medical knowledge, we all knew wounds of this severity would take time even for a high-ranking priest to prepare the appropriate holy water. Only then did he seem to understand and told me to keep my voice down. Ryan rubbed her temples, probably mentally exhausted from continuous work, her brain short-circuiting whenever thinking was required. Even she felt this wasn't her normal state. I stood up and flexed my agile legs. Rinka's potion worked wonders. I felt like my legs could fly, and even old hidden injuries had completely healed. I think that fragrant potion is the most suspicious. I slammed the last bit of milk tea onto the wooden table and told the agent to put holy water drops in her eyes before looking again. The agent took out the special holy water from the Vatican, carefully dripped it into her eyes, and blinked to ease the foreign object sensation. That holy water has multiple uses. When dripped into the eyes, it allows one to temporarily see the truth of things. As soon as she looked at the small bottle, the liquid inside had changed color. What was once a clear, fragrant liquid had turned into a murky gray, filled with countless noise particles. The surroundings also darkened, resembling a television screen full of dancing static. The visual static seemed to be asking if she wanted to come closer. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead just as a thunderclap crashed outside, startling her into collapsing onto the floor. A chaotic force assaulted her perception, her ears flooded with murmurs and a benevolent voice, even Klaus's face dissolving into a writhing mass of tendrils. She slumped sideways in a faint, fortunately landing on the carpet, otherwise she'd have gotten quite the bump. I immediately crouched to check her condition, propping open her eyelids before exhaling in relief after a few seconds, just a minor psychic shock. I eyed the droplets suspiciously, thinking this reaction seemed disproportionate. I'd looked at them without issue, yet she responded so violently it made me wonder if she was actually an investigator. If it only takes a few seconds to completely alter a person's cognition, either they've encountered the mysterious directly, or their sanity is too low. An investigator's sanity couldn't possibly be that low, she's probably just overtired. Whatever, it counts as work-related. I'll give her a raise later, after all, she's got a poor younger sister to support. I pressed the alarm, placed Lyko on the sofa, poured some holy water into her mouth, gently draped a coat over her, then seated myself before the computer to input a new file. File number 128, Classification, Forbidden Zone of Life, Private Clinic at number 12, 5th Avenue, West District of Raina City. Physician/owner, Link Brown. The label link suggests possible implications, indicating the doctor may be a preacher of unknown lifeforms. His treatment method involves first drawing blood, then having patients drink milk tea. This tea possesses chaotic mystical power capable of curing any ailment. A warning, simply seeking treatment is harmless, but those who investigate its mysteries will suffer chaotic mental assaults that reduce them to idiocy. The rules appear lenient, but violations carry severe consequences. Seeing Rekko lying unconscious, I knew this was the exemplar even if I was the one who harmed him. When filling out the contact risk assessment, I hesitated. Remembering that gaunt man's sincere smile, I still wrote, friendly, though with an added note recommending no further contact. Ever since I perceived the milk tea entity with holy water, my sanity points have been gradually declining whenever I stay at the clinic. Exhausted, I rubbed my temples and clicked to save the document. This file is stored within the Holy See. After evaluation by the personnel of the Bright Holy See, they'll update the restricted zones on the map to ensure none of our people provoke that presence. The young man seemed warm and pleasant, but he was absolutely not human. He was a temporarily friendly entity appearing in the guise of a doctor, charging everyone he treated, usually for money. It felt somewhat neutral evil in nature. He definitely had ulterior motives, who would use divine means to heal people just for a meager medical fee? It's unthinkable. I glared at the medical department members entering and shouted, "Send for Father McCree from the nearby Ken Church. You idiots." After Crowan left, I tidied up the clinic, hung my white coat on the coat rack, changed into a black and white suit, pulled on white gloves, and stepped outside to lock the front door. The sky darkened, and the streetlights flickered with a dim glow. We always have to find a way to pass the long nights, don't we? I muttered idly to myself as I walked next door, taking out my keys to unlock the door. The old wooden door carried the scent of fresh timber, its bell jingling crisply as I stepped inside, breathing life into the stuffy atmosphere of the room. I switch on the lights and flip the door sign to open. Indeed, the tea house next door is also mine. Unlike the clinic, this tea shop is richly decorated and full of aesthetic charm. This was decorated by my own hands. Feeling the contrast of the surroundings, I couldn't help but boast a little. The sound of raindrops pattered, growing louder, like God pouring out his foot-washing water over the city. The rain poured down heavily, the sky so dark it was frightening. Beyond the glow of the shop lights, nothing was visible. Warm, damp mist clung to the windows, obscuring all sight. Water splashed across the floor at the entrance, so I quickly grabbed a mop to clean it up before shutting the doors and windows tight. When building the tea shop, they raised the floor to keep floodwater from seeping in. Next to the counter, an old radio played with a snowy static, broadcasting intermittent updates about the rain. The crackling noise was so irritating that I simply switched it off. I couldn't afford a television, and the signal was probably bad at this moment anyway. The intermittent sound from the shop next door's TV drifted over, mixed with faint curses. I chuckled softly, thinking even having a television wouldn't be much better in times like these. Outside, the sound of water grew louder as rain poured down like solid columns, unaffected by the wind. Weather like this meant nobody would come by. No customers means no income, I murmured helplessly, sitting upright in my chair with my chin propped on one hand while reading a novel, occasionally sipping from a cup of warm tea. This is good tea left by the old doctor. The good news is there's plenty left. The bad news is he never told me his supplier. The tea shop doesn't make money, but luckily it's just a side business. The clinic's meager income barely covers living expenses, and I don't spend much anyway. What troublesome weather, I chuckled to myself. On days like this I'd love to nap to the sound of pouring rain, or just close up shop entirely. But then I think, what if someone comes through the rain, sees the tea shop, and finds me waiting? Might they feel like they've been chosen by fate? What is this called? I mulled over the phrase lifesaver, thinking to myself, the chance of someone coming this late is slim, but not zero. I'm a firm believer in fate, and with that thought, the corners of my lips curled up slightly. If one had a thought to dwell upon on such a night, it would surely make for fine diversion. I abruptly stood up, stuffed a few logs into the stove, then brewed a cup of hot tea and coffee. After a brief consideration, I placed a soft, dry towel and a piece of cake beside the counter. The burning stove quickly dried the slightly damp air, making it warm and cozy. My tea shop isn't a traditional one, it's more like an upscale general store that sells practically everything. The storage room was piled high with silk banners, gifts, and local delicacies sent by patients, though all these were presents from the old doctor's patients. Since the old doctor passed away, his clinic has become even more deserted. In my opinion, these complimentary drinks aren't particularly classy, but the visitors seem to appreciate them. The shop's classically elegant ambience with its wooden furniture, adorned with specialty souvenirs gifted by customers, and the bookshelf in the corner, always gives off an air of sophistication. It's just a pity that having opened recently and only operating in the evenings, there aren't many patrons. I placed a single basket of food and a bowl of soup on the counter, standing vigil before it as if awaiting a long overdue friend. The sense of mystery instantly rises, as if I were intentionally waiting late at night for some destined person to arrive, and when he or she steps through the door, I'd say, "You've finally come, O chosen one." Thinking about it this way, it's rather amusing. Even this dull night now holds a hint of anticipation for me. As for its real-world meaning, just as the elders used to say, offering shelter to someone in the pouring rain is a way to accumulate virtue, a sentiment I wholeheartedly agree with. In such heavy rain, finding a warm haven is no easy feat. It's nothing short of a great act of merit. Right, if I made a wheel, tied a fish to it, dunked half of it in water, and turned the wheel handle, wouldn't that put the fish in a state of being released but not fully released, a cycle of continuously releasing it and then bringing it back, over and over? What's this, some kind of merit-making cheat device? Would the so-called gods detect these farmed merits and reset them to zero? Truly an out-of-the-box idea. I take a sip of tea, flip to a new chapter of the novel, and feel the corners of my mouth rise amidst the rustling of paper. The night is still long. On such a rainy night, everything feels so comfortable. The heavy rain washes away all sounds, bringing drowsiness and a sense of security. Who in their right mind would keep their doors open on a rainy night like this, unless they thought electricity was too cheap? By the same token, who would be out on the streets in this weather, especially in such a remote area? And yet, there was. Through the pouring rain, a figure dashed frantically down Fifth Avenue. The thick mist obscured all visibility, but she moved like a nimble cat, weaving swiftly between buildings, her footsteps kicking up splashes on the waterlogged pavement before being swallowed again by the downpour. Thanks to this rare, torrential rain, she had managed to slip away and survive. Her rising body temperature and suddenly strengthened physique filled her with both delight and fear. She was free, but where could she go now? Where was home? And who was she? She gradually slowed to a stop, then lost her balance and collapsed to the ground. The sounds of pursuit had faded in the distance. Forcing herself up, she staggered blindly through the pouring rain. The black cloak she'd grabbed on her way out provided no protection against the cold. The late autumn rain was bitterly cold as the mental threads in her mind continuously intertwined with eerie red strands, forcing her to stop and endure the unsettling sensation in her head. She opened her eyes, her vision blurred as an excruciating pain pulsed through her skull. Unable to resist, she crumpled to her knees, enduring the moment as ancient memories and wills fused with her fragile consciousness. The world in her sight was bathed in crimson, and even the thought of setting the entire world ablaze flared up like a muscle cramp in her calf. Desperately, she fought to calm herself, the icy rain offering a sliver of clarity. She lay sprawled in the rain for a long while before staggering to her feet. Through the curtain of rain, her faintly reddened pupils gazed at her surroundings. The descending will is incomplete. After absorbing the memories within that consciousness, she tightened her cloak around herself. Can only a fragmented soul summon a fragmented awareness? At least my consciousness wasn't corroded, that's fortunate enough. She sorted through the knowledge in her mind. Then who exactly am I? Achoo! She wrinkled her nose. This wasn't the time to dwell on her identity, she could figure that out later. If she didn't find somewhere warm soon, she might end up pondering that question by the Lord's side. So cold. The warmth brought by the descent was fading fast, and her body kept sounding alarms. She needed a place to rest. Without replenishment, she might just perish here. She shuffled her feet through the rain when a glimmer of light appeared around the corner ahead. Like a moth drawn to flame, she moved toward it with curiosity. Through the frosted glass, she could make out vintage wooden furniture. According to jumbled fragments of memory, this was called a shop, a place that offered rest. The signage was illegible. The downpour had temporarily rendered her nearsighted, allowing only blurred outlines. That such an eerie storm hadn't forced this place to close, with its lights still on and not a single customer in sight. Just the faint silhouette of a dark figure inside, motionless as a waiting specter. She truly needed shelter from the rain, her gradually chilling body urging her to go inside. She took a few more steps, then paused again. Could this be left for me? An absurd thought surfaced in her mind as she frowned. How could that be? She smoothed her long hair while hesitating, when what sounded like the cult's noise seemed to come from behind her, or perhaps it didn't. It might just be hallucinations from her body reaching its limits. Whether hallucination or not, she had to act now. The physical discomfort and pursuers behind her signaled there was no time left. Her body had already begun trembling. She tightened her cloak around herself. I'm not going back. Absolutely not. Even if what lay ahead was a trap, she had no choice but to charge forward. Even buying just a little more time would be worth it. She pushed open the tea shop door. Warmth enveloped her inside, the dry air wrapping around like a cocoon. There was no hint of dampness, just the comforting scent of wood. The door opened without a sound, likely well-oiled from frequent use. The shop's temperature was just right, and the puddle she'd dripped on the floor began fading almost immediately. Thud. Ging-a-ling. The door shut automatically behind her, its rebound swing making the bell chime, the one that hadn't sounded during her careful, quiet entry. She startled, her steps trembling as she inched toward the door, her wary gaze sweeping the surroundings like a frightened kitten. But my thoughts were somewhat different. Did someone actually come? Interesting. It seems this visitor is rather flustered. Did something happen? Now's the time to be gentle and kind, to show her I'm not a threat. Thinking this, I secretly observed her from the corner of my eye. Welcome, guest. My gentle voice gave her a sliver of encouragement. I kept my head lowered over the book without looking at her, and she sighed in relief. The invisible pressure eased considerably. Dressed in a black and white suit that exuded refinement, I remained focused on the book before me. My left hand cradled a cup of tea which I sipped occasionally, the bones of my slender fingers sharply defined. On the counter before me sat a steaming cup of coffee, accompanied by a pastry and a folded towel. The seat in front remained empty. Who was I waiting for? Had my greeting been meant for her all along? She warily surveyed her surroundings, drawn to this cozy warm-toned shopfront. Dripping wet, cold and hungry, she stood there hesitantly. Yet everything felt oddly convenient, as if prearranged. Finding a pillow the moment you lie down only happens in fairy tales, and though young, she understood this truth well enough. Finally raising my head, I observed the girl approaching the counter. After offering a simple greeting without looking directly at her, to maintain naturalness, I then revealed my elegant demeanor to give her a sense of security. Observe, my persona as this graceful shopkeeper, completely harmless, having prepared food for her in such welcoming surroundings, the sophistication practically radiates. This is what we call professionalism in action. Welcome, take a seat and rest for a while. A warm smile graced my pale face, as comforting as the soft glow surrounding us. You're drenched from the rain. Here, dry yourself. I handed the towel to the girl before me, discreetly glancing at the footprints trailing behind her. Petite build, combined with those slender pale arms that had pushed the door open moments ago, definitely female. Even her shoes were missing. Was the rain really that heavy? As I watched her slightly disheveled figure, an uneasy feeling stirred within me. I turned to face her, trembling like a startled deer before me, and said, "What a charming lady indeed." My wait wasn't in vain. The guest before me exuded an air of mystery, but I fancied myself the more enigmatic of the two. The girl stared at the towel before her, slowly reaching out to take it. I could practically see the storm raging in her mind, alarms blaring inside her head. She must be thinking, I'm waiting for her, and I've prepared all this stuff for her? Even recognized she was female beneath that black cloak? Am I from the cult? Impossible. If we were allies, they'd definitely have captured her. Not a cult member, then could it be another follower of the old gods? Or perhaps, something even more profound? In her eyes, I might be extremely dangerous, possibly even aware of the test subject manufacturing plan. Before me, she might feel utterly exposed. You said, you were waiting for me? Who are you? She asked cautiously, removing her cloak to reveal silver-white hair and faintly crimson eyes. As she slowly wiped her hair, her delicate features were reflected in my pupils. Just an ordinary doctor, and also the owner of this clinic, I replied. What about you? Why are you still open at this hour? She gasped for a few seconds without answering my question. Unwilling to tell the truth? No matter, I've got plenty of time. All people in this world are bound by fate, eventually encountering various events. My gentle voice spoke up as I calmly soothed the girl's nerves with my gaze, beginning to imitate a charlatan's manner of speaking. And your arrival here tonight is no exception. Number 423 listened to my words while waves of dizziness kept assaulting her mind. She frowned. She probably hadn't eaten since coming out of the nutrient solution, and had been running in the rain for so long. Even with the old god's power boosting her, she still needed to eat. Her little head kept nodding uncontrollably. I'm sorry, but please, help me, she interrupted my words. Thud. The girl, who had been halfway through drying her hair, crashed headfirst into the counter, lost consciousness, and slumped to the ground. Interesting. I choked slightly, pausing my movements before shaking my head helplessly at the girl sprawled on the floor. She probably can't afford to pay either. At least I won't be bored tonight. I've never been good with kids, let alone a girl like this now. Good intentions can be deadly. Hopefully she's from some wealthy family. Getting some reward would be best. I stroked my chin as I scooped up the girl with one arm and laid her on the sofa. Touching her, I noticed her whole body was burning with fever. Call the police? No, I immediately dismissed the idea. The girl's frantic state clearly meant she was being chased by someone. What if her pursuer tracked her down through the police? The girl's fair arm clearly didn't belong to a street wanderer. If her identity was significant, then the pursuer's status must be equally notable. If I were the perpetrator, I'd check tonight's police dispatch records through connections. It'd be easy to track down. If dealing with more ruthless individuals, they might silence this clinic outright to protect their secrets. That's entirely plausible. How could I, a mere doctor, possibly resist the city's underworld forces? I know this world absolutely harbors extraordinary beings. My own existence as a zombie stands as irrefutable proof. There's no guarantee some mightier superhuman couldn't come and control me completely. Being vigilant in times of peace always comes first. Have I gotten myself into some kind of trouble? What if the police come looking for me tomorrow? I shook my head helplessly. I'd probably get arrested. There was no need for me to wade into this mess. I should just notify the hospital. Wait. I stopped in my tracks. If my reasoning was correct, whoever was searching for this girl wouldn't spare the hospital either. All it would take was a simple inquiry, and her whereabouts would be as transparent as glass. I crossed my arms. Time was running out. Should I intervene or stay out of it? I sank into my own thoughts. You know, if we save someone of unknown origins, who can tell if it's a blessing or a curse? If we want to stick to the principle of maintaining a peaceful life, then surely we should. I looked at Paul, who had appeared out of nowhere, its tentacle resting on my leg as it pointed at the woman before us. You want me to save her? Really? I know you're a legendary supernatural creature. Oh, right, so am I. But why do you want me to save her? This is just the most cliché scenario, Paul. If we take in a woman, who knows what kind of trouble it might bring upon us? Paul remained still as I sat nearby, listening to the faint sounds coming from the girl. I said to Paul, I disagree. I'll have to throw her out. You know I prefer peaceful days. I stood up and went to check on the girl, discovering she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Just a fever, I concluded after examining her, nodding at the unmistakably obvious symptoms before me. But what would bring a woman to a tea house in such a state, almost as if arriving in a vacuum? I pieced it together. This was clearly the appearance of someone fleeing, scratches on her body, this tattered black cloak that was obviously men's attire. Following this reasoning, a clear chain of events emerged. First, the place where this cloak came from must have undergone some sudden change. Whoever wanted to harm such a lovely young girl was most likely assaulting her. After all, her clothes had been removed. Then, while undressing, the girl seized the chance to escape, grabbed a man's cloak, and ran wildly through the rainy night until she finally found her way here. What else could it be, running through such a downpour? The way she crept in, shrinking back, clearly showed a lack of safety. Something had undoubtedly happened to her. Everything adds up. Just kidding, I don't want to waste too much time on this sort of thing. I'm just entertaining the worst-case scenario in my head. Since it's just a fever, the most I can do as a doctor is prescribe some medication and then pretend she was never here. That's the greatest mercy I can offer in my profession. Alright, this place isn't safe anymore. I need to act immediately. Less than 5 minutes between the thought forming and now. I plan to turn off the lights in the clinic, just in case that killer follows her here. Even if it's just a figment of my imagination, now's not the time to let any accidents slip through. Indeed, I did exactly that. But life is always full of surprises. Just as I was about to turn off the lights, the door suddenly rattled with a knock. Instinctively, I swiftly carried the girl to the innermost sofa and blocked her from view when the door swung open. Next came a voice brimming with pleasant surprise, accompanied by a gust of damp air rushing in. Oh, heavens, you're actually still open. Dr. Lin, thank you so much. A drenched figure stepped into the tea house, trailing muddy water across the pristine floor as if freshly fished from a river. In their left hand hung an umbrella, now little more than a skeletal frame, a stark testament to the storm raging outside. Officer Jones. I smiled. Welcome, but my tone shifted abruptly. I'm about to rest. As you can see, I was just turning off the lights. This was Jones, from the 5th Street Police Station, responsible for patrolling this area. His attitude was decent, and I didn't have a bad impression of him. But why was he here at this hour? My expression remained calm, but my mind started racing. First, patrol officers do have night duty, but it was around 4 a.m. now, long past that time. Conclusion, his purpose here was definitely not innocent. This was really bad. I'm Lin Ku. Dr. Lin? Jones waved a hand in front of me, interrupting my thoughts. Listen, let me come in and sit for a while, just for a little bit. He pointed to the pouring rain outside and raised the tattered umbrella that looked like Marilyn Monroe's dress. You see, I can't walk easily in this weather, and my umbrella is broken. Might as well let me stay here for a while. I'll leave once the rain eases up. Trouble had come. I glanced at Paul shrinking into the shadows near my feet, glared at him, and then vengefully stepped on the spot where he'd been standing, giving it a little grind. How about it? Seeing my hesitation, Jones sneezed several times and began turning up the heat. He sniffled while fumbling clumsily inside his soaked clothes. After struggling to open the bag's mouth, he finally managed to say, I'm not just on patrol duty now, you see, take a look at this. The stamp here is still fresh. I stood at the doorway as he pulled a damp certificate from his coat pocket, waving it before my eyes like he'd struck gold. This was a search warrant permitting entry into the residence for a full sweep of the entire street. The ink stamp hadn't dried yet, smudged by water into a red blur. But where the reason should have been specified, it vaguely stated only one word, search. What are they searching for? That girl? I watched quietly, verifying the authenticity of the document. Alright, since there's a search warrant, I'm not stupid enough to openly resist the police. If I don't let them in now, my suspicion will undoubtedly deepen. Oh alright, Mr. Jones, for the sake of the Holy Light Church, I'll make an exception and stay open a bit longer. Come on in. I tilt my head petulantly and mumble, just this once, okay? Next time no search warrant or documentation will work, you can't force me to operate outside business hours. Alright, I hear you, law-abiding young doctor. The officer immediately ducked into the tea shop. Being law-abiding is a fundamental quality every decent citizen should possess. Ah well, thank you anyway, Dr. Lin. Look at me, I'm about to catch a cold. Jones turned and closed the door, while I took a step back. If my guess was right, he had already grown suspicious. The murderer was most likely connected to him. He came looking for the girl, most likely ordered by his superiors. If this assumption holds, the identity of whoever is searching for her is anything but simple. Let's proceed under the premise that Jones is the enemy. The only ticking time bomb is the girl beside the staircase. I hope that large towel is warm enough. One cough from her, and I'm done for tonight. Got to figure out a solution. Can only rely on myself now. I stepped aside. Mr. Jones, please let me get you a towel. Just a moment, I smiled apologetically. I'm a bit of a neat freak, you see this clean floor. Jones glanced down at himself like a soggy white-feathered chicken freshly fished from a river. His muddy state had sullied the entrance. He chuckled awkwardly before casually tossing his umbrella by the door and waiting for me. You're right, I'll wait right here by the door. Jones took off his coat, opened the door again, and wrung the water outside. The moment I slipped into the storage room, Jones' gaze steadied, his trembling stopped, and he swiftly pulled out the Vatican's holy water to drip into his eyes. When he reopened them, squinting and about to act, the sound of my footsteps echoed through. Mr. Jones, sorry to keep you waiting. I handed him a towel with practiced politeness. May the holy light protect you. Jones gratefully took the towel with a look of thanksgiving, vigorously wiping the rainwater from his head. The rain soaking his entire body made him uncomfortable, and his clinging clothes felt suffocating. He stepped inside, removed his outer garments to dry by the fireplace, then pulled up a stool to sit down. Here, have some warm tea. I brought over a small table, setting down the previously prepared tea and cakes from the counter. There are some pastries too, my treat. Oh, dear Dr. Lin, thank you for your kindness. Jones basked in the warmth of the fireplace and took a sip of tea. Though it had cooled, it still felt pleasantly warm to his chilled body. Why is it still open at this hour? He suddenly exclaimed. Doctor, it's 4 a.m. for God's sake. Today, I said, is special. Actually, I stay up late every night, just happened to leave the light on when he saw me today. What rotten luck. Special, right. Jones said casually. When I came in earlier, I saw a chair by the counter with tea and cake laid out. Interesting. Care to explain? Expecting some guest? He said with conviction. You're preparing food for someone, aren't you? Perhaps, a woman? Jones stared into my eyes, searching for any tells. I'm a bit embarrassed to answer. Female? Actually male. Officer Jones, you see, tonight I was thinking of Old Brown, and since tomorrow's a workday, I stayed up chatting with Old Brown like we used to. I pointed at the tea on the table. Look, the tea's gone cold. If it had just been prepared, the tea should still be hot. Good heavens! Old Brown was the elderly doctor's name, and Jones certainly knew him. Before the diocesan hospital was built at the end of the street, he'd visited the clinic many times and received considerable care from Old Brown. My apologies then, Jones said. I miss Old Brown too. He treated me before a highly respected good doctor. I was truly sorry about his passing. I still vaguely remember that funeral, so many people came, but won't staying up this late affect tomorrow's clinic hours? Usually there aren't many visitors. If there's something truly urgent, people would have gone to the new ecclesiastical hospital rather than coming to my deserted clinic. You know, I said, ever since the ecclesiastical hospital was built 2 months ago, I haven't had much business anymore. There was a hint of dejection in my tone. Is that so? What a pity. May the bright gods bless you. Jones clearly wasn't concerned about this. Feeling much better now, he stood up and stretched. So, Officer Jones, what brings you here so late tonight? I pretended to be curious as I tentatively asked, still working at this hour? Your boss should pay overtime. Tisk, you'd better not pry into official business. Jones narrowed his eyes and started pacing. But I can tell you this much. We're tracking a murderer. There was an explosion on 4th Street, quite a few casualties. Turns out the culprit is a woman with white hair. I nodded discreetly. If the girl really was a criminal, I'd hand her over to the police. After all, I'm not human, what could they possibly do to me? She fled to this area, and I'm looking for her. Jones spoke faster and faster. And she. Jones suddenly picked up speed, striding quickly toward the last sofa, the one against the wall, closest to the stairs. He finally spotted the sofa and raised his voice. Right here then. The words died abruptly, his movements freezing mid-motion. The sofa was empty. He reached out incredulously, finding the texture dry and pleasant. His scrutinizing gaze fell upon me, yet I remained as ordinary as any other resident. At the store entrance, faint traces of red still lingered, but when he turned his eyes toward the staircase, no color remained. Did she not enter the shop, merely loitering outside for a while? Then why is there the faintest trace of etheric energy on the sofa? Wait, could she have used some kind of tool to adhere traces of ether here? Is she really this meticulous? Damn it! Got fooled by a damn repeat offender. Jones straightened up, his face darkening. Chapter 423. Officer Jones, what are you doing? The young man's tone carried some agitation. Surely you don't suspect an ordinary citizen like me of harboring fugitives? He stepped up to Jones with furrowed brows. I swear by Old Brown in heaven, you're the only visitor I've had tonight. Well, sorry, just joking around. Of course I know you're clean. Jones looked up with forced laughter, stomping his feet on the spot before blowing into his hands and rubbing them together. You know how it is, freezing cold, couldn't find anyone in this area, got desperate and worked up, had some random paranoid episode, like what's his name and that. He struck a dramatic pose, that movie with Chris Markoff, Neurotic People? I've heard of that one, a pretty famous comedy. Old Brown took me to see it. That's the one. Getting startled by all sorts of things caused quite a few laughs. Pretty hilarious. I just wanted to recreate it. Jones clapped his hands and pointed at the young man. You get my humor now, don't you? I think you do. You should have said so earlier. Such a big jump really gave me a scare. The young man spread his hands helplessly. It's already very late. He let out a yawn. I know. How about I lend you an umbrella and a raincoat for your way back? I'd like to go to sleep now. The young man lowered his eyelids. I'm sorry I don't have an extra room here. Old Brown's room has become a storage space now. Ah, alright then. I'll return them later. Jones put on the freshly dried clothes and patted off the charcoal dust. Thank you for your hospitality. As the door closed, the shop fell quiet again. The young man busied himself, cleaning the stains by the entrance. Lin Ku opened the front door and glanced around. The rainy night remained unchanged. After locking the door and switching off the lights, he made his way upstairs. How did he know where the person was? Lin Ku broke into a cold sweat. Could Officer Jones be connected to supernaturals? He seemed to spot traces left behind by the girl. Was it some tracking type ability? He'd heard rumors about such transcendent beings. At least his biggest secret hadn't been discovered. Standing before a doorway, Lin Ku exhaled and pushed it open. This was his bedroom, clean and tidy. After all, since it's where he slept, comfort took priority. Aside from a few tasteful local specialties gifted by appreciative patients hanging on the wall, there were hardly any decorations. Moreover, being a zombie himself, he had no body odor, so his bedding was naturally spotless, and he would sun it every few days. Lin Ku placed her on the bed, wiped her clean, and covered her with a blanket before smacking his forehead in realization. The girl's forehead felt slightly feverish. She needed treatment. She can't swallow right now, Lin Ku said as he walked out of the bedroom. For the cold to heal quickly, an intravenous injection would work better. The tools were still in the clinic, so he had to go back down to retrieve them. With the zombie's night vision, Lin Ku swiftly descended the stairs. In the warm glow of the bedroom, the girl's eyes suddenly snapped open, their crimson hue unmistakable as she scanned her surroundings. Watching Lin Ku's retreating figure through the doorway, she narrowed her eyes. Thanks to the fractured main consciousness being unconscious, she could finally emerge. She was Thuga, the incarnation of fire among the elder gods, one of the highest tier entities in the arcane realms, descended to this plane due to the presence of her natural enemy. Even in her incomplete state, she was invincible in the human world. If she wished, she could reduce the man before her to ashes in an instant. Just lowly humans, nothing more. Humans are mere playthings. Ha! Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a decoration on the wall, an ordinary-looking anchor, yet its strangely patterned dark gold engraving seemed utterly peculiar. The girl abruptly froze in place. Wait, something's not right. In her memories, this belonged to the same category as those mysterious entities, but for now, she had no way to deal with this thing. The patterns above are still flowing. It feels like they're about to crawl over any moment. The energy fluctuations inside gave the girl a sense of danger, a chilling aura that sent waves of revulsion through her. In just those few seconds, Link left the bedroom, the sound of his footsteps on the wooden floor fading into the distance. It was as though the restraint of their master had lifted. Faint rustling noises emerged all around, only to vanish when listened for closely. The chaotic aura continuously assaulted Thuga's psyche. Her gaze swept across the surroundings. A peacock-like feather hung silently on the wall like some bizarre eye, relentlessly drawing in her consciousness. It was both awe and warning. This level of ether wasn't something her incomplete form could handle. Fuck, what kind of room is this? Does anyone actually sleep here every night? He's no ordinary man, perhaps a transcendent being. No, maybe something even more advanced. This is a warning. If he proceeds recklessly, he'll be killed. With this thought, Thuga obediently lay down in bed, tucked himself in snugly, and the red glow faded completely from his eyes. Well behaved. This was an underground laboratory. Rows upon rows of canisters filled the space, their interiors suffused with murky medicinal fluid. Each contained a human, men and women with varying body shapes. Perhaps due to prolonged storage, some had already mutated, sprouting massive tumors or multiple arms. Some had transformed completely into monsters, though they were quickly discovered and eliminated by the patrol personnel. In the innermost area stood a white-haired girl who was different from the rest. She hadn't mutated, but there was a gleam in her downcast eyes that none of the other test subjects possessed. Test Subject 423, that was her designation. The tiny socket at the back of the neck had tubes for nutrient infusion, while inserting a certain type of probe could reveal all experimental data. The technological level here had already surpassed contemporary standards by decades. She was among the first batch of test subjects, with 3 batches in total, uniformly submerged in cultivation tanks like preserved canned goods, ready to be opened when needed. They were all artificial humans, serving as experimental materials for the Nurgle cult. Some were used for plague experiments, suffering the most gruesome deaths. Others were materials for summoning the old gods, flayed of flesh and soul, euthanized before being extracted through occult rituals. The last type served as vessels for the descent of the old gods' souls. Although artificial humans can also develop souls through cultivation, they may have flaws, but that's still better than not finding a suitable soul at all. It's like how necessary summoning materials would rather have inferior substitutes than remain left vacant. Number 423 already possess self-awareness in the can. This is probably what the researchers outside meant by a soul. She passed her days listening to them talk for amusement, and somehow acquired an astonishing ability to learn, absorbing all manner of knowledge in just a short span of time. Her learning ability grew increasingly powerful over time. The more she understood, the more she contemplated. Chapter 8. I think I saw my grandma. Did her companions outside possess consciousness like hers? What had become of them? She couldn't be certain. Like an instinct, she feared being activated, terrified she might never return. But unfortunately, that very day, she was activated, plucked like randomly selected fruit. Without warning, the researcher flipped the switch, and the liquid level inside the canister began to drop. The assistant beside him asked, "The third batch obviously has better quality specimens, so why are we still using the first batch?" The researcher pointed at the label in front of him, wiped off the dust, and glanced through the glass at test subject number 423, floating in the transparent yellow solution. The first batch used better materials, had superior physical attributes, and was more prone to mutation. Think of it like a lottery. There's a chance for better mutations, though not a high one. I see, the assistant nodded. The real reason is they're about to expire. Back then, we used powder from fire-based philosopher's stones. Their genetic structure was inherently unstable and would break down within half a year. Just like canned food, you always eat the ones closest to expiring first. What harm could it cause if it expires? It goes out of control. First, you might gain some weird abilities, could be rapid learning, or maybe parts of your body growing enormous, all sorts of things. But eventually, you turn into a fallen beast, sprouting strange limbs. Since it's a fire element stone, you'd most likely become something like a hellhound, yelling Big Brother while breathing fire at you. That's terrifying, the assistant said with a shudder. See, that's why I chose number 423 here. Her body shows no mutation, meaning her genes aren't too defective. She'd make a pretty good tool to use, all things considered. I see. As she spoke, the level of the yellow oxygenated liquid in container 423 gradually receded until her feet touched the bottom. She tried to steady herself, but her unused legs lacked the strength to support her, and she collapsed limply onto the floor. What are you waiting for? Disconnect her tubes and pack her up for transport. Got it. The researcher was accustomed to such scenes. With a casual wave of his hand, an assistant promptly stepped forward to remove the various tubes attached to her body. A cold needle pierced her neck, injecting some kind of sedative, before she was bundled into a specialized bag. Number 423 lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she was already inside a magic circle, a six-pointed star formation. Several figures in black stood around it, each bowing their heads in reverence as they knelt toward the circle. The leader of the black-clad group stretched out a withered arm, lighting the candles surrounding the hexagram, before chanting obscure incantations in a low voice. Outside, the stars had climbed to the treetops. Number 423 couldn't move, only watch and listen as the sorcerer beside her began an eerie chant. Phngluingfunaf thuga fomulhat engagana fel thagn. Ia. Thuga. The sorcerer fell to his knees, praying with fervent devotion. This kind of incantation is usually meant to summon deities, right? Then since I haven't been euthanized nor used as a disease test subject, I must be the vessel for a god's descent. Phngluimglw naf thuga fomulhat engaga nafl thagn. Ia. Thuga. Once again, the sorcerer repeated the same gestures as if subject 423 before him was the deity itself. But she knew full well they weren't kneeling for her, they were worshipping the approaching god. This outcome wasn't so bad either. At least there'd be no pain, just waiting for the deity's persona to take over her body. The surrounding clamor seemed to grow distant as she surprisingly found calm settling over her. Goodbye, world. Number 423 closed his eyes. Phngluimglw naf thuga fomulhat engaga nafl thagn. Ia. Thuga. The text appears to be an untranslatable invocation from the Cthulhu mythos, thus retained in its original form as per rule number 4 regarding proper nouns/eldritch phrases. This is the third time. The hexagram array began to glow as the worshippers hastily prostrated themselves, their reverence deepening. The surroundings were gradually illuminated, the dimly lit secret chamber, the crimson murals on the walls depicting enormous red spherical objects radiating immense light. The candle flames trembled violently as the temperature inside the room rose sharply. The scene began to take on a reddish hue as the magic circle at the center emitted an eerie glow, seemingly connecting to another plane. An ancient and mysterious aura spread out, stirring up dust from the ground as if instantly transporting them into a fairyland. Could it be success? The elder at the forefront grew excited, his withered hands trembling incessantly. We must leave quickly. If this unknown deity descends, it will trigger a massive explosion. Is that what you're referring to, sir? A cultist pointed toward the center of the magic circle, and the elder followed his gesture. Before their eyes, the hexagram suddenly expanded, engulfing the entire chamber in a kaleidoscope of colors. Infinite heat wrapped around them as an aura of destruction thickened rapidly. The temperature in the chamber soared, and the steel frame beside the altar began melting, collapsing limply to the ground like noodles. Everyone could feel the intense heat, but they all kept their eyes fixed on the old man, their gaze filled with undiminished fervor. "Damn it, you ignorant idiots!" The old man hurried to the door, grabbed the handle, and immediately cried out in pain. It was terrifyingly hot. When he forced himself to turn it despite the pain, he found the lock core had melted, fusing with the door lock. Using brute force only warped the door slightly. "Hurry up and open the door. Do you want to die? I don't. Lord of Contagion, we believe our benevolent grandfather Nurgle will preserve us unharmed. Let us pray together." "Go fuck yourself." The reinforced vault door had been specially treated immune to all magic and could only be opened with its key. Yet the unnatural heat had already fused the entire chamber into a single molten mass. Only one priest and a handful of deranged cultists remained in this place. A hopeless deadlock. Even if there were any options left, time had run out. The old man cursed in frustration. "To hell with this." Then he released his blistered hands and collapsed onto the ground, the wrinkles on his face tightening into deep creases. "It's too late now, just die already, you bastards." He kicked over a standing cultist who'd still been cheering deliriously. "Nurgle, I think I see Grandma, is this heaven?" The light swiftly engulfed the entire secret chamber. That night, countless people saw their grandmothers. Linka rummaged endlessly through the clinic until he finally found what he was seeking. He returned to the second floor and walked toward the bedroom. Chapter 9, Brown. The clinic and tea shop were actually connected upstairs through the second floor, a setup arranged by old Dr. Brown. Originally, the tea shop was just a storage room filled with various medical supplies, but Link hardly ever used them, so he sold everything and converted it into a tea shop to while away the endless nights. He didn't need sleep, so he had to find something to occupy himself. Running a tea shop was a decent pastime. The faint scent of wood along the way soothed him, and the corners of his lips curled slightly as he hefted the medical bag in his hand. So what if they were supernaturals? They still hadn't uncovered any flaws. He groped his way back to the bedroom in the dark. Seeing the girl sleeping in her perfectly composed posture, his heart eased a little. What a delightful young girl. She appears to be sleeping quite peacefully, her soft hair neatly spread across the pillow, while her pert nose rises and falls with rhythmic breaths. It's just like raising a daughter. If I had a child like this, life would surely be filled with much joy, wouldn't it? An impractical thought. Linka shook his head. He opened the medical kit, a fabric case with plastic inserts on the sides to prevent crushing. This was something passed down from the old doctor, and Linku had grown accustomed to it. He saw no need to replace it. He withdrew a syringe, deftly located a vein on the girl's arm, and inserted the needle in one smooth motion before pulling back the plunger. Watching the blood flow slowly from the needle, he pondered for a few seconds. The color seems off, a bit too red. Could it be too much lipid buildup? Linka raised an eyebrow slightly. You can't tell just by looking. You'd need specialized equipment for that. For more accurate results, you'd even require the standalone lipid measurement devices at major hospitals, but obviously there's no time for that now. Then let's cure it all at once. No one's around anyway, it doesn't matter. Who'd even see the test results? Linka pulled out the needle, aimed at his throat and drank it all in one go, smacking his lips afterward. Pretty sweet, like they added some honey. Not much of a fishy taste. It even left a warm, fiery sensation in his esophagus, quite novel, really. How peculiar. Typically, only newborn infants carry such a scent. Never expected a girl who appears 15 or 16 years old to be equally pristine. After murmuring his observation, he opened his mouth as his canine teeth gradually elongated. A drop of pure crimson blood dripped into the syringe. Behind him, his shadow twisted abruptly, a tentacle reaching into the syringe. The blood turned gray, swirling with murky undulations before transforming in an instant into fragrant milk tea. Linku was accustomed to such sights and merely nodded at the shadow on the ground. Thanks for your hard work, Paul. The shadow extended several tentacles, gently touching Link's palm as if to say you're welcome. Thanks to you earlier as well. If Paul hadn't secretly moved the girl upstairs, she probably would have been discovered. One had to admit Jones had remarkably sharp senses. Link high-fived the little tentacle with a smile, finding the little creature quite adorable. Since she couldn't drink anything, intravenous injection would have to do. Link flicked the syringe to remove any air bubbles before injecting the fragrant liquid into the girl's arm. The idea of injecting milk tea might seem absurd, but it actually works perfectly whether taken orally or injected. That's the power of Link and Paul's collaboration. The exact mechanism isn't well understood, but Link can't be bothered to investigate. In the world of superhumans, all impossibilities become possible. After initial trials with lab mice, Link confidently began administering it to humans. Sitting by the bed, Link watched the peacefully sleeping girl as countless thoughts raced through his mind. She looked so much like himself when he first arrived here. Linka was an outsider in the peaceful city of Laner. His true identity? A zombie. That's right, a zombie. No body temperature, compelled to wear gloves constantly, and obliged to avoid contact with others. Lin Ko had originally been human, but met an untimely death from an incurable disease. There'd been no choice. He'd spent nearly his entire first life hospitalized, watching helplessly as his parents struggled with ever-mounting medical bills. One night, after his final phone call with them, he passed away in the darkness. He stood in the center of the morgue, summoned here by the old Dr. Brown, though what mysterious conditions had been met to trigger this remained unclear. These zombies differed from Jiangshi. No talismans were needed to control them. They simply lacked a heartbeat, craved blood, possessed extraordinary healing abilities, and had slightly greater strength than ordinary humans. Now he could practice medicine without fear of being beaten to death by angry patients. That was the most crucial guarantee. Lin Ko desperately wanted to ask if his summoning had bin a mistake, but ultimately didn't dare voice the question. Brown was unquestionably a good man. He created Lin Ko's identity, taught him how to treat patients, and even found blood donors for him. The old doctor was a zealous follower of some obscure, outdated cult, but he remained a skilled physician. His only flaw was being led astray by that heretical sect. Lin Ko stared at the medical kit before him and sighed. What a shame to lose such a good man. It just goes to show how cults destroy lives. Just days after summoning Lin Ko, Old Brown got himself killed attempting to conjure another creature, a stroke of wretched misfortune. Lin Ko remembered that day vividly. Old Brown was conducting the sacrifice ritual perfectly fine when, perhaps due to slipping, he stepped onto an unknown animal blood spilled on the ground, whether dog or ox blood, and stumbled straight into the ritual circle. Before Link could rescue him, a blinding light erupted from the summoning ritual, linearly decomposing Old Brown into raw materials. Thus, the poor benefactor unwittingly became the offering. Such a swift decomposition probably wasn't painful. Just look at that fervent smile he wore as he departed. Emerging from the sacrificial ritual array was that very little squid lurking in his shadow, gray, utterly adorable, with its pitch-black eyes scanning the surroundings. Is this what Old Brown was trying to summon? Doesn't look very dangerous to me. Lin Ko looked at the octopus before him and tentatively reached out his hand. He wasn't afraid. After all, he was already a zombie. Could there possibly be any existence more peculiar than himself? I'll call you Paul, he said, recalling the perfect name for an octopus. Paul also extended a tentacle to touch Lin Ko's hand with extraordinary elegance, wearing an inscrutable expression, though perhaps that was just how octopuses naturally looked. But after the contact, its all-too-human eyes suddenly displayed human-like expressions, its pupil-like structures trembling incessantly as if having discovered something utterly shocking. Are you surprised? It must be terrifying to arrive in another world for the first time. Lincoln nodded in understanding. When he'd first arrived, his body remained intact yet his heart had ceased beating forever, turning him into the legendary Walking Dead. This had given Old Brown quite the fright, making him repeatedly scream words like ghoul or similar terms. How terribly rude. Lin Ko had no particular interest in corpses. Though he felt no aversion to flesh and blood, why resort to eating them when one could elegantly sustain life by sipping blood instead? Chapter 10. If I were given 3 days of light. Old Brown might be one of the few people in the world studying cults. In this lovely city of Leaner, he had yet to encounter any other cultists. The Order of Light maintained impeccable public order. Such a perfectly normal and wonderful world was well worth settling in. He would ensure that Paul, too, came to savor the beauty of this world. Don't be afraid, I'll properly introduce you to this world. Paul kept brushing his tentacles against the young man's hands, but his small head kept alternating between looking at his own tentacles and Lin Ko's face. Eventually, he seemed to settle down and slapped Lin Ko's hand, if you could even call that a slap. It slipped slickly into Lin Ko's shadow. So cool. Can cult creatures really slip into shadows like that? Lin Ko was somewhat surprised as Paul extended tendrils from the shadows, swaying them as if in protest. Then, through some faint connection, Paul conveyed certain intentions. You want to follow me? Lin Ko paused while cleaning up the remnants of the ritual, sensing Paul's transmitted message. What? You're saying you have a method to cure patients with 100% success rate? Lin Ko was overjoyed. From then on, he embarked on a career of treating patients, each case a perfect cure. Half a year had passed, yet the newly opened hospital next door became a constant source of frustration for him. People's quality of life must be getting better, Lin Ko comforted himself. They're all pursuing better healthcare now. If patients came every day, he'd be happy, but it would also mean the formal hospital system was failing. Such a poor and contradictory existence. The door opened carefully as Jones tried hard not to make a sound, only to turn and find a woman standing behind him holding a broom, wearing an exasperated smile. Mr. Jones, there's no need to sneak back like this. The woman set down her broom, picked up a cloth, wiped her hands, and planted them on her hips. What's going on today? It's only 6 in the morning. Good morning, Mrs. Christine. Jones politely removed his police cap, his smile hesitant. Today? No, last night, there was a new case. I worked overtime all night. Mrs. Christine was a simple, hard-working woman. After her husband passed away, she used their savings to buy a building, living on one floor and renting out the other two. She also had a lovely daughter named Audrey. How exhausting. Would you like something to drink? Mrs. Christine headed toward the kitchen. You came back just in time. Audrey will be leaving for school soon. Let me see what ingredients I have left for today. Perfect timing for me to join in. Jones took off his coat and sat at the dining table. I'll have a bite then head to bed straight after. We've got black tea left, milk, and limoncello, as well as chocolate cream liqueur. Ha, the cream liqueur must have been Miss Audrey's purchase, Jones chuckled. Then I'll have some milk, please. A glass before bed makes for sounder sleep. Alright, would you like anything else to eat? The sound of opening cabinets came from the kitchen as Mrs. Christine's voice carried through. Some almond biscuits, perhaps? It's my honor. This was Mrs. Christine's occupation, serving as both the landlady and the household maid, collecting additional cleaning fees while saving money on hiring servants. All simple working-class folk, Jones mused. After finishing breakfast, he politely expressed his thanks and returned to his room on the second floor. After moving a few books on the desk, the room suddenly became sealed. He pulled a small box from his pants pocket, infused it with some ether, and it instantly transformed into a tablet. A blue glow flashed as a message popped up immediately. How did it go? Jones sighed and typed his reply, very nimble, couldn't track it. We'll need the help of a diviner. I will. This might be a golden opportunity. You know our order is currently lacking a saintess. That aura, unmistakably the fire element closest to the sun. After ending the call, he wearily lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. By the time Link had tidied up the girl and the clinic, the sky was faintly beginning to brighten. He continued sitting in the tea shop, reading novels. It had to be said that Paul's abilities were incredibly convenient. Not only could they transform the healing blood into milk tea, making it easier for customers to drink without hesitation, but they also allowed him to fetch books from other dimensions, such as novels from various worlds and books on all kinds of knowledge. This added a splash of color to a world devoid of trending online games and gave him, who didn't need sleep, something to pass the time. It was hard not for Link to associate Paul with a certain blue robotic cat. To avoid revealing any light to the outside, Link only lit the innermost candle, creating quite an atmosphere for reading novels. The rain outside had long ceased without notice, leaving nothing but the sound of water droplets falling from the eaves into puddles. Everything was so quiet before dawn. Just as Link was immersed in his book, the door opened, and footsteps echoed inside, high heels. It was a woman. What a lively day today. The chime of the doorbell made Link set the novel aside, a smile playing on his lips. Long time no see. Before our eyes stood polished high-heel leather boots adorned with a black tailcoat, giving the appearance of a butler. Flowing purple-black hair cascaded down, while pointed ears hinted at their identity. Amber-yellow pupils sparkled with amusement within their eyes. Exquisite black gloves embedded with gemstones adorned their hands, which grasped an antique gold gemstone cane etched with crimson markings that seemed to pulsate like breath. Tap. The sound of the cane tapping the floor announced their unhindered entry. Behind them, the door clicked shut with deliberate slowness, one of Link's designs predating his passing. Having majored in interior design during university, this teahouse's door was subtly angled to close automatically under gravity's pull. This detail thoroughly startled many first-time patrons in a world where technological advancement had taken peculiar turns, where hydraulic and automatic doors remained non-existent, making Link's innovation a persistent source of pride. The woman in front of me showed no change in expression. She was a regular client. Keller, would you like something to drink? The doctor asked. It's on me. Allow me to repeat once more, my name is Helen, the other party replied, a trace of helplessness appearing on her pale face. As for the drink, I'll have the same as you. Thank you. I see. Helen. Linka smiled and said, as he picked up the nearby teapot and poured a fresh cup of tea. Honorable doctor, do we have a new client today? Helen stared at the lingering ether fluctuations on the sofa, extremely faint, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, but she was different. Night elves were naturally exceptionally sensitive to energy fluctuations from chaos. Indeed, Kyler, your perception is remarkably sharp, Linku replied offhandedly. That was a distant relative of mine. He suddenly stopped. Why had those words suddenly come to mind? He glanced at the ground. Paul's tentacles were retracting. He wanted to say something but instantly forgot. Ha! Helen forced a dry laugh, pretending she hadn't heard the word Keller. What's wrong? Linku asked, feigning ignorance of what had just happened. It's all right, doctor. Helen didn't show any other expression in front of Linku, merely offering a polite smile as she lifted her teacup with petite hands and took a sip. That client was truly fortunate. Chapter 11, Untitled. Indeed, lucky they met me. Linku lifted the teapot to refill their cups, then pushed it back towards Helen. Otherwise, something that would outrage both gods and men might have happened again. Outrage both gods and men? Helen tilted her head slightly. What do you mean by that? Just an expression, a figure of speech. Like this. Helen nodded in understanding. Of course, how could humans and gods share the same emotions? Gods merely saw humans as playthings. Any physical issues lately? Link asked. Helen shifted her posture, undoing her hair tie as she smoothed her hair. Thanks to you, I've been full of energy and recovering quite well. Linka watched as Helen, leaning against the counter, gathered her hair into a ponytail, revealing her fair nape. He couldn't help but marvel at how great cosplayers' figures were. Those pointy ears looked so real, he really wanted to touch them. But he couldn't. Reason held him back from such an act. He must never ruin his own image. A pure doctor-patient relationship was crucial, and more importantly, he couldn't afford to expose himself. He was a zombie, devoid of body heat. If physical contact revealed that, it would be game over. Until he fully understood this world's stance on supernatural beings, he wouldn't risk revealing anything. There's always a chance of suddenly being taken away for dissection and research. Who knows what unforeseen circumstances might arise. You know, your mannerisms are strikingly similar to when you first visited, the doctor remarked with a smile, observing how the scene of the long-haired figure before him gradually overlapped with his memory. Helen could be considered an acquaintance of Link's. This teahouse had been open for several months yet saw few customers. Operating primarily during late-night hours and not being a bar, who would casually spend an entire evening at a teahouse anyway, his clinic was no exception. After the old doctor left, he took over. Although he possessed a 100% cure rate, the more renowned Holy See Hospital opened next door, leaving him nearly without income. Maintaining good relationships with regular customers became crucial. As far as he knew, Helen had visited the clinic over 100 times, making her his most frequent regular customer. He had chatted with Helen before. She mentioned she used to work within a religious order. A religious order? Probably something like a company from another world, Link thought. In this world, there were no companies, only religious orders, various groups, or wealthy merchant guilds and affluent conglomerates. For easier understanding, simply imagine these titles as if they were company positions. According to her own account, Helen was the company's top salesperson, #1 in business development, but her colleagues were constantly trying to replace her, tripping her up at every turn. Eventually, they couldn't hold back anymore. They even paid people to threaten her with weapons, forcing Helen to leave the company. Helen herself was quite beautiful, and after being bullied at the company, her superiors took no action at all. Instead, they tried to exploit her for sexual favors. So, in a fit of anger, Helen quit. But the company, afraid she might spread rumors, sent people to attack and threaten her, trying to prevent her from exposing the company's scandals. The first time they met, Helen arrived at the clinic covered in wounds. As Linka's first patient since taking over the practice, he hastily had her lie on the operating table and prepared to administer anesthesia for surgery. This stuff could never work on me? Linku remembers those words. The look he gave Helen was full of contempt. At that moment, he thought this girl was utterly ignorant. How dare she look down on anesthesia? He'd show her the power of medicine. Ignoring her defiant glare, Linku injected a milligram more than the usual dose. Then he watched as Helen's eyes grew wide with terror, fear flooding her expression, until, in less than 5 seconds, she fell unconscious. It's normal, anesthesia injections always feel this way, Linku reassured her. When you wake up, your injury will be healed. Linka wiped away sweat that wasn't there, giving Paul, who handed him the anesthetic, a thumbs up. Paul proudly tapped Linka's hand in response. Fortunately, it seemed people in this world didn't know much about medicine, allowing him to act freely. Using Paul's enhanced anesthetic, he successfully subdued the patient. Then he used his specially prepared milk tea to heal Helen completely. Helen's waking expression shifted from confusion to fear, finally settling into reverence. So this is your magnificent medical skill? Now I finally understand. From then on, Helen began visiting periodically. Being a doctor truly requires a noble soul, Link mused, lost in reminiscence. How have you been lately? Link asked while tracing the teacup's pattern slowly with his fingers. Has your former company stopped giving you trouble? Yes, I've joined a new cult, the rival of the one I used to belong to. Helen held her coffee cup with reverence as she spoke. After witnessing your divine miracle, I've seen the true nature of the world. I can no longer tolerate those vile and violent things continuing to exist. How amusing to call medical skills divine miracles. Helen really has a sense of humor, Linka thought with a chuckle. Joining a rival company? Quite vengeful of her. Not bad, though, breaking free from past shadows and using her own abilities to strike back. Helen was a top salesperson, after all. The old company must be kicking themselves now. Seems our heart-to-heart talk worked wonders, Linko reflected with satisfaction. Good, it's excellent that you've moved on from those past events. Linka closed the novel in front of him. But you didn't come here today just to tell me you've switched to a new company, did you? You came here to chat with me under bright lights, didn't you? Hurry up and state your purpose. Yes, Helen straightened her posture. I need your help. Compared to my previous company, I'm far too weak now. I need some guidance on which direction to take. Help? Linka chuckled, his gaze lingering on Helen's chest where a small white-petaled flower with a yellow center was pinned, something she'd never worn before. He couldn't help but stare for a moment longer, though not because of her figure. Thank you for trusting me, but I'm just a doctor who can only treat illnesses. Lin rested his chin on his hand and said helplessly, this is probably a psychological phenomenon, admiring someone who has helped you repeatedly and believing they can do anything. This needs to be corrected gradually. Although I saved them, constantly appearing omnipotent carries the suspicion of being manipulative. How reckless of me. How dare I directly ask for help from such an existence? Helen was startled by her own audacity. Half a year ago, she had been hunted down by members of the Cornate cult. Such incidents were common occurrences within the Cornate cult. Corn embodies the irresistible thirst for combat, mindless frenzy, and the roiling sea of blood that drowns battlefields. The sinister deity known as Corn harbors an insatiable craving for bloodshed, and those who wield blades in K's name to commit slaughter shall inevitably earn K's favor. The brutality and wrath of Corn's cult know no distinction between friend or foe. Chapter 12, What one? Where did this one come from? Thus, Helen was pursued all the way to Link's clinic. By then, she had been slashed countless times by cursed weapons. In her eyes, the wounds on her body continuously emitted trails of purple and cyan smoke, the purple signifying Corn's curse, while the cyan represented the fading essence of life. When the azure smoke dissipated completely, her life would come to its end. Her body had grown terribly sluggish, and her vision was gradually darkening. The pursuers behind her must have seen her stay too, for they gave up the chase one by one. After all, a person running on empty couldn't satisfy their lust for violence even if this person was once an ace assassin. The curse had already consumed Helen's body entirely. Once Helen was dead, they would follow the lingering traces of the curse to sever her head, proof needed to become the next ace assassin. That was when they'd have to show their true strength. No one wanted to waste their energy fighting a corpse in waiting right now. She staggered forward, inadvertently leaning against the clinic door, her blood instantly smearing the glass. Seems this is the end. She lost her strength and collapsed. But a pair of cold hands caught her. It was Link who came out to support her. Before Helen could voice any protest, she saw a pale hand grasp her shoulder. Helen stared at Lin Ku in astonishment. This man wasn't the least bit affected by the curse. How is this possible? Only lifeless corpses, which the Corn cult disdained, were immune to curses. Yet this young man before her showed no reaction whatsoever. The young man helped her into the operating room, took out an anesthetic, flicked the syringe with his finger, and gazed seriously at Helen lying on the operating table. You need immediate treatment. Listen to me, your doctor, and stay calm. Oh, then I won't pay the medical fee if it fails. Helen wanted to laugh. Just one dose of anesthetic? A ton more wouldn't make a difference. Night owls also have a unique trait, an extremely high resistance to drugs. Even a dose strong enough to knock out an elephant would have no effect on her. Not to mention she's a Dominator-level figure. That's precisely why the poison her companion slipped her had almost no effect. You should trust in medical skills and science. The young man seemed somewhat displeased and drew a bit more anesthetic, about a milliliter's worth. Go ahead and try if you want, but I'm beyond saving. These useless medicines can't solve my problem. Helen looked at the young doctor before her and struggled to sit up. Why be so pessimistic? The young man said earnestly, we should stay optimistic about things, like giving me some trust, for example. I'm an elf. I can foresee my own death. Today is the day. Save those Chinibu lines for later. The young man frowned and pushed the syringe forward. It's better to stay grounded in reality. Helen sat on the hospital bed, sneering as the young man before her injected the anesthetic. 5, 4, 3, the young man began counting down. Before she could hear 1, Helen collapsed back onto the bed like a sack of potatoes, her eyes rolling back and her tongue lolling uncontrollably at the corner of her mouth. The anesthetic works well, takes effect quickly. Lin nodded in satisfaction and began his procedure. What the hell? Where's one? These were her first words upon waking. What one? What kind of one do you want? The young man stood casually by the hospital bed. I saved you. Remember to pay the medical bill. Helen's examination showed complete recovery, with even the curse completely eradicated. Fucking amazing, Helen thought as she awoke, marveling at Link's miraculous power. You have earned my sole respect. Helen had said at the time, utterly convinced by the figure before her. Helen Lawrence pledges her loyalty to you. Kids these days, so cringy, the young man sighed, covering his face with one hand. Whatever, suit yourself. Dark elves differ from normal elves. They swear allegiance only to the primordial elves and are fundamentally incapable of loyalty to anyone. This was precisely why Helen joined the merciless Corn cult in the first place, simply for the pleasure of unrestrained slaughter. But she changed her mind. Being loyal to someone far more powerful than oneself wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Helen took a sip of coffee, stirring it with a silver spoon. How thoughtful, they'd even added sugar in advance. She watched her blurred reflection in the coffee. Helen had come this time seeking a breakthrough. She had already joined an organization opposing the Church of Chaos, called the Flames of the Burning World, which worshipped the fire god. This time, they were about to launch an extermination campaign against the Corn cult. However, they were still missing an ancient god-level combatant to match Korn's forces. Otherwise, their superiors judged that attacking now would be tantamount to suicide. In other words, only when Helen breaks through her current Dominator level rank can the extermination plan commence. The world's power hierarchy is divided into 4 levels. Ancient God tier refers to creatures awakened with special powers, the first level for transcendence. Some creatures are born as transcendents, like Helen's dark elf race, naturally capable of merging with shadows. Dominators essentially form the core combat strength of various organizations. A single one could effortlessly sweep through an entire street. Elder God tier represents high-end combat power. Evenlina City, a central metropolis of the entire continent with tens of millions of inhabitants, harbors fewer than 100 Elder God tier beings. Each is extraordinarily powerful and must be officially registered. Some are wanted criminals imprisoned in the Bright Church's dungeons, while others lead major organizations. Outer God tier is a legendary rank. As in divine mythology, outer gods surpass all elder gods. Virtually no one has ever encountered one. These classifications were all derived from descriptions in ancient texts. None of these deities exist in reality anymore. As for why there are only 4 tiers and why they're named as such, that's simply how it is. It's like asking why Rainier City is called Rainier City. Things need names, and as for their origins, who the hell knows whom to ask about that? Helen is already verging on the ancient god tier. She fights through shadow manipulation, and the night elves can empower themselves with moonlight, making their combat capabilities extraordinarily potent. They're natural-born hunters. Yet no matter how hard she tries, she always falls just short. Just a little short. Is it a matter of talent? Or lack of effort? Helen stared at the coffee before her, the swirling reflection mirroring the chaos in her heart. The great doctor refused to help her. Apparently, the ghost ship anchor and phoenix feather she previously offered paled in comparison to the price of elevating her to elder god status. Helen suddenly remembered that Link had just glanced at her chest. She looked down and instantly understood Dr. Lin's implication. He was hinting that she could use this as leverage. Truly befitting a mysterious entity, she had wanted to keep this particular possession untouched, yet this doctor somehow noticed it all the same. Chapter 13, A Dialogue Between Two Worlds. That was the Dream Blossom, a flower said to be possessed only by the primordial spirits. She had just obtained this tender sprout and had only begun her initial feeding, naturally, her prey being those who had hunted her down. It wasn't that he couldn't help her. It was simply because his current identity was that of a doctor. Wouldn't it be absurd to ask a doctor for guidance on how to grow stronger? Perhaps she should phrase it more delicately. Helen understood. If such an existence enjoyed playing the role of a doctor, then she would humor him. What if I offered this flower to you as payment for medical services? Helen ventured. Could the great doctor give me some guidance? Guidance? Interesting. What kind of guidance are you seeking? The doctor rested his chin on his hands. I'm just a doctor. If it's psychological counseling you need, I do know a thing or two about that. That will suffice. She removed the flower from her chest and placed it before Link. What good is this little flower to me? Link stared bewildered at Helen as she set down the blossom. What meaning does this flower hold? For example, using it to brew tea or something similar. Listen to me. Got it. The doctor was asking if she understood the value of sacrificial offerings. Helen hurriedly began her explanation. This flower is the one representing dreams among the elven blossoms. Plant it in the soil, and it will grow abilities corresponding to the cultivator's wishes. I must say, a Chunibu girl can be quite adorable. Then can I have it guard the gate? Ling chuckled, looking at Helen who was earnestly explaining Xiaohua's uses, and didn't expose her. After all, everyone goes through this phase. Maybe she's just exiting it a bit later than others. That's fine. Helen responded somewhat urgently. If there was no solution here with the doctor, then there truly wouldn't be another chance. This might be her only opportunity for revenge. Dream flower guarding the gate, whatever, MD. Seeing her so anxious, Link nodded inwardly. The desire to change one's circumstances was indeed commendable, even if the way she expressed it seemed peculiar. But since she'd asked so earnestly, he might as well help. Alright, I'll help you, Link said. But just so we're clear, my knowledge of psychology is minimal at best. The rest is up to you. I understand, doctor. Just your minimal is all I need. You're quite the smooth talker. I like that. Even a top salesperson has psychological issues, Lin Ko remarked with a sigh. Well, a psychiatrist is still a doctor. Since Helen is his patient, might as well find some books for her. Lin Ko picked up the novel before him, pondering momentarily. This one should do, though it was originally just to pass the time. Ordinary World. This book tells the story of ordinary people striving relentlessly in another world, bringing despair but even greater hope. I hope it can help you, helping you establish a goal to strive for. The direction? It must be serving the people. As a salesman, understanding the needs of ordinary folks is essential for better sales. Here, tell me what you think. Helen took the book, and her expression changed. The gray cover prominently displayed. Order of the Ancient World. What the hell? The lettering above seemed to still be writhing, those scarlet characters constantly tugging at her gaze. It feels like it's urging me to open it, Helen murmured. This seems unnatural. Are we sure it's safe to open? Seriously? Even now she had to get all dramatic about it? Don't worry, I check it every day. If something were wrong, I'd have noticed by now, Lin-Ku reassured. Don't resist new knowledge. She opened the book, from which waves of eerie vibrations emanated as if trying to suck in Helen's soul. Gentle murmurs continuously whispered to her, making her feel as though she'd entered a bizarre world, beginning with her eyes, gradually tearing herself apart until finally breaking free from within. Is this the true world? Helen sensed immense power relentlessly washing over her consciousness. Like a giant hand, it continuously molded real objects in her mind, somewhat reminiscent of children's drawings. An octopus might instantly transform into a gargantuan 8-tentacled monster. These creatures are real? She wanted to punch them away, the terror from her soul conjuring hallucinations, but then she recalled Link's words, don't resist new knowledge, so she forced herself to bear it. So magnificent and indescribable, she gradually noticed everything around her transforming. A palace woven from tentacles, herself at its very center, with hushed murmurs lingering in her ears. Link noticed Helen suddenly staring blankly and waved a hand before her eyes. Wake up, you can always come back to look later, no need to rush it now. The girl, lost in the novel, was doing just fine. He nodded in satisfaction, looks like he picked the right one. Helen jolted awake instantly, her back drenched in cold sweat. She was still inside the bookstore, but her head throbbed violently, as if some critical value had plummeted to terrifying levels. Had the doctor not intervened to wake her, she might have been lost within its pages forever. This was what she'd been searching for. Helen's eyes burned with intensity. The closer one draws to the unknown, the greater the power they gain. She said anxiously, this book, can you really lend it to me? Lin-Ku nodded, feeling somewhat gratified, and said with a smile, of course, otherwise why would I offer it to you? In truth, there are many people like you who strive endlessly for achievements, yet forget the most fundamental question. Where exactly is your goal headed? Sales champions like Helen were nothing new to him. All were masters of social tactics who normally avoided conflicts within the trade. Someone like Helen probably owed part of her situation to her looks, and another part to her manner of dealing with people. Since that's the case, changes must be made. It's truly commendable that she can realize this. Just try not to be so chinibu, though it might be better. Although a beauty-acting chinibu is quite adorable. He took the small flower, then I'll accept this flower as payment. Just a flower picked from who knows where by the roadside. If the other party was serious, he didn't mind playing along. Great, I've gotten such a good deal from you. Helen hugged the books and bowed. You're absolutely right, I'll make sure to think deeply about this. So that's how it is. I'd been too desperate for power that I neglected the most fundamental things. A truly strong person stays grounded, just like the most seasoned hunter who knows the exact value of every kill and understands how to sell them at the best price. Working behind closed doors leads nowhere. She had just caught a glimpse of the real world. With more attempts, she'd be able to break through the bottleneck. Dr. Sama is truly an omniscient and omnipotent being. To think she actually wanted to keep secrets just now. Oh, my primordial spirit Shasta-sama, how despicable of me. Chapter 14, He's Watching Me. Lin-Ku looked at the suddenly enlightened girl before him and said with a gentle smile, it seems you finally understood the true meaning of work. Do your best, I'll be watching over you. Helen couldn't help but glance around. The noble decorations were just like Dr. Sama's noble character, willing to lend her such precious books. He said he'd keep watching over me, then I mustn't fail his expectations. Oh, look, the doctor's face seems to radiate holy light. Could this truly belong to a mere human? No, the doctor is absolutely not human, but a higher-order lifeform. This is an established fact. Helen's pale little face flushed crimson with worshipful excitement. Give me 1 week, just 1 week, and I'll return your book to you. Helen stood at the doorway and bowed once more to Link. Suddenly realizing something, she turned her head and asked, where did you put the gift I sent earlier? I didn't see it in the shop. The ghost ship anchor could confuse people's perceptions. Those who were deceived would be bound by the anchor, drifting in a world full of ghosts with no possibility of return. It was quite suitable for guarding a shop. The phoenix feather, on the other hand, belonged to the evil deity Phoenix Phoenixus. The eye at its tip could incinerate targets with malicious intent. Chaotic knowledge would assault them, and twisted symbols would destroy all reason. More importantly, it could revive the dead. These things could produce unknown effects on everything around them. Helen didn't see these two items in the shop. Link froze for a moment. Those? Quite aesthetic. I hung them in my bedroom as decorations. Hung in the bedroom. That takes some serious guts. Indeed, quite aesthetically pleasing. Helen wiped sweat from her forehead. The doctor's tastes were somewhat unique. As long as you're happy, you could even crack a dragon's egg like it was a chicken egg to make noodles and I wouldn't say a word. By the way, have you heard the news about a recent explosion somewhere? Link said. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Helen prepared to leave with her books. Leaving already? Remember to help promote my place more. Without customers, a small shop like mine won't last long, Link said half-jokingly, lowering his eyes as he wiped a glass. That's only natural, Helen said. I've always heeded your words. What a Chinibu girl, Link felt his face warm slightly at the thought. Listening to Helen's departing footsteps, Link planted the small flower in a tiny pot. Since it was a gift from a guest, he might as well keep it, the tea shop could use some greenery anyway. Who would have thought Helen carried around a flower complete with roots? She probably saw something cute somewhere and just plucked it out by the roots. As for growing into a form one likes, hey, it's already bloomed, could it possibly change again? Link shook his head. Girls' fantasies are truly peculiar. When she matures a bit more, she'll probably feel ashamed of what she said, especially since she still seems to be at that Chinibu age. He watered it a little, pressed the soil down, and sighed at the small flower. If you can grow into the form I want, then help me keep an eye on the door. Not that there's anything worth stealing, but someone ought to watch it. If you have any wishes, I hope my patients feel uplifted and happier when they see you. Link suddenly smacked his forehead. Why lend her the book when he could just sell it to her? Damn, a loss of income. No wonder something felt off. Since Paul can deliver books endlessly, opening a bookstore wouldn't be a bad idea. But I already have the clinic and the tea shop. Link pondered, if he opens a bookstore and keeps selling books from another world, it's bound to attract suspicion. Better drop the idea, and he's too busy anyway. The girl woke up. Her sleep had been fitful, haunted by dreams of countless eerie eyes staring at her. She sat up in the unfamiliar room and noticed a beautiful feather nearby. Her vision blurred, whispers filled her ears, and the room began spinning counterclockwise. Her body felt like it was on fire. Rubbing her eyes, she reopened them. Everything had returned to normal. Gulping for air, she curled into a trembling ball beneath the covers, the little quilt mountain shuddering uncontrollably. Is this a threat to put me in my place? The girl calmed her emotions and thought, what kind of place is this anyway? No longer focusing on the surrounding decorations, the girl threw off the blankets and discovered clothes placed beside the bed along with a note. Picking up the note, she was astonished to realize she could understand what was written, despite never having learned to read. Probably due to Thugga's memories. As an outer god, being able to comprehend all writings would be natural. She shook her head and began reading the note. Dear Madam, apologies for changing your clothes. I've prepared new garments and a delicious meal for you. Should you wake, please come downstairs for a chat. If I'm not present, kindly wait in the tea shop. Should the darkness from closing bother you, you may light a counter candle. The switch is located on the right side of the staircase. The brief message carried an air of undeniable authority. Why apologize for taking off clothes? Back in the cultivation tanks, none of us wore clothes anyway. Strange person, she concluded. Putting down the note, she found a slightly smaller set of clothes laid before her. The undergarments were modified from a man's shirt, crudely stitched but wearable enough. The girl shifted uncomfortably as she sensed the room's atmosphere, feeling unseen eyes upon her. She hurriedly dressed, then paused when passing a mirror. It was an ordinary shirt and trousers, yet they couldn't conceal her striking features. Silver hair cascaded down, her slightly crimson eyes exceptionally beautiful, appearing to be about 15 years old. She touched her face in astonishment. Why do I feel like? With disbelief, her hands traced the back of her head and spine where the insertion ports for tubes had vanished, replaced by smooth skin. Her entire appearance differed completely from her previous form as test subject number 423, only the white hair remained unchanged. Whole again. Not just the body, the once frail physique now brimming with strength, the incomplete genes now fully repaired, lifespan significantly extended. Even Thugga's fragmented divinity had merged with her, unveiling boundless knowledge within her mind. What I fused with is the forgotten great old one, the deity of fire, Thugga. The ability to heal genetic-level wounds. This wasn't a benefit brought by the fusion. Without question, it was the work of the tea house proprietor. He must be an existence of extraordinarily high order, the girl surmised. Early in the morning, Shafran greeted his first customer with some surprise. He hadn't even turned on the lights yet. Chapter 15. Not interrupting others is a virtue. This was Shafran's clothing store. By the dim outdoor light, he recognized his neighbor entering in an extremely formal suit, complemented by delicate features. Anyone unaware of his background might mistake him for nobility. Ha, nobility. Morning, Dr. Lin. The distinctive heavy voice of the fat man rang out as he extended his greasy fingers. They looked like 5 chubby radishes, making it hard to imagine such hands could sew stylish clothes. Your outfit is so tasteful. Morning, Mr. Shafran. Thank you for the compliment. The young man tipped his black hat, its golden trim exuding an air of refinement, and gave a slight nod. I'd like to buy some clothes, and perhaps place an order for custom tailoring. His movements were flawlessly graceful, too graceful, as if he were genuine nobility. But Shafran knew this neighbor of his was no aristocrat, just a small-time clinic doctor. He'd visited the clinic a few times, but ever since the Grand Church Hospital opened at the end of the street, he hadn't gone back. That tiny clinic was beneath him now. Too downmarket. Having such a clinic right next to one's own store is simply the absolute worst in terms of prestige. Nobility, ha, I've seen real nobles ordering clothes from me. No matter how hard you pretend, it only exposes your inferiority complex, you country bumpkin. Clothes like yours would have to be custom-made here. If you want a suit identical to the one you're wearing, it'll take at least a week. I'll use the finest materials, he said hurriedly. And the price will certainly be higher. I think you ought to give it some careful consideration. Do you even have that kind of money? Stop joking around. No, you've misunderstood. The young man shook his head. Actually, it's like this. A distant niece came to visit me, and because of yesterday's heavy rain, all her luggage got soaked. You have a niece? Shafran interrupted, somewhat astonished. Your old Brown's distant relative, and now there's suddenly a distant niece? He raised his hands in bewilderment, exclaiming, your family is truly peculiar. Do you all live in the countryside? Then come one by one to seek out relatives in the city. If anything, the whole family is odd. Old Brown looks like some kind of villain. Now this young Brown insists on wearing suits. And what about that Miss Brown? Probably decked out in women's suits while looking as foolish as a village girl. There are many strange things in this world, replied the young man before him. Let me return to the main point. Do you have any children's clothing here? For someone around 15 years old, thin-built, about. He gestured towards his own torso, up to my chest height, around 1.5 meters, nearly 1.6 meters. Sounds like she's developing quite well. Why don't you just bring the young lady over? My eyes aren't measuring tapes. Watching you demonstrate won't help me visualize anything, Shafran replied, lounging leisurely in his armchair. Your description is practically useless. Even the nobles I've served came in person to try on their clothes. She's caught a bit of a cold, so it's inconvenient to bring her here, the young man said. How about letting me pick out a few outfits instead? A cold? That's quite troublesome, Shafran exclaimed with surprise. Shouldn't she see a doctor? Oh, you are the doctor. His tone turned peculiar. Have you taken her to the church hospital for a checkup, or are you treating her yourself? Look at his expression. Shafran scrutinized Link's face closely, but he was disappointed. The young man's composure was impeccable, not a trace of emotion to be read. The young man smiled faintly as he slowly put on his hat and said calmly, that's my business. If there are no issues, may I go in and make my selection? Of course, Shafran said cheerfully. He quite liked this tone. The fat on his face folded into layers. Go ahead. Feel free to return anything that doesn't fit, though a small handling fee will apply. As he walked toward the children's section, he suddenly turned back. I'm sure you wouldn't mind such a trivial expense, right? Just like those noble lords. The young man remained expressionless, silently following behind him. Take your pick. The prices are all marked. Don't forget to check, Shafran said. Just so you won't feel embarrassed to ask later. Very well, thank you, Mr. Shafran, said the young man. It's a bit dark inside. Could you please turn on the light? I can't quite see the labels clearly. You're quite particular. Shafu drew open the curtains. Located at the end of the street, his clothing store received sunlight from an extra side compared to normal houses. The morning light spilled in, though not very bright. It was just enough to see by. Please make your selection, young doctor. The young man said nothing and casually picked out a few items, not even checking the sizes. Carrying the clothes to the counter, he said, please ring these up for me, Mr. Shafran. Are you sure you don't want to take another look? Shafran said. Don't let pride make you pick clothes you can't wear and have to return later. Won't happen. The young man smiled and selected a tailcoat from the side. My eyes are rulers. Even if there's a slight error, they're not that unreliable. He handed the tailcoat to Shafran, whose face was dark with displeasure. Please alter this for me. I'll give you the measurements. He recited a few numbers and even marked the alteration lines with chalk. Money? Shafran impatiently cut him off, tapping the counter with his stubby, carrot-like fingers. I only start work when I see cash, just like an engine needs fuel. Underscore tap 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 underscore. After a few raps, Shafran stopped. The atmosphere felt off. The doctor before him had gone still, slowly raising his head. His calm gaze made Shafran freeze slightly. What do you want to do? Interrupting others isn't a good habit, Mr. Shafran. Besides, I'm still a customer here to buy clothes. The doctor stood with his back to the light. Without illumination in the store, Shafran saw the young man raise his head in the dimness. Beneath the bowler hat, the stranger's eyes seemed to glow red, his elongated shadow stretching across the counter between them. Shafran's attention was captivated as the dark silhouette gradually took on a grayish hue. His perception of time stretched, each second elongated into what felt like a century before him. The gray rapidly expanded, transforming his vision into a high-contrast photograph where everything became outlines. The only color remaining was the young man standing before the counter. Shafran shuddered as if pricked by needles, overcome with discomfort yet unable to move. What happened? He kept swallowing hard, suddenly feeling something icy cold on his feet. With great effort, he rolled his eyes to look. Chapter 16, this condition is right up my alley. Water? The water on the ground was slowly rising. Why was there water in the shop? Shaflin wanted to shout, "What kind of trick are you playing?" But he found something seemed to be blocking his throat, preventing any sound from coming out. The red in the young man's eyes before him grew increasingly vivid, resembling the vengeful ghosts that come for one's life. What the hell is going on? Is this damn doctor some kind of evil spirit? Shafulin felt something slippery on his feet, an almost tentacle-like sensation that then anchored him in place. The feeling was utterly revolting, like being soaked through before an icy chill began creeping upward. The water level has risen. To his horror, Shaforin noticed the water had already reached his throat at an alarming speed. The clothing inside the shop was submerged in the murky flood, swaying as if unseen hands were tugging at them, drifting with eerie contortions. No, no. Shafrin's obese body trembled as he watched the doctor before him grow taller, gradually transforming into an indescribable form, still vaguely human-shaped yet composed entirely of squirming tentacles. "I was wrong. I apologize. Please don't. I'm sorry," he whimpered through choked sobs. The water still rose over his head, the suffocating sensation rushing in. "Ah!" Safran suddenly screamed, flailing his limbs wildly, startling Link. "Mr. Safran, I was just reminding you, no need to be so jumpy," Link said. "What the hell? Is this some American horror show? Do you want to taste my cane?" Link really wanted to unleash the full force of his Chongbo vocabulary on the man, but he held back. "And no, it's nothing. I apologize, I shouldn't have interrupted you," Safran said, sweat inexplicably beading on his forehead. He felt a chilling wetness in his pants along with a faint, peculiar odor right where he had just imagined tentacles coiling around him. The water is gone now, and the surrounding clothes are all dry. Clearly, what just happened was an illusion. A vengeful spirit. This man is a vengeful spirit. Or perhaps a sorcerer. Shafurin's legs trembled uncontrollably. "He can make me see illusions. That damn bastard, he even made a fool out of me. Then I'll pay you the fee." Link remained expressionless as he took out his wallet from his pocket. "Your garments here are made with solid materials and reasonably priced, but since I'm buying so many at once, I wonder if there's any discount available?" He looked up. Discount? Shafran almost wanted to say such a thing didn't exist here. The slightly wealthier noble lords never haggled. His pricing strategy was cunning, always set slightly above market rates, but not so high as to prompt negotiations, ensuring the nobility would refrain from bargaining to save face. "Yes, it's a very common sales tactic," the young man said, meeting his gaze. "If there isn't one, please pretend I never mentioned it, Mr. Shafran." "Damn it, he's threatening me." Shafran could still feel the slimy sensation around his ankles. How could he offer a discount? What should he do? He swallowed hard. A discount should mean charging less, but not nothing at all. The real question is, how much less? Shafran's mind fell into slight confusion. After several seconds of silence, Shafran finally avoided his gaze. "Why yes, I should give you a discount, of course. You're my first customer today, so I'll give you half off. How does that sound?" Wiping sweat from his forehead, he quoted a price while his eyes darted around searching for something. Link paused. This was real. Who would have thought this sharp-tongued neighbor would be so generous with discounts? Most of his earlier annoyance faded, though some still lingered. Nobody enjoys being treated with such backhanded sarcasm. If not for wanting to avoid trouble, he'd have loved to throw a punch right then. "Here's the payment," he said, pulling out several bills and handing them over, continually reminding himself to remain peaceful and kind. This money was originally meant for clinic renovations, but with an unexpected child to support now, he had no choice but to dip into his little savings. Shaflin took the money, unaware that his voice trembled slightly. "I'll deliver this tailcoat to you once it's finished." He stood up to package the garment before him, but his legs felt awkward. He had to bring his knees closer together slightly. The icy, clammy sensation truly nauseated him. Linka sensed something peculiar as he sniffed the air, his gaze drifting toward Mr. Shafran's pants. So that's it, now he understood why the neighbor had been acting so strangely. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Shafran, has this been happening to you often lately?" "Ah, incontinence." Linko found it rather amusing. This neighbor must fear doctors, no wonder he'd reacted so strongly upon seeing him. Linko had mistaken it for discrimination. But something didn't sound quite right to Shafran. Oh no, was he actually holding me accountable for those sarcastic remarks earlier? No, my apologies entirely, that was completely my fault. Please pay it no mind. He hurriedly offered his apology. "I'll have your altered clothes delivered later, these packaged ones you can take with you now." "Now I'm just babbling nonsense." "Alright, but you should know that's actually a medical condition. If you ever need help, you can come to me. I'm quite skilled at handling such issues." Linka picked up his coat and said earnestly, "I'll definitely come find you if needed. By the way, isn't it dangerous having an empty clinic? Like, what if patients suddenly show up?" "You're absolutely right. I can't stay away too long. I should get going now." The young man politely said his farewells and walked out of the shop. "Damn it, are you trying to fool me with hallucinations again?" Shafran recalled the terror he'd just experienced, that fear born from the unknown. Finally seeing off this malevolent spirit, Shafurin collapsed onto his chair. He was just bewitching my mind, that evil spirit. Shafurin pulled out a tissue, intending to wipe off his sweat before changing his pants. He froze. The freshly opened tissue pack was now saturated with moisture, exactly like that sensation moments ago, as if those eerie indistinct whispers were echoing in his ears again. 9 o'clock in the morning. Lin Ke was organizing the case forms in front of him. It had been quite some time already, yet no patients had come today, partly because it was a weekday, but mostly because the clinic lacked popularity. With absolutely nothing to do, all he could manage was to maintain the clinic's tidiness. Even without customers coming in, one must always be prepared for guests to arrive. He had considered closing the clinic before, but doing so would feel ungrateful to old Brown. It was Brown who had brought him back to life. To shut it down now would be repaying kindness with betrayal. Lin Ke was pondering when a timid, hesitant voice came from the stairs behind him. Hello? It sounded like someone unsure of what to say. Lin Ke set down the form, casually slipping it back into the folder, and turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a graceful young girl, her hands resting on the stair railing as she peered at him with curious eyes. Her soft white hair framed a face devoid of expression, while her faintly crimson eyes glimmered like gemstones. No wonder you became a target, you're already this adorable now. What will you be like when you grow up? Completely different from yesterday's drowned rat appearance. For now there's nothing urgent. Wait a moment, you haven't eaten yet, have you? As a Zongoran, the first greeting was always concerned with whether the other person had eaten. Right now she must need emotional comfort. Dr. Link kindly removed his white coat and walked over to the girl with a gentle smile, ascending the stairs. Come with me. Chapter 17, Hypnotic Talk Therapy. Lin Ke went upstairs, retrieved some pastries and fruit tea from the cabinet, and placed them on the dining table. He didn't need to eat to survive, but his sense of taste remained intact, making eating a form of indulgence. As for what happened to the food after he consumed it, he had no idea. In any case, the bathroom on the second floor served only one purpose for him, showering. This was also a thoughtful arrangement on the second floor. The smell of alcohol in the clinic could unconsciously make people tense and reduce their appetite, whereas the dining area near the teahouse side of the second floor was completely free of such odors. Have something to eat first. Lin Ke smiled gently. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating his face. The crisscrossing beams of light, interlaced with shadows, lent a poetic touch to the small dining area. Thank you. Following human etiquette, when someone offers you food, you should express gratitude, she thanked him. The girl was eating the dessert in front of her, tasting something so delicious for the very first time. She grabbed a piece of cake with her hand and stuffed it into her mouth, squinting her eyes with delight. The sweet cake was topped with cherries, and out of curiosity, she popped one into her mouth only to crunch down on the pit with a loud crack, sending a sharp pain through her teeth. Tears welled up in her eyes as she whimpered in discomfort. It hurts. That teeth-gritting sound was truly deafening. Damn it, what kind of upbringing did this kid have? Didn't her parents even teach her the basics of eating? What irresponsible guardians. Hold still, hold still. Link couldn't help but feel both annoyed and amused. He finally understood how parents who cared for children felt. They always managed to encounter the most unexpected problems in the most seemingly harmless situations. Lin Ke helped the girl remove the fruit pit. After some comforting words, she took a big sip of the fruit tea and continued eating the cake with teary eyes, though now much more carefully, taking small, slow bites. Like a tearful kitten, Lin Ke was reminded of a popular meme. Let's have a talk. Seeing the timing was about right, Lin Ke folded his hands in front of him and asked, I still don't know your name. As you can see, I'm the owner of this clinic and tea shop. So, what should I call you? The girl averted her gaze slightly. I don't have a name. It would be terrible if they discovered she was a test subject, she thought. Link didn't believe this. She could read the note, was literate, and carried herself like an educated person. It was impossible she had no name. Although she'd only left a note earlier, he'd still asked Paul to keep watch nearby. He couldn't bring himself to leave the girl alone in the house. So she still has psychological scars after all? Perhaps she doesn't want to recall the pain associated with her name, indicating her family didn't treat her well. Another possibility is that she simply doesn't wish to share her name with a stranger she's only known for a day. All in all, she's truly a clever and strong-willed child. The police ought to give her parents a stern warning, if they can even be found. Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the police station now. They'll definitely be able to help you, Lin Ke said with a kind smile. No, the girl cried out in fear, taking a step back. Please don't send me to the police station. The influence of the chaos cult spreads far and wide. If discovered, her fate is all too predictable. Taken for experimentation? No. A specimen like her would be dissected slice by slice, to examine exactly what had occurred. Lin Ke took in the scene before him. Such an intense reaction. Does this mean the person who attacked her holds a significant position? Connecting it to Jones, could they be linked to the police department? Or perhaps, the murderer is actually within the police force? Linko lowered his head in contemplation. This was no small matter. A dangerous individual had ties to a police officer sworn to serve the people. But just then, he also happened to see Paul within the shadows, once more wrapping tentacles around his ankles, and still nodding at him. Indeed, this girl is quite good. Good thing I didn't call the police. This world truly is fraught with dangers. Even in Lena City, shadows lurk in unexpected places. Just as light inevitably casts its dark shadow, this is something that cannot be removed. Let bygones be bygones. We should look forward. After all, a name is just a label, like how I'm Link Brown, but anyone could be called Link. Yet I'm still me, and no one can replace that, Link said to the girl before him. You're the same, unique in your own way, with the right to choose your own life. Unique? But the first batch of test subjects numbered a full 1,000, all mass-produced. She wanted to argue, but the words wouldn't come out, leaving her with an odd sensation. This feeling, she couldn't quite place it, never having experienced it before, but it didn't seem bad. She nodded. What are your plans next? Linko was quite satisfied with this reaction. Psychological counseling that primarily guides thoughts is always the most crucial. This is how noble souls with golden character are cultivated. Forcing cognition upon someone would only backfire. Plans? I don't know. What about your parents? Linko asked. I have no parents, and I don't know what to do. The girl gazed blankly at the young man before her and shook her head. She didn't know where to go, but one thing was certain, having tasted the sweetness of cake, she could never return to that cold incubation tank again. Just as those who have seen the light will fear the world of darkness. Specimen 423, let that name become the past. She has now been reborn anew. Having someone to help him didn't seem like a bad idea. At this moment, Linko had already forgotten about Paul's sly behavior. The more he looked at the girl, the more he found her agreeable. Well then, you definitely need a temporary place to stay. Linko smiled. I know someone involved in the gray market. He can arrange a new identity for you. Just like when the old doctor had registered his residency. This incident also made Linko realize that this other world wasn't as peaceful as it appeared. Though he had been reluctant at first, now that he'd rescued her, he needed to see if he could keep her around. She might still be of some use. If you'd like, you can stay here temporarily as a shop assistant in my tea house, he said. I've even prepared some new clothes for you. If you don't want to, you can take them with you when you leave. Shop assistant? The girl looked at him as she took a sip of the fruit tea, leaving a white foam mustache around her lips. She tilted her head slightly, automatically dismissing the option of refusal. She knew she couldn't survive alone. Even with all her knowledge, her lack of basic life skills made independent living impossible. That's right. As you can see, I'm the only one here. I can't manage both shops simultaneously. During the day I'll be at the clinic, you just need to mind the tea shop. The work is simple, just serve customers their orders. What if someone recognizes me? As for the recognition issue, I'll buy some materials to make hair dye to cover your hair, then wear colored contacts and use some makeup techniques. Ordinary people won't recognize you. Linka handed her a tissue, watching the deep-in-thought young woman before him, seizing the opportunity to press his case. Old Brown had actually studied makeup techniques too. He'd left behind some books on the subject. Being a cultist, Old Brown needed to use disguises whenever he went shopping. In the evenings when the clinic closes, you can rest while I watch over the tea shop, Linka said, pointing at the staircase. See, the clinic and tea shop share a back staircase. If you run into any difficulties, just come find me. And if you encounter any shady characters with bad intentions, just run straight to me. Linka raised his arm. I may not be that impressive, but getting one person to safety is more than enough for me. Just kidding. If the police come, you're the first one I'd hand over, he thought. Chapter 18, can you see it? Not that impressive? The girl stared suspiciously toward the bedroom, sensing faint but persistent energy waves radiating from that direction. Even with the power of Thuga at her disposal, she found herself utterly defenseless. That someone could sleep peacefully there for extended periods made her wonder. This person must either be a deity-level entity or some kind of madman whose sanity had flatlined. The girl studied Link. This man claimed to be weak, capable only of fleeing with her in tow, yet something about him stirred an inexplicable unease in her heart. When facing enemies, prioritize your own safety? So, what do you say? Want to stay? Full disclosure, your pay depends entirely on how much you earn yourself. I'll give you the bare minimum wage, and at most, provide you with the shopfront, Link said. Keeping her would undoubtedly increase the risks considerably, but he still trusted Paul's judgment. Perhaps the man could even prophesy something. If her parents came looking for her, he would just have to discipline them along with her. But parents who raised such a child probably wouldn't care about their own offspring's fate anyway. Like this, the girl murmured softly. Staying by the side of someone with an unknown identity was dangerous, but she was willing to take the chance and trust him. Such a powerful being choosing to present himself as an ordinary person in front of her, whether out of respect or for other reasons, she sensed sincerity in it. I promise you, she said. Where are the new clothes? Understanding this world would start with clothes, the outfit she wore now kept chafing oddly against her chest. You really don't stand on ceremony. Remember to change where no one can see you, he added. Watching the girl clumsily take the clothes and head toward the bathroom, Link picked up his teacup and began to ponder, resting his hand against his head as he felt the warmth of the cup. Why had he decided to protect this girl? There had to be a reason. For the sake of justice in his heart, unable to bear the thought of a child being harmed? Come on, giving up his current peaceful life for that wasn't worth it. Staying out of others' affairs was always the optimal solution. Because of the white hair? Not exactly. Lin Ku was well aware that while he did have a fondness for white hair, if he were playing a game featuring white-haired characters that required spending tens of thousands to obtain them, he would stop himself. Rationality came first. Because life was too dull? Indeed, dying in his 20s was preferable to being stuck in the monotonous routine of the clinic day after day. With zombies being immortal, he couldn't bear the thought of living the same unchanging life for 100 years. So can this serve as a reason to protect the girl? It can, Link convinced himself. Bullshit. Actually, he just didn't want to admit it was a momentary impulse. Who knew how much trouble it could bring? Unconsciously clenching his grip, the teacup in his hand cracked under the pressure. Paul, if the police find this girl, I'll hand you over too. Paul, just waking up, was yanked out of the shadows by Link and scolded relentlessly, while the octopus-faced man watched with an inexplicable expression. Alright, since there aren't any patients right now, I'll show you the ropes. After completing the initial clothes-changing process, Lin Ku took the girl's small hand and led her to the tea shop. Pointing at the menu in front of them, he asked, "Do you understand these items?" Lin Ku had yet to realize the gravity of the situation. After a conversation that felt like two divergent world lines colliding, he finally realized the girl before him could read, grasp some mathematics, and even comprehend higher-level liturgical knowledge or theological doctrines, yet remained utterly clueless about everyday common sense. For example, they might ask questions like, why do people need to wear clothes? And aren't cakes just taken straight out of the cabinet? There are too many flaws to pick from, not sure where to begin. Lin Ku cursed the girl's parents resentfully under his breath. How could they neglect to teach such basic common sense? It was as if they didn't care about the child at all, like she'd just emerged blank as paper from some laboratory. Wait, a sudden serious thought occurred to Lin Ku. He turned to the girl and said, though a name is merely a label, I need to know what to call you. Feeling this phrasing wasn't quite right, he bent down to meet the girl's small face at eye level and added while scratching his head, what I mean is, how should I address you? Or should I just keep calling you girl? The girl lowered her head and parted her lips slightly before looking up at Lin Ku. Gaia, she said, please call me Gaia. That's my name. Let that string of numbers become history. She'd destroy that place once she gained the power. The girl who had merged with the old god gradually underwent a change in mindset. Thugga's abilities influenced her, igniting a fiery temperament, fervent and sublime. Once she became strong enough, she would incinerate all things, descending upon the world once more as an old god. Those two artifact-grade cursed tools in Link's room would be no challenge by then. If he bullied her now, she'd burn him to ashes later. Still a bit childish at heart. Alright, Miss Goya. Lin Ku now began her cognitive correction. After all, a child who lacked even basic common sense couldn't function properly as a shop assistant and would only arouse customers' suspicions. I'll fetch some books you should read. Stay right here and don't move. Lin Ku walked over to the bookshelf in the corner, which was already coated in a fair amount of dust. It couldn't be helped, Lin Ku usually had Paul fetch whatever books she wanted to read. The books on the shelf were merely for show, and she seldom bothered to clean them since no one ever came by anyway. Out of Goya's sight, she called softly, Paul. From the shadows, a tentacle extended and gently tapped Lin Ku's hand in curiosity. Help me pick out some books for the waitstaff to read, as well as books about common knowledge for daily life education. Lin Ku reached out to scratch Paul's tentacle, lowering his voice, thanks for the hard work. Paul flicked his tentacle as if tickled and retracted it. A few seconds later, two books emerged from the shadows. Gaia sat obediently by the counter when suddenly she sensed something amiss in the teahouse. It felt as though something alive, yet profoundly ephemeral, was drifting around Lin Ku's area. Part of it even seemed to approach her, breathing, surrounding her. Gradually, an unseen presence crowded the entire teahouse like a dense fog. The bookshelf where Lin Ku stood abruptly transformed into something horrifying. In Gaia's mind, a certain numerical value was steadily plummeting. Gaia, having integrated a fragment of divinity, naturally possessed spiritual sight, allowing her to perceive things unseen by ordinary eyes. For instance, the gray tentacles gradually emerging from the void before her swayed slightly, as if testing whether she could see them. Covered in countless colorful specks of noise, they appeared predominantly gray, exuding an ancient and gentle aura. Yet, the chaos concealed within incessantly frayed her sanity, while the whispers in her ears raised goosebumps across her skin. Can you see me? The tentacles seemed to convey this message. An existence beyond resistance, these apparitions were illusions, but prolonged observation would render them real. She had to shake them off. Chapter 19 Children's Books. The weather is really nice today. Gaia turned towards the window, his face expressionless as he spoke. Looking at more tangible things helps restore his sanity points. The sun had been shining brightly just moments ago, yet now dark clouds had inexplicably gathered. She felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Nice weather, isn't it? The tentacle very humanely glanced out the window before turning back, tilting its appendage in puzzlement. It parted slightly to reveal sharp teeth as eerie mucus dripped onto the floor. More monsters were gathering nearby. Can you actually see me? The eyeball on the tentacle drew closer. The little flower on the table is quite lovely too, Gaia remarked, looking at the white-petaled blossom. And I emerged from the flower's center, gazing at her with curiosity while tilting slightly. The teeth lining its eyelids were speckled with shreds of flesh that disappeared with each blink as they were swallowed. Why is the dream flower here? The knowledge in Heia's mind told her that such a thing should have been in the elven forest. Moreover, it was obvious that not long before arriving here, it must have just feasted, though on what, Heia didn't know, nor did she want to know. The gray tentacles gently wrapped around Heia. Her face remained expressionless, yet suddenly, a drop of liquid dripped from her chin. It's so stuffy here. I'm sweating already, she murmured, lowering her head with a slight tremble. Sorry, let's just pretend she never said what just came to mind. This is a warning to myself not to entertain any improper thoughts. Oh all-knowing and almighty being, I promise I won't do it again, please spare me. Gaia secretly thought to herself, sniffled hard, wiped away the sweat from the corner of her eye, wrinkled her little nose and closed her eyes. What's the matter? Linka walked over carrying 2 books, noticing Gaia hanging his head as if he'd done something wrong. Why are your eyes so red? From Gaia's perspective, the little flower instantly returned to normal the moment Link approached. The tentacles vanished as if they had never existed in the air, and the tiny blossom was just an ordinary, cute little flower once more. I'm fine, I completely agree with your decision. Jaya shifted his gaze away from Xiaohua, lifted his little head, and nodded. Although Linko was curious about why Guya had become more docile, he let it be. It's not a bad thing anyway. Linka handed the book in his hand to her, casually rubbing her head as he did so. Start reading these first. If you don't understand something, ask me. These are the most basic materials, just focus on reading these few days. Gaia stared at the books before her, Chronicles of the Abyss and Sigils of the Sovereign. The aura of the abyss emanating from them made her uneasy. Gaia looked up at Linko in confusion. Could such esoteric texts really be used for teaching purposes? What's the matter? Linka thought the girl before him was showing disdain for the books, so he adopted a lecturing tone. Food must be eaten one bite at a time, this is still the most basic material. Just like skyscrapers must be built from their very foundations, castles in the air aren't practical. Yet these 2 books, much like the fear of the unknown, possess a mesmerizing power, as if flipping open their pages could grant one everything they desire. Goya hesitated. She badly wanted to argue back. With her abilities, she could build floating islands, but she restrained herself and remained silent. The young man before him spoke so naturally, as if wondering why anyone would fear such fundamental matters. Jaya took the 2 books, and in that instant, it felt as though an electric current surged through her body, sending a chill racing up her spine. Gaia stared at the young man with the amiable smile before him and swallowed hard. Is it really okay to read books like this? Look, the cover is moving. Such overwhelming chaotic energy is swirling on it. In Heia's eyes, the runes above seemed alive as they dripped onto the ground, writhing endlessly. Her body stiffened with terror. Linka patted her head and continued his teaching. You've already learned to read, which is excellent. But the ultimate purpose of literacy is to acquire new knowledge, for knowledge is the eternal treasure. We must always remain humble and keep progressing to cultivate noble character and virtues. Moreover, the knowledge you gain will always belong to you. The world is vast, we can't possibly experience all of it firsthand. So books become our most important source of knowledge, and this is just the foundation. Later, I'll help you grow more fully. Are you even listening? Gia nodded blankly, then walked away and sat down by herself. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Forget it, let's read. The boss's word is law. Link watched with satisfaction as she began to study. When Gaia opened the book, it felt as if someone had forcibly propped open her eyes to endless animated brainwashing. Even with her eyes closed, endless images looped relentlessly in her mind. A torrent of overwhelming cognitive input flooded her consciousness. If it were an ordinary person with established cognition in their mind, such an impact of consciousness would turn them into a fool. But Goya was different. She was a blank slate, and this piece of knowledge perfectly filled the gap in her cognition like the final puzzle piece. So this is what a server's job entails? I understand completely now. As K's server, one serves as K's executor in this world, dedicating every aspect of life to defending K's honor. Next came the runes of the Dominator. She pondered Linka's words, her eyes twitching slightly. Basic knowledge? Indeed, quite foundational. The fundamental knowledge of the old gods, matter, civilization, astronomy, all interconnected. Each piece of knowledge is a rune, and countless runes linked together form the foundation of an entire world. All the fundamental knowledge from various fields flooded into her mind, rendering her temporarily incapable of coherent thought. As she gazed around, even the most mundane objects now seemed like newfound discoveries. So that's how houses are built. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Gaia maintained a look of shocked realization, staring blankly at each new place as if absorbing fresh knowledge. After just one day, Link was somewhat surprised. Did this child have no other activities besides studying? Had any of this knowledge actually sunk in? This state doesn't seem right. Could it be because it's too difficult and has discouraged her? Without hesitation, he pulled Gaia in front of him, supporting her small face. Let me check your learning progress. Respected Boss Sama. Gaia stared woodenly at Link, performing an extremely elegant bow. Please state the question, and I shall do my utmost to solve it. So professional. Oh no, could she have studied herself into trouble? Watching her vacant gaze, Link frowned. Did I teach out a bookworm? Chapter 20, Untitled 2. How was the cake made? The foundational materials consist of cosmic eggs from primordial avians and purified suspensions from the filthy white-horned demons, combined with the flames of special combustors, then baked through light and heat within the Void Garden's domain, Gaia said mechanically. What? Link was taken aback. The ingredients were eggs, milk, and an oven. Nothing seemed off, yet something felt strangely amiss. Is that really what the book said? How should I put this? It's like someone using calculus to solve the simplest arithmetic operations, an overwhelming disparity of knowledge. Is it truly appropriate to describe these basic things with such bizarrely ornate language? Linka patted the girl's head and asked, why do people wear clothes? To conceal shame and ugliness for emotional creatures, to ward off the hellish cold, and to captivate the minds of those yearning to mate. Linka swallowed hard and said with some difficulty, try to use more normal phrases in the future. These kinds of things are better kept in your heart. He even had to pause and think before he could recall what the girl had said. What kind of academic prodigy is this, reaching this level after just a day of studying? Gaia nodded somewhat doubtfully, but figured it wouldn't hurt to follow his advice. After thoroughly testing Gaia's skills for various service tasks, Link finally sat down in the clinic, satisfied. The night was quiet, darkness draped over the city like a veil. Everybody, even the homeless on the streets, had fallen asleep by now. In this moment of universal silence, an unsettling incongruity emerged, a muted sound continuously emanating. The source possessed endurance beyond ordinary people, gritting teeth until they nearly bled rather than uttering further noise. But by midnight, the sound of pain could no longer be suppressed. It poured forth like a specter in the dead of night, awakening the sheepdog on the ground, who shook its head and rose to its feet. Its name was Morris, the surname of the Letko family. Letko adored this dog for its remarkable intelligence, just like now, nudging Letko on the bed with its damp nose. Lullis. Hearing her sister's moans from the next room, Letko reflexively got up to check, but losing her balance, she tumbled off the bed. Her body, just roused from sleep, hadn't fully rebooted yet. She knelt on the floor for a few seconds to recover, mustering the strength to stand while controlling her ragged breathing. HSS, ha, ha, ha. Waking abruptly from deep sleep required some time for full lucidity to return. Fortunately, the carpeted floor spared her knees from serious damage. Gritting against the dull ache, she straightened up, patted Maurice's head, and praised, "Thank you, Maurice." The puppy spun in circles at her feet. Her room and her younger sister's room were separated by just a single wall, a modification made 3 years prior to allow her to keep a constant watch over her sister's condition. Laiko gasped for breath as he shuffled step by step to his sister's room and opened the door. A girl with blue hair lay moaning on the bed, her eyes bloodshot, hands clutching her head as if she had glimpsed something indescribable. Her twisted eyes stared wide while layers of ice progressively spread across the bedding. A chaotic aura drifted restlessly through the room. Damn it, not again? Lake quickly grabbed the holy water from the church on the table, took a gulp, and rushed into the chaotic, indistinct ether. She picked up the ice axe by the door and struck it into the ice. Fortunately, the ice had just frozen and wasn't too solid. She soon spotted lilies and poured the holy water over her face. The chaotic and foul aura crumbled as the holy water took effect. The church-produced holy water had a natural suppressive power against chaos and evil. Don't be afraid, I'm here, sis. Lycus held Lyris tightly, continuously warming her, stroking her head, and whispering comforting words as he waited for the girl in his arms to gradually calm down. Lyris gasped heavily, exhaling frost-blue breaths from her mouth for a good while before finally settling down. "It's all right now," came a calm voice from his chest, though tinged with resignation. "You could hold me tighter though, that way my cause of death won't be ether surge, but suffocation." Sorry. Lycus released his sister, his heart filled with complicated emotions, while Maurice silently lay nearby. No one could have predicted this outcome. Lilith wasn't always like this. As one of the holy paladins of the Radiant Church, she could resonate with demonic swords. After being examined by a senior cardinal, she was granted the cursed blade, Frost God Sword. Afterwards, she accomplished numerous feats, leading many to believe the sword's curse wouldn't affect her. Even she herself had come to believe this. But during the eradication of a Slaanesh cult stronghold, the Frozen Godsword went out of control, freezing the entire base without leaving a single survivor. It was a sunny day, yet waves of cold emanated from the stronghold. Blue streaks were everywhere, as were frozen statues. Real people turned to ice. Now, just a slight touch would shatter them into pieces. At the heart of the stronghold, Lyris was trapped up to her waist in ice, the Frozen Godsword thrust before her, still radiating energy. I survived. I'm freezing to death. A poor bastard who just emerged was dragging his wounded body out of the stronghold, gasping for breath as his face lit up with the joy of survival. He was a member of the Fire Order under the Holy Church of Light, a devout follower of the Fire Spirit Yav, and the protection he received, their favor of flames, was what had kept him safe. I actually survived. Praise be to the God of Light. Indeed, surviving the rampage of one of the legendary supreme demonic blades was truly something to boast about. Just as he was feeling relieved, he failed to notice the indescribable, eerie blue chill creeping silently from the ground. Like dark storm clouds churning in the sky, the cold began at his feet, gradually freezing his entire body, yet he remained unaware that his calves had already turned to ice. Norton, don't run. Get down and roll over here. Don't look behind you. The person nearby shouted a frantic warning, but it was already too late. What kind of joke is this? We were just about to escape. He couldn't wait to flee this place when suddenly his legs gave way beneath him. What's happening? Turning to look behind him, he saw his familiar lower leg left standing in place, the severed end covered in icy crystals. In that moment, he finally understood everything, but it was already too late. Without his legs, there was absolutely no way he could run away. The blue ring of light slowly enveloped him, Norton's face filled with despair as he stared ahead, his features contorted. As the chilling blue haze covered even his head, he drifted into an infant-like slumber. Chapter 21, Pastor McCree. Except he would never wake again. His body had completely frozen over before it even hit the ground. Now, as it fell, it shattered into pieces with a sharp crack. Save him. What do you mean save? How can you save something shattered to this extent? Watch your range. Don't let it touch you. The companions around anxiously waited for the rampage to end, but there was no need for rescue. Within this domain, no one survived. As the divine sword gradually calmed down, Lyles was rescued, but her lower body was paralyzed, leaving her confined to a wheelchair. Reiko wanted to confront the church, but Lyles stopped him. I knew the consequences, but I still accepted the divine sword. The core of the demonic sword, Frostbane, is the primal spirit Shista, who forged a pact with humans due to certain primordial desires, becoming a weapon to slay deities. It followed the first sacred Grand Knight in vanquishing countless evil gods. But as time passed, the bloodstains of the Eldritch God became entwined with the sword and could not be cleansed. When the first Grand Knight passed away, the church discovered the blood had vanished from the blade only for a curse to manifest in its place. Like an uncut piece of jade, even untouched, it would inevitably erode with time, let alone holy swords that had been wielded endlessly in conquest. Now, the holy sword resembles nothing so much as a rusted kitchen knife, still capable of delivering devastating magical blows to its foes, yet just as likely to wound its wielder with the corrosion on its hilt. Liko reflected on this as he gently comforted his younger sister in his arms, his gaze distant until his eyes caught the faint glow of the arcane instrument on the bedside table, its colored lights winking to life in the darkness. This is an instrument unique to the Holy See, through which all messages are disseminated. As the sacred knight of this generation, Laylis naturally possesses the highest authority, even though she can now only serve as the scabbard for the demonic sword. Liko groped around and picked it up. Text appeared on the illuminated screen. Latest restricted zone update? Temporarily classified as a life-forbidden zone prior to investigation? Liko stared at the familiar address, hope flickering in his eyes. Isn't this the clinic I reported? Contact level deemed friendly? That means we can approach it. If it can truly cure this kind of curse. What's wrong? Lealis looked puzzled at her sister's conflicted expression, tilting her head as she quietly waited for an explanation. If, just hypothetically, Lake hesitated as she gazed at her younger sister, stroking those cold strands of long hair while Lealis' face reflected in her eyes, if someone might be able to cure your legs, what would you do? Had someone asked her this question years ago, she would have answered immediately. She'd continue fighting for the justice in her heart, to eradicate those heretical cults worshipping evil gods. But over these years, she'd gradually come to understand, what the church wanted wasn't a battle saint who could fight, but rather a convenient scabbard. After all, even a demonic sword itself becomes a nuisance. The Vatican isn't a place of kindness and understanding either, they only bare their teeth in formulaic smiles for those who can be useful. Layla stared blankly as Liko helped rearrange her disheveled clothes before her, concealing each glimpse of delicate skin beneath soft sleepwear, her blue-tinted pupils, altered by the sacred sword, trembling incessantly. If I can be cured, I want to stop wielding the sacred sword. I just want to be an ordinary person. Tears welled up in Laylatha's eyes, freezing into droplets of ice as they fell. She had killed countless colleagues and endured profound spiritual torment. Of all the previous sacred knights throughout history, except for the very first generation, none met a good end, either tortured to death or fighting endlessly until their lives were exhausted. They were all corrupted by the demonic sword, unable to control its berserk rampage, which left them without comrades and forced to fight alone. Lake made up her mind. After comforting her younger sister, she returned to her bedroom. But the constant sound of footsteps outside the window put her on alert. She quietly lifted the curtain to see shadowy figures darting swiftly across the rooftops like arrows. That direction is. Reiko narrowed her eyes, watching their path. Ken Church. She picked up her magical instrument to notify the church, but found that someone had already reported it. In the public response section, the reply from above read, "Sleep soundly. Pretend you saw nothing." "Sleep is sleep," Leko muttered, climbing into bed with a displeased expression and hugging his little sister. She'd probably figured things out. This was always their attitude toward anything that benefited the church. As a priest, McCree dearly loved his church and his work. Though he enjoyed smoking, drinking, and frequenting bars and nightclubs, he was a good priest nonetheless. He celebrated the love of countless newlyweds, knew how to blend holy water, and his formulas always contained the luxurious yet affordable ingredient of silver, exceptionally effective. He was deeply cherished by the local community. Even the most cantankerous old Kudhans in the neighborhood holds him in high regard, though their friendship was forged over shared cigarettes and drinks. He believed his life was peaceful, comfortable, and even edifying, cultivating his character and nurturing his temperament. Though perhaps smoking and drinking weren't exactly temperance, they achieved much the same effect. That was how his life had been, at least until tonight. But now, seeing the church burn down to only standing wooden stakes and black stone piers, the charred stained glass resembling melted candy, all symbols of the ruin of Cain Cathedral, McCree felt somewhat irritated. Crack! A wall collapsed, its baked and brittle stones turning to powder upon hitting the ground, reverting to their primal state. "That was my bedroom," he shouted. In its place lay an open expanse of ground, along with several hidden exits. This was Korn's stronghold. Today is also the day when the target's leader appears here. "Nothing found here." "Same here. Damn it. Why are there so many rooms here?" Jack irritably knocked on door after door until reaching the final one. "How's the situation?" They wore black robes with red stripes, members of the Blazing World Fire, currently raiding a stronghold of the Korn cult. Due to the numerous rooms, they had no choice but to split up for the search. "Everything's under control, Captain Jack. Just give me a moment," came the excited voice from inside. "I'm about to win." The sounds of fighting continued to echo. This foe is proving quite troublesome. "Then open the door, it's locked from the inside," the hoarse voice said impatiently, though his actions completely contradicted his words as he pulled out a knife with a small nozzle at the tip capable of spraying something. "Bucky, it's your turn," Jack muttered through his bandaged face, remaining motionless. "He's been in there for almost 5 minutes. Something's wrong. Zoro, hurry up and come out. We still have drinks to get to later." "Aren't you hot in there?" Bucky said. "Sure, wait till I get out, then we can go for drinks," Zoro's voice echoed back. "Where is Zoro's ether magic device?" Bucky turned his head to look at Jack. Chapter 22 The Raid Site. "He's already out of contact," Jack said, watching the shadows shifting through the door crack. "Something's happening inside." "What material is that door made of?" "The alchemical material is indestructible, and this is a load-bearing pillar too. If it's blown open, this whole area becomes unsafe." Jack removed his black robe as the high temperature had thoroughly soaked the bandages wrapped around him, making him extremely uncomfortable. "Zoro, you know we're coming in to help you, right?" Bucky watched as the liquid slowly seeping through the door crack appeared vividly crimson under the firelight. "Three musketeers are always better together." All right, I trust you, Captain." The door slowly opened, and then Jack saw the floor covered with veins, along with thin red tentacles slithering about. "This room is alive. Where's Zoro? Where are the people? Those who were just talking with them?" "Zoro?" Bucky's voice drew Jack's attention. A pile of shattered flesh and blood clung to the wall, with bones perfectly embedded into its surface. But that wasn't the most horrifying part. Near the ceiling, a decomposed head remained connected by blood vessels. One could clearly see the pink, squirming mass of flesh beneath, with 2 eyeballs below, followed by a mouth and tongue still chewing something vigorously. "Captain," the disembodied head cried excitedly, "I'm about to finish him off. Look, tastes absolutely delicious." Jack's eyes flickered briefly before he calmly responded, "Who are you fighting? Can't you see? I'm biting him right now." Zoro struggled to chew through a hand bone, though he stood completely alone in the room. Mangled flesh pulp kept dribbling from the gaping hole where his throat should be. "Zoro, you're eating yourself," Bucky said softly. "Ah." Zoro suddenly snapped out of it, looking around at the scene with a bitter smile. "Captain, am I going mad? What I'm seeing in front of me isn't you all." Before he could finish, a dagger plunged into his skull. As the wax seal on the tip dissolved, high-pressure steam gushed out, and Zoro's scattered head gradually melted away. "Jack, get used to it. They have no bottom line. People kept emerging from the exit ahead, brandishing their weapons while shouting threats at the followers of World Burner's Fire, only to be beheaded the next second by the guards stationed there. Those coming from behind grew even more excited at the sight of blood, immediately turning on each other in frenzied slaughter. Followers of Korn are all desperate outlaws who find ecstasy in carnage. This is their way, slaughter is Korn's eternal rhythm. Even facing annihilation, the doctrines carved into their souls remain unshakable, immutable. The scene was a bloodbath. Countless severed limbs and indescribable chunks of entrails carpeted the ground, roasting in the flames to produce a grotesque bouquet of odors. McCree stood wearing a robe alongside an elegant woman, though he deliberately kept some distance from her. Black ash had settled on the pastor's cowboy hat, and the acrid smell in the air was hard to pinpoint whether from the burning building or the people. "Life's just fucking wonderful," McCree said flatly around the cigarette clamp between his teeth, addressing the bombshell of a woman before him. "So wonderful I'm still shaking in my goddamn boots, realizing I was sleeping right on top of a bloody Kornate cult. Pastor McCree, yes, I burned your house down, but I also saved your life. So spare me that look like I'm your sworn enemy." A woman dressed in countess attire gripped her cane, standing at the highest point, her long hair flowing with the scorching wind, her brows tightly furrowed. Where are they? While Kornate followers kept emerging, the highest rank encountered so far was only at the Dominator level. The key figures still hadn't shown themselves. "Believe me, I'll report this to the church. Let them burn your estate too." McCree suddenly drew an oversized revolver from his robe and fired a shot at the beauty beside him. "Bet you didn't see this coming. Eat lead." The trigger clicked, the mechanism rotated the cylinder, but the muzzle remained silent. Relax, Reverend," Helen said while watching him and casually twirling her cane, completely unfazed by his deliberate bluff with the empty gun. "Your gun has no bullets, and even if it did, I wouldn't care. The church doesn't concern itself with such matters. We of the World Burning Flames are like executioners in the dark. We find enemies the church can't locate, and by the time they reach the places we've already finished the job." Helen's hand snapped out to catch her cane with a sharp thwack. Just like how the police always arrive at the scene when it's already the grand finale. Not getting to see the other guy make a fool of himself, McCree grudgingly holstered his revolver. He'd left in such a hurry that he hadn't even grabbed his bullets. Come to think of it, those popping sounds when the church started burning were probably the bullet belts detonating from the heat. What a waste. Those alchemical bullets are expensive. Even a priest has the heart to fight against the darkness. The flames and sounds of fighting gradually subsided. Helen surveyed the familiar place now reduced to such devastation, and the corners of her lips twisted into a goddamn mad grin. Helen naturally recognized this priest. She glimpsed him from afar every time she entered the cult's base, call it a long-standing acquaintance, albeit a one-sided one. As servants of God, they all bore curses within their bodies. Should any thought of revealing secrets arise, they'd instantly fall into a state called Korn, fighting with frenzied madness until death, unable to utter a single word. Yet that one treatment had purged even the curse. The doctor is truly a magnificent being. Thanks to the books the doctor provided, the authorities have finally agreed to exterminate the cult. Amidst the gray smoke, familiar faces flashed by former colleagues now being crushed to death by her forces. Helen reveled in her body's newfound strength, ageless and undying, power akin to an ancient god. How exhilarating. "Jack," Helen called out to the man emerging from the underground hideout, clad in red trousers with bandages wrapped around his face, clearly bearing disfiguring wounds of some sort. "Found anyone yet? I mean, Schaubert. Wait for me." Jack's terrifyingly red eyes glared, the contours of his face trembling from the intense heat as he gulped down water. A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the bandages. "No, he got away. We searched for hours. Some people passed out from the heat. The temperature inside was so high even rats ran out and smashed themselves dead against the walls. We also found traces of a teleportation spell being used." Jack stared at the ground. Normally, he wouldn't have hesitated to ogle Helen's figure. After all, he used to be a street punk and hadn't shaken off that habit. But today, he didn't. It seems he saw something. "The earthly stone of the Korn cult is also missing?" Helen asked without changing her expression, casually activating the Magitech device in her hand. The world-burning flame, Magitech device functioned like a dashcam. Helen could directly view the scene from her subordinates' perspectives, making it incredibly convenient. Chapter 23, A True Man. "If you're referring to that stone wrapped with several purple chains," Jack kept fanning his clothes. Having been burned for so long, the basement felt like a blazing furnace, and he continuously waved in the cool night air to lower his temperature. "That really is gone." Jack continued fanning his clothes as sweat pooled beneath his feet, releasing a foul odor. He took a few steps back. Waves of heat still surged around them, yet Helen felt no warmth, only a chilling sensation crawling up her spine. Helen set down the magic conducting instrument. It's indeed a teleportation array, but who could it be? There's a mole. Helen's heart sank. Flames of the Apocalypse also carries a curse. The fact that an insider leaked intel means some people are immune to curses, or capable of lifting them. She had gone through great pains to obtain Schaubert's whereabouts, only for him to escape through a teleportation array when she arrived with her team to eliminate him. Setting up a teleportation array takes at least a full day, which meant someone from their ranks had tipped him off in advance. "Chief, it's done," came a voice from another exit. It was Bucky, captain of another squad. He'd once been with the Tsench cult, though the Burning World Flame cared not for one's origins. Never having revealed his background, Helen only knew he'd previously mingled with religious sects, though which one remained unclear. Now, standing before these two individuals, neither could be cleared of suspicion. Helen glanced at the ground in front of her. "Bucky and Jack, both of you come with me to a place." "Hey, McCree shouted, his face twisted with grief and indignation. "Then what about me? My church, just like that, destroyed?" "Let's just destroy it," Helen replied. The mechanism in her cane clicked, transforming into a short sword. Strangely, the blade lacked a crossguard. The weapon resembled more of an elongated kunai blade than a traditional sword. "Or what? You want us to pay you compensation?" Helen pressed the blade against McCree's forehead, her expression icy, her beautiful elven ears sharply erect, appearing extraordinarily lovely in the moonlight. "Oh, no, that's not what I meant," McCree said, feeling the cold edge of the short sword and having no time to appreciate her beauty. He suddenly used his fingertips to slowly push the blade aside. His voice softened as if speaking to his own father, though, in truth, he'd never been this gentle even with him. Gazing at Helen's narrowed eyes, he spoke softly. "What I meant is, I can make a home out of a bridge if I have to. Yeah, exactly that." Before finding his destined partner in life, he must protect his own safety at all costs. Even a temporary retreat is for the sake of better survival. McCree comforted himself with this thought. A true man never goes back on his word to survive. Poof. Helen retracted her short sword back into a walking stick, gestured with her hand, and walked toward the shadows of the street. "Go get reimbursed by the church. They'll arrange to rebuild you a new cathedral." Bucky patted McCree on the shoulder, holding his injured eye while running, calling out to a few warlocks. "Recall the spell array, wrap it up. What about the remaining ruins and ether fluctuations? Leave it to the Countermeasures Bureau. You gotta know, my brother, we're a legally recognized terrorist organization." They retrieved the nearby soundproof barrier array and gradually followed Helen's group into the distance. McCree lit a cigarette, occasionally brushed past by members of the Blazing World Flame as they walked by. Only when the crowd had completely dispersed did he angrily throw the cigarette butt to the ground, grinding it under his heel. Watching it crumble into yellow fragments finally cooled his rage. A bunch of bandits. With that, he plopped down onto the ruins. "Oh, isn't this my good friend McCree?" Before long, his drinking buddy Hans came tottering over with a bottle in hand and froze at the sight before him until stray embers floated onto his tattered clothes, prompting him to hastily pat them out. "What a tragedy. Fell asleep while smoking, did you? At least you're unharmed. You smokers really do have 9 lives." "Not at all." McCree wanted to retort, but his open mouth quickly shut again, leaving him only able to grunt a few times. Hans silently patted McCree on the shoulder. "You can share my spot under the bridge until you find somewhere new to stay." Dragged out of bed in the middle of the night, before he even realized what was happening, he saw fire and oil invading his warm blanket, soon turning it into this wreck. The worst part was, he couldn't even talk about it with ordinary people, not even vent. Damn it all. Go to hell already. McCree finally couldn't hold back anymore, drawing his revolver and slamming its grip hard against the ground, startling Hans. "What are you doing?" "Nothing much, screw him." Bang! Another slam followed. Lin Ku had been living much more comfortably these past few days. With Gaia managing the neighboring tea shop in the mornings, the earnings had gone up a bit. Moreover, since the girl was quite pretty, the number of visitors gradually increased, and soon the income nearly matched that of Link's clinic. He wasn't the least bit jealous. Really. He had also considered what to do if someone who knew Jaya came looking for her. Neither fleeing immediately nor confronting them would be wise, so the best solution was to give her a flawless identity. That way, no matter who came asking for her, it wouldn't work. Lin Ku had already contacted the other party, an influential figure well acquainted with the old Dr. Brown, an expert in gray market industries. Until household registration could be sorted, hair dye and makeup would have to serve as temporary solutions. When he first arrived in this world, this very magnate had arranged his identity paperwork. For some reason, the figure always wore a black cloak. Do all mysterious figures have a thing for wearing cloaks? Lin Ku remembered the last time he saw the other person was at old Dr. Brown's funeral. Though called a funeral, the coffin only contained the old doctor's clothes. He himself had been broken down into his original molecules, leaving not even ashes behind. "Just call me Wolamond," came the voice, bubbling like boiling water. "Brown did me a great favor. Now that you're his designated successor, I'll look after you on his behalf as long as you're willing to live a peaceful life." He said that. The broad black cloak concealed him completely, like some large canister. Strangely, the cloak didn't flutter at all in the spring breeze. Lin Ku was extremely curious about what material this cloak was actually made of. Was it really like canned food? He shook his head, picked up the tea on the table, and took a sip. A few drops of blood from the blood bank had been added to it, giving it a rather pleasant taste. After all, zombies couldn't survive without blood, and as a doctor, carrying a syringe of blood with him was perfectly reasonable, right? Linko closed his eyes and continued reminiscing. There weren't many conversations with Wolamond either, we only met twice. Chapter 24, The Letter. In recent news I've read, a guild called Twilight has suddenly risen to prominence, capturing many markets. The small shop next door is also under this guild's banner. One of its leaders also seems to be named Wolamond, though apparently a woman, which doesn't seem connected to the black can-like figure in my memory. How could it be? It must just be the same name, like how Westerners always have names like Jack or Jane, but with different surnames. Is the name Volumen quite common? Not sure, probably just a coincidence. Lincoln snapped back to attention, his gaze sharpening as he listened to the chatter from the neighboring tea shop, feeling a hint of drowsiness. How boring. Slow business days were truly troublesome, but fortunately the blood bank had enough to sustain him for a long while. It won't be empty in the short term. If all else fails, I could always secretly draw some of Greya's blood under the guise of a checkup. Linka still savored the memory, that honey-like taste. He patted his head, shook it slightly to himself, and picked up the novel to continue reading. No, as a doctor with medical ethics, I absolutely cannot indulge in harming patients like this. Unless he couldn't hold back. It's so quiet. Linka put down the book in his hands, looking at the empty clinic with no patients in sight. The faint sounds of chatter from the nearby tea shop made him feel a bit unsettled. He fiddled with the small flower on the table. If he weren't truly idle with nothing to do, why would he be here playing with flowers? Linka dipped his fingers into the flower's pistil and gently touched it. Surprisingly resilient, he thought this plant had barely any roots when brought here, yet it managed to survive, although it hasn't grown much. He withdrew his fingers, now wet with what he assumed was dew, and absently wiped them clean. I wonder how Geya is doing. Getting to his feet at the noise from next door, he could no longer stay seated. Linka quietly descended from the second floor to the tea room. There was a corner here where he peeked out. There weren't many customers, but at least some were present, all of them polite and refined. Geya was strikingly lovely, with glossy black-dyed hair that felt incredibly soft to the touch. Her slightly downturned eyes gave her a delicate, fragile air, making people instinctively want to protect her. Shafran had delivered the finished clothes the night before. As it turned out, Linka's eye for style hadn't failed him. The outfit fit Geya perfectly. The tailcoat had been altered into a suit with two short, trailing hems, seamlessly blending with the tea room's atmosphere. She bustled about, mixing drinks and greeting new customers. The rhythmic click of her shoes echoed against the wooden floor. The elegant suit only heightened her charm, while her silky hair swayed with every movement. Guests kept chatting with her, captivated. Business seems to be doing well. Linka nodded in approval. Ha! Linka noticed someone moving outside the shop, dressed in green, a familiar sight. A postman? Why would a postman appear at this hour? Linka leaned further out, watching as the courier stuffed letters into the clinic's mailbox, perfectly visible from his vantage point. What's going on? The recent letters are only about him looking for Wolamond, and that was just half an hour ago. Linka withdrew his head, tiptoed back to the second floor, walked out of the clinic, and came to the mailbox. It was nearly noon, and the sunlight was warm. The long-neglected mailbox was hard to open, especially since hardly anyone wrote letters anymore. As Linku inserted the key, he felt nothing but resistance and roughness. Damn it, when was the last time I opened this mailbox? Linka twisted the key cautiously, careful not to break it. Rust had spread everywhere, clearly the masterpiece of that earlier rainstorm. I really need to change this lock when I get the chance, he sighed. It wasn't that Link lacked strength, being a zombie, he was actually incredibly strong. He was simply afraid of accidentally breaking the mailbox. Fixing it would cost money again. Back at the beginning, he'd even crushed chopsticks while eating. It had taken him quite a while to finally adjust his strength. A penny can thwart even a hero. If I had money, I'd buy 2 mailboxes, one for receiving letters, and the other just to tear apart for fun. Linka sighed slightly as he opened the mailbox. The sun was glaring, and the inside was pitch dark. Unable to see, he had no choice but to reach in and fumble around. There were many letters inside, most of them advertisements or bank promotions, things Linko had no interest in reading. They were all just offers for cards and rewards. He was searching for one particular letter. He found it. The paper was completely different from ordinary letters, thick and substantial, even slightly warm, clearly just delivered. Compared to those cheap, mass-produced letters, it stood out like a diamond gleaming amidst a pile of coal. Linka pushed aside the clutter surrounding it. Sure enough, inside lay a letter. The black wax seal bore a perfect circle, identical to the ones he'd seen on the old doctor's collection of letters. When he touched it, he could feel the intricate texture beneath his fingers. It's definitely a reply from Wolamond, but why so quickly? Their communication has always been extremely covert, requiring physical letters for responses, never showing their face, and never using communication devices. Linko had always assumed mailing letters would be slow, until he received a reply less than half an hour after sending one. Isn't this speed a bit too fast? Waiting for someone to collect a mailed letter usually takes half a day at least. How could it possibly arrive this quickly? Linka stroked the envelope, still warm to the touch. Whatever, maybe the mail delivery efficiency is different in another world. No wonder the other party suggested communicating by letter. The midday sun glared so brightly it hurt one's eyes. Though Linka could sense the heat, his undead body remained ice-cold to the touch. He always feared prolonged exposure might make him smell rotten. No wonder zombies disliked going out in the morning. Better head back soon. Holding the letter, Linka slowly sauntered towards the clinic. With a habitual flick of his wrist, his companion Paul extended a tentacle from behind, expertly grasping and gently shutting the lock. The two creatures had already collaborated seamlessly. No, Link suddenly raised his head. Hiss, I instinctively had Paul assist me just now. Could someone have seen that? Link cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The broad daylight revealed a nearly empty street. Fifth Avenue wasn't particularly high traffic to begin with, and being a weekday, foot traffic was especially sparse. Besides, who would be staring out the window when they could be enjoying the AC while singing, or eating ice cream while binge-watching dramas? Paul closed the mailbox in under 2 seconds. The chance of being spotted should have been minimal. Link cautiously peeked out and scanned the surroundings, spotting a woman at the street corner. She was gazing at the cakes in the opposite shop, her face obscured by an umbrella. Did she see? Link narrowed his eyes. The woman turned her head and looked across the street where everything appeared normal. No one had noticed this abnormal occurrence. He let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one had seen it, or else he might have been taken away for dissection. He had heard that there were many superhumans in this world, but they were rarely seen, and there was only one reason for that. They might have been captured, or perhaps they were hiding in the shadows, he speculated. Chapter 25, The Evaluator. Linko reminded himself to be extremely careful, maintaining the impeccable image of a good doctor at all costs. If caught, he'd surely end up being dissected for research. Just as he was about to pull back, the woman's sun parasol suddenly clattered to the ground. The noise made Linka turn his head. He saw her leaning weakly against the wall as she slid down into a crouch, clutching her head while her body convulsed uncontrollably. It seemed this woman's status was about to change from passerby to patient. From her clothing, she might even be wealthy. Here comes business. Wouldn't know if it's a big payout yet, but it looks like easy money either way. Linka tucked the envelope into his coat, straightened his white lab gown, and walked toward her with a warm smile. It seems someone else is in need of generous Dr. Lin's help again. Oh, my dear Mrs. Lance, I know the church has burned down, I'm aware. You don't need to repeat it so many times. This isn't exactly breaking news. Through Crown's efforts, an agitated woman finally left the Countermeasures Bureau. Crown was swamped on one hand, Liner was secretly anything but peaceful, and on the other, the Keenan church had been discovered burned to the ground early in the morning. Residents came to file reports one after another, and he still had to patiently explain things to them. Every single resident here had to be handled with kid gloves. Crown secretly wished someone would throw a punch at him first, that way, he could just lock them up outright. Damn it! Crown's bear-like frame slumped into his chair, his temples throbbing, shoulders aching. This isn't even a damn police station. But to maintain cover among the public, the Countermeasures Bureau was registered as the Fifth Avenue Police Station, and as its chief, he naturally had to lead by example. Crown couldn't help but feel irritated as he flipped the switch on his magic conducting device. The screen before him displayed the currently available investigators. He looked at the list. Each investigator's profile picture was neatly arranged before him. The black ones denoted unavailable personnel, the red ones were those still missing, the crossed-out ones had already met their end, the green avatars represented available agents, while the gray ones were currently on assignment. But right now, not a single green indicator remained. I'd love to blast this city to smithereens with a Jupiter cannon. Crowan grumbled irritably. Is there really not a single usable person in this entire damn city? Crowan finally spotted a name that had just lit up and immediately bellowed at the top of his lungs. Lake. Crowan then muttered under his breath, why's it always her? Coming. Lake jogged over, her eyes bloodshot. As an investigation specialist, she'd been running all over the place these past 2 days. The entire Countermeasures Bureau was swamped, and the dust on her shoes showed she just returned from some field investigation. Fortunately, investigators are well paid and enjoy a work 1 rest 2 schedule, sometimes even more. If their SAN value drops below a certain threshold, they can apply for paid leave. Go, the second ruin exploration at Ken's church. Crowan jabbed his finger fiercely at the map. And make sure civilians don't get their hands on anything left by the Cornate cult. Got it. Lake didn't complain. With dark circles under his eyes and unsteady steps, he grabbed his backpack and sprinted out. A second exploration just meant directing the on-site police to clean up traces, hardly exhausting work. Hold on. Crowan seized her shoulders with both hands and hoisted her up. Question mark. Lyko looked at the director in confusion. She was exhausted, lifted up like a marionette on strings. Leaning backward, she stared up at Crowan, who towered over her by two heads. You can tell me to stop, but must you handle me like a child? Lyko narrowed her eyes at the upside-down face looming before her. Go rest. It's almost time to clock out. We'll assign you to another mission tomorrow. Crown yanked Lake's backpack away and stormed out the door in a hurry. I could use a little exercise anyway. Lake smoothed out the wrinkled fabric on his shoulder with a sigh, about to step out and find somewhere to rest. The magic-powered device buzzed to life. Just like a McDonald's worker about to clock out at 11 p.m. when new customers walk in at 10:59. Oh damn it, fuck this. She rolled her eyes, glanced at the sun outside the window, and irritably fished her terminal out of her pocket. Another mission had arrived. Lyko was somewhat surprised. No notice? Lyko shook his head, probably just hearing things from exhaustion. This voice had nearly become a death knell these past few days. After handling this matter, I'll have a few days off to take Lelis somewhere nice. As Lyko stepped out of the office, the last glimmer of light vanished from the room, and the magical device on Crowan's desk suddenly flickered to life. Status update, West District, Lane 5, no, City of Lena. Target, level, assessing officer, arriving shortly. Progress, pending evaluation. Results will be published. Swipe to unlock more content. Ha, a puzzled voice. Oh, a sudden sound of realization. Ha, a rather proud voice. A red-haired woman stood at the entrance of 5th Street, her perfect figure drawing admiring glances from passers-by. Paying no attention to the surrounding gazes, the light from the magic apparatus before her reflected in her pupils, while the slight curl of her lips revealed her mood. I thought I'd be buried under endless tasks for the next few days. To think I'd receive such an assignment. Seems today is my lucky day. She was Cecilia Carter, former director of the Countermeasures Bureau under the Holy Light Church, now a legendary investigator holding equal rank to a cardinal, a hybrid of ghoul and werewolf. Moreover, she is currently the only legendary investigator stationed in Lerna City. Due to her unique constitution, she has never feared various mysterious threats. Even when facing entities that severely damage the mind, she can swiftly recover thanks to her innate advantage, a trait characteristic of ghouls. Since she herself is somewhat half-mystical in nature, she can directly perceive fragments of the truth without needing holy water. What a cushy job. It truly is a cushy job. Explorations of life-forbidden zones qualify for vacation applications afterward, with the shortest break starting at 1 week. Cecilia thought it was fantastic to find such a leisurely job amidst these busy days. The best part was that she was the only one who could do it. As a legendary investigator who had successfully explored several forbidden zones of life, she was practically a seasoned veteran. There wasn't much she hadn't seen. All in all, not having to deal with those trivial supernatural cases was truly a blessing. Let those guys handle their own mess, she muttered. Her high heels tapped rhythmically on the pristine street as she walked stylishly down 5th Avenue beneath her parasol, sunglasses shielding her eyes. Let me see. The clinic owner is male and friendly? That should make things easier. Hope he won't disappoint me. Chapter 26. Poor Tom being played like a fiddle. Is he truly friendly inside the clinic? Or does his kindness extend only to his patients? She couldn't afford to be careless, she reminded herself. Cecilia was extremely cautious, though she favored laziness. When faced with life-threatening danger zones, she had no choice but to prepare more thoroughly. The man in her field of vision had his profile turned toward her as he fiddled with the mailbox. Perhaps the lock was a bit rusty, it made a creaking sound. Judging by his complexion, he might be a vampire or something similar, but why isn't he afraid of sunlight? Cecilia analyzed. Unless he's a high-ranking vampire. High-ranking vampires could exist under the scorching sun without turning to ashes, but even so, just as some cats can swim but still fear water, they avoided sunlight whenever possible. Absolutely not this relaxed and effortless. We can basically rule out the possibility of vampires. What kind of existence is he, really? She frowned. Crowan's task records didn't mention a thing about this. What nonsense did Crowan even record? Cecilia flipped through the short passage of text on her magic device, which now seemed utterly useless. Completely worthless, she sighed, shutting off the magic device and continuing her observation. The man finally opened the mailbox, reached inside, and pulled out a letter. So far, everything seemed normal, and Cecilia breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, it was clear that this doctor genuinely behaved like a human being. If that was the case, she might as well approach him later. In a human way. Link turned toward the clinic door and walked toward it. As he waved his hand, his shadow suddenly flickered. Ha! Cecilia's pupils contracted as a tentacle suddenly emerged from the shadow. At first glance, it appeared to be just a tentacle, but when she looked closer, the entire world seemed to darken. She was seen precisely at the moment she saw it. Eyes began gathering and pressing together endlessly. The entire field of vision turned into an indescribable gray. The mailbox, the surroundings, everything seemed to come alive, with eyes continuously sprouting, all staring at Cecilia. An overwhelming sense of tranquility draped over her. Gentle whispers filled her ears as tentacles reached out, tenderly caressing her soul, winding their way around her. Great He, Heavenly Father. The words tumbled faintly from her lips as she gradually comprehended the murmurs in her ears, her expression growing fervent. Suddenly, everything vanished in an instant, all things, including every sound and eyeball. The surrounding sounds returned to normal, as if emerging from the depths of the ocean back into reality. Cecilia's eyes were vacant as she leaned weakly against the wall. The sun-warmed surface scorched her back, hot, unbearably hot. The world before her seemed unreal, as though countless eyes were still watching her, though none remained. It appeared that entity had spared her. Now this burning warmth felt almost blissful. She rested her head lightly against the wall, temporarily surrendering all capacity for thought. So warm. Cecilia felt the scorching heat behind her as if the pavement could fry meat. Under normal circumstances, she surely would have avoided it, not because it would burn her. With her hybrid constitution, even diving straight into boiling oil would just feel like a warm bath. She avoided it earlier because of her cleanliness, but now she pressed her forehead against the wall, unafraid of the dust, basking in the last glow of the sun. Because she could still feel the warmth, she knew she was alive. Even now, just barely, just a little more, she might never have returned. Illusions swirled around her, incessantly intrusive, as phantom hands reached out, beckoning her from every direction. Let me go home, damn crown. You call this kindness? That doctor's malice is practically overflowing. Just wait till I get back, I'll stomp his balls to pulp with my high heels. Cecilia's hands and feet grew cold as a certain gauge in her consciousness slowly replenished, her thoughts becoming more active again. The true strength of werewolf blood lies in regenerating even when their brains get blown out, while ghouls specialize in recovering from mental damage. By all reasoning it should have been an exceptionally powerful bloodline, yet before that doctor it seemed utterly insignificant. She never wanted to come to this place again. That psychic shock just now must have been merely a warning, as if telling her that even stealing glances from the corner of one's eye would be detected. Any attempt at further investigation might not be met with such lenient treatment next time, but outright annihilation. You wretched woman, it was you spying on me just now. Cecilia imagined what the other party meant to convey. What level of power are we dealing with here? A single shadowy tentacle took her down. This entity must be beyond even elder gods. Or perhaps, an outer god-class entity. We need to finalize the archive immediately upon returning. Absolutely no further contact with such an existence. If this being enjoys playing doctor, let him keep his little game. At most, we'll throw a few expendable pawns his way for symbolic treatment, just enough to keep him pacified. Cecilia had already drafted a plan in her mind to isolate this place. Tap, a sound interrupted her thoughts. The kind of sound that could only be made by contact with stone bricks. Footsteps? Getting closer. Who was it? Cecilia became slightly more alert and struggled to lift her head slowly, only to see a kind face. Her expression froze instantly. You look like you could use some help. With utmost politeness, the other person nodded slowly, gathered her fallen parasol, shook off the dust, and extended a hand toward her. She needed help? Cecilia eyed the instigator with confusion. It was as if someone had slapped her across the face and then rushed to ask if she was okay. She couldn't quite process what was happening. No, didn't you? Cecilia wanted to say wasn't it you who did this, but her mind was still recovering, making her speech somewhat disjointed. The doctor stood with the noon sun directly behind him, appearing like a benevolent father descended from heaven. The sunlight radiated from his back, yet on his pale face, she found no semblance of reassurance, especially after the warning he had just given her. Don't worry, I won't do anything harmful. I'm here to help you. He seemed to misinterpret her meaning and began explaining patiently. Leaning here will get you scorched. Come to my clinic and let me check on you. Are you all right? The man lowered his head slightly, causing sunlight to shine directly into Cecilia's eyes. Am I okay? Do I look okay to you? So bright. The intense sunlight made Cecilia instinctively lower her head and close her eyes. When she reopened them, she caught sight of the shadow cast by the other party, gray tentacles emerging from it. Oh no, we're screwed. Countless eyeballs she had just forgotten surged wildly in the shadows, their chaotic consciousness mingling with fragmented whispers. Great, cosmic, indescribable horrors beyond naming assaulted her vision, devouring what little sanity remained. God damn it, not again. Was this the unique teasing temperament of such mystical entities? Cecilia couldn't hold on any longer. With a roll of her eyes, she cleanly fainted, entering a protective shutdown. Chapter 27. Look, there's a wild patient here. Heatstroke fainting spell? Link relaxed. In fact, fainting made things easier. His skin was ice cold, and if he held the person, they might notice. The sun was blazing. Best to get them inside quickly. With that thought, he very gallantly scooped Cecilia up in a princess carry and brought her back to the clinic. This patient must be worth a fortune, right? A quick glance reveals luxurious clothing, a designer parasol, and these high heels. He'd seen them once at the shoe store across the street. All top-tier goods. Was this young lady returning from some high society banquet? Dressed so impeccably. Struck gold. A premium client. Link handled her like a treasured artwork, placing her on the operating table. Since she was already unconscious, there was no need for pretense, no drawing blood under the guise of tests just to secretly drink it later. He took out the medical kit from behind him, very professionally pulled out a new syringe, unpacked it, drew blood, and tasted it. The taste is somewhat similar to my own blood, but a bit different? Link looked somewhat puzzled at the syringe in his hand, carefully smacking his lips. He had surely tasted his own blood out of curiosity before. A zombie's blood is somewhat viscous, the heart doesn't beat, so the blood appears black and tastes somewhat like traditional Chinese medicine. Linka didn't particularly care about the taste, as long as it didn't smell foul. After all, he needed to survive and couldn't very well drink his own blood. But why does the scent of the lady before me remind me of coffee with sugar, slightly bitter, yet with a lingering sweetness, evoking a sense of familiarity? Could you also be a zombie like me? Or perhaps you have zombie blood in your veins? Linka placed his hand on the woman's arm, feeling her pulse throbbing strong and steady. It's a living creature, has nothing to do with zombies. Speaking of which, how could zombies possibly have bloodlines? They're already zombies, could they still bear children? What a joke. Linka shook his head. Thinking too much about it was meaningless, only adding unnecessary worries. He watched as Paul in the shadows fiddled with the snow-white ankle of the woman before him, looking utterly bored. Don't interfere, show respect for the patient. He tapped Paul's tentacle with his finger, and it withdrew restlessly. Linka shook his head and slowly injected the processed milk tea into the arm before him. A doctor's heart is like a parent's, better to wait until she wakes up first. Finally got a customer. Link brewed himself a cup of De Hong Pao tea and took out the syringe containing blood, preparing to add a few drops into it. He found it rather strange that this place actually had De Hong Pao tea, as he hadn't found any historical records about his homeland in the local books. Whatever, might as well drink it. He took a comfortable sip of tea, sweet as if honey had been added, delicious beyond words. Though having no customers was the norm, he could survive on blood alone. But now with Gaia here, potentially earning more than him, unease crept in. He couldn't bear being surpassed by this girl who'd barely arrived days ago. A man's competitive spirit works in strange ways. Perhaps because Link's cost of survival was so low that he could afford boundless energy for these peculiar rivalries. Linka gazed at the novel before him. It was afternoon now, and the clinic was even quieter than usual during these hours. He found himself missing Kron, that rugged man who used to come every day for a while, each time bearing different injuries. I wonder what kind of work he's doing now, and whether he's unharmed. No, why worry about this? Who actually wishes for patients to get hurt? Such rookie thinking. The sound of a bell ringing. The door opened, and Link froze for a moment before being overcome with joy. Without even bothering to close the novel in front of him, he suddenly adjusted his clothes to appear more presentable. Hello, welcome. The person before him was Helen, an old customer coming to patronize his business. Link felt tears welling up and offered a warm smile. He straightened his posture and folded his hands in front of him. Miss Keller, back so soon? That's quite unlike you. Helen felt slightly embarrassed and, unusually, didn't argue about the form of address. After all, the condition she had proposed to the doctor was merely to reach the level of an old god. She had thought everything would be settled once the threshold was crossed, yet the supposedly surefire siege had unexpectedly failed. The mission did successfully destroy an important stronghold of the Corn Cult, but for Helen, her mind couldn't rest easy unless Schaubert was dead. She knew exactly what kind of man Schaubert was and what catastrophic consequences would follow if he retained possession of the World Stone. The Dust Stone is a unique philosopher's stone whose power encompasses the laws of nature, capable of harnessing summoning abilities. In essence, it reveals the whole through a single fragment. Take for instance a mere sliver of cheese before you. This stone could restore it to completeness, returning it to its original, intact form. Though it's unclear what particular method Schubert might employ, one thing remains certain: wherever he appears, carnage inevitably follows. He might even resurrect an eldritch god while he's at it. Now Helen looks at Link's smile and always feels like he's mocking her, as if he already knows everything. Am I the weakest among all the patients the doctor has treated? This thought suddenly pops into her mind. Without realizing when, she started trying to speculate about the doctor's thoughts. Boss, why aren't you going in? What are you doing standing at the hospital entrance? Jack said restlessly. Are we robbing this place? Bucky sized up the shop, then pointed at the cake shop across the street and said, why not come at night and hit the cake shop opposite? Bucky spoke with extreme professionalism. Look how fat the owner of that cake shop is, and with it being the only one in the area, there's bound to be good loot. This clinic looks dirt poor, not much to squeeze from it, and with a church hospital nearby, this place is even worse off. Bringing these two guys inside would probably get them instantly wiped out by Dr. Lin. Helen had no choice but to wave her hand toward the door, signaling for them to wait outside. Her fair complexion flushed slightly pink as her pointed ears drooped a little. She sat down awkwardly at the counter and pulled out a book. Dr. Lin, I came to return the book. She still couldn't bring herself to say that the mole had allowed the target to escape, that she had failed. The words simply stuck in her throat. What kind of mess is the boss stirring up now? Jack and Bucky stood outside the door. Though they couldn't hear the conversation, they watched through the glass with confusion as Helen showed such unusual reverence toward the doctor. The doctor before them was extremely thin, outwardly nothing more than an ordinary man. Why did he warrant such a reaction from Helen? Returning books, huh? Oh, and you brought company? Lin eyed the two figures outside the door, nodding toward them with a grin. Keller, you sure are being formal, won't you recommend some new clients my way? Helen's heart tightened. This was undoubtedly a sarcastic tone. Straightening her back slightly despite herself, damn it, I brought someone here without asking. Is the doctor angry? Chapter 28, Opportunities Favor the Prepared Mind. After all, his identity as a doctor was essentially fake to begin with. If two ill-mannered hoodlums suddenly showed up unannounced, anyone in his position would feel uncomfortable, right? Helen tried imagining the situation from his perspective. The people outside are my companions. My deepest apologies if they've disturbed you, she hurriedly apologized. But I can guarantee they won't come in to bother you. Lin Kuo was actually delighted. His regular client had finally learned to help recruit new customers. Wait, what did she just say? Returning books? With such an embarrassed expression, Link suddenly felt he'd grasped something crucial. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he surmised it was highly probable this star saleswoman's team, the two people behind her likely being part of it, had lost either a performance competition or market share battle against a rival company. He searched on his computer. Helen's company was essentially just a name on the list. After all, Lena City had strict controls, and those without a job couldn't stay here for long. They always needed a nominal position. The company was called Blazing World Fire, a really strange name. Its main business was cleaning urban filth, essentially street cleaning. He never expected something like that could be marketed. As for rival companies, he couldn't find any. After all, he could only search the active employee list and couldn't investigate Helen's past. Digging deeper would be doxing, and Link wasn't about to do that. Looking back at Helen, she seemed dispirited, hanging her head and refusing to meet his gaze. Interesting, it seems she needs psychological counseling, Link thought, taking out the tea set and deftly going through the motions. Excellent after-sales service is always the primary standard for winning people's admiration. He pushed the cup in front of Helen, watching her take a sip while silently reciting this principle in his mind. Jack sat bored on the chair outside the door. The smell of alcohol wafting out earlier had made him quite uncomfortable, causing phantom pains all over his body. Impatiently, he crossed his legs and kept shaking them restlessly. The reason for his entire body being wrapped in bandages was a fire that had burned his skin clean off, setting him irreversibly on the path of a petty gangster. However, the treatment process at the hospital left him with deep psychological scars. Jack, why do you think the boss came to a place like this? Bucky observed Helen's upright posture through the frosted glass, his mind beginning to analyze the situation. This woman's in love, he thought. Jack absent-mindedly picked at his nails, his grimy red underpants constantly twitching. There's no way this was done without purpose, Bucky thought. Bucky had once been a member of the Tsench cult, and his mental calculations rang louder than anyone else's. The Tsench cult was a very peculiar one. It didn't teach you how to fight, nor did it instruct you in deceit or fraud. It simply taught people how to weigh pros and cons. Their justification was so legitimate that they even gained the right to operate openly within the city of Lena, where cults of Tsench existed among the populace and could hold public gatherings. But Bucky knew this was their cunning. Some claimed Tsench was born from hope, embodying wisdom, yet that had long been twisted by the malevolent chaos. Tsench's hope sprang from victims trapped in endless despair, struggling desperately to survive, while its so-called wisdom manifested through infinite schemes and conspiracies. The Tsench cults pursued one singular goal, to stoke the desires in people's hearts, teaching them to wield knowledge selfishly, so they could profit when those around them fell into peril. And Bucky was among their most accomplished practitioners. He understood the true essence of Tsench, which was why he left the cult. Oh, don't misunderstand, it wasn't some sudden awakening or redemption, but rather because he wanted to possess his own cult. His purpose in joining the flame of the burning world was to gradually seize control of the entire organization, like a cuckoo laying its eggs in another's nest. He aimed to slowly incubate his influence within this publicly acknowledged faction, turning them into his own. His codename in the Tsench cult was the Deceiver, and his true ability lay in his keen intuition and talent for seizing opportunities. When he saw Helen rapidly ascend from domination to the level of a great old one, he couldn't help but wonder what had happened to her and how he could replicate her experience for himself. As for the curses within the organization, That sort of thing only fools amateurs. Baki himself had obtained the inheritance of a dark wizard through deception and had long since grown disdainful of such methods. The outward manifestation of a curse involves planting a seed in a certain place. This could be a character, a symbol, or a description of an event. Simply uttering these things would activate the curse and kill the target. But for a self-taught dark wizard like him, there were plenty of ways to evade or dissolve curses. The mechanism of a curse relied on making the victim perceive they had violated a taboo before it activated. All he had to do was deceive himself, and he could nullify the curse's harm. Yet he still felt uncertain, so just last week, he lifted the curse. His rank had already reached Dominator level. Now he's become a true free agent, coming and going as he pleases. Holding leverage over many people, he fears no betrayal. But just as Bucky intended to break free, he discovered Helen had ascended to Elder God tier. What exactly does Elder God tier signify? There are fewer than 100 in the entire Lunar City, each requiring verification by the organization. Since Burning World Flame operates openly, they can naturally use the verification system of the Holy Church. When Helen slapped the verification form in front of Lucas, the organization's leader, Bucky's mind was a tempest of shock. Uncover the secret of this woman's advancement, then leave. His thoughts were consumed by the greed for power. Yet here was Helen stepping into a small clinic with such reverence. Something's off, Bucky thought. To the ancient deities, ordinary people were like ants, and this clinic instantly became the most important place in his mind. Bucky hesitated no longer. Opportunities favored the decisive. Today would be the day of his meteoric rise. He pushed the door open and stepped into the clinic Helen had forbidden him from entering. Hello, honorable doctor. Linku was puzzled. Why had someone suddenly barged in? What are you doing in here? Helen immediately cut off Bucky, shooting him a sharp glare before turning to gauge Link's expression. Bucky took it all in. There's definitely something fishy going on. Since when would a being of ancient god level care about reading an ordinary human's expressions? Save me, boss. Boss, my head suddenly hurts. Baji took a few steps forward before his legs gave way, collapsing to his knees. His face turned deathly pale and his eyes became intensely bloodshot. Drool dripped from the corner of his mouth as crimson blood trickled from his nose. His eyes widened in terror as if he were witnessing something unimaginable, but no sound would leave his throat. Chapter 29, Let's Draw Some Blood. These were the symptoms of an activated curse. Helen whipped her head toward Baji. What have you done? She immediately checked his throat. Sure enough, a purple rune had appeared, the curse of world-immolating flame. I just had a brief chat with Jack, that's all, Bucky said painfully. Though this would raise suspicions, Helen's understanding of curses remained superficial. She would simply assume he'd accidentally uttered some critical incantation that triggered the curse. The proud elves would never practice dark witchcraft. The curse was real enough, but under Bucky's manipulation, it became merely a superficial imitation that wouldn't actually kill him. According to the curse of Burning World Flame, within 5 minutes, a person would die from oxygen deprivation and massive consciousness impact to the brain. Let's see what this doctor will do. Bucky had already determined that this doctor was absolutely no ordinary person. Helen obtaining a book was naturally something he knew about, and he had suspected whether this book was the reason for her ascension to Elder God status. As Helen always carried it with her, his suspicions grew stronger. He had never found an opportunity to take it, yet the moment he entered the clinic, he saw that book lying on the counter. He must have borrowed the doctor's book and is now returning it on his way, instantly piecing together the whole picture. Bringing them both here was probably meant to give them some benefits, but benefits are always bigger when you fight for them yourself. A glimmer of light shone in Bucky's eyes. His chance had come. If he couldn't get the book now, he'd fake his death and sneak in to steal it at night. Fortune still favors me. Now it's my turn to seize the opportunity. He could already tell this doctor was just an ordinary person, with not a trace of ether energy on him. Just as Bucky had expected, Helen whipped her head around, and from the instant she turned, he knew his gamble had paid off. Doctor, I beg you, please save Bucky, Helen shouted. She had no knowledge of curses and could only turn to Link for help. After all, Bucky was her subordinate. If he died, she'd have to start from scratch to train someone else capable of strategizing. Saving him would obviously be the best outcome. Leave this to the professionals. Helen heard the voice behind her. Before she could turn around, a figure swiftly passed by, giving her reassuring look. I'll take good care of him. Trust me. Trust him. He's the doctor. Helen nodded in agreement. Link moved swiftly, lifting Bucky effortlessly before rushing into the operating room. Bucky's body felt awful. The man's shoulder was digging into his stomach, making him feel like he might vomit up last night's dinner. Yet, secretly, he was thrilled. He'd fooled them. A bunch of brainless idiots. Who would have thought they'd be so unprepared for a sudden situation? Finally, he could see the doctor's methods for himself. Once out of Helen's sight, the doctor slowed his pace. Bucky's heart tightened. How could the doctor remain so calm in the face of a curse? Had he seen so many curses before that he wasn't fazed at all? Am I still going to die in 5 minutes? Inside the clinic was a corridor. The man slowly carried Bucky into one of the operating rooms and placed him on the operating table. A bit heavy, I really should work out more, the doctor muttered to himself. This 2-meter-tall giant and his tonnage are still a bit hard to handle. So he really is just an ordinary person. Bucky felt relieved. Linka turned on the operating room lights, quickly donned his uniform, and approached Bucky. To prevent Bucky from moving uncontrollably, he secured him with restraint straps to facilitate the procedure. Seriously? When facing a curse that kills in 5 minutes, you still have time to get dressed and tie me down? Bucky was somewhat disoriented. The 5-minute time frame wasn't the curse's maximum damage potential. If necessary, it could kill instantly. This duration wasn't meant to allow victims time to seek cures, but to inflict endless suffering on traitors, ensuring they died in agonizing torment. To make it convincing, the curse was replicated almost identically, meaning he was genuinely enduring its excruciating pain now, merely spared from the final death blow. Ugh, doctor, I beg you to save me. I really want to live, want to so badly, so very badly. It felt like an axe was splitting open his skull, as if someone were scooping out his brain bit by bit. The blood vessels in Bucky's eyes grew increasingly pronounced, and blood began trickling from his nose and ears. Mental anguish was often far more terrifying than physical pain. Do you know what illness you're suffering from? I don't know, doctor. That's good if they don't know. I can just make things up as I go along, what luck. Don't panic. Link gave him a faint smile, adjusting his rubber gloves with a snap. I'm a professional. I'll put an end to your suffering soon enough. You still have time to adjust your gloves? Oh, you really want me to end my suffering by dying, don't you? You quack! Bucky cursed inwardly, but out loud, he said. I know, I trust you, doctor. That's right. But wait a moment first, I need to draw some blood. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Linko held a syringe in his hand, looking every bit the professional. A real patient would probably feel reassured. What? Like hell? The guy's dying and you're worried about blood tests? And my suffering? He's definitely trying to kill me. Bucky felt as if 1,000 knives were piercing his heart, enduring the pain in silence. If he were exposed, Helen would surely chop him into pieces, and to make an example of him, she might even hang his head on the door. Had they noticed? The thought flashed through his mind like lightning, but he immediately dismissed it. This didn't seem like the reaction of someone who had figured him out. Faking death was the only way. Bucky wept inwardly. Oh, my God, I swear, someday I will kill you, you quack, then I'll burn this wretched clinic to the ground. Burn it! Oh, I swear I'll do it, and I'll kill everyone connected to you, too. Bucky thought bitterly in his heart as he watched Link solemnly and slowly extract ink-black blood from his arm, thick and terrifying, as if countless eerie things flickered within it. Can't you see it, doctor? This is the aura of a curse. Even the lowest-ranking wizard could spot the ether drifting above it. How can you not see it? Isn't the smell just squid ink? Could it be hypoxia? Hearing the doctor's muttered words, Bucky's heart sank even further. Had all his long-running preparations in world-blazing flames come to nothing? Bucky glared at Link with eyes full of hatred. Linka frowned as he carefully examined the blood before him, when suddenly he noticed Bucky staring at him. The poor patient seemed to want to say something, but blood began flowing from his mouth. Linka smiled. Just kidding, how could we possibly do blood tests at a time like this? Right, now you're acting like someone who can handle curses. Show me what makes you special. Bucky took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. Chapter 30 The Terrifying Ward. I'll prescribe medication for you right away. Since it's this serious, you shouldn't speak anymore. You must trust the doctor, my medical skills are exceptionally superb. The doctor wore an enigmatic expression that suggested profound significance. Ha! Bucky suddenly found his thoughts grinding to a halt. This condition isn't serious, don't worry. The fuck you got time for jokes? Any normal doctor would have already set up a hexagram formation analyzing the curse composition by now. What the hell are you doing? Still playing dumb? Can't you see it's a fucking curse? Still prescribing medication. Since when can curses be cured with pills? Bucky writhed violently. If he still had the ability to speak and move, he'd have this quack's head chopped off 1,000 times and it still wouldn't be enough. The doctor gave him a reassuring look before darting out of the operating room, apparently going to fetch the medication. Watching the doctor disappear through the operating room door, Bucky immediately began looking for a chance to escape. The curse's pain was unbearable, his senses had suddenly intensified dozens of times over. Damn, it's been 3 minutes. Bucky's eyes widened. This was another function of the curse. At the 3-minute mark, it would enter its second phase. If the condemned tried to flee, their senses would abruptly amplify to excruciating levels. A pinprick would feel like a bullet tearing through flesh. Bucky collapsed entirely, thrashing against his restraints. Every inch of his skin crawled as if swarmed by ants, maddeningly itchy. Even the friction of his clothes now grated like sandpaper, lancing him with pain. Suddenly his foot slipped free from the restraint strap. Bucky was ecstatic and tried to break loose. It wasn't that he didn't want to use curses to escape, but casting required complete mental focus, an impossible feat in his current state. The ether within him simply wouldn't obey. Yet fortune still smiled upon him. Slap! His toes struck the steel frame at the foot of the bed. Instantly, pain magnified tenfold surged through his brain. Some internal thread suddenly snapped, as if cracks were spreading from his toes upward. This anguish, surpassing even the curse's torment, somehow forced a few choked words past his paralyzed vocal cords. HNGH. NGH, ah. Bucky's mouth fell open, his eyes tightly shut, his body tensed up, and finally, he fainted. Linka stared at the blood before him, studying it carefully, yet still couldn't make sense of it. What kind of complication could possibly produce this color? Linka racked his brain for medical knowledge. Generally, bright red indicated arterial blood, slightly darker was venous, pink usually meant carbon monoxide poisoning, while ink-like blood would only appear in melena. But the problem was, this sample was drawn from a human vein. It's not coming from the ass either. Could it be that his veins flow with? He immediately stopped the thought. Calm down, it's just a matter of downing it in one go, no need for wild imagination. Well then, for the patient's sake, I can only sacrifice myself now. Even with his zombie constitution, Link felt somewhat nauseous. He pulled out the syringe and swallowed its contents in one gulp. Disgusting. A bitter taste flooded Link's tongue. Did this person make a habit of eating the bittering agent from some cartridge? With a sharp shake of his head, he drew in a cold breath. Link disdainfully dripped blood from his fingernail, as Paul skillfully extended a tentacle into the syringe. The curse's remaining activation time, 1 minute. The heavy ward door swung open, dispelling the stagnant air inside. Linka rushed in with hurried steps, immediately noticing Bucky's motionless form and his freed right foot. He quickly stepped forward and checked Bucky's pulse. Did something go wrong? His mind instantly flashed with thoughts of fleeing and ruined reputations, but the erratic pulse he detected still allowed him to exhale in relief. Good, I really wouldn't know how to explain it if he died. Linku sighed in relief. How could there be a disease that kills someone within 5 minutes of onset? Even acute organ failure couldn't do that. Linka squeezed the air out of the syringe and injected it into Bucky's vein. Huff, huff. Bucky's senses remained amplified. Even the slight pain from the injection was enough to rouse him. He felt unbearable agony radiating from his arm like bullet wounds, as if an ironclad battering ram were ruthlessly hammering against his brain. The pain made coherent thought impossible. The air smelled like milk tea? Was this quack injecting me with a beverage? Bucky's scrambled mind registered a flicker of horror. Since when could human bodies take drink injections? No! Damned charlatan, he's trying to kill me. And no, don't. He struggled to open his mouth, spitting out fragmented words as he watched in despair while the entire syringe of milk tea was emptied into him. Ah, you're awake? Don't worry, just a minor ailment. The doctor cheerfully pulled out the needle, smiling. You'll live for many years yet. Relax, it's merely physical pain. You won't die. Did he figure it out? Does he know I can't die? Is that why he's toying with me like this? Even injecting that drink into his own body? The pain was making it hard to think straight. Bucky suddenly felt exposed. This wasn't an ordinary man. The doctor could see through his disguise. His heart sank like it had plunged into an icy abyss. But with his strength already drained from excessive exertion, he could only watch helplessly as the doctor walked out the door. I'm finished. The door closed, leaving Bucky behind with an ashen face, his eyes shutting like the door itself. The surgical lights went out, and Helen stepped forward, followed by Jack, who wore a baffled expression after being inexplicably scolded by Helen. Doctor, will Bucky be alright? Helen asked, her brows furrowed tightly. She wasn't a fool, something felt off. How could a normal person randomly trigger a curse? Her question carried dual meanings, whether he'd survive, and whether there was something wrong with the curse itself. Naturally, she believed Link knew everything. He has always been this omniscient and omnipotent. After all, casually lending out a book capable of elevating her to the level of an elder god is nothing short of astounding. Don't worry. Linku removed his mask, revealing a gentle smile that brought a sense of reassurance. He's fine, you can rest easy. As a doctor, he possesses noble medical ethics. Moreover, he has the absolute power of healing. But the uncontrollable memory of an old buddy's joke surfaced in his mind. Guess what has 4 legs but won't move? Ha ha, it's your most beloved subordinate. You know what matters is the journey, not the destination. Or alternatively, either me or the patient will kick the bucket. Care to guess which one? Ahahaha, here comes the corpse. The surgery was a success, but the patient just didn't have the will to live. You ask what this box in my hand is for? It's the miraculous tool your dear subordinates will soon be needing. Damn. Linka contemplated these ridiculously cheeky remarks, barely suppressing his laughter as he struggled to maintain a straight face while walking toward the counter. Chapter 31 Untitled 3. Paul secretly reached out from the shadows and touched Link's leg. Link looked down in confusion as a tentacle pointed towards the counter. You're right. After enduring such illness, patients would probably appreciate some signs of life in the ward. You really understand patient care. Link noticed the small flower on the counter and immediately understood Paul's intention. He walked over, picked up the potted plant, only to see Paul's soft tentacles reaching toward the books Helen had returned, pulling that copy of Ordinary World into the shadows. Had he misunderstood after all? Did Paul only want to retrieve the borrowed book? Link felt a bit awkward, but he absolutely couldn't stop now. He carried the flower into the ward with solemn determination. Well, since he'd already taken it, he might as well bring it along. These movements were all discreet, unnoticed by anyone, yet the aura radiating from his body sent a shiver down Jack and Helen's spines, as if a gloomy mist had descended upon them. Was the doctor angry? Helen watched as Linko walked over carrying the dream flower she had given him and placed it beside Bucky's hospital bed. He'll be fine. Just let him rest quietly, Linko said with a smile. That flower will lift his spirits. Something's definitely going on. Helen didn't move a muscle outwardly, but one thing became clear to her. Bucky was hiding something. She knew all too well what that flower was capable of. The so-called dream flower feeds on spiritual energy, and when Helen saw it, the blossom was actually in a state of starvation. Could it be to cultivate the dream flower's wild nature? Helen had no doubt that Linko knew of the dream flower's existence, otherwise, why would he have been staring at it so intently back then, and even signaling with his eyes for her to use it as bargaining chip? Surely it couldn't have been to ogle her, those two lumps of flesh? That would have been preferable if true, but impossible. A divine being wouldn't care for such vulgar matters. And now, according to the good doctor, they were to place the dream flower in Bucky's ward, euphemistically calling it convalescence? They're definitely going to make a move against Bucky. A look of final understanding flashed through Helen's eyes. So that's it, Bucky is the mole. Since Flames of the Burning World never questions origins, no one asked about Bucky's past when he joined, nor did anyone know. Now it seems those who did know either didn't dare speak or are already dead. It happened during a time when they urgently needed people, allowing Bucky to slip into the upper ranks. Currently, Flames of the Burning World has 2 elder god-level figures. In terms of ability, as long as the time requirement is met, Helen would naturally become the next leader unless something unexpected happens. Helen had also investigated Bucky's past, and now that she thought about it, it was too clean, terrifyingly so. His resume listed nothing more than being a former petty thug. But there was no need to worry anymore. The doctor had taken care of everything. Whether Bucky could walk out of that ward or not, this mole would cease to exist from now on. Helen felt at ease. She wondered what command the doctor had given the dream flower. Surely, it couldn't actually be used as a mere gatekeeper, could it? You truly live up to your reputation. Helen sat on the countertop, cradling a cup of tea as she took a delicate sip, smiling admiringly at Link. Your omniscience and omnipotence have thoroughly convinced me, Doctor. Though somewhat puzzled by Helen's sudden expression, Link maintained his professional composure and nodded. Minor ailment, nothing serious. He'll be out soon, and your operations can resume promptly. Bucky awoke groggily, the familiar ceiling greeting his blurry vision. The sharp scent of disinfectant flooded his nostrils as he winced, slowly propping himself up with his hands. I'm still alive? Bucky couldn't suppress a relieved smile, but his expression quickly darkened. I must have been discovered. The fraudster clutched his head, analyzing the situation while enduring the lingering pain of the curse. He muttered a few incantations, letting the etheric energy repair his exhausted body. Light restoration. Though it was a technique from the Holy Light Church, Bucky was no orthodox dark wizard. His philosophy was simple: use whatever works, without reservations. They're definitely out to kill me, or crack open my skull to see what's inside. Bucky plotted his escape route. I can't stay here long, though I don't know why I'm still alive. He failed to notice the inexplicable potted flower appearing beside him. The innocuous little blossom silently began to grow, its tendrils extending toward Bucky's cheek as it studied him intently. The taste of food. The dream flower somewhat resembles a sunflower, but its seeds are inedible. They consist of massive compound eyes formed from clusters of slippery eyeballs pressed tightly together. Instead of petals, it has razor-sharp teeth serving as eyelashes. This omnivorous entity feeds indiscriminately, devouring both psychic energy and flesh alike. Yet Link never fed it a single morsel. It had starved for far too long, unbearably long, as it fixed its gaze upon Bucky. Food has finally come. It nearly wept with anticipation. But I'm a swindler, did you really think I'd go down without a fight? He continued chanting incantations, this time invoking Thugga, the fire elemental. Wherever its flames appeared, explosions would follow, a minor explosive hex meant to create chaos and buy him an escape. You vile quack, don't underestimate a self-taught dominator and dark mage like me. Ha! Bucky suddenly felt unseen eyes upon him. Unconsciously, he glanced to his right, the incantation dying on his lips. A creeping dread crawled up his spine, gathering in his mind until it seeped through his pores as cold sweat. His face twisted into a grotesque mask within seconds, releasing a whimpering, tear-choked sound. With his vast knowledge, he instantly recognized what stood before him, the Dream Eater Bloom. So this was the Quack's plan, to feed him to the Dream Eater Bloom? Despair flickered in Baki's eyes. A flower said to slaughter even dragons. There was no escaping it now. A massive sunflower-like bloom swayed alongside his head, its bloodshot eyes fixed unblinkingly upon him. The flower, larger than his skull, began to cheerfully waggle as if savoring the malice Bucky radiated toward Link through the air. Its thick stem had already tenderly coiled around Bucky's body, unimaginable that such an enormous plant could be contained within that tiny flower pot. The stem bore intricate yet terrifying patterns. The hospital room's lights flickered erratically from leaking ether energy. Outside the window, the sun still blazed brightly, just 3 or 4 meters away from Bucky, yet he could never leave this place again. Fuck! Bucky's head was completely engulfed by the dream flower, not making a sound, as if drinking a beverage, continuously absorbing his psychic energy. After struggling a few times, Bucky went limp, as if all his strength had been drained away, leaving only the sound of slurping in the empty ward, like a starving person wolfing down food. Sunshine, uplifting and positive, hee hee. Chapter 32, Bucky's Metamorphosis. Meanwhile, in the adjacent ward, Cecilia shivered on the bed, covering her mouth with trembling hands, her eyes wide open. As she listened to the revoltingly slick sucking sounds from next door, unbidden tears began streaming down her face. Oh my god, she murmured on the verge of breakdown. What kind of being is K exactly? Earlier she had sensed a faint familiarity, something that seemed to originate from shared bloodline components. Could it be that this doctor also has ghoul ancestry? Before succumbing to heatstroke, Cecilia had vaguely detected the presence of a kindred spirit. No, this isn't the time to think about that. You can't possibly say to a terrifying mystery that might be an eldritch god. Gee, you and I are relatives. We're family. That would truly be the end. Speaking of which, those people just now were devotees of the blazing world fire, weren't they? To think they'd come to this place too. For safety reasons, the Countermeasures Bureau placed prohibition seals around the clinic after its discovery. Ordinary people would instinctively avoid this place, so those who could come here were basically either regular clients who remembered its location or these supernaturals. Cecilia shook her head in frustration, trying to distract herself from the fear by thinking of other things. Anyway, I'd better greet the doctor before leaving. Walking out directly would probably get me hunted down and killed. When facing such a high-level entity, one can only follow K's rules. But the treatment was truly remarkable. Mental injuries are extremely difficult to heal. Even ghouls wouldn't recover this quickly. If only those companions who glimpsed the divine world through zeroed sanity could be saved like this too. She thought this way, yet now the noises from next door completely shattered her favorable impression of the doctor. Would she be the next one devoured by the dream flower? Worse still, she couldn't even flee at will. She could sense something far more dangerously bizarre lurking here. Damn it, what should I do now? The great investigator clutched her satchel tightly, containing a revolver not meant for enemies, but for granting herself release when her sanity reached zero. She didn't carry more powerful weapons because provoking the other party might endanger everything around them, potentially affecting the entire city of Lena. It's best to resolve things peacefully. Cecilia took deep breaths, murmuring, "Calm down, stay calm." "Thank you so much," Helen exclaimed as Link handed her a new book, bending forward in a respectful bow. "Don't mention it, it's nothing really," Link replied with a smile, his generous nature shining through effortlessly. The title of this book is How to Win Friends and Influence People. As a salesman, he surely needed such psychological insights, and he also noticed that people here only had superficial knowledge. A profound book like this was exactly the treasure they needed. As a generous doctor, Link was certainly willing to lend customers what they desired, though it was generosity at someone else's expense. Paul tapped his calf with a tentacle, as if protesting. Helen and Jack behind her had completely different sensory experiences. What kind of evil book was this? It was as if a bewitching aura overflowed from the pages, alive somehow, with chaotic energy swirling within, possessing an infinite allure that tempted one to open it and drown in an ocean of knowledge. Jack gulped, not even daring to glance at the book's title. He tugged at the bandage around his throat to ease his breathing before whispering hoarsely, "Boss, is this really a book? You sure it's not some kind of trap?" "Quiet. Now that you've encountered the presence of His Excellency the Doctor, you must show him respect, just as I do." Helen swiftly hissed in reprimand, tapping her cane against Jack's leg in warning. With her other hand, she carefully received the book. Helen took a deep breath, focusing her godlike mental concentration on the book's title. Whispers of the Abyss. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Helen felt the book staring back at her, setting off alarm bells in her mind. This book is alive. Damn, that's intense. As expected from the doctor's goods, absolutely legendary. As darkness gradually enveloped the world before her eyes, Helen's sanity declined, glimpsing fragments of the truth. Enduring the mental onslaught, Helen felt unseen tentacles penetrate her ears, directly touching her brain. Only when her psyche became linked did she glimpse the boundless ocean of knowledge. Black, gray, indescribable hues filled with gentle, ordinary whispers. Each point of light represented the abyss's understanding of the world. Wait, normal? Why did I say normal? Helen felt puzzled. Had she previously thought such things were abnormal? It was just darkness after all. No, my mind is too confused. I mustn't look at this for too long. She shook her head and stopped pondering the question, closing the book while gasping for breath. Let's research this later. Linka looked at Helen holding the book and chuckled inwardly, such a studious person, truly worthy of being a top salesperson. Take your time, no need to hurry. Here, rest for a while. The doctor took the freshly boiled kettle and refilled her cup at just the right moment. Helen accepted it and took a big gulp. The warning "careful, it's hot" dissolved on his tongue before he could speak. Don't these youngsters fear oral cancer nowadays? Gulping boiling water will scorch your insides. Bang! In the now quiet reception area, the sound was startlingly loud, drawing everyone's gaze toward its source. Bucky emerged from the ward, his face indistinct against the radiant sunlight at his back, yet his entire body radiated cheerfulness, though no one could fathom why he was limping slightly as he walked. How are you feeling? Linka smiled as he looked at the patient before him. If you're still experiencing any discomfort, please make sure to tell me. Linko had absolute confidence in his skills. With Paul's assistance, as long as there was still a breath left in you, he could bring you back no matter what. Bucky's previously gloomy expression had completely vanished. Now radiating a sunny disposition, he was like a young man brimming with positive energy. Aside from a few small holes on his face, the bleeding had already stopped. Probably from clawing at himself with his fingers during the earlier struggle. Good thing they had restrained him. Linka thought this was perfectly normal. Patients in the throes of acute symptoms always did something to distract themselves. Excessive pain could drive anyone to breaking point. It just feels strangely shaped, like it's been poked by a facehugger a few times. I'm doing great. Bucky's face was beaming with sunshine. He bowed deeply to Link, his enormous eyes shining. Thank you so much. Then he turned and immediately dropped to his knees before Helen with a loud thud. Boss, I've made many mistakes, but I still want to work under you. Bucky looked up at Helen with tears streaming down his face, his eyes brimming with loyalty, startling her completely. Is this guy radiating too much positivity? Helen stared in shock at the thoroughly reformed Bucky, shuddering involuntarily at the sheer intensity of his transformation. The contrast was overwhelming. Chapter 33, Little Flower burped. It's like when your forever single, spice-averse otaku friend suddenly invites you out, with a table full of girls and every dish spicier than hell. Anyone would be dumbstruck by that scene. Are you, really Bucky? Jack's hands were stuffed in his pockets. Though his head was wrapped in bandages, the sheer disbelief in his voice was unmistakable. Jack gave Bucky's leg a light kick. Without a trace of anger, Bucky stood up and steadied him by the shoulders, making Jack's eyes go wide. Genuine as can be, Jack. Bucky gazed at Jack with eyes full of hope for life, though his perpetually smiling face was somewhat unsettling. I've already gotten what I wanted, Bucky said to Linker, his eyes burning with an inexplicable fervor. The doctor's words will be my new guiding light. Ah, even Linker couldn't help feeling awkward. It was too corny. He opened his mouth and said, work hard, build the business bigger and stronger. Go for it. You'll be the best salesman. Salesman. Helen took a long look at the passionate, utterly transformed Bucky. Does that mean death of a salesman? The doctor's descriptions are always so amusing. Seeing Helen and the others leave, Link breathed a sigh of relief as the clinic suddenly quieted down again. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. The noise from the neighboring tea shop had also died down. Apparently the locals didn't have the habit of afternoon tea. All that commotion had taken until afternoon. Come to think of it, he hadn't even eaten lunch. While he didn't mind, what about Jaya? No need to worry, Link had already explained. She could cook for herself, so he felt reassured. Still, it counts as having a client, Link chuckled. Helen had paid just enough, and he tucked the money into the counter. Actually, she could have given a bit more. Link cleaned up the small clinic. Bucky had put up quite a fight during his episode, even breaking the restraints. As he glanced at the little potted plant by the bedside, he noticed some soil scattered nearby and that the dirt inside had been freshly turned. It seemed that either the little plant had dug itself out, or the kind-hearted Bucky had loosened the soil for it. What's this? Right after recovering from illness and he's already loosening soil for flowers? Linka chuckled as he cleaned up the dirt on the floor. If he's so caring, maybe I should gift him some plants to nurture next time. People who love plants usually have decent personalities. An autumn breeze blew the curtains open, letting sunlight stream in. Linka paused momentarily. Come to think of it, had he forgotten something? Staring at the autumn scenery before him, he stood frozen for a few seconds before suddenly realizing that beautiful woman who'd suffered heatstroke. Linka quickly straightened up, put on a clean white coat, picked up the potted plant, and headed toward the ward where Cecilia was. Whether it was an illusion or not, the small flower in his hand seemed slightly heavier. Women probably like plants too, right? Linka thought as he started walking. Maybe I should get some flowers for decoration, it might lift the patient's spirits. The quiet hallway echoed with footsteps, faint but each step seemingly striking the hearts of those inside the ward. It feels like hearing the boss's footsteps getting closer, creating an inevitable sense of pressure. Now is when the boss battle music should start playing. Oh no, that unknown entity is approaching, thought Cecilia at that moment. It truly was terrifying. Yet, her heart swelled with the determination befitting a legendary investigator. Not just anyone could evaluate the existence of a forbidden zone of life. Even in the enemy's lair, she constantly reminded herself to do her utmost to complete the mission, to fill in the gaps in the Countermeasures Bureau's files. As the footsteps drew closer, Cecilia surprisingly calmed down. What kind of dragon's den or tiger's cave hadn't she seen before? She was, after all, a legendary investigator. She took a deep breath and smoothed out the wrinkles in her clothes caused by lying down. Creak. Hello, how are you feeling now? The doctor appeared at the door, pushing it open with one hand while holding a pot of flowers in the other, smiling as he spoke. Something shattered in her mind, setting off alarm bells throughout every cell of her body. Cecilia was confident she had prepared herself thoroughly, yet the moment she saw the doctor clearly, she nearly choked, her body stiffening. Oh, dear heaven, could that flower in his hand be the dream blossom? A wave of despair washed over Cecilia. Starting off with his ultimate move right away? The scene instantly turned terrifying. The flower was still gently swaying, its pistil being a massive eye that was actually composed of countless compound eyes. She naturally recognized this type of flower. She had once assessed the realm where the elves dwelled, a place teeming with such blossoms. Just a single parent dreamflower was enough to propagate an entire field. And these dreamflowers were formidable defensive weapons, blooms that grew according to their master's will. More than just a pretty name, they were an invader's worst nightmare. She'd once witnessed a land dragon assault the elven territory. The moment it stepped onto their domain, the dreamflowers wrapped around it like a spider ensnaring prey. The blossoms engulfed the dragon's head until gradually, all movement ceased. The beast's eyes turned vacant before the vines gently released it, leaving it docile beyond belief, even obediently using a small knife handed by an elf to skin itself, drain its blood, and methodically carve its own flesh under the dragon's own controlled movements. The sound was dripping with the metallic tang of blood, so viscerally unsettling it made one's teeth ache. The blood on the ground was greedily absorbed by the flowers, leaving the surface pristine once more. The entire process unfolded in eerie silence, the surrounding elves observing with detached indifference. The earth dragon's movements were seamless yet reverent, not a single tremble of pain disturbed its limbs, as though this macabre ritual were the most natural thing in the world. When the dragon finally used ether to guide the blade through the last strip of its own flesh, the final decisive slash sent its head rolling to stop precisely before the altar. The nearby elves knelt in worship, giving thanks for the heaven's bounty before gathering the meat chunks with mechanical precision, each piece uniformly segmented, creating a tableau of grotesque elegance. The evening's feast, the priestess told her. Who the hell dares to eat this? Who knows what might be left in the meat? Cecilia turned pale with cold hands and feet, quickly bidding farewell to the elves. After confirming this was indeed the dreamflower, Cecilia immediately lowered her head to avoid eye contact. As long as such plants don't appear in one's field of vision and create the concept of seeing them, they won't be disturbed. Just from that first glance moments ago, she'd already begun seeing hallucinations. She'd actually seen the doctor's face morph into a grotesque mass of flesh, with tentacles stretching out, trying to caress her cheeks. Is this a warning to her? To follow his rules, or else be devoured by the dreamflower? What an impressive show of authority. Chapter 34 Psychological Speculation. She gently stroked her chest to calm her rapidly beating heart and put on a professional smile. Calmly, she gazed at the doctor, between his brows. I'm fine now, thank you for your concern. It's best not to make eye contact with unknown entities. Focusing on the space between their eyebrows is often the wiser choice. As long as she remained his patient, she would be safe. She carefully recalled Crown's recorded words. Moreover, one detail stood out. From the moment the doctor entered the dormitory, her CN value stopped recovering. This indicated her consumption exactly matched regeneration. Had it not been for Cecilia's coincidental ability to restore it, her CN would have hit zero by now, driving her mad. From this moment onward, it was boss battle rules. She needed to anticipate his psychology. A single misstep would send her tumbling into the abyss. Linka placed flowers on her nightstand and gave the beauty before him a look. She was truly lovely. In his eyes, her face could be a sight to behold wherever she went. Her slightly reddish hair and the well-fitting clothes perfectly accentuated her figure. Her crossed legs were also quite distinctive, and her pretty face was an added bonus. Beneath her somewhat wild hair lay large, emerald green eyes. She seemed rather shy, unable to meet his gaze. But why would such a beauty suffer from heatstroke on a street corner? Linko couldn't help but wonder about her profession. Judging by the firmness of her pelvis, she didn't seem like a woman of that trade. Moreover, a beauty of this caliber would hardly stoop to such work. Wealthy men would surely flock to her with just a wave of her hand. Then it was easy to figure out. She knew exactly how to showcase her beauty, and paired with that professional smile she had just flashed, a smile Lin Ke was all too familiar with. Back when he worked part-time handing out flyers, he'd smiled exactly like that too. Humph, childish. She'd already given herself away. The corner of Lin Ke's mouth curled upwards. Wasn't this just obvious? In other words, her goal was likely him, probably entering his clinic under a legitimate pretext by deliberately getting heatstroke under the blazing sun. Otherwise, why would someone holding a parasol, just a mere 10 meters away from an air-conditioned cake shop, have any reason to suffer heatstroke? Besides, if it were heatstroke, she should have woken up long ago, at least sooner than Bucky, who collapsed suddenly. The reason she hasn't appeared is likely because of Helen and her group. She probably knows Helen, and the reason she's avoiding them is due to some sort of taboo, perhaps even an adversarial relationship. On the other hand, the fact that this patient actually waited for him to approach speaks volumes. In conversation, the party who awaits the other's approach often holds more psychological dominance, meaning this woman likely wanted to assert authority over Link right from the start. Only one conclusion remains. She's almost certainly a sales representative from Helen's rival company, employing every trick in the book to pitch her own firm's project to Link. At this point in the analysis, Link already understood the other party's intentions. They likely wouldn't pay and might even make him foot the bill instead. The feeling of seeing through everything was truly marvelous. For goodness sake, though he knew he'd have to face this sooner or later, he hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Link pulled over a chair and sat down, interlocking his fingers over his thighs as he leaned forward to scrutinize the other party. This posture exerts the strongest psychological pressure. He decides to strike first. He wasn't any sophist, but he knew that whoever controlled the conversation would steer its direction. Let her witness what a 21st century Zongoran is capable of. Since you're physically recovered now, may I ask you some questions? Lin Ke smiled at her, leaning slightly forward as his confident, magnetic voice subtly influenced his counterpart. Gee, Cecilia was momentarily confused. Although she didn't understand why the doctor suddenly adopted such a serious expression, she nodded nonetheless. Go ahead, she said. That's right. Once you grasp the rhythm, the opponent will inevitably fall into a disadvantage. No matter if she's a top-tier salesperson with hundreds of deceptive tactics up her sleeve, if she never gets the chance to use them, they're utterly useless. Actually, I know why you're here. I've been waiting for someone like you for a long time, Lin Ke said, staring at the small flower on the nightstand. This way, he could conceal his own expression to the greatest extent while also avoiding interference from the other person's body language and gestures. The eyes are the windows to the soul. This truth he had long since mastered. Though talking while looking at a flower might be somewhat impolite, given that the other party likely had ill intentions, there was no need to be overly polite. You're in this line of work. You're clever, coming here under the guise of a patient. But have you ever considered that I've known your goal from the very beginning? Lin Ke gazed at the flower and spoke impassively. I suggest you pay up first. First, secure the guaranteed medical payment, then figure out how to maneuver. Lin Ke kept staring at the flower, making one instinctively want to follow his gaze. But Cecilia dared not look at the dream flower. Its chaotic aura permeated the air, conjuring hallucinations of being covered in eyeballs, as if deliberately luring people to look. It was utterly chilling. Cecilia knew those pale eyeballs within the flower were glaring fixedly at her. Once seen, there would be no turning back. She had no choice but to stare at the hospital bed before her, her thoughts racing. Her bag contained medication to calm her nerves, but she didn't dare take it out. Who knew if using drugs in a doctor's clinic would alter her identity as a patient, just like how bringing your own alcohol isn't allowed in a bar. Now, everything depended solely on herself. Does the doctor possess omniscient and omnipotent power? Did he already know I would come? Add to that the fact she had walked in with the dream flower earlier, it was a warning. Since he hadn't actually taken action yet, it meant her gamble of posing as a heatstroke patient had, by sheer luck, paid off. There's still a chance for me. Cecilia reassessed her opinion of the doctor. If it were just a patient coming, he would welcome them. But if someone came with ulterior motives, it might make him angry, though out of professional courtesy, he wouldn't actually resort to violence. Now that the doctor was urging her to pay, did that mean settling the bill would free her from patient status? Then the doctor might use the excuse that she was no longer a patient to take action against her. This is the crucial point. Under no circumstances should you pay before leaving. Cecilia's lips curled slightly. What an exhilarating challenge. This clinic truly lives up to the fearsome reputation of being a forbidden zone of life, if not surpassing it. The lurking dangers here are beyond description. She had just overheard with her own ears how the patient next door was being devoured by dreamflowers. That patient likely violated the doctor's taboo too. In that case, without knowing what triggers a bad ending, staying low-key and honest might just be the only way to survive. Let's be frank. I apologize for giving you such an impression. I admit my abrupt visit has disturbed you. Cecilia straightened up, nodded to Link, and placed her right hand over her chest with utmost respect. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cecilia Carter, a legendary investigator under the Holy Tribunal. Chapter 35, Evaluation Results. She paused, realizing she hadn't answered the most important question. As for payment, I'll settle that when I leave. I presume you wouldn't demand medical fees from a patient still confined to bed, would you? What kind of Chinibu nonsense is this? Is legendary investigator some salesperson's title? Link was somewhat puzzled, but he finally understood why Helen had failed to outsell her competitor. The realization suddenly dawned on Link. Just kidding, the Holy Light Church is government certified in Lena City. For a private enterprise to compete with the state, the odds are stacked against them. Linko thought about how he'd encouraged others to stand against them and felt a pang of embarrassment. If only he'd known earlier, he would have advised Helen to give up. Going head-to-head with an official enterprise like that, do they even have the connections for it? A faint smirk curled at the corners of Cecilia's lips. Being upfront was the best approach. It made people sense her sincerity. In the face of such mystery, there was no need for concealment. Speaking so bluntly could seize the initiative in conversation. Only this way could she maintain her dignity while stating her needs outright. Cecilia noticed the doctor's expression visibly relaxing. It seemed her approach was working. I've come this time to conduct an evaluation of your area, she said, while continuously monitoring the faint movements between his brows and facial muscles. Should those areas tense up, she might be in trouble. An evaluation? Would you elaborate? Link raised an eyebrow. Considering the Holy Order's intentions, they probably wanted to develop this area? If the neighborhood prospered, his clinic's business might improve as well. Although most patients would go to the church hospital, as long as there's enough foot traffic, his small clinic could still reap some benefits. Nice move, and just in time. Cecilia nodded earnestly and said, yes, for safety considerations, we need to investigate your area first before deciding whether to grant permission for opening. So it turns out Cecilia here isn't some salesperson after all, she's actually here to evaluate this area? No wonder they're called investigators. So this bureau's investigators are also dedicated, they'd work themselves sick. Link recalled Cecilia suffering heatstroke. He smiled and said, I see. Feel free to ask anything you'd like to know. Just as expected, this approach worked. Cecilia finally sighed in relief. These past few days, nearly everyone has been mobilized to clean up the mess left by the corn cult, leading to such a manpower shortage that even battle-capable cardinals in red robes were deployed. Not to mention her, a legendary investigator. If not for accepting this assignment, she'd undoubtedly be laboring on the front lines too. Seeing that the conversation had finally begun, Cecilia nodded, retrieved a Magitech device from her handbag, tapped its keyboard, and asked word by word, may I ask why you chose to open a clinic here? This question made him ponder for several seconds. Indeed, the reason for setting up shop here was a crucial part of the investigation. But Linko couldn't exactly say it was because he got summoned as a zombie and then struggled to survive, could he? He still had to phrase it more nobly. It's just fate. Besides, what reason does one need to heal the world? Linka spoke effortlessly, always skilled at fabricating stories. He continued slowly, I can heal patients, so I'm here. You could say it's because of destiny. Cecilia froze momentarily, then swiftly began recording on her Magitech device, her fingers dancing across the interface. The doctor may be a creature who came here out of interest, or perhaps harbors ulterior motives. Alternatively, he might be seeking to encounter certain things, all because of fate. Linko found this magic device quite novel. It looked just like a tablet computer, though he had no idea how it actually worked. Cecilia paused briefly before turning to Linko and asking, Doctor, how would you define the demographic profile of your clinic's patients? Would he accept cultists worshipping evil gods? She wondered. If such beings were treating heretics, that would create complications for their bureau. So we've finally reached this question. He recalled from his interior design courses how every project required considering the target audience. And as for his clinic's target demographic, on one hand, he was short of money, and on the other hand, well, he was also short of money. I'm completely different from the other targets under investigation. They might have specific audiences, but I'm not like that. Linko paused, folded his arms, and said very seriously, in short, my patients can be anyone. As long as they're patients, it's my duty to treat them, no matter who they are. Because I am the people's doctor. Of course, with more patients comes more money, a win-win situation. Linko imagined the place filled with patients, their groans sounding like the most beautiful music in the world. Pfft, he would definitely heal them, with money just being a nice bonus. Who could blame him? After all, he was just so kind and compassionate. Confirmed, very clear. Cecilia noted down the data. The doctor likely possesses an absolutely neutral trait. Anyone can become his patient, and his absolute healing ability enables him to do just that. He is friendly, but his stance doesn't necessarily align with any faction. His clinic is like a safe zone where anyone can take shelter. Cecilia always felt this temperament resembled that of an angel from the Church of Light. As her peripheral vision caught the gently swaying dreamflower beside her, she averted her gaze and dismissed the thought. She almost forgot this being was literally a man-eating eldritch deity who wouldn't spit out the bones. It was originally an outer god-level existence to begin with. Such descriptions were still mild. Best not forget she nearly had her sanity completely drained during their first encounter. The required details had been sufficiently recorded. Since the medical procedure was now complete, it would be wise not to linger any longer. The moment nearing the end is when one must be most vigilant. Such oversights are frequent mistakes among investigators. One wrong step leads straight into the abyss. I understand, Cecilia nodded, pressing the enter key and closing the arcane instrument. My investigation ends here. Let me pay you for the treatment. Payment. The doctor nodded, quoted a figure, and walked to the counter to prepare her medical record. My apologies, I don't have small change. Cecilia pulled out a large denomination note. Do you accept gratuities here? Tip? Linka suddenly froze, then closed his eyes. Hospitals don't have such a thing as tipping. He wanted so badly to say yes. Then, do you have a deposit service here? Cecilia asked. You know, temporarily storing money for future treatments. That we do have. The doctor's expression softened, his warm smile returning. Great. Finally managed to raise the favorability a bit, Cecilia silently wiped non-existent sweat off her brow. If she didn't establish good relations with Mystery, it would be difficult to negotiate should they meet again in the future. Chapter 36, The Janitor Organization. As she was about to leave, Cecilia suddenly remembered something. By the way, what are your criteria for determining who counts as a patient here? I mean, what kind of person qualifies as a patient? What kind of question is this? Without hesitation, Link replied, Old Brown told me that anyone who's sick and comes to the clinic is my patient. I won't refuse to save anyone. Cecilia stepped out of the clinic and gazed at the setting sun, feeling as if whole lifetimes had passed. What exactly had she been through? Oh heavens, these were matters that could cost one's head at any moment, or rather, losing one's head would have been the merciful outcome. She certainly didn't want her mind ensnared by the dream blossom. A brush with death utterly terrifying. She slipped into a neighboring tea shop, wanting to order a coffee and take a break. What service can I provide for you? A young woman in a suit approached, handing over a menu in a perfectly monotone voice. The shop owner's wife is quite cute, with a delicate appearance. No wonder this place has such good foot traffic. Coffee, anything's fine, with sugar, she said offhandedly while inwardly appreciating the view. Alright, please wait a moment. The girl was quite efficient and soon brought it over. Cecilia took a sip of coffee, turned on the Magitech device, and began reviewing the uploaded documents. Double-checking never hurts. The regional data has been uploaded, and the surrounding lockdown will be gradually lifted. After evaluation by investigators, ordinary people will be permitted entry once the buffer period ends, but strictly for medical treatment only. Absolutely no excessive interaction with the doctor is allowed. The clinic proprietor is temporarily designated with the codename, Doctor. He is, in fact, a communicable entity, even amicable, provided you're a patient. As long as you enter as a patient, this clinic functions perfectly fine, but if you intend to do anything else inside, then you bear the consequences yourself. The Countermeasures Bureau won't bother with those who seek their own demise. Speaking of which, the doctor mentioned someone named Old Brown. That's worth investigating. Before leaving, Cecilia even gave Linko her phone number, though it was just the reception line for the Countermeasures Bureau. If trouble arises in a place like this, ordinary police won't be able to handle it. Supernaturals attract each other, let alone an existence like this. The mess it could stir up is beyond what normal human law enforcement can resolve. Come to think of it, within Reina City, this is the first entity classified as a forbidden zone of life. Then came the naming issue, which also puzzled her greatly. Places of this caliber were usually called something like Abyss of the Ice Extremity, Forest of the Elves, or the Dragon's Sunken Tomb. As an investigator, she had the authority to name it. What should this place be called? Cecilia pondered for a long time. The name had to reflect the region's characteristics, it couldn't be chosen randomly. Let's just go with this, Cecilia typed a few words. Done, now it's none of her business. Thinking about it, it's strange that I lost so much sanity from being scared of tentacles before. What's so frightening about tentacles? They're perfectly normal. The sun is really strong outside today, perfect weather for sunbathing. Her fingers froze mid-swipe across the Magitech device's screen. Wait, when did I start thinking that clinic owner wasn't scary, even normal? And I've never liked hot things or sunbathing. So why does sunlight feel comforting now? Cecilia stared at the murky coffee in her cup. Though she used to drink this soy milk-like brew daily, today it held no appeal. A cold shiver crawled up her spine. I think something's wrong with me. She suddenly sensed something and frantically rummaged through her small bag. Inside were two crystal-clear green dice, showing the number 1. I need to get out of here quick. Only when she was far from that street did she see the dice in her bag change to the normal 50, and finally allowed herself to relax. Linka sat on the counter, took a sip of tea, and suddenly felt something on his foot. He looked down, it was Paul's tentacle. How odd, what's so amusing about one's own feet? He paid it no mind. Being a doctor sure pays well, Linka sighed, rubbing the coin Cecilia had left behind, generously more than expected. She hadn't even asked about the fee, as if money were no object at all. Linka's gaze drifted toward the envelope on the table, its black wax seal still faintly gleaming. Oh, I almost forgot about Wolamon's letter. Link peeled open the envelope and pulled out a sheet of paper. The scent of ink wafted out, revealing elegant cursive script. Look at that, now this is professionalism. Far neater than his own chicken scratches. What could he do? His native language used Chinese characters. Here, he had to dip his pen for every single English word. The letter's content was simple. Beyond the obvious pleasantries and longing for friends, all those beautiful cursive loops conveyed just one message, an impending visit. The rest contained methods for temporarily concealing his identity to avoid police detection. So all foreigners like to talk like this? Link rubbed his temples in exasperation as he casually folded the letter and stuffed it into the drawer. Gaia wasn't particularly worried about her identity. After all, no one had recognized her for many days now. Ever since receiving the fragmented divine essence from Thugga's descent, her appearance and aura had undergone tremendous changes. The only people who could possibly recognize her now would be researchers from the Experimental Subjects program. But those researchers from Nurgle's cult wouldn't come to a place like this. They preferred working environments devoid of daylight. While called the Chaos Church, it was actually composed of 4 heretic cults: Nurgle, Slaanesh, Sench, and Khorne. These cults form the major shadows within Leonard City. The organization known as Blazing World Fire could be called the Night Watchman of Leonard City, specializing in cleansing the city's dark side. Their rationale is simple: anyone harmed by members of the Chaos Church, regardless of background, may join Blazing World Fire. There are even rumors of Holy Knights from the Radiant Church among them, though it remains legend. After all, no one wears Holy Knight written on their face. Moreover, members gather cloaked in hoods, making mutual recognition impossible. A significant reason Blazing World Fire avoids sanctions by the Radiant Church is their decentralized nature, lacking any unified faction structure. More importantly, regardless of motives, many within are infiltrators, yet restrained by the organization's curse, preventing them from making any bold moves. If there was any faith to speak of, they had it. Their faith was fire. Any flame, so long as it hated the Church of Chaos, was the world-burning fire of vengeance. But they also needed an overseer, essentially a watchpost, someone to keep constant vigilance over them. Zanina was the one tasked with observing movements from within. She was that mysterious Holy Knight. Her abilities were unique, a beast tamer, yet she had formed a contract with a dragon from the realm of dreams, granting her access to the powers of the draconic race. Beyond that, she was one of only 2 in the organization who had reached the level of an elder god, a status formidable enough to silence any doubters. As for the leader is merely a puppet. After all, the Holy Church of Light would never allow an organization beyond its control to exist. The leader can be replaced at any time, but Sirona remains unchanged. Silarina remained loyal to the Holy Light Order, and the world-burning flames she commanded had purged many rival sects for the Church. Chapter 37, Silena's Remarkable Adventure. But today she felt something different. Sandloss warning ahead: those easily disturbed should skip to after the next bracket. This won't affect reading comprehension. It was an utterly ordinary morning when Serena walked into her office. The shell company front existed nominally and remained operational. After all, who would suspect an actual business operating behind a facade meant for concealment? Normally, no one would be foolish enough to attack such a paper company. The greatest hiding place often lies in plain sight. She was naturally aware of Helen's situation and deeply curious about her unusually rapid advancement. That peculiar clinic had likewise caught her attention. I'll investigate later, she mused. If it proves detrimental to the Church's interests, I'll eliminate it. She stepped into the corridor, empty. She stared in confusion at the eerily quiet office. It was morning, but shouldn't there at least be someone around? Something was off. The feeling grew stronger by the second. What the hell is going on? Selena irritably ran fingers through her brown hair, sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Everyone had acted perfectly normal when she entered the company today. So why did this dissonance feel so overwhelming? The dream dragon in her mind seemed to be whispering something urgently, yet the words remained frustratingly indistinct. The dragon's voice disappeared. The air seemed to carry a rustling sound, like the crackling of radio static. Solara walked toward the leader's office. The leader was undoubtedly present. After all, if a puppet couldn't even manage to show up for work properly every day, it wouldn't have any reason to exist. She wanted to verify carefully. Something must have happened. Creak. Lucas, are you there? The door opened. The chief was indeed there, but it made no difference. His head was missing. She spotted it grinning at her from the trash bin nearby. The static in Xylena's ears grew louder as she sank into the sofa. The cushions felt damp, maybe from spilled liquid. Something was definitely off today. But what? Xylena clenched her fists in frustration, glaring at that disembodied head. 2 legs were kicking at the door outside, not hers. Xylena felt a chill creep up her spine, pass through her head, traverse peaks and valleys, then spread throughout her entire body. I can't open the door, Selene whispered to herself, unaware her voice was trembling. The sounds outside have frightened the potted plants to tears. Yes, the potted plants wept, watering themselves with their own tears. The legs outside the door have left, but they'll return tomorrow. What was different about today? Where did the problem lie? Selena had finally summoned the great dragon Fenrir from her dreams. The frost dragon could help her accomplish anything. The dragon appeared somewhat dazed, but Selena paid it no mind. Dragons sometimes exhibited strange behaviors, perfectly normal. Damn it, I can hear eyes watching me from outside the window. Selena summoned frost armor over her entire body. The exquisite armored plates encased her like a valkyrie. The surroundings darkened. Nightfall? Selena suddenly flew into a rage. That damned clock I bought must be slacking off again. My god, I swear I'll crush its batteries to pieces. The head in the trash bin would die at night but come back to life during the day. This head was definitely problematic. That difference must be you. Selena punched the head of the Worldburn Flame leader inside the trash bin, shattering it like a water balloon, splattering red and white in every direction. Sure enough, all anomalies disappeared. Furrowing her brows, she muttered, why did it have to be the head? What a nuisance. Now they'd have to appoint a new leader all over again. The rain fell outside, loud drops pattering as countless eyes pressed against the window to watch her. Finally, Selena couldn't take it anymore. What on earth was happening? The mastermind was gone, but something still felt terribly wrong. She smashed the window with a punch, crushing each eye between her fingers, only for the headless corpse of the leader to suddenly rise from its seat and hang itself, legs kicking wildly despite having no neck left to strangle. Then came more legs, clamoring in chaos. Selena flung the door open in irritation, slaughtering one pair. They stopped moving as if long dead. No guests would visit tonight, she'd already opened the door herself. There was no daylight here anymore, and in this tiny office, Selena felt troubled. Late at night, the rain began to fall. The rainy night sky held no stars at all. Black cats continually appeared around her, hunting creatures that strayed into the darkness. A black cat slept, its eyes fixed on Selena. That must be the difference. Selena steadied herself. Helen, it was you, wasn't it? If those within the illusion become aware they're in one, this witchcraft loses its power. The illusion shattered abruptly beside her. Selena remained motionless in her office, the sounds of World Incinerator members moving echoing from the corridor outside. Everything had returned to normal. No more differences remained. Selena gasped heavily, the corners of her lips twisting upward as she laughed at the ceiling. Helen, is this all the power you gained from that clinic? She stood up and addressed the empty air before her. Last time, that clinic elevated you to eldritch godhood, and then what? This time, you offer nothing but this worthless illusion? Selena rushed out of the company and hurried to the headquarters of the Radiant Church, where she met her superior. Selena, what brings you here? The bishop smiled at her. Has something happened? It's like this. There's a problem with the flames of the burning world. Thank you, she said, hastily expressing gratitude when she noticed the bishop handing her a glass of water. What kind of problem? The bishop interrupted. Is it about Helen? Ha! Selena thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, it must have been her doing. In that case, let me give you instructions. The bishop stood up. Indeed, there was absolutely no problem with the bishop. She gracefully picked up the water glass before her and smiled. Since you've chosen to oppose the holy sea of light, then be prepared for death, Helen. Selena took a sip, and at the bottom of the glass, she saw it smiling back at her. Everything was perfectly normal. What made today different? Selena returned the glass's smile with one of her own, pondering. Sanity loss phase concluded. This is an office, decorated just like any ordinary office, pale gray walls with some embellishments, a plain suspended ceiling, with only the beautiful woman seated in the chair adding charm to the decor. Standing before her were 3 people, one with fair skin and slightly upturned elven ears, revealing their good mood, while the other 2, a man wrapped entirely in bandages and a bespectacled man with a fanatical expression, observed the situation before them intently. Helen had now truly sensed the power of this book. As expected of the doctor, the ability of Whispers of the Abyss lies in gradually controlling a person's behavior through subtle details, until finally, a certain value in their mind reaches 0, driving them completely mad. Chapter 38 A New Rainy Night. The user could peer into the spellbound streams and uncover all their secrets. Silerin before them now stared vacantly, his mind scrubbed blank by the mysterious force, waiting for new cognitions to be imprinted. Beside him lay the dream dragon carved into chunks, dismembered carcass parts strewn beyond the doorway, outside the windows, saturating the entire area with blood and a nauseating stench. She had done this herself. Creatures of dreams weren't so easily destroyed, they could only perish within dreams themselves. But when their projections into reality were annihilated, the damage was immense. Summoning them again would be impossible, at least for quite some time. The trash can did indeed contain the head of the current leader. After Helen realized he was merely a puppet, she used him as the new catalyst for her illusory realm. The moment Silena laid eyes on that head, she had already fallen into the embrace of the abyss. Even with the dream dragon constantly warning her in her mind, it was utterly futile. Words could no longer penetrate Silena's consciousness. Helen stopped observing Silena's memories and opened her eyes. Just as expected, Silena is that sacred knight. Holding a book in her hands, Helen began implanting new perceptions into the Silena before her. Whispers of the abyss extended an almost illusory tentacle, gently toying with Selena's brain. Although Selena's complexion remained unchanged as she gazed at the tentacle, the light had already faded from her eyes. In Selena's recollection, it was Helen who had died while the leader survived. Everything abnormal would eventually dissolve into normality and inescapable fate. In that case, the world-engulfing flame has now lost its master, Jack remarked, his voice trembling under the weight of such immense power. A sense of impending peril clung to him. That was someone of ancient god-level stature, defeated by a mere book? You're wrong. It's all Lady Helen's now, Bucky said with a smile. He held leverage over everyone, and now with the last threat eliminated, Helen stood alone as the undisputed leader, made all the more apparent by Bucky's contrast. After Bucky returned, his enthusiasm was almost overwhelming. Helen had no idea what Dream Blossom had done, nor what orders the doctor had given it, but with such a powerful ally now by her side, her career was flourishing more than ever. Then, let us now hunt down those who worship the evil gods. Helen closed the book and smiled. Why not just kill her? Jack pointed at Silena. She's one of the Church's eyes. Why go through all this trouble to modify her? Jack held no fondness for the Church of Light. In fact, he downright hated it. That's why there's a reason you can't show your face. Killing her would just make the Church of Light send someone new, which would be even more troublesome. Bucky shot Jack a disdainful look and began tidying the office, ignoring the curses hurled at his back. We might as well keep reporting as usual. It's like having an immunity token from the Church of Light actually makes things easier for us. It was supposed to be a tranquil night, one where all sounds had faded into silence, but the darkness now lay shrouded in mist. Not the pitter-patter of rain, but a steady whooshing downpour. Inside the well-insulated tea shop, however, the noise wasn't disruptive, just a quiet, almost soothing white noise. Enough to lull anyone to sleep. Another night with no customers. Who would come out to a tea shop at this hour? Linka sat by the window, watching the heavy rain with a heart full of helplessness, then turned to see Gaia, who had nothing to do and had already begun reading a book. This seems perfect for the job, Linka nodded. To make her less recognizable, Linka gave her a hair ornament, styling her hair into a single ponytail. Paired with the uniform he had modified, she now carried the refined air of a female steward. With her figure appearing just as striking, the transformation was remarkable, so different from before that only someone very familiar would recognize her. This way we can conceal our identities until we visit Woolamund. Gaia, business has been pretty good lately. Linka said with great satisfaction that not only was hygiene in the store well maintained, but various meals and daily life knowledge were also quickly mastered, and the store's revenue was steadily increasing. It's all thanks to Mr. Lin's teachings. Gaia was now deeply impressed by Link and worked even harder with both hands and feet. This is simply a golden opportunity to cultivate followers. That's right, with every drink she serves, she mixes in a dash of mimetic influence, gradually acclimating customers to the concept of fire spirit Thugga. The ordinary people in this world are utterly ignorant of the mystical, making them perfectly blank slates. Introducing fire-related concepts is child's play here. What's more, the local Church of Light shares many ideological parallels with her own notions, allowing her to use it as foundation to methodically replace patrons' reverence for the Church. What perfect ideological sabotage! Jaya was now utterly awestruck by Link's decision. This place was absolutely ideal for discreetly amassing immense influence. Her gaze kept straying to the steaming tea before Link, in which she had also planted memes. Goya was no docile old one in her mind. Link was merely an enigmatic ordinary man. Even with his peculiarities, he remained within the realm of humanity, while she was a god. If the memes could infect him, all the better. If they proved ineffective, it would confirm Link as an existence of absolute higher order, and she'd remain her ever-obedient self, Goya. This was less a test and more an outright provocation. No, this is the result of your own efforts. I can comfortably entrust the tea shop's operation to you now. The doctor nodded, expressing his approval of her work. Mr. Lin? What kind of odd address was that? Linko couldn't help but chuckle wryly as he shook his head. After all, names were just labels, much like how Helen called him Dr. Sama. It wasn't something he particularly cared about. Honestly, such terminal Chinibu syndrome. As Linka sipped the tea prepared by Guya before him, warmth traveled from his throat down to his stomach. He loosened his collar slightly, then felt his eyebrows twitch. Just call me boss, that title still sounds too embarrassing after all. If anyone heard, they'd think we were playing some weird roleplay. So comfortable. It's raining outside, and I'm lazily sipping tea in the shop, truly the best experience. But Miss Helen calls you Dr. Sama, Goya said. She's a customer, she can call me whatever she wants as long as she's not cursing me out, Link replied, standing up and ruffling Goya's hair. Why not me? Because. Linko couldn't immediately think of a better explanation, so he casually said, I'm also the owner of the tea shop, and you're an employee there, so calling me boss wouldn't be wrong. But you've also opened a clinic next door, and your identity is still that of a doctor. She had just finished speaking when her face was pinched. Chapter 39. Have you heard of the flying spaghetti monster? You talk too much, you know. Linka pinched the girl's cheeks as she let out two indifferent muffled sounds before falling silent. Finally done with the questions, Linka sat back and downed his tea in one gulp. The two continued reading, while Gaia kept track of time. Now that he had consumed the meme, the effects should be kicking in any time. Boss, what do you think when you see the words flame? Gaia suddenly asked. Her eyes remained fixed on the book, as though she had simply raised a question about something she didn't understand, except her heartbeat had quickened ever so slightly. As long as the meme is useful, he will respond. Flames? The doctor looked at the fire burning in the fireplace, which was emitting a comforting warmth and drying the damp air, though the flames were inexplicably tinged with red. It must be some kind of chemical reaction. Link wasn't a science student, but he knew that certain elements burn with different colors, green, blue, and the like. Getting sidetracked, Dr. Lin cleared his throat and gathered his thoughts. The meaning of flames is fire, with both heat and light, a manifestation of brightness. Just like the Holy Church of Light worships the radiant sun, there's also a fire sect within it that embodies those very flames. If you discuss this with them, you'd probably understand it better. He had once received believers from a cult who worshipped fire as a deity, which somewhat amused and bemused him. After all, it was just fire. But then it occurred to him that in his original world, there were those who worshipped the flying spaghetti monster, and he instantly felt it was somewhat of a pot calling the kettle black. Goya's hand paused while flipping through the book, his heart skipping a beat. He mentioned the Church of Light. Did that mean her little stunt of releasing memes about the church had been discovered? Like a cat whose tail had been casually stepped on, she tensed up. The doctor wasn't looking at Goya, but continued gazing at the tea before him as he spoke. To the ignorant common folk, fire is heaven's bounty for cooking and warming alike. Yet it's also a catastrophe capable of destroying worlds, like infernos. But for me, it's different. Beads of sweat suddenly appeared on the girl's smooth forehead. His implication was clear, he existed outside the ranks of ordinary people. Moreover, his words suggested he seemed completely uncontaminated, remaining utterly calm when mentioning fire. Mimetic corruption transmits through subconscious channels. Those who never cared for flames might now instinctively feel drawn to fire upon seeing it. It's not just visual, the compulsion grows until fire feels like life's essential element. Then through fire-friendly behaviors, they infect others like hidden viruses. For me, fire simply means warmth, the doctor said, like a child sitting quietly by the hearth. At the same time, it's a handy tool, friend that can be used freely, and it's very safe. For example, when cooking, if a fire breaks out, you can simply put it out with water. Perhaps he felt the word tool was too harsh. For a child just learning, the term friend would sound more humane. Goya felt a chill run through her. She understood the metaphor hidden between the lines. The tea brewed today is quite good. The water temperature is just right, giving off a warm feeling, very tasty indeed. You've got quite a talent for brewing tea. The doctor smiled and offered words of encouragement, as if coaxing along his own child. Goya swallowed hard. Indeed, I was still too green. He knew everything. I was merely the child who obediently stayed by the hearth in his eyes, just playing at rebellion. Any real thought of defiance would be swiftly extinguished. The other party had already tactfully made the situation clear, his mimetic influence held no power here. If she continued these petty maneuvers, she would be eliminated. The doctor had no need for troublesome friends. Mr. Lin didn't explicitly state it, already giving face one last time, while encouragingly remarking, today's tea carries a certain warmth. Was he implying that the meme she'd inserted was no different from this so-called warmth? To her ears, it sounded no different from sarcasm, even if it was meant to be encouraging. A mix of relief and frustration churned in Goya's heart. A bead of sweat slid unnoticed from the corner of her eye as she pressed her lips together. The relief came from the doctor's apparent indifference to her little scheme, the frustration, from how utterly ineffective her tricks had been against him. It felt somewhat like a child throwing punches at an adult, completely outmatched from the start. From Link's perspective, he saw Heya suddenly fall silent, burying his head even deeper into the book. Was he contemplating his words? Link sipped his tea, thinking this kid had potential, actually taking time to reflect. The boy was teachable after all. Link's satisfaction grew increasingly profound, as did the warmth of his benevolent smile. It was a stormy night, silent as the grave, when no one wanted to be outdoors. Or at least, that was how it should have been. But for the Lako sisters tonight, the the night had only just begun. The heavy rain outside blurred everything, including the presence of the stalkers, though truth be told, in such weather, even they would struggle to detect who was inside the house. This heavy rain is the best cover. Laralith did not sleep. Leaning against the headboard, she gazed out the window at the torrential rain, strands of blue hair cascading over her chest, the hue being an after-effect of wielding the divine sword, for otherwise it would have been black like her sister's. Though young, traces of childhood innocence still lingered on her face, yet her eyes held a depth far beyond ordinary people. She was certain someone was watching her too, observing her movements through some form of mystical technique. She was the current wielder of the Frost God's sword in this era. She wanted to abandon its use, but it was impossible. The Radiant Church would never allow a nearly invincible demonic sword to remain idle. Even if she forcibly severed her connection, there would always be another victim claimed by the cursed blade. Just like her innocent self in the past, the situation had reached this hopeless deadlock. The hierarchy within the Radiant Church was far more rigid. The outside world's classifications of old gods, dominators, ancient gods, and outer gods were merely based on ancient legends, widespread yet vague distinctions where even a dominator tier being might lose to an old god tier entity. The hierarchical system and positions within the Bright Papacy are clearly defined, ranging from the initial friars and priests, clerics, to bishops, archbishops, patriarchs, and the pope, along with the cardinals who exist outside this structured hierarchy. Each rank follows stringent classifications. Only with sufficient strength, coupled with evaluations of one's past and ancestry to confirm a clean lineage, can one assume new responsibilities. Patriarchs alone possess strength comparable to ancient deities, let alone those above them. Without sufficient power, how could the papacy maintain its foothold in this world? Cardinals are a special case, appointed directly by the Pope. For instance, the legendary investigator Cecilia Carter only had the strength of a dominator, which within the papacy would ordinarily limit her to the rank of a priest. However, due to her outstanding achievements, she was appointed as a cardinal. Chapter 40, Have a Cup of Milk Tea. The Holy Knights that Relis herself belongs to consist of 7 members, each possessing strength comparable to an ancient god, with status equivalent to that of a cardinal. Yet now, she finds herself under constant surveillance like a prisoner, with nearly everyone waiting for the demonic sword to consume her sanity and send her into a rampage, just like all the previous wielders of that cursed blade. People cared for and cherished her, but in truth, their concern was only for the sword dwelling within her. The pathetic irony was that she only realized this truth when she first felt the demonic sword slipping beyond her control. So, you've got to depend on yourself in everything. Except for family, people are only kind to you because they want something in return. That was the truth she had come to understand. Her eyes focusing, Lily's gradually snapped out of her thoughts, shook her head, and pushed open the window. She reached out her hand as raindrops sprayed into the room. Feeling the chill of the rainy day, Lily's pinpointed the location of the church's spies. In the rain, her perception could extend infinitely along the water, a little trick no one knew about but herself. Lilith's lips curled into a smile as she rubbed Maurice's head. Somehow the dog had already sidled up beside her. She knew Maurice always came to check on her the moment she woke. "Good boy," she murmured, gently scratching under Maurice's chin with both hands until he closed his eyes in bliss. Hundreds of meters away at the lighthouse, a figure stood motionless in the pouring rain. Lilith perceived them not through sight, but through the rain itself, a human-shaped vapor outline visible atop the lighthouse. Warm-bodied, seated in posture, its head perpetually tilted toward her location. It showed no reaction whatsoever to her reconnaissance. Ridiculous. The stalker's skills were laughably poor, completely out of her league. The air suddenly turned frigid. Lilas condensed an ice crystal and placed it on the bedside. It could mimic her own aura without melting. The divine sword's power was still usable, but this was already its maximum range. She turned her head and spoke softly to the figure behind her. "All set. Let's go, sister." Lycos, who had been ready for some time, nodded and scooped Lilas into his arms as effortlessly as if lifting a wisp of gauze, with Morris following close behind. Laco moved to the doorway and opened the door, as if opening the door to another world. The sound of pouring rain became clearer, and a chilly mist of moisture rushed in, making them feel more awake. "Morris, please take care of the house." Laco nudged Morris with her foot while Layla seized the chance to stroke his head. The dog let out a few soft whimpers before lying down at the entrance, his large eyes watching them. Satisfied, Laco hoisted Layla onto her back and stepped out of the house. Laco draped an overcoat around her younger sister, hesitating for a few seconds. "What's wrong, sis?" "Nothing, just wait for me a moment." Laco went back into the room, rummaged through the cabinet for a while, then hurried back out, draping a raincoat over Layla before handing her an umbrella, and thus began their walk in the rain. Layla didn't ask any questions, soaking in the warmth beside her as she nestled her face into Leco's hair, breathing in her sister's scent, warmth that came not just from their bodies but from deep within her heart. This was the last family she had left in the world. The shampoo smelled of some unknown floral fragrance, incredibly pleasant. If possible, she wished to keep smelling it forever. The night girl knew all too well that these were her few remaining moments. Over these 3 years, on countless rare nights like this, Liko had secretly taken her out to see doctors, yet the results were always the same. The curse of the demon sword was absolutely incurable. At some point, Laris had already abandoned hope of a cure. Every past wielder of the demon sword had met the same fate. She wouldn't be an exception either. She only wanted to spend her final days peacefully with her sister. Nor had she failed to consider what would happen if she were to lose control one day. She could absolutely wreak vengeance on the church, perhaps by turning into a human nuclear bomb right at the church's headquarters. It wasn't an idle boast. She could easily freeze half the church into another ice age, or plunge the entire city of Leaner into eternal winter without breaking a sweat. Laris clenched her fists. If she went through with it, supernatural forces would be fully exposed to the world, throwing the entire city of Leaner into chaos. But this could only remain a thought in her mind. How could she possibly do such a thing? That initial outburst of violence was enough to haunt her with guilt to this day. Lilith loosened her fists, clutching the umbrella with both hands as Lake carried her on his back, his arms supporting her thighs. Years of inactivity, compounded by the demonic sword's corruption, had weakened her mobility and strength significantly. Her frail body could only manage to hold the umbrella with both hands. The torrential rain fell almost vertically, like water pillars slamming into the ground. The approaching winter had already begun cooling Reina City, and visibility was extremely low in the downpour. The only sounds were the patter of raindrops and the splashes of Lake's footsteps in the water. Occasionally, a strong gust of wind would blow, causing slanting rain to lash against him, spraying him with droplets. With someone on his back and the raincoat draped over his sister, the lower hem of the single-person raincoat naturally left a large gap. His pants were already soaked through. "Are you cold?" came the soft voice from her back. "Not when you're here." Hearing this response, Lilith couldn't help but smile slightly. "You should be colder with me around, sometimes I even freeze over myself." The rain was so loud that Lilith had to lean close to her sister's ear to speak. The warm breath tickled, but Lake didn't mind it. Maybe. Reiko controlled her shivering, even though it was genuinely cold. Feeling the warmth against her cheek, she smiled and said, "Anyway, with you here, my heart stays very warm." "Ha, how cheesy." Laylis laughed. "Those words would be more fitting for my future brother-in-law, don't you think? But you're not cured yet. I don't have enough energy to take care of both a husband and a little sister." The rain still poured heavily, and both fell silent. The distance to the clinic wasn't far, and Lake remembered the way, recalling her first visit there. It was when the clinic had just changed doctors, and she encountered for the first time a physician who treated patients with milk tea. She'd always assumed the doctor dissolved medicine in the beverage to make it easier for patients to swallow. The taste was pleasant, and the medicinal effects were remarkably effective. Until one mission when she fractured her hand. Passing by, she stepped through the clinic's door on a whim, just to give it a try. "I wonder if this small clinic can treat injuries as severe as fractures." With that thought, she officially pushed open a forbidden door. Watching the doctor immobilize her hand with highly unprofessional techniques, drawing blood for tests, and finally handing her a cup of milk tea, even someone as oblivious as Lake, with no medical knowledge, could sense something wasn't right. Chapter 41, A Visitor on a Rainy Night. Whose fracture could be healed by just drinking milk tea? What about the cast? Or bandages? Aren't you gonna use an ether penetrator for scans? Still, being a senior investigator after all, she naturally drank the milk tea under the pretense of not understanding her condition. The moment she stepped outside the clinic, she immediately unwrapped the bandages. Not only was her arm fully recovered, but all the other bruised areas on her body had healed as well. Lake stood frozen at the entrance for several minutes. So the mysterious entity was right beside her all along? An investigator is indeed a mysterious profession. Investigators and the occult always seem to draw each other, and if clashes occur, someone invariably ends up missing. Out of professional habit, Lake reported it. Thus, Director Crown personally investigated the clinic, and only when it was sealed as a forbidden zone of life did Lako realize what kind of place he had been visiting all along. After observing the holy water, she finally realized what she had truly been drinking. The milk tea was merely a guise to protect her sanity. What she had actually consumed was an indescribable, eldritch substance. Just witnessing its true nature for a brief moment was enough to break her composure completely. Thoughts returning, Lake listened to the sound of heavy rain around her as she glanced back at Lilith, who gave her a nod. With no one nearby, Lake breathed a sigh of relief. Although investigations revealed the tea house next to the clinic also belonged to that mysterious entity, probing showed nothing unusual inside, so it wasn't included in the surveillance scope. From what she knew, whenever the clinic closed in the evening, the watchers would leave, let alone on such a heavy rainy night. But she had no choice. This was the only chance to sneak out with her sister. Everything now depended on fate, whether that mysterious existence would be willing to make an exception and work outside operating hours. The unknown is dangerous, yet exhilarating. Drawing closer to that beam of light, Lake pushed open the door with his body towards the soul-illuminated glow ahead. It was nearly dawn, and no one would come at this hour. Link absent-mindedly flipped through his book, having already sent Gaia to bed with the excuse that children needed more rest. There was still an empty room on the second floor, the old doctor's former quarters. Nothing worth commemorating remained inside, just some aged ritual items gathering dust until Link cleared them out. After tidying up and adding a bed and wardrobe, it suited Gaia perfectly. Link closed his eyes and mourned the money spent on new furniture for a few seconds, hoping to earn it back later. It's just that for some reason, this child always refuses to enter his room again, even avoiding it from a distance when passing by. What could be the reason? First, let's rule out the possibility that he would harm the child. A gentlemanly doctor with the highest medical ethics wouldn't lay a hand on a child. Is the room's environment not suitable? Now that you mention it, Linko recalled the feather hanging on the wall, how at night, when light passed over it, there would be a reflection. At those moments, the feather looked especially like an eye. And this feather was placed right opposite the bed, within plain sight the moment one opened their eyes. Not that Linka particularly cared, he wasn't a child, after all. And if anything was supposed to be scary, well, wasn't he himself a zombie? Wouldn't that make him even more frightening? But for children, it might become a childhood trauma, like when he was little and thought the toilet bulb resembled an eye, always startling him during midnight bathroom trips. Oh, so that's how it is. Linka clapped his hands together, wearing an expression of sudden realization. Then I'll just hang it in the tea house as decoration. The shop's lighting was ample enough to avoid discomfort. In truth, many frightening things lose their terror in daylight, at least they'd be free from psychological suggestion. Besides, a red feather mounted against mahogany would be quite pleasing to the eye, especially if framed properly. As a mature man who'd passed the teacher's certification exams, he naturally understood child psychology. Simply lift the veil of mystery. Displaying it daily in the tea house would make it familiar. Even if ghosts really appeared later, they wouldn't scare him much anymore. Just kidding, he had never encountered any zombies besides himself in this world. That feather, I remember it was given by Helen, right? Since he had nothing better to do, Linko decided to get up and move around. Putting down his book, he headed towards the second floor. Hello, huh? Rake entered the warm shop only to find it completely empty. Rainwater streamed down the raincoat, pooling into a puddle within seconds. Standing like this wasn't an option any longer. Reiko peeled off his raincoat, helped his sister onto the sofa, then removed her overcoat. This place was warm enough without being bundled up. Despite not knowing why nobody was around, the lights were on, the fireplace crackled with flames, and most importantly, the sign outside clearly showed they were open for business. Restlessly, Reiko sat beside his sister, leaning against her as a creeping chill seeped through their contact. Not knowing what price he'd need to pay to make this mysterious doctor with absolute healing abilities take action. He possessed nothing particularly valuable, only money, and one treasure Lysis had acquired in the past. Perhaps only artifacts of arcane value could win their favor. Lyko activated the Magitech device, accessing the local archives using Lysis's account credentials, of course. It's simply ludicrous. What does this even mean? Reiko looked at the named location, utterly baffled. Why on earth would this place be called that? The sign read The Greatest Clinic. What a bizarre name. Weren't names of mysterious places supposed to sound imposing and awe-inspiring? This has absolutely no intimidating presence at all. Although this place is also quite strange, with the clinic just named Clinic above the door, at least the neighboring tea house's sign looks somewhat normal. What kind of name is simply Clinic? Lilies, look at this investigator's naming skills, it's practically a pile of lilies? Likov turned to his sister in confusion. Come to think of it, he hadn't heard her speak since they entered. Lily stared blankly at the blazing fireplace. The flames inside were a deep crimson, occasionally crackling with bursts of sound. Ever since entering, the demonic sword within her had begun to stir. The sensation emanating from it was vigilance. The flames here are alive, they've already become minions of the Eldritch God. Who said this was a clinic? Alarm bells rang loudly in Lily's mind. This was another shop secretly opened by that mysterious individual. If playing the role of a patient was required to stay unharmed at that place, then what about this tea house? Were there other rules here? Tap. The sound snapped them out of their thoughts. There was the sound of footsteps on wooden planks coming from behind the counter wall. Judging by the hollow echoes, it was someone descending a staircase. Lilizi and Lyko simultaneously turned to look in that direction. The sound came too quickly for thought, and their gazes met in an instant. Oh ho, a guest has arrived, Linka said with pleasant smile while holding that feather in his hand. Having guests this late at night, what a cash cow. No, I mean, distinguished guests. Anyway, as long as I can entice them to spend, staying up tonight will be worth it. Though I pull all-nighters every single day. Chapter 42, A Night That Isn't Boring. Sorry to keep you waiting. Linko hung the feather near the liquor shelf behind the counter while observing the two customers, then handed them towels. Ever since Guya arrived, Linko had made it a habit to prepare towels and hot tea on rainy days to offer passing guests some small comforts. I just wish there were more people at night. Not needing sleep is truly boring, all I can do is read books. It's no trouble at all. We're the ones who should apologize for disturbing your shop so late at night, Riker said nervously as she stood up. This was her first time visiting a place classified as a forbidden zone of life. I was actually considering changing the counter decorations, Rinka explained, noticing the customer's unease. I just stepped away for a moment when you arrived. What a coincidence. That feather stood in opposition to her power. Had he known she would come? Ryle slightly furrowed her brows as she observed the feather. The scorching etheric presence suppressed the frost god sword's power. It was a flame elemental feather. The eye at its center slowly turned toward her, making Ryle's quickly lower her gaze. That is the limb of an evil god, absolutely not to be stared at for too long. This being had come prepared. Was it foreseeing the future? Or was everything under its control? Lilith watched the towel and hot tea nearby as her sister wiped the rain from her hair. Her expression grew wary, like a kitten guarding its food, every ounce of her attention now razor-sharp. Damn it, how could she forget? The report clearly stated that this doctor's true identity might be an actual evil god, definitely no gentle soul. But wasn't it written in the report that the doctor had a friendly demeanor? Why, then, did it feel suffocating from the very beginning? Was he displeased that they had come outside clinic hours? The scorching air pressed upon her, making her tense. Only by witnessing the scene here could one truly comprehend the terror. Like pieces on a chessboard, they were all struggling ants upon this board, constantly manipulated by the supreme presence before them. Just as two-dimensional beings could never comprehend three-dimensional ones, the goals of eldritch gods were beyond mortal conjecture. The closer one got to such a being, the more truth they would uncover, yet the further they would stray from the reality perceived by ordinary people. From a normal person's perspective, that was simply madness. At this thought, Lily's grew uneasy, her breathing quickening subtly. She instinctively wanted to fidget with the hem of her clothes. But after all, he was a holy knight. Such a man would never stoop to nervously wringing the hem of his garment in a display of weakness, unless he simply couldn't help it. What would you two like to drink? Link handed over the menu. He'd learned to be smart about this. Getting customers to order first meant securing payment, even if they ended up passing out or causing trouble later. Since it's so late, I'd recommend starting with some coffee. Link observed the woman taking the menu. Years of reading people allowed him to instantly assess someone's character with just a glance. Dark circles shadowed her eyes beneath black, slightly wavy hair. A small beauty mark rested near her lips. Though she wore no makeup, her natural beauty shone through, likely worn down by overwork. He had already recognized her. Linka smiled and said, Miss Lake, thank you. Please bring us a cup of hot coffee. It's so late, it's unlikely their purpose is just to have a cup of coffee. Linka's gaze deepened with thought, but out of politeness and to maintain his cool demeanor, he wouldn't speak first. It would be better to analyze the situation himself first. First of all, she was an old client of his. It seemed she must have known about his habit of keeping the tea house open at night. Linka narrowed his eyes. As far as he knew, this Miss Lake had once come to him for treatment after a bone fracture and had been a frequent visitor for injuries both major and minor in the past. Then, for some reason, she stopped coming. Linka scrutinized carefully. Since the visitor herself appeared to have no issues, this sudden visit was likely intended for the petite woman accompanying her. Blue hair, silver pupils, an exceptionally fair and beautiful face, yet the girl seemed somewhat malnourished, excessively thin in her casual clothes. Judging by her features, she was probably related to Miss Lake. Linka stole a discreet glance. I see. It's been a while since I last saw you. Work commitments, I presume? Linka settled onto the opposite sofa, folding his hands with a benevolent smile. I'd begun to worry when your visits abruptly stopped. Indeed, if the evergreen cash cow suddenly stops coming, anyone would worry, the doctor added, just like another one of my regulars, Klon. Leko froze for a moment before nodding, though inwardly his mind was a raging storm. Yes, it's unexpected that you'd even know about this. The same? Does he know we're all from the Countermeasures Bureau? The director had previously come to the clinic for an inspection, followed by investigators probing the situation. She didn't want to add to the trouble, but due to her line of work as an investigator, she often got injured. So lately, Lake had been going to the central city's large hospital for treatment. In terms of results, it was both expensive and ineffective, of course. After the clinic was confirmed as a forbidden zone of life, ordinary investigators were cautioned to avoid approaching unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, because Lake had previously witnessed the truth behind the clinic's bubble tea, he was strictly forbidden by Clown from ever going there again. After all, once you become aware of the unknown, any subsequent encounter renders the disguise utterly ineffective. It's like knowing the restaurant next door cooks with gutter oil. You'd never eat there again. Even if you passed by and smelled the aroma of the dishes, you'd inevitably recall this stuff is made with gutter oil and feel nauseated. Finding half a worm in an apple works the same way. It'd be fine if you just swallowed it, but seeing half a worm would likely make you vomit everything from last night. This was also one of the reasons Lake never came back. omniscient and omnipotent, that was Lake's current thought. She couldn't imagine how to face an evil god who knew absolutely everything. Cold sweat trickled down her skin, its luster slightly dulled from sleepless nights. I guessed right. Link's face showed an expression of confirmation. Ms. Lake must indeed be a police officer or work some other public service job. Her frequent injuries were from missions. Otherwise, a woman like her would normally wear some accessories. The dark circles under her eyes proved she'd been pulling all-nighters recently. Linko glanced at the beautiful blue-haired woman beside him. And this is... Lilas raised her head, her gaze quite wary as she addressed Linko with greetings, master of the tea house. No offense intended. I'm Rack's sister Lilas, full name Lilas Morris. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Likewise, pleased to meet you too. I'm Lin Ku. Lin Ku returned the smile with one of his own. Seems like a somewhat Chuyuni girl, he thought. Even her introduction was so formal, like a medieval knight declaring their full title upon meeting someone. It seems tonight's affairs concern her. Imagine a regular client bringing his sister to visit a doctor's tea house in the middle of the night. Though the logic seems convoluted, there's no way this is just about drinking tea. In that case, he'll need to play the doctor's role tonight. Link felt a surge of pride. After all, he alone in this world could cure any ailment. Tonight would no longer be dull. Chapter 43, The Scholar's Church. It's about the legs, isn't it? Linka picked up the menu while Laika symbolically ordered 2 cups of hot coffee. Walking to the counter to prepare them, he spoke without looking up. Indeed, it was impossible to hide anything from him. Laiku and Lily exchanged a glance. Laiku wiped the rain off himself and his sister. A small puddle had formed beneath their umbrella nearby. Watching the doctor's back, she hesitated before asking, "So, would you be willing to treat us?" She didn't dare ask if it was possible. One of the investigator's rules was never to doubt mysterious abilities. Phew, another correct guess. Linko had just noticed the clean shoes on Lai Lizi's feet and her legs that hadn't moved at all since she entered. Sure enough, it was a leg condition. I'm truly developing quite the potential for detective work, Linko inwardly praised himself. He picked up the freshly brewed coffee and leaned forward slightly, placing it in front of the Leko sisters. Lily's gaze happened to fall upon that feather. The feathered tip rotated its eye towards her, or more accurately, towards the frozen god sword residing within her. She felt the power of the frost god sword within her being somewhat suppressed, desperately struggling to break free from the feather's gaze. For the first time in a long while, a faint trace of warmth seeped into her legs. Willing? There's no question of willing or not. Linka straightened up with a smile. As long as they're patients, I'll treat them. And what about the payment? He glanced at Laiko. Paying is the rule. Leike hastily said, rest assured, the compensation will be absolutely substantial. Being a police officer is a decent job with good benefits. There's no way they'd go back on their word. Fine, Link thought. Now come with me. Do you need any help? Link looked at Leike. Someone asked, does good and evil truly exist in this world? Perhaps they do, but in the face of absolute rationality, human emotions become insignificant. Scholars of antiquity spontaneously formed their own exclusive association, which has since evolved into Leaner City's largest clandestine organization. It could be said that nearly every schoolteacher has been influenced by them. They serve only knowledge and truth. Their name is the Church of Scholars. They may appear lofty and untouchable, rarely seen in ordinary times, but in reality they've deeply infiltrated the grassroots. They could be the security guard at the gate, an ordinary church priest, or the cleaning lady sweeping the streets. Identity means little to them. What matters are news and fresh knowledge. The world is boundless, and only through new experiences can the ocean of knowledge continuously expand, deepening their understanding of the mystical and enhancing their power. For scholars, exhausting every means to acquire new knowledge is the paramount pursuit. Kato is one such member. He has long coveted the Frost God Sword, a blade nearly capable of challenging deities, containing the primordial ice spirit Ziesta as its sword soul. If he could obtain it and apply his learned communication skills, he would gain access to the ancient knowledge of the elven race. He was always filled with a thirst for new knowledge. But Race had now grown weak, her legs no longer able to move. In a way, those who monitored her daily were also protecting her, making it extremely difficult to find an opportunity. Yet the allure of knowledge to a scholar is like fries drenched in ketchup, irresistible, Kato had once said during a lecture. If life has any meaning, my hope is to dive into an abyss-like ocean and fish out some fries called knowledge. For this reason, he had secretly rented a place nearby and searched for half a year. Though he hadn't obtained the divine sword, he had gained considerable insights. For example, the Lake sisters would go out to see patients on rainy nights, but they always went to crowded hospitals, making it impossible to prepare in advance. The locations were randomly chosen. He had considered luring Lake to a remote hospital for his scheme, but Lake was a clever woman. She always scouted these places beforehand, investigated them thoroughly, and used the resources of the Radiant Church to vet the hospital's legitimacy. She never once fell for the fake rumors about shady clinics that Cardo had discreetly spread. Damn it, Was a paralyzed sister really that important? Cardo bit his lip. In his eyes, useless things should be utilized to their fullest potential, like subjecting them to his research. But it didn't matter. Every effort eventually bore fruit. And today, the opportunity had finally arrived. Kato's surveillance spell spotted Leiko heading out. Initially, he thought it was just another trip to some big hospital and lacked the motivation to follow. But the tracking eyes trailed all the way to a tea shop barely manned by one person. According to his stored knowledge, the clinic next door was also owned by this tea shop proprietor. Has the condition worsened? So desperate you'd turn to some rundown clinic now? He grew excited, knowing full well that Lilas's injury was incurable. A wound caused by the mystical couldn't be healed unless the mystical itself was eradicated. He wouldn't strike inside the clinic, too risky. Venturing into unfamiliar territory wasn't the way of a wise scholar. He would lie in wait outside the door. There was still time for everything. Delicious knowledge was already within reach. All it required was a little more patience. Praise the omniscient emperor, who had bestowed upon him such perfect timing and positioning, for on a rainy night like this, any stray sounds would simply be swallowed by the downpour. With that thought, he stepped one foot onto the street corner. Kato stood outside in a raincoat, its greasy yellow hue resembling splattered paint. He paid no mind as the rain soaked him thoroughly, water streaming from his chin like a miniature waterfall. Though the cold bit deep, the fire in his heart couldn't be extinguished by mere rain or chill. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. He could sense it. The person he'd been waiting for was inside. As Cardo thought this, his body began to tremble. Excited? No, it's just that the temperature is a bit low. Achoo! Cardo sniffled, furrowed his brow, shivered slightly, and began making arrangements. Since it was raining outside, Link led them through the second-floor passage. The interior of the house was entirely wooden, but the waterproofing was well done. Even as an old structure, it could last for years. The only issue was the creaking staircase that always gave the unsettling sensation of impending collapse. Link had already reinforced it once after Gaia's arrival. Truth be told, a collapse wouldn't have mattered much. Link himself wouldn't get injured and didn't need sleep. If the interior caved in, as long as the waterproofing remained intact, he could simply stay at the clinic or tea house indefinitely. But now with a little girl around, safety became a priority. So despite the financial sting, he invested in reinforcing key structural points and even laid carpet along the hallway to muffle footsteps entirely. Lilis clung to Link's back as they navigated this not particularly spacious passageway. The carpet muffled Leiko's footsteps to soft thuds as the doctor led the way ahead, carrying a lantern. Chapter 44, Have many doctors played with, examined your legs? The ominous corridor with its gloomy hues, paired with the nighttime rain, created a horror movie atmosphere. Lyris felt suffocated and began letting her imagination run wild. Soon she would be treated by the evil god. Would she be brainwashed, defiled, turned into the evil god's slave? Would she have to live in this dim house forever, working 996 shifts, never seeing her sister again? Even if they met, she'd have to pretend she liked it here and say she didn't want to return, forced to eat that disgusting mashed potato beef stew, the nearly solid, overly peppered gruel they'd make her choke down. What a huge pot of soup, with so much pepper sprinkled on it, and those big chunks of beef still raw inside. The terrible knife work reminded her of her own skills. She was skilled at slaying supernatural creatures, but when it came to cutting meat, she couldn't control her strength, leaving ragged edges like a dog's chew toy. Big sis, I don't like potato and beef stew, Lilis whispered to Lake. I think steak tastes much better. Ha, what do you mean? Lake didn't catch on right away. She knew her little sister's thoughts often jumped around quickly and couldn't guess what she was thinking now. After all, she was just a 19-year-old girl. It was perfectly normal for her to have all sorts of wild imaginings about everything. My sister was about to say something when the divine sword suddenly stirred, as if on the verge of going berserk. Lilis quickly suppressed it. Fortunately, the scorching aura from the earlier feather still lingered in her body, making the effort minimal and merely lowering her body temperature by a few degrees. What exactly was inside the room? Lilis looked toward the source of the sword's unrest, a door bearing a nameplate. Gaia. Is this a person's name? She quietly committed it to memory. Link opened the back door, releasing a strong smell of alcohol as he led the two sisters into the operating room. Lakio helped his sister change into the hospital gown handed by Link and settled her on the bed before taking a seat nearby. Meanwhile, Link donned a white coat, his attire perfectly neat. Rolling up his sleeves, Link gazed into Lilith's eyes. Don't be afraid, let me see what's going on first. Though not tall in stature, to Lilith, his silhouette seemed to morph into a demon's, his shadow stretching ominously to the ceiling. She gulped involuntarily, hands shifting backward until a gloved hand seized her leg. Then I'll begin. Forgive my intrusion, Miss Lilith. Okay, Lilis said. Go ahead. He rolled up the girl's pant leg. Lilis frowned before him. Though she'd been examined by many doctors, she still wasn't comfortable with others handling her legs. Can you feel this? The doctor asked, pressing on the girl's joint. Ticklish, and a bit stiff, Lilis replied before freezing in place. The doctor kneaded and manipulated Lily's legs, occasionally shifting the joints, unaware of the girl's wide-eyed stare before him. Wait, ticklish? Feeling? Has sensation returned? What is this sensation? She naturally knew the reason her legs couldn't move. The lingering occult power from the divine sword that could no longer cleanse itself had gradually eroded its wielder. Years of use had accumulated considerable mysterious residue, until the outbreak 3 years ago completely triggered the underlying condition, leaving her numb ever since. But now her legs had feeling again. Lily's felt Link's hands moving over her limbs. Though she knew this was just examination, having sensation in her legs made everything completely different. Your legs are very well maintained, they don't appear stiff at all. Linko didn't catch Lily's expression, nodding in satisfaction before turning to Lack behind him. The joint mobility is excellent. Does Miss Lack exercise them for you regularly? Yes, daily massages. Lack nodded in response, then grew puzzled as she noticed Lily's reaction. Since that incident, Lily's legs had lost all sensation. Surely all those doctors who had previously examined them would have noticed if there had been any response. Was it possible that feeling was returning? Lily's glanced at Lack, her eyes widening in shared astonishment. How long has this been going on? 3 years. Have you seen other doctors? Seen quite a few, but none could help. Not even holy water worked, Leiko chimed in. Holy water. Linko recalled the glorious era of the church from history books, those methods of sprinkling holy water to cure diseases and exorcise demons, and couldn't help but laugh. That's just psychological comfort brought by suggestion. If holy water truly worked, these illnesses would have been eradicated long ago. Are the effects you achieve with holy water really from the water itself? But this wasn't a normal Middle Ages, after all. They even had computers here, or something called etheric magic conduits. Linko remembered seeing Cecilia use one. It left quite an impression. Better keep quiet though. What if it actually has real effects? This wasn't the world he knew, so caution was advisable. Leiko and Layla suddenly fell silent. If the holy water truly worked, what did that mean? Link didn't notice anything unusual. He examined the girl's legs, settled himself, then straightened up. I understand the situation well enough now. Let's get ready to begin work. In truth, he had no idea how to make such an assessment. He was merely putting on an act. But he couldn't skip the touching part. The performance had to be complete. After all, what kind of doctor would diagnose a patient without observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking? He could only feel how the girl's legs were cool and smooth to the touch, their graceful shape resembling textbook perfection. The muscles showed little atrophy, proof that she must have been quite active before. How regrettable that the sister of such a devoted public servant should now be paralyzed. And equally regrettable that such beautiful legs could no longer walk. At that moment, Link glanced at the window. Reflected in the glass, his own figure suddenly seemed to loom larger. His expression turned infinitely compassionate. A massive halo inexplicably rose behind his head, a great string of prayer beads hung over his chest, and sacred chants began whispering in his ears. Ah, the bliss of accumulating virtue. Dr. Lin? Lai Lizzie looked puzzled at the window. The rain outside was still heavy, but the soundproofing here was decent enough. What was he looking at? It's nothing. We're about ready. Let's begin the treatment. Linko collected his thoughts and spoke, turning his gaze to Laiko with a nod and a smile. Laiko tactfully stepped out of the operating room. Once he saw Laiko had left, Dr. Lin stood up, closed the door, and took out a box from behind him, placing it on the surgical tray. What is this? Lilith looked at the silver box. Oh, could you help me open it? We'll need it soon. Link placed a small pot of boiling water on the asbestos mesh above the alcohol lamp. Lilith opened the silver box. Inside was a strip of fabric embroidered with numerous needles. With an awkward smile, Lilith asked hesitantly, "Are these your medical tools, doctor?" Linka sat by the bedside, casually picking up a cloth strip while retrieving several needles to sterilize them in boiling water. Turning to Lily's, he gave her a confident smile. That's right, this is acupuncture. I've studied traditional Eastern needle techniques. They can stimulate blood circulation, resolve stasis, and have miraculous healing effects. After all, it had already been 4 months since arriving here. If he kept treating customers with just milk tea, even if the locals were slow-witted and medically ignorant, they'd eventually grow suspicious. Chapter 45, Entrapment. To be safe, Linko prepared every medical tool imaginable, all specially modified, of course. Like this set of acupuncture needles, one hollow needle could secretly extract blood samples for Paul to analyze before re-injecting it, carefully controlling the dosage. Cure someone completely in one session. And not only would patients get suspicious, it'd cut into profits too. It's crucial not to arouse the patient's suspicion, who would believe a 3-year paralysis could be cured in an instant. Linko couldn't help but admire his increasingly professional skills. As long as he kept a low profile, his clinic would eventually become indistinguishable from an ordinary one. But to Larice, it seemed somewhat different. Wait, isn't drinking milk tea supposed to be enough? It's like going to the hospital thinking medicine alone would cure you, only for the doctor to patiently explain, sorry, but surgery is the only solution now. The patient's mentality instantly collapses. Lily's expression finally changed, her face twisting slightly as she said bitterly, "Can we not use needles? I'm a bit about needles." She very much wanted to say that while she'd slashed many people with divine swords and been slashed just as often, nearly everyone harbored some psychological fear of needles. She wasn't afraid of blades, but those slender, pointy things terrified her. "I see," Link nodded. "I'll find something to cover your eyes then. Don't be scared, it won't hurt." The corners of his mouth curled upward. Being scared is even better, makes it easier to sneak a blood draw and then treat you. On the operating table, Lizzie sank into despair. She lay on the hospital bed, letting the doctor beside her place a homemade eye mask over her face. There were no such things as eye masks in this world, of course. Linku had made it himself, along with many other little gadgets like it. Though she didn't need sleep, keeping her eyes open all the time was exhausting. Occasionally resting her eyes allowed her to reminisce about the joys of being alive, though she never dreamed. "Dr. Lin." Lizzie's calm voice reached him. Lin could carefully place the sterilized needle on gauze, examining the instrument in his hand with a serious expression that made him seem every bit a real doctor. "Will it really not hurt?" "Not at all. Just take a nap, and you'll feel better when you wake up." Despite the gentle voice in her ear, Lysa still felt tense. Legend has it that executioners in ancient times would say before beheading, "I'll only cut the rope, you just run. Remember, I'm only cutting your rope." Yet they always took the prisoner by surprise and chopped off their head. Alternatively, to calm the condemned, they'd murmur, it won't hurt," before seizing the moment to drop the blade. Loris couldn't stand having her eyes covered, it made her feel like a lamb awaiting slaughter. God only knew what this sinister doctor might do. She discreetly wrinkled her nose to lift the cloth strip, and luckily, the material was stiff enough that she managed to create a small gap. Then she saw the darkness seeping out from the shadows. When you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. The gray tentacles were covered in eyes, some bloodshot, others not. They tangled and coiled around the doctor's arm like a tight embrace. The colors in those eyes seemed to fade, yet also didn't, like distorted vintage footage flickering between hues and grayscale. A strange rustling sound reached her ears as she felt herself being tossed about inside some invisible container. She wanted to close her eyes, yet her body kept watching against her will. The doctor's eyes glowed red, the pupils crimson, the sclerae pitch black, marking him as a ghoul. His gaunt silhouette grew terrifying as skinny, corpse-pale arms drove needles toward her thigh. His image flickered grotesquely while the ward transformed into hellscape. Reality and hallucination merged violently. Lysis teetered on the brink of witnessing delusions incarnate. "Absolutely not, my sanity can't take much more." A stabbing pain pierced her skull as lovely murmurs and spring breeze melodies filled her ears. "No, that's tinnitus." Yet why did this ringing feel so oppressively heavy yet beautiful? Like Buddhist chants simultaneously distant yet intimate, their phantom source hovering just beyond perception. In her dazed state, Lilith felt as though she had arrived at the gates of heaven. A harmonious chorus of kindly voices echoed through the clouds, and for a fleeting moment, she glimpsed a wisp of dark smoke only for it to vanish in the blink of an eye. A sharp pain spread from her brain to her entire body. Lilith's eyes rolled back as crimson veins crawled across the whites. A shadowy figure materialized in her mind, murmuring words that slowly, unnervingly, became comprehensible. No, she couldn't understand. Lilith knew all too well that some critical value in her mind was about to hit zero. She had to resist the influence before it was too late. With desperate focus, she channeled ether to envelop her crumbling mind. At the last possible moment, she thought she heard a voice. The great Heavenly Father and Savior. Amidst the oppressive, indescribable vision, Lilith squeezed her eyes shut in time. The eye patch settled over them, and silence swallowed the world around her. A monster who understands human nature all too well. No wonder you only gave me one strip of cloth, you were luring me to peek, weren't you? What kind of entrapment is this? She never realized it was actually her own doing that had pushed the blindfold aside. The frozen god sword within her body seemed to have crashed, utterly motionless like her mother's corpse. Gradually, her neck tilted to the side, and she finally lost consciousness. So, does it hurt? Lin Kuo couldn't help but boast about his long-practiced technique. He had even experimented on himself numerous times, aided by the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon Paul had given him. With his current skill, inserting needles into human acupoints was completely painless. He gazed at the few needles standing upright before him, eagerly awaiting the girl's response. The answer was that Link heard Lily's light snoring. He smiled silently and slowed his needle insertion. This was the best response. Can't you see she's so comfortable she's already fallen asleep? He patted Paul's head beside him and muttered quietly, I was worried she might peek at our treatment, but turns out she's quite a well-behaved girl. Well-behaved? Paul's human-like pupils glanced at Link while his tentacles rapidly scratched his head, then looked toward Lily's. By the results, he was indeed quite cooperative. Lin carefully removed the needle from the acupuncture point, extracted the blood, and took a sip. Sweet but not cloying, cool and refreshing. Linko had never tasted blood like this before. It was incredibly delicious, like ice cream. He savored the aftertaste but resisted the urge to keep drinking. In the past, he had tried drinking chicken or duck blood, but he could never stomach it, always ending up like some dreadful drink mixed with Ganges water, carrying a nauseatingly bizarre flavor. Drinking these raw is just too hardcore no matter how you look at it. Paul, it's showtime, Linka said as he drew another syringe to preserve. Having checked the girl's condition, he knew extracting this amount of blood wouldn't cause any harm. If anything, a little bloodletting might actually benefit her health. Paul tapped the injection needle. Remember to use a smaller dose, don't cure her all at once. Slow and steady wins the race, Linko reminded. Paul's eerily human-like pupils glanced at the floor, rolling its eyes before retracting its tendrils. Don't be like that, Link comforted while scratching Paul's head. It's all for survival. You wouldn't want to see me homeless, would you? Now we even have to take care of Agoya. Chapter 46, The Palace of Flesh and Blood. Paul seemed displeased as he glanced toward the door, violently shaking his tentacles before silently sinking back into the shadows. This was Link's bedroom. When the master was absent, the air here always carried strange drifting entities accompanied by bizarre whispering voices, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. The ship anchor hanging on the wall suddenly emitted an eerie green glow, while the carved pirate ship above began to sway rhythmically, navigating through the engraved ocean on the anchor like a puppet moving mechanically. Since ancient times, ships have been vessels that carry certain things, enabling people to reach distant, otherwise inaccessible places. Meanwhile, within the dream, Lily slowly awoke to the sensation of sitting in a horse-drawn carriage. Who had kidnapped her? No, the surroundings were eerily quiet. What on earth was happening? Not a carriage, but a ship? She observed her surroundings discreetly. The skull-patterned sails revealed everything, and a pirate ship at that. The wind howled fiercely, drowning out her own words as soon as they left her lips. She stood up. Though the ship appeared deserted, the blurry scenery flashing by indicated they were moving at tremendous speed. What exactly is going on? She grew vigilant. As the pirate ship sailed away, Lilith gradually arrived at an entirely new place. It was an ice field, an endless expanse of black ice, yet at its center stood a strikingly out-of-place, exquisite white palace. From the outside, it resembled a lifelike towering tree, its leaves radiating an aura as if life itself were being released. The upper branches of the tree, however, bore the hallmarks of Gothic architecture, soaring, sharp spires like great swords pointing toward the sky. Dark clouds swirled above, yet they dared not trespass upon that sovereign realm. What is this place? The girl's voice rang out, tinged with panic. Am I dreaming? Murmured the whisper from her lips. Now she stood before a white palace, the pirate ship beneath her feet having vanished without trace. Thunder rumbled nearby, yet the central area remained untouched by dark fog. Like a safe zone, Lysis thought as she took a few steps toward the palace. Nearly invisible snowflakes settled on her skin, tiny pinpricks of coolness, but not truly cold. Wait, Rayletha's pupils suddenly contracted. I can walk now? She finally realized something was wrong. Rayleth remembered she shouldn't be here. She should still be on the operating table. How is this possible? Is this a dream? Lysis looked down at her legs, experimentally jumping a few times. It was a novel sensation even if this were a dream. The ability to walk again was a feeling worth treasuring. She had been on the operating table receiving treatment, which meant she was now aware she was dreaming. Lysis found herself standing before the gates of a palace. A lucid dream? She'd heard of such things before, but what was this palace doing here? But why would there be a palace like this in my dream? Lysis tried to recall. She had no memory of such a place. How could dreams conjure things that didn't exist in reality? It's like experiencing certain indescribable dreams. Just when things are about to happen, you suddenly wake up, tears streaming from your innocent eyes. This occurs because your brain lacks relevant memory storage and forcefully ejects you from the dreamscape. It's as frustrating as encountering locked CG scenes in a game that you can't unlock. Is this really my dream? Laris wondered as she pushed open the grand doors, only to be greeted by an enormous, foul-smelling crimson mass of flesh. The eerie black palace walls bore strange, intricate patterns. The fleshy mass was crisscrossed with spiderweb-like white veins that spread throughout the palace, pulsating rhythmically in an orderly, symmetrical yet staggered arrangement. There was a perverse beauty to it all. Her voice trailed off. The putrid stench mingled with an eerie aesthetic. This bizarre combination was as absurd as someone offering you a cake and declaring it was flavored with excrement. Lilies couldn't help thinking precisely that. Shouldn't a palace ordinarily be resplendent and magnificent? Yet this scene lasted only a moment before transforming into an entirely different sight. The magnificent palace, at its center stands a massive throne crafted from ice crystals, both exquisite and brimming with epic grandeur, upon which sits a figure. A woman with blue hair, her lengthy tresses cascading over the throne, pointed ears, and skin as pale as milk. She wears garments of a style utterly distinct from modern fashion, exuding a unique aesthetic beauty. Propped against her is a sword, giving her the bearing of a female warrior, radiating valor. Larissa's gaze fixes on that sword, she recognizes it instantly. This is the Frost God's sword, which normally exists in an ethereal form within her body. What exactly did I just witness? The girl couldn't quite comprehend it. She slowly approached the throne, examining it carefully. If her guess was correct, this should be one of the original primordial spirit ancestors, Shasta, the ice spirit. She had never seen the original spirit's form, her body simply had an affinity with the Frost God's sword. No one had witnessed Shasta's true appearance, yet Laris imagined it must belong to someone utterly perfect. Why must I dream of these things? Lirith stepped closer for a clearer look. Circling the woman, she realized this elf's features and figure were utterly flawless. If this were a sculpture, it could likely fetch a price beyond compare. Yet she was clearly on the operating table, then suddenly transported to this scene. Lila strained to recall how she had fallen asleep, but whenever she tried to remember, all she heard were warm voices and murmurs. Something about the Heavenly Father? And why does everything look so strange, she wondered. She could only attribute this to the mysterious doctor at the clinic. If the doctor had sent her here, Lilas reasoned, there must be a purpose. Besides, she was still a patient, surely the doctor wouldn't harm her. Perhaps this was simply meant as an introduction to the primordial spirit, Ziasta? But the other person isn't moving either. Lilith moved closer for a careful inspection. It was so clear she could even see the pores and fine hairs on that face. Suddenly her gaze fell upon the other's voluptuous bosom, and she leaned in to scrutinize it closely. After all, she was still just a 19-year-old girl who had spent 3 of those years confined at home. Her mental age wasn't particularly mature either, so it was only natural she'd be filled with curiosity about bodies other than her own. This isn't entirely my dream, she thought. There must be something else mixed in here. The shape was so perfectly full and rounded, unlike anything she'd ever seen on a human body. Just what had that doctor done? She curiously weighed it in her hand, quite substantial in heft. Normally she'd never dare be so rude, but since this was a dream, she allowed herself this transgression. Was this bizarre world perhaps the dreamscape of the elf before her? While observing, Lily's gaze inadvertently drifted upward and locked with a pair of silver, gem-like eyes. Chapter 47 The Spirit Within the Black Mist. The other's beauty was breathtaking, but fortunately, Lily's realized how awkward the current situation was. Her head slowly pulled back, and she even feared receiving a sword thrust from them. You seem quite interested in my body, the other remarked indifferently. The calm tone of voice transported Lily's back to her apprenticeship days, when the old masters spoke in the same manner, though none with a voice as pleasant as this one before her, reminiscent of silver spoons tapping against porcelain bowls, producing a crystal-clear chime. Sorry. Laris finally took a step back, her expression growing tense as her small hands gestured nervously. I just think you look absolutely perfect. Is that so? Actually, my appearance is indescribable. The other nodded and continued. It's just that every creature who sees me perceives perfection. She paused, perhaps to add something more. I'm not a living being but more of a conceptual existence. Whatever people imagine perfect looks like is what they see in me. So that grotesque flesh mass earlier was your true form? Truly indescribable. Laris thought to herself. If I think you look like a gorilla, would that be okay? Lysis asked. It could be, provided you find gorillas beautiful. But your subconscious has already defined me at first glance, so this is how I appear when observed, not the gorilla you imagined. The sprite tilted its head, its voice steady as silver eyes fixed on Lysis. Perhaps we should introduce ourselves first? This isn't a place just anyone can enter. We're in a dream. A dream, Lysis repeated, confirming her very thoughts. A mysterious force has connected our dreams, Siesta added. A mysterious force? Rice's mind began racing. If that's the case, there's only one answer. It was that doctor's doing. He was the one who sent me here. He truly knows everything. He meant that in order to heal his legs, he needed to communicate with Siasta? Laylis pondered. Truly worthy of being the master of the forbidden zone of life. If she remembered correctly, no one had ever been able to converse with the spirit within the divine Frostblade, not even the mediums and white wizards from the ecclesiastical order could enter its domain. My name is Laylis, the current wielder of the divine Frostblade, she said. I think I already know who you are, but please introduce yourself properly, it's only courteous. It was also to avoid overlooking any information about Ziasta. Courtesy. The other party nodded slightly. What a distant notion. Ziasta, one of the primordial spirits. Only because a certain supreme being connected our dreams can I now see another living creature again. It feels fresh. Ziasta raised her head and gazed at the open gate behind Lily's. What I mean is, you're actually the first person to reach this place. Others before you tried crossing the black mist, but they all perished within. No. She closed her eyes and corrected. They transformed into new existences, granted eternal life. Those black mists? Laylisi was stunned for a moment, turning to look at the eerie fog outside. Within it, tentacles and sharp claws occasionally flashed by, along with yellow fragments, limbs of various animals, sinister black claws, and skeletal remains. Faint wails could be heard echoing through the mist, while gusts of damp, cold wind blew in from outside. She shivered involuntarily. Truly spine-chilling. No doubt, those who sought to enter were either the white wizards attempting to commune with the sword's spirit or the sacred knights of past generations. Little did they expect, after sacrificing countless offerings, their souls entering the sword's world would be met with instant annihilation by the black mist the moment they stepped in. Lilisi understood the consequences of gazing directly into the unknown. Yet, this was almost laughably tragic. Wizards across countless eras had ventured in, only for their souls to be crushed, becoming part of the swirling black fog. The more deaths and injuries there were, the more seekers still tried to enter, hoping to prove their strength only to be obliterated the moment they stepped foot inside. So what was the point of so many people dying? Lyle suddenly felt uneasy. Those black mists, the accumulated remnants of the sect members slaughtered by the first generation of sacred paladins, weren't originally this abundant, Shiasta explained, her body still motionless. But by the time I awoke, the mysteries had multiplied beyond my ability to cleanse. Of course, it's because more and more people wanted to enter. Humans are inevitably filled with curiosity about the unknown, and in the end, they all met their doom. So the reason why everyone who wielded the Frost God sword throughout history went mad is also. Lyles had been standing for so long her feet ached. She tilted her head slightly, the palace was utterly empty. Exactly, these are the effects of the curses, grown powerful enough to influence the outside world. The elf noticed Riritha's movement. If you want to sit down, try imagining a chair, Ziasta said. This is our shared dream, a projection of reality. Small changes can be made using imagination. Ririth attempted to sit back, and a chair materialized beneath her just in time to catch her. Awesome. As expected of a dream, whatever you want, it delivers. Haven't you cleaned up at all? Lyris asked. And why should I clean up? Siesta retorted. You still don't know why I'm stuck here, do you? By the way, how am I portrayed in the history books? Lilas finally sat down and replied, the history books say that due to the ravages of the Chaos Church in ancient times, the elves and humans reached an agreement. Ziasta voluntarily became the sword spirit, wielded by the first sacred knight to fight against the Chaos Church. What's wrong with you? Lilas noticed the veins bulging on Ziasta's hand as she gripped the sword hilt. History, Ziasta said slowly, lowering her gaze, has always been written by the victors. Lilas, would you like to hear a true account of history? I don't want to. Lilith shook her head. Why should I listen to your one-sided account? Just give me the summary directly, I'll draw my own conclusions. You seem emotional. Shiasta tilted her head slightly, flawless face showing puzzlement. Is it because of me? Yes, because of using the Frost God sword, dozens of sacred paladins have already died, Lilith said. I'm nearly there too, thanks to you. I've been bedridden for 3 years, tormented by hallucinations every night, can't even sleep properly. Shiasta gazed expressionlessly at Lilith. The conclusion is this: your first generation of sacred paladins obtained divine inheritance, captured me, and then nearly exterminated the elf race of that era. Lilith fell silent for a few seconds. Logically speaking, I should feel angry for you right now, but I genuinely can't muster any emotion. It's like we're not even the same species. So you have the power to dispel the black mist, yet you choose to do nothing? Just watch as the holy knights perish one after another? Right, that's none of my business. I understand. Although your reasons are sound, I don't really feel anything, Lyris said calmly as she looked at Siesta. We're of different races, it's hard for me to empathize with you. Moreover, I don't simply take your word at face value. After all, I might have skipped a few years of school, but I'm not an idiot. I've already dealt with plenty of mysterious creatures like you. Chapter 48, the hardest to predict is always the doorway ambush. Right, rational, and exactly as I expected, Lysis added silently in her heart, just like the plot of some hero movie. Like you, I don't sympathize with humans either, Siesta said coolly, but it seems I can only communicate with you now, which must also be the will of whatever entity linked us together. We might need to have a talk, but before that, I suggest we keep our opinions to ourselves. Indeed. What a coincidence, she'd been thinking the same thing, but... You talk like a rigid, cold machine, Lyris said. Even the most boring bishop in the church was more interesting than the elf before her. I suppose this is your first conversation with another living being in countless years. You want to show kindness but forgot how, the girl said with a lifted eyebrow. It really doesn't make people like you. The elven knight fell silent for a few seconds. Generally, elves do not speak to gain favor. We only communicate when necessary, like me. But you really talk so much. Alright, we should get down to business. I don't think casual chatting is appropriate here. Lelis put on a serious expression. You should know, the root of my illness lies precisely here. If those black mists don't disappear, even if my legs recover, it would only be temporary. So what are you suggesting? The elf asked. You know exactly what I mean. We probably all know deep down that the mystery out there is what makes us. Lily's attempted to say, cooperate? Immediately she rejected the idea, shaking her head like a rattledrum. No, it's something more fundamental than that. I understand, said Siesta. You're proposing a cooperation based on mutual benefit. That's the only condition we can currently accept. She nodded before adding, I agree to discuss it first. After all, we don't have any other options. Agreed. So what exactly do you need? Lyris gripped the edges of her chair and leaned forward. She already had a rough idea in mind, hoping the other person was thinking along the same lines. Only by understanding needs and fulfilling them can the basic requirements of cooperation be met, for profit is an eternal friend. My wish is to see the current state of the elven race. Sista's silver eyes seemed to gaze right through Lialis, focusing on some distant place beyond. Across these lands, many elven clans merely cling to existence, their lives appear far from prosperous. She shook her head while looking down at the frost god's word she leaned upon. With all the primordial elves gone, the pure blood lineage has been severed. According to the archival texts in the library, the progenitor elves, the primordial ones, were elemental incarnations, the most unique among deities, virtually incapable of true death. While they existed, the continuation of their race held promise. Their disappearance meant no more elves of untainted bloodline could be born, making the race's decline an inevitable fate. This request isn't excessive. What can you offer? Lysis said. The power you crave. Ziasta's gaze sharpened. As things stand, I'm already dead. What remains here is just a soul, with no vessel left in this world, only existing within this sword. She looked at the frost god's sword before her. I can work with you to make you capable of slaying gods. She stared at Lysis as she spoke. That's all from me. Your turn now. Now you choose to keep quiet. As for me, Lys swayed her legs, staring absent-mindedly at these long-lost limbs as she parted her lips. I wish to cleanse the curse from this sword, take revenge on those bastard priests, and use your power to protect those I care about. In exchange, I'll lead you to the Elvenkind to fulfill your wish. Agreed. Though trusting humans is the last thing I desire, Siesta said, but it appears I've no choice. So be it. It seems a fragile alliance has formed, Rice noted inwardly with a nod. Then how do I contact you, she asked. For now, until those sanity-corrupting mists are dispelled by me, you can only stay at this doctor's place using his ability to connect our dreams, Siesta replied. If the doctor indeed agrees to this arrangement, you should be permitted to stay here. That way we can communicate through dreams, or I can acclimate with you and teach some techniques. I understand. Any other questions? Siesta asked. One last question. Lily suddenly grew serious. Go ahead. Seeing her solemn expression, Siesta unconsciously straightened his posture slightly. Why have you maintained this stance all along? I mean, the pose of leaning on your sword. The weight in Lily's heart lifted somewhat, and her expression softened. Since proper communication fosters mutual understanding, she inquired out of curiosity. Is it because of dignity? Well, Ziasta still didn't move, slightly turning K's head to answer. Before my form was defined by you, my body was driven by the black mist to remain confined within the palace, so much so that it could fill the entire palace, unable to move at all. So, in human terms, I've sat for too long and my limbs have gone numb. I need to stretch them slowly. Lilith froze for a moment, recalling the scene she had seen upon first entering the palace, and couldn't help but shudder with disgust. Outside the shop at this moment, eerie sigils were being drawn on the ground. Cardo had already completed the preparations. Using bizarre blood-red materials ground into yellow paste, he painted sinister symbols on the floors and walls, marks that could invoke the dark god's protection, or even manifest fragments of its power. Blood plasma, organs from living creatures, even human flesh and bones, all could serve as materials for drawing these yellow signs. It sounded somewhat repulsive, but for the morally neutral scholar's church, these were standard procedures. Only knowledge represented eternal truth, rationality reigned supreme. Engaging with such matters was simply the proper path of study. Whoever enters this area will face the Emperor's attack. The Emperor was the codename for one of the mysterious entities he worshipped. Due to certain prohibitions, they couldn't speak the true name of these beings directly, fearing it might draw their gaze, hence the use of codenames. The heavy rain continued to pour, yet the freshly drawn symbols remained firmly etched on the street's pavement and sidewalks. This was proof that the initial effects were taking hold, a testament to the flawless accuracy of his inscriptions. Cato curled his lips in satisfaction. The yellow symbols were arranged in a 20-meter radius around the clinic, marked on the streets with special materials. This would conjure a unique zone, one capable of harnessing fragments of the Emperor's authority. He had already begun to imagine the kind of blows Lily's would face once the door opened. First would be some preset trap witchcraft and curses obstructing her, followed by Cato in yellow robes himself. He would receive the Emperor's protection, his flesh strengthened, and be granted some degree of wind manipulation. Chapter 49, that person saw right through it again. perhaps this was too troublesome. If he had a gun, firing a few rounds the moment she emerged would be far more efficient. With rain this heavy, sounds resembling countless gunshots would easily drown everything out. But this thought was dismissed by Cardo the moment it arose. A gun? Such an object is hardly something a true scholar should carry around. Knowledge is the most powerful weapon. That's a scholar's pride. Yes, it was already perfect, assuming no one witnessed any of this. In the pouring rain, a shadowy figure observed everything before him. His dappled deerskin cap and oversized coat enveloped a powerfully built frame. Though thoroughly drenched by the rain, nothing could obscure the mountain-like pressure radiating from his presence. Though it was pouring rain, Crown's eyes, anointed with holy water, could clearly see the bright yellow figure before him and the eerie yellow marks left on the ground. Lilith never would have guessed that the person assigned to monitor her was none other than Crown, the current head of the Countermeasures Bureau and a fellow sacred paladin. His mood was somewhat complicated at the moment. Being stuck on surveillance duty late at night was one thing, but stumbling upon such a big catch in the process made him want to laugh as he watched the busy yellow figure before him. Crown used to be a special operative working in the shadows, handling all sorts of covert incidents. Even his title of Sacred Paladin had been awarded in secret. But dealing with such matters meant frequent encounters with the unnatural, and for a period, his mental state deteriorated, haunted by hallucinations and insomnia. His sanity once teetered dangerously close to the brink, leaving him with irreversible damage. Under such circumstances, he resigned from his position as a holy knight and submitted the paperwork for a transfer request. At the Countermeasures Bureau, they still dealt with mysterious incidents, but compared to direct encounters, it was much more manageable. Plus, it fell within his area of expertise, allowing him to handle the cases with relative ease. Of course, there was another task, to observe Lilizette. After all, she was once a sacred paladin. How could mere ordinary folk be sent to monitor her? Coincidentally, Clown had submitted a transfer request, so the task was assigned to him. A perfect opportunity to comfortably restore his sanity. For him, remaining within the hierarchy of the Radiant Church was the preferable choice. For someone accustomed to lurking in the shadows, returning to ordinary life would likely mean having to work an ordinary job to make ends meet. He had observed the Letko sisters going out several times before, but he always chose to understand and was too lazy to report it. His superiors had tasked him with reporting anything unusual, but was visiting a doctor really so unusual? Unless you're visiting Dr. Link's clinic, then something's definitely off. So they really went, which is truly troublesome. Don't do anything foolish now, that's an evil god you're dealing with, and evil gods have never loved mankind. Clown's physique naturally made him impervious to the rain. The mottled stains on his hat weren't the original color of the deer hide, but rather mysterious splatters of blood that had dried upon it. He kept it as a trophy, perpetually wearing the macabre accessory because it amplified his intimidating presence. His greatcoat snapped dramatically behind him as raindrops scattered from its flapping corners. The howling wind made his silhouette even more elusive. Within certain heretic circles, he bore a blood-chilling moniker, the Bloodstained Cowboy. Larice's subtle movements couldn't escape his notice, not because he tracked her by scent, but through surveillance. In an era of magitech advancement, why bother with mind games? Activate the arcane monitoring devices and every action becomes transparently visible. It was practically dimensional warfare against primitive opponents. This explained Clown's presence here. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was Cardo's abrupt appearance. Though he couldn't understand the specific symbols, he knew about the Emperor organization. This person's target surely couldn't be the doctor himself, but rather the Lyco sisters. Daring to covet the Frost God sword? This is practically declaring war on the higher-ups of the Holy Light Church. Moreover, what kind of ignorant fool dares to cause trouble in the fucking forbidden zone of life? Remembering the doctor's terror, Clown suddenly felt a chill of fear. It was like playing with fire next to a gunpowder store. An entire arsenal had already shown great restraint by compacting itself into a clinic-sized room, yet you still insist on courting death? Ignorance is no excuse. Best to deal with this quickly. We must act before that entity becomes aware. Clown adjusted his collar, still unaccustomed to the icy chill of the rain. The damp fabric clung tightly to his neck, making his throat feel constricted. He suddenly froze. How could such an exalted being allow mere insects to set up an entire summoning ritual right before its threshold? This was nothing short of blatant provocation. Wait, Clown halted mid-motion. If the doctor truly possessed omniscience, he couldn't possibly be unaware of this situation. Upon reflection, the solution didn't lie solely with the doctor himself, but also with the spectator watching from the sidelines. So that's how it is. Clown clutched his hat tighter as the wind grew fiercer, the buckskin cap flapping violently around his ears as if it might launch into the storm-washed world at any moment. The doctor has already discovered me. Crown took a step forward, his brow deeply furrowed. To think I'd been outplayed by K. There's no way I can just stand by and watch. Does he want to see how I'll react? Or am I merely another pawn of this enigmatic existence? Kato's figure melded into the symbols, the bright sigils interlinking before gradually fading away as if they had never existed. Yet Crone knew that whoever stepped into the area marked by those symbols would momentarily be separated from the real world. Falling into the Emperor's domain was practically a death sentence. But for Crown, who had been watching the whole spectacle like a bystander munching on melon seeds, it was downright hilarious. He remembered the positions of all the symbols, meaning that aside from that omniscient and omnipotent existence, he was the only one who could crack this setup. If you're scheming against me, then congratulations, you've succeeded once. Clown frowned, disliking the feeling of being manipulated. Yet his feet moved anyway, carrying him toward the clinic door. He dug out a vial of holy water from his coat and poured it into his eyes. His mood was as foul as the ragged edges of his fluttering coat. Kato stood at the clinic entrance, quietly waiting for the Lycoris sisters to return empty-handed yet again. He envisioned the events about to unfold, then abruptly opened his eyes. Under his control, a figure appeared within the line of sight of the previously positioned ward. A human? What's coming over here so late? Kato turned around to face a broad figure wearing a hat. Whoever you are, once you enter the range of my sigil, the Emperor will make K's followers invincible, Kato murmured to himself, his voice hoarse and slightly nasal. The figure was drawing nearer, clearly targeting him, undoubtedly one of the transcendent beings. How powerful was this one? A dominator? Or perhaps an elder god? Whatever the case, within the sigil's boundary, they'd be powerless against him. Chapter 50, That Emperor will lead you to madness. Kato stared fixedly at the opponent's footsteps. Good, getting closer. Come on, just one more step. One more step and I can make you disappear. That's your fate. They stopped. A change came over Kato's expression. Why stop now? You were so close. The misty rain blurred his vision, like the fog-bound city of Laya from legend, where one could always glimpse phantoms in the gloom, vast shadows, eerie tentacles, something throbbing in shades of yellow. The muffled blare of a ship's horn seemed to echo right beside his ear. Reality seemed somewhat altered due to the mysterious occurrence, but fortunately it was deep into the night, with heavy rain still falling. Dawn wouldn't break for some time, ensuring no witnesses would be present. This spectacle couldn't possibly be the work of Kato alone. Interesting. Before Kato could process this thought, something was pulled from the opponent's coat and poured onto the ground. Wherever it flowed, the symbols began gradually dissolving, and the formed domain started shrinking. Holy water? So, you're from the church? Kato's figure materialized as he swiftly waved his arm, causing the symbolic domain to instantly envelop them both. Once those yellow symbols were activated, no holy water could possibly purge their effects. So decisive, definitely not your average rookie. Klon pulled out an intricately crafted badge from his coat, bearing the faint outline of an octopus design. A rusty metallic scent emanated from it, and upon contact with water, the surroundings whispered with barely audible murmurs. Kato's yellow robe appeared dark and greasy in the rain, with strange undulations running across its surface, an illusion as mysterious forces began steadily eroding the opponent's sanity. Damn it! Clown's face darkened. The severe mental trauma suffered years ago made this scene particularly unsettling for him. Yet surrounded by this nameless domain, he had no choice but to proceed with extreme caution. I never expected this thing's effective range to exceed its actual range, he murmured to himself. It seems I've been slacking off too long without intensive training. This wouldn't have happened a few years ago. Whenever humans attempt to perceive objects related to deities, their sanity begins to deteriorate. When original reality completely vanishes, leaving only hallucinations behind, those hallucinations become truth itself. The same applied to Krone's emblem artifact. While useful, it continuously eroded his rationality. The figure froze mid-movement, lifting his hat with one hand to reveal a pair of eyes. Even through the rainy darkness, Kato could clearly see the mocking smile playing across his face. Who am I? Haven't you already guessed? Klaus played coy, slipping the coin-sized badge into his mouth. The thing needed contact with water to activate its authority, and a moist oral cavity happened to satisfy that requirement perfectly. Papal lackeys. Kato's expression twisted into something ferocious. He stomped his foot on the ground, sending a sudden whirlwind expanding violently to engulf Klaus. No one likes being interrupted while acquiring knowledge, no one. Lightning flashed, illuminating a mottled deerskin hat as Crown's massive frame stretched out. Within the yellow sigil lay a space filled with wind, all water utterly expelled. The Emperor's power blossomed forth at this moment. I hate water. There wasn't a lack of countermeasures. Through his emblem, Klaus had formed numerous connections with the surrounding rainwater. The moment he saw Kato, Klaus felt an overwhelming urge to end him. Everything about the man rubbed him the wrong way. Call it what you will, I may be the church's lapdog, but even that's better than a cockroach like you who lurks in the shadows. The rain around Klaus began swirling, emitting a briny scent as it shielded him from the howling winds. So you're actually that one's follower? Kato's expression twisted strangely as he kept murmuring, what a twist of fate. Being a lapdog of the church, you don't worship the god of light but this evil deity instead? Klon had no idea what the other was talking about, he just felt somewhat irritated. Kato chuckled darkly. As a member of the scholastic church, Kater possessed deep knowledge of forbidden lore and immediately recognized the nature of the other's faith. But now he didn't want to think too much. The heavy rain beside him seemed to have turned into black demons, with thick, damp raindrops continuously whispering something strange in his ears. Yet Cardo simply pretended not to hear. This was perfectly normal. Using and engaging with the mystical would inevitably erode one's sanity bit by bit, until complete self-loss. Yet he wasn't alarmed. As the saying goes, gaining something means losing something in return. Heaven is fair. He merely regarded this as the price for attaining knowledge. Bloodshot veins filled Cardo's eyes as blurry yellow figures flickered incessantly before him. Within the bounds of these symbols, he would receive the Emperor's highest blessings. The Emperor watches over me. Cardo began walking toward his opponent, his strides growing faster until his speed transcended normal human limits. That mere 10-meter distance was covered in an impossibly brief moment. I'm getting closer to K. He repeatedly traced symbols across his chest with one hand while stretching out the other, his voice growing increasingly fervent. Can you hear it? K is protecting me. K shall protect K's people, and I shall be undefeated. No, you've got it all wrong. I am K, the great king, and you dare stand in a king's way. Kato's veins bulged like ropes beneath his skin as guttural noises spilled from his mouth, howling in waves. Trembling, he pulled a brass crown from his pocket and placed it upon his head, his face twisting into a satisfied smile. The composure he'd shown earlier had completely vanished. He'd become another person entirely. Come on. Klon never waited for opponents to fully prepare. That would be idiotic. The moment his adversary stepped fully into view, he suddenly drew a shotgun from his coat. Before the other could react, Klon pulled the trigger. The American draw. That shotgun carried an enormous steel cylinder, precisely like Cowboy featured in Klon's moniker. As for the prefix Bloodcap, it came from his wildly aggressive fighting style. The blood of slain enemies would inevitably splash onto his hat. Who says a man wielding a revolving shotgun isn't a cowboy? Tiny steel pellets flashed with muzzle fire as they struck Kato, instantly blasting him backward before abruptly stopping. Without hesitation, Crown repeatedly pulled the trigger until all 6 rounds were spent. Holding open his coat with one hand, he revealed a row of spare rounds at his waist. With a casual slap, he ejected the spent cylinder and smoothly slid a fresh one into the shotgun while sidestepping a razor-edged gust of wind. Water droplets beside him outlined the wind's trajectory, granting him just enough warning to react. Kato's body showered crimson as he slowly collapsed, yet Crown's movements never faltered. Until Crown had emptied 3 full cylinders, his coat billowing continuously in the wind behind him, he ceased firing. The barrel of his gun glowed faintly red at the muzzle, wisps of smoke curling past his eyes. I remember now, I've seen this kind of zealot before, Crown muttered to himself. They called themselves yellow-robed monks, if I recall. Chapter 51, like slurping noodles. Just another brand of cultist anyway, no harm in putting them down. Kato's body lay motionless before him. The ground was soaked in blood, all signs of life clearly vanished, though in the dim light, only the outline of a fallen figure in yellow robes could be seen. Blood mingled with rainwater, emitting a faint metallic scent. A terrifying silence filled this space. The rain seemed to hit an invisible cube, streaming down its sides to trace out perfect square contours. The howling wind offered no reassurance about whether the target was truly dead. Trying to lure me closer? Crone reloaded fresh rounds into his revolver's cylinder, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Fresh speckles of rain dotted his hat. The nearby yellow sign field hasn't dissipated yet, they might still be alive. Think I can make it over? Crane raised his gun, this time loaded with silver mercury rounds. If you can tank this volley too, I'll be damned impressed. Mercury's toxicity to the human body is extreme, and when paired with silver-plated bullets, it makes for excellent anti-paranormal munitions, perfect for dealing with these cultists. But just as the muzzle was about to spit lethal sparks, the enemy's figure vanished. Invisible? Or teleportation? Impossible. No mystical faith could bestow such abilities upon its followers. The wind howled as Krausen released his grip, letting the revolver shotgun fall, then drew a flick knife from his chest and slashed backward. It was likely years of combat instinct. He didn't know where his foe was but struck on pure intuition. Put! The sound of steel sinking into flesh, yet Krausen's eyes darkened. The good news? He'd landed the stab, likely in the neck or waist, judging from the angle. The bad news was that the other party wasn't afraid of death at all. They had deliberately caught it without the slightest attempt to dodge. A frenzied grin spread across Cardo's face as his blood-stained fingers reached toward Crowan's cheek. It was a trap. This was no ordinary yellow-robed monk. He was trying to touch me. Under no circumstances could I let him succeed. Let go. Crowan tried to kick free, but his arm was locked in an iron grip, his muscles useless. For the moment, there was no escape. Get the hell out of here. He exerted force once more, the dagger slicing halfway through the other's neck as if sawing wood with a blunt blade. The resistance felt eerily wrong. Crimson flesh and pale fascia spasmed unnervingly, presenting a grotesque spectacle. Strangest of all, not a single drop of blood flowed forth, as though, like freshly drained pork, even the blood vessels stood hollow. The Emperor shields me. I am the king. My blood has long transformed into royal blood. It is the Emperor's mark. You won't steal a single drop of blood from me. Kato's hand brushed against Krone's head, only to be met by a sudden headbutt the next instant. His hand was knocked aside, just a fractional movement, but enough. Good, his hand freed now. Claws clenched the bottle in his breast pocket between his teeth. That was a vial of holy water. Pouring it on the mysterious entity would be like dousing flesh with sulfuric acid. It would trigger a violent reaction. Especially against cultists whose bodies had undergone indescribable mutations, the effect would be even more potent. A fraction of a second was all he needed. Victory is still mine. With a twisted grimace, Claus bit open the cork, took a mouthful of holy water, and spat it toward Cardo. But halfway through this action, his mouth uncontrollably slackened, and the holy water cascaded to the ground, swiftly swept away by the wind. What? Klon only then noticed that a line connected the other's hand to his forehead. As lightning flashed, it revealed that these were actually writhing worms. Exuding a bloody stench, they ceaselessly crawled and coiled, squirming like leeches while their other ends remained firmly latched onto his temples. Occasionally, a worm would be blown off by the wind, landing on the ground like a red flower blooming in midair before solidifying the moment it dripped onto the earth. It was this line that tugged at his muscles, sapping his strength. He could feel the muscles in his head already being manipulated. Could it be that these worms were the other's blood? Do you think breaking your hand will accomplish anything? Came a voice like stone grinding against stone. I merely needed a conduit for ether transmission, and my blood is the perfect medium. Didn't you notice I transmitted the signal to make you release your jaw just now? Victory belongs to me. Remember this glorious name, Cardo, the new emperor. Give me your knowledge. Crown suddenly realized that the other's yellow coat was riddled with bullet holes. The damage inflicted by those bullets was mostly just from the impact force, and that knife strike had only managed to pierce the neck by sheer luck, finding the slightest gap in the armor. It should have been a fatal wound, yet the opponent paid it no mind. The blood had already turned into insects. Their circulatory system still functioned as long as major arteries remained intact. He has modified his body. Human transmutation, this is forbidden alchemy. Before he could think further, a buzzing sound erupted, like several flashbangs detonating before his eyes. Crown suddenly felt his brain being crammed full, a suffocating sensation forcing his eyes wide open in reflex. He tried to grab the shotgun from the ground but clutched empty air, his movements turning sluggish as if dragging through mud. Straining to keep his eyes open, he barely glimpsed the shotgun being kicked away at some point, now lying just beyond reach. Cater's eyes were similarly wide with shock as torrents of knowledge surged from his adversary's mind. Once the mental transfer completed, nothing would remain but a hollow shell. By any means necessary, acquire knowledge, this was the scholar's church creed, and mind draining stood as but one method among their arsenal. Damn it, Crown cursed silently. These days of peaceful living had dulled his combat instincts against dangerous foes. Crown, you're such a loser, completely outplayed by their schemes. So that's it. Your name is Crown, the former holy paladin. Cardo closed his eyes, sorting through the vast trove of knowledge to extract useful fragments, his lips curling into a triumphant smile. That badge saved you, but it also brought irreversible changes. Your sanity has become fragile. You know this clinic's doctor, you drank milk tea. Kato saw Crone's memory and excitedly read it aloud. Wait, milk tea? Milk tea? No no no. He let out a terrified voice. Wrong wrong wrong. None of this makes sense. That's not milk tea, nor is it some gray tentacle that's beyond anything human. Wait, what the hell is that thing? No sooner had the words been spoken than the ground behind Cardo split open, oozing black, formless entities dripping with viscous slime. That was the reflection in the glass of the cake shop across the street. If Crown could see it, that meant the thing was behind him. By the faint glow of lightning, a tentacle composed entirely of white eyeballs appeared in Crown's field of vision. It stretched through the clinic, gently adhering to Cardo, then swiftly enveloped him in the blink of an eye. The pupils dilated, revealing an infinitely toothed maw that extended more tentacles to engulf Cardo before beginning to dine upon him with unsettling decorum. Chapter 52, The Emperor's Finale. The air was thick with the briny scent of seawater. Cardo wanted to shout something, but his throat had already been torn open, leaving him capable only of rasping, his words escaping in broken gusts. Crimson worms continued to splatter, yet every single droplet was greedily devoured by the gaping maw of an eyeball. What a sight it was, the enormous tentacles, their briny stench filling the air, viscous fluids pooling on the ground to reflect images he wished never to see, stirring profound terror in Crown's heart. What is this? He croaked, the words trembling from his parched throat. Tendrils woven from eyeballs tore open Kato's artery, slurping it up like bubble tea, then slowly chewing the vessel before yanking the entire length from his body. This gruesome act carried a bizarre elegance at this moment, as the thick tendrils enveloped him, like a loving heavenly father embracing his dear child. No! Stop! Ha! Emperor! Kato suddenly roared, his voice hoarse as if mustering his last ounce of strength. You dare to steal my throne and empire, you will suffer. The moment you take my crown, calamity will befall you. Clown collapsed weakly on the ground. The instant the tendrils appeared, he was released. Suddenly, a flood of hallucinations appeared in his eyes, countless tentacles swirling around him, gradually transforming from illusory to corporeal. Before him materialized an indescribable, towering figure, shrouded in thick mist, its gaze seemingly fixed upon him. Disregarding the agony in his skull, he desperately dug the badge from his mouth, gagging up mouthfuls of acidic bile. Trembling uncontrollably, he fumbled for the holy water, as though the scene before him had struck the deepest terror in his heart. Clenching the bottle between his teeth, Crone finally managed to bite open a tiny crack. Cupping his hands over his mouth, the holy water trickled through the gap and down his throat. Drinking it helped disperse some of the affliction. Crunch! An unsettling chewing sound echoed above him, accompanied by faint, squelching struggles of flesh. Too terrified to look up, he remained frozen in a crawling stance. The commotion swiftly dissipated, the rain resumed its rhythm, residual symbols surfaced but were quickly washed away by the downpour. The rain had lightened considerably, a thread of chill flowing over Crown. The icy rain helped restore some of his senses. Winter rain was unbearably cold. When Crown finally lifted his head, gasping for breath, all that remained before him was a vast pool of blood, yellow fabric scraps, shards of glass, and shattered human remains. The brass crown had vanished. If his memory of the past few seconds served him right, that tentacle and the doctor's bubble tea shared the same essence, except this tentacle was genuinely enormous, and the eyes covering it were unnervingly abundant, clustered tightly together. Some had ruptured, transforming into even smaller eyes that crawled sluggishly across the ground. The recollection alone sent a shudder through him. Ha! 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 Crown finally stood up, closed his eyes to overcome the double vision, collected some blood, tidied up the scene, and retreated back into the shadows by the street. What the hell is this thing? Holding down his hat, he examined a ring in his hand, the only thing left behind. Since the doctor didn't want it, he decided to keep it for now. Carefully, Crown dropped a drop of holy water onto it. As the ring glowed faintly, he immediately confirmed this was a cursed artifact. That bastard's teleportation trick was relying on this earlier, he cursed while putting it away. Ambushing and deceiving an old man like me. Youngsters these days are truly inhuman bastards. I'll have this appraised when I get back. Klon passed by the clinic, staring at the words medical clinic on the door for several seconds. That tentacle came from inside the clinic. I was saved by the doctor. If it weren't for him intervening, I'd have been done for. Mysteries can actually save people? Clowen felt his mind growing tangled. This is completely different from what I've encountered before. Maybe, just maybe, I can trust them a little. A new thought took root in his mind. Cardo, scholar, church follower, devotee of the deity in yellow robes, high-ranking official. Clowen muttered these terms through gritted teeth, bloodshot eyes glaring as he ignored the flickering hallucinations at the edges of his vision. Let me find out who you really are. Don't let Uncle Clowen track you down, or I'll personally kick their balls into orbit. He casually placed a surveillance device in a hidden spot, needing to confirm the Lako sisters' situation. Then the cursing figure vanished at the street's end. The next morning, Link seemed unusually energetic today, his voice deliberately or unintentionally louder, spouting things like, TSK, more patients at the clinic again. Honestly, coming to me for minor ailments, huh? Well, at least they've got taste. That church hospital is downright pathetic. No, that's because the other person didn't have much money, they only had pennies and not even a whole paper bill. Hey, did you hear? Someone at the church hospital actually needed to be hospitalized for a leg injury. How pathetic. I could have fixed it in just a few treatments. That's because it was contaminated by a cursed artifact. Please don't ignore the words cursed artifact, unless you're pretending not to see that ether glow radiating from it. I absolutely despise my medical skills. Every time I'm forced to use this brilliant medicine of mine, it means there's another new patient. Ah, what a contradiction. Gaia couldn't stand listening to the bizarre conversation at the dinner table anymore. Faced with this divine being's words, she pulled at the corners of her mouth with both hands near her lips and responded perfunctorily, You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Another resonant voice rang out, sounding remarkably like a lark, yet its maximum volume forced Gaia to slowly close her eyes. Beside them, Laris holding her rice bowl widened her beautiful eyes and nodded vigorously in heartfelt agreement. The previous night. The main cause is internal cold-induced thrombosis. Without timely treatment, it led to necrosis of the leg nerves. Normally, this would result in lifelong paralysis. Lilas faintly heard these words as she gradually opened her eyes. As her vision cleared, she saw Lako and Dr. Lin sitting by the hospital bed, with Dr. Lin explaining something earnestly. Ah, you're awake, the doctor smiled at her. How does your body feel? Are you getting any sensation back in your legs? Lilas attempted to flex her feet, and her legs actually moved. Praise the light god. Rico was so moved that he quickly stepped forward and gave her a hug, burying Reli's face in his embrace. The word bury was no exaggeration here. Rico, who usually seemed somewhat hunched from long journeys, now appeared to cradle an unfathomable otherworldly space against his chest. Rico's entire head simply disappeared into it, a sight that left Linko momentarily stunned. Rico, I can't breathe, the younger sister mumbled, her hands patting weakly against Rico's body. Sorry, I got too carried away. Rico hastily loosened his grip and lowered his head to comfort his flustered little sister. Chapter 53 Foucault's Pendulum. I apologize for interrupting your moment, came the doctor's apologetic voice. Please go ahead, the Lex sisters turned simultaneously. First we must understand that this condition won't be resolved in a day or two, Linka said seriously. The patient needs continuous observation and complete rest under my care here. Can you accept this? From what we can see now, several more treatment sessions will be needed. What I mean is, hospitalization here with me. Well, seeing the doctor's sincere gaze, Lily's nodded understandingly. Look, the results are so good that movement exercises can start already, pressed Link, his pitch-black eyes gleaming with earnest sincerity as he looked at Lake. You can completely trust me. Hospitalization wouldn't just improve recovery outcomes. With Goya currently available as caretaker backup, they could even hire a nurse if absolutely necessary. For a patient already capable of basic mobility, round-the-clock care wasn't required anyway. No matter how you calculate it, it's a guaranteed win. Lyris, what do you think? Lyko couldn't make up his mind and looked at his sister with some concern. Contact with mysterious entities leads to deeper entanglements and incoming dangers. As an investigator, Lyko understood this reality all too well. The Countermeasures Bureau's roster contained countless profiles whose status lights would never illuminate again. The doctor before them currently showed goodwill, but creatures with sudden mood swings were hardly rare. There were plenty of mysterious beings who'd attack in the next second. Regarding hospitalization, the treatment has indeed been effective. Her leg has regained sensation and can even move slightly now. Recalling the contents of her dream, Laylis became even more convinced of her theory. Just as expected, Siesta hadn't lied to her after all. I understand. I agree to your proposal. Alright, then please go back and prepare some changes of clothes, Miss Lake. The doctor began to move, glancing at the rain outside the door. Of course, once the rain lets up a bit, let's head to the counter first to fill out some paperwork, like medical records. Lake nodded and followed. And regarding the medical fees, wait a moment, Miss Lake. Link interrupted her. This sort of thing actually isn't. On the surface, Linku appeared calm, but inwardly he was bursting with joy. Truth be told, money wasn't important. What mattered was that he could keep tasting ice cream flavored blood. Oh no. Of course the most important thing was being able to heal patients. Good heavens, it was an absolute jackpot. Answering this way would surely establish an impressive image in the patient's minds. But in the very next moment, he accidentally caught sight of the business report placed beside the counter drawer, something Gia submitted daily. Today's report remained unread, yet the corner peeking out displayed a figure equivalent to several days' worth of clinic revenue. It's not that simple. Let's start by discussing the fees for this session. The doctor's voice was grave as he quoted a figure, a mid-range price by most hospital standards. Since it's a police officer's job, the salary is actually quite decent. From Link's understanding, police officers are considered middle class and shouldn't have trouble affording it. Money is still what really matters. Without it, you can't even out-earn a little girl, Link consoled himself. Okay. Before we talk about the payment, Lyko's voice carried a tinge of nervousness, for what she'd brought wasn't your usual medical fee. I'd like to show you this. She slowly retrieved a rectangular box about the size of a water cup from the coat draped over her chair and handed it to Link. She had no idea what consequences entrusting this object to the doctor might bring. Perhaps. What is this? Link took the box. Inside lay a completely golden, peculiar object, but the exquisite yet eerie carvings on it made Link freeze momentarily. The entire apparatus resembled a pendulum, more akin to what he understood as. Is this a Foucault pendulum? Approximately 20 centimeters tall and as wide as a fist, it contained a vitreous, capsule-like space inside. Near the bottom hung a pendulum with a teardrop-shaped bob, densely textured and swaying constantly as Link picked it up, leaving traces on the fine sand surface below. At the front stood a carved head lacking facial features, its surface covered in intricate hollow patterns. The base near the bottom was inlaid with pure rubies that resembled eyes. Most remarkably, the piece appeared to be solid gold, though small. Its weight was substantial, complemented by those sizable rubies below that must have cost a fortune. Hiss. Even without the gold, craftsmanship of this caliber would command extraordinary value. It felt luxuriously smooth to touch, as if carrying the weight of centuries. But what's the point of giving me this thing? Linka stole a glance at Miss Lyko, whose neat and tidy face showed a trace of weariness, yet her eyes were utterly resolute. Is this a red envelope to thank the doctor? Something this valuable as a red envelope? That's a bit much. Bokabai? Lyka tilted her head slightly before shaking it. I don't know the exact scientific name. The name I know is Tear of the Dark One. It's probably used for divining the auspiciousness of events, she said. There are only very vague records about this. This item was obtained by Leko during an investigation. That time, in order to secure this sacrificial offering, 4 teammates went mad, and Leko, as the sole survivor, chose to submit this sole trophy after escaping. However, what puzzled them was that the appraisal department found no evidence of it being a cursed artifact. It did not react with holy water. After examination, it was classified as a certain type of mysterious ceremonial object, crafted from an extremely hard material that could not be damaged by conventional means. Later, it was given to Lake by Klaus as a reward, of course under the name of an art piece. As for that mission, the outcome was ultimately classified as a failure. Why? Laiku refused to accept it. This object was placed at the top of the altar, guarded by all sorts of bizarre creatures. It definitely held something special. Rather than being reminded of her 4 teammates every time she saw the artifact, she would much prefer it to be acknowledged as an accursed item, if only to validate the results of their investigation that day. Divination? Lin Ku chuckled. This is just a device for demonstrating Earth's rotation. Look, when you spin it, the sliding trajectory gets imprinted on the sand. He gently tapped the bone pendulum to level the sand, then nudged the central bob counterclockwise, leaving an obedient trail of its movement across the granular surface. See, this is how it works, the pattern changes with time. Link chuckled, quite an exquisitely crafted little gadget. Rather amusing. So tell me, was this thing actually meant for me? Link finally voiced the question he'd been longing to ask. Chapter 54, the price would be, yes, but you probably won't find it impressive, just an ordinary handicraft. Leko's tone was somewhat deflated. Even a being like the doctor had said this to her, which essentially ruled out the possibility of it being a cursed artifact. I'm sorry, Miss Leko, I can't accept this. The doctor shook his head and casually placed the artifact on the counter with a soft thud. He heard the sound but paid it no mind, deep in thought. It really was a red envelope. But a doctor must not accept any patient's belongings beyond what is rightfully due. It's medical ethics. Lake forced a bitter smile, his expression growing somewhat somber. So all this effort had been in vain, just a mere craftwork. To investigate that ruin, several lives had been sacrificed to obtain it. They all died for nothing. She felt like crying. Alright, let me get the medical fees for you. Wait, the doctor said in a serious tone. If I give you a discount now, would it still count? What? Lake stared dumbfounded at the Boke pendulum on the counter as the precious artifact abruptly unfolded from below, leaving only a golden pendulum weight still dangling from the doctor's hand. Is it because my zombie strength is too great? But I've already practiced so much, I should have good control by now. So why? Lin Ku felt somewhat awkward. I just placed it on the counter, honestly, with the same force as setting down an ordinary teacup. Regardless, since he'd broken the patient's family member's belonging, Lin Ku had no choice but to inquire about the value of this handicraft. I hope I can afford to compensate for this, Lin Ku thought to himself, his expression tense as he tried to mask his inner embarrassment. I think I broke this thing. Leko quickly stepped to the counter, his typically half-lidded eyes now wide open. Broken? Impossible. The forensics team's lunatics confirmed the material was extremely hard. Its durability should withstand at least bullet impacts. Wait. From the smooth separated edges, the shell appeared to be a container? Could it be? Please, let me take a look. Lake grew excited as she took the pendulum from the doctor's calmly extended hand. It emitted faint etheric waves, and its carvings appeared clear at first glance but grew increasingly indistinct the longer one looked. Closing her eyes, the imagery seemed imprinted in her mind, lingering stubbornly. She quickly stopped examining it. Continued gazing would risk sanity erosion. Lake retrieved the holy water vial from her coat, standard issue for every countermeasures bureau member, conveniently effective, and let a drop fall onto the pendulum's surface, where it emitted an extremely faint glow. No doubt about it, this was indeed a cursed artifact. The pendulum was made of gold, of extraordinarily high purity, with ether continuously encircling it. An extraordinarily potent cursed object. Most crucially, the doctor hadn't withdrawn it when she failed to recognize its value, but had instead generously helped her extract the cursed artifact using the proper method. What exceptional selflessness! This not only proved Reiko's investigation was successful, but also resolved the knot in her heart. Her comrades had not died in vain. As for that accidentally damaged remark the doctor had made earlier, that must have been to tease her a bit. Honestly, what a twisted sense of humor. From Link's perspective, Miss Lake, who usually keeps her eyes half-lowered due to either calmness or exhaustion, suddenly became as energetic as if pumped with adrenaline, cradling the pendulum with tears brimming in her eyes. How could one make a lady cry? Such behavior is unbecoming of a proper gentleman. When an expensive piece of craftsmanship gets damaged, anyone would make that face. Oh, Miss Lake, you said this was a divination tool. Link's face tightened further, locked in a smiling expression. By the light god above, could you tell me how to operate it? Lake froze momentarily. Would you like me to demonstrate? Link felt a tingling sensation crawl across his scalp. I don't know how, I'm wrong, I actually don't know how to comfort women at all. But right now I'll have to force myself through it. According to some folk customs I've read before, there seems to be theoretical divination involving pendulums. Paul's tentacle is coiling around me again, giving me some sense of security. I remember one method of divination. Link forced a gentle smile. We let the pendulum hang still like this, silently recite the question in our hearts, and if it swings clockwise that means the answer is affirmative, counterclockwise means negative. Esoteric knowledge, and so detailed. Like had seen divination scholars who used cards or crystal balls to glimpse partial answers, but these were always vague and minimal. For example, when divining lost objects, if something was lost in the sewers, it might show words like damp or filthy. Their abilities never went beyond that. Powerful divination is often simple and forceful, just as when two nations go to war, by divining the outcome beforehand and obtaining an accurate answer, one can become invincible. Then let's divine whether Lily's illness can be cured, Link said, then controlled his muscles to slowly swing the golden pendulum. These muscles had been trained through secretly adding blood droplets to tea with pipettes, moving with such subtlety it was unnoticeable. People in this world probably believe in such superstitious things, though truth be told, it wasn't just this world. Even in the original world people believed, just different demographics. The pendulum began rotating smoothly clockwise. See, it's working now. The doctor held the spinning pendulum up in front of Lake. Thank you, doctor. Feeling reassured, Lake smiled. Your divination skills are truly extraordinary. For a mysterious entity to personally demonstrate how to operate a cursed artifact, this was 100 times better than the Countermeasures Bureau figuring it out on their own. If only this entity could help out at the Bureau. Lake shook her head vigorously. No, that was pushing it. Mysterious beings with goodwill toward humans were rare enough, how could she ask for more? Then, honorable doctor, what is the price of divination? A price? There's a price for fortune-telling? Lin Ko found it both amusing and exasperated. You superstitious folks actually go through all this trouble? Don't you have anything better to do? Costs don't really exist for someone like me, he replied. If I had to name one, it would be time. The outcome of divination always requires time to confirm, perhaps that's the sole cost. Time. What? Could it be that it requires one's own time as payment? Lyko felt like she had discovered some new continent, her breath catching in her throat. Such a powerful cursed artifact isn't something humans can wield. Only a being with an extended lifespan, like the doctor, could bear the cost of using it. Come to think of it, the Countermeasures Bureau initially failed to recognize the artifact's method of use and mistakenly categorized it as a craft item. And now, the price required for divination is something ordinary people can hardly accept even if obtained. It's difficult to use. It's practically fate's arrangement for this cursed artifact to be left for the doctor. Chapter 55, Hospital Patient. So, can you accept my compensation terms? Lin Ke ventured cautiously. After all, he did break the other party's possession. Is this the doctor's way of looking after the sisters? Lyko felt moisture welling up in the corners of her eyes again. Such boundless compassion, is this the kindness written in the files? Not as a patient, but as a patient's relative, she too received the doctor's goodwill. Most importantly, the doctor hadn't asked anything of her, nor deliberately manipulated her, harming her sanity. How utterly kind this mysterious being was, he deserved her utmost respect. That should be about it. Lin Ke closed the new medical record and placed it in the folder beside him. Miss Lake, you can go home now to prepare some things you'll need for your hospital stay. Dr. Sama. Lake looked somewhat puzzled. Since when did you start calling me Dr. Sama too? Did I give some kind of hint? Lin Ke's mouth twitched. What's wrong, Miss Lycoris? Are you the only one here? Lyko's expression seemed a bit uneasy. Then if a patient is hospitalized, do you also take care of their daily routines? Although the mysterious creature had no gender, Lykov still felt somewhat uneasy about having a man take care of his younger sister. So that was the issue. Lin Ke nodded in understanding and smiled at Lyko. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to offer hospitalization services either. Hiring nursing staff wasn't cheap, and there were probably very few people who would need to be hospitalized in such a small clinic. But now, my distant cousin recently came to stay with me, and she lives upstairs, Lin Ke said as he tidied the desk, standing up to pour a fresh cup of tea for Lyko. There's no issue with her handling the care, I've already trained her in advance, the doctor said with a warm smile as he sat down across from Lyko. I believe they'll get along just fine. So that's how it is. Lyko let out a sigh of relief, though somewhere inside, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. She remembered from the doctor's records that he lived alone, so this sudden extra person must be the doctor's own double? Meaning, another, supernatural being? In truth, her guess was correct. The thought of her younger sister being cared for by something supernatural sent a chill down her spine. They should leave this place as soon as her sister recovered, Lake thought. After exchanging a quick farewell with the doctor, she hurried back home in the light rain. Gaia was awakened by his boss as usual today. Knock, knock, knock. First came a series of knocks, to which Gaia responded while rubbing his eyes. I'm here, boss. Your servant has awakened, so please spare your hand the trouble. Winter mornings are always so drowsy. Wash your face, brush your teeth, then go help Miss Lilith in clinic room 1 get up. Her legs aren't working properly. The doctor paused for a few seconds before adding, understood? Today's orders are ridiculously long, thought Gaia with a yawn. She pondered for a few seconds, only for the yawn to get stuck in her throat. She had to thump her chest a few times with her fist before she recovered. Miss Lilith? Who is it? Could it be another divine avatar caught by that damn devil of a doctor? What? Having trouble with both legs? So he's finally moved on to targeting women? Goa instantly sobered up, his expression remaining unchanged while a torrent of possibilities flashed through his mind. Are you listening? Link's voice came through. Goa? He knocked on the door. The door opened, revealing a fully dressed Goa standing before Link. Boss, have you finally decided to abandon this fabricated facade and start seeking the darkness within your heart? What kind of nonsense is this? After learning the basics, why does this kid suddenly seem so strange? Linka chuckled and ruffled her hair, instantly undoing the neat arrangement she had just combed into place. You've already studied basic theories on patient care before, now it's time for practical application. Not bad to the touch. Linka withdrew his hand and crouched down slightly. I'll temporarily take over the tea shop duties from now on. You just sit in the clinic, feel free to chat with Miss Lilies if you'd like. As for the clothes, I've already prepared them for you. The owner of the clothing shop next door has become quite friendly now, and he works fast. It only took him half a day to make them. Kids, after all, always need to interact with their peers. Humans are social creatures, and fellow children will forever be a source of joy. If any new patients come in, just call for me. I can prescribe medicine quickly. Indeed, it's remarkably swift. Your methods of gathering followers far surpass my own. Goya nodded in earnest agreement, subtly smoothing his tousled hair without a hint of movement. Understood, your directive has been received. And by the way, speak normally. What do you mean by being normal? Are you implying I'm abnormal? Gaia tilted her head slightly. How unbelievable, these are all principles you taught me yourself. I don't believe those basic education textbooks taught you to talk like that, Link grumbled inwardly. No, just, like me, fewer adjectives will do. Gaia rolled his eyes. Alright, if that's what you want. Lilith slept peacefully through the night without another curse attack. Sunlight streamed through the window into the private hospital room. The blue-haired girl winced slightly as she cracked open one eye. Phew. As her pupils adjusted their focus, yesterday's memories came flooding back. Feeling sensation return to her legs, she lifted them with her hands as if handling the most precious treasure, burying her face in them and feeling their warmth through the hospital gown. It really feels like a dream, she murmured. It wasn't a dream, it was the beginning of her return to normal life. Knock, knock, the soft rapping at the door snapped Lily's back to the previous night's conversation with Leiko. She couldn't help but smile at the memory. This must be that doctor's familiar or doppelganger, a female one at that. I wonder what manner of being she is. Come in, Lily said, straightening her posture. After a light click of the lock, a white-haired figure peeked around the door to assess the situation. Seeing Lily's already awake, she slipped inside and quietly closed the door behind her. It was a girl in a white nurse's uniform, her hair a glossy black, pupils tinged with faint red. Though her face showed little expression, combined with her earlier actions, Lily's could tell this petite nurse wasn't as dull as she appeared on the surface. Hello, I'm the nurse at this clinic. The young nurse's lips paused slightly as she extended her hand. Anyway, I'll be taking care of you. My name is Jaya. Thank you, my name is Lily's. Lily's politely shook hands with Goya. Apart from the slippery sensation, faint warmth radiated from the other's palm, suddenly reminding her of having seen their nameplate in the attic earlier. This Miss Goya seems to be quite a mystery herself, thought Lysis as she watched the other woman settle her into the wheelchair. Miss Gaia, your hands are so warm, they feel nice to hold. Thank you, Gaia responded. May I learn more about what goes on here? I know what's on your mind. Since you're the boss's patient, I'll take care of you, but please don't ask any more questions. She squared her shoulders. Chapter 56 Schubert. After the meal, the generous and selfless Dr. Link sat in the tea shop, squinting at the customers before him. He and Jaya had already switched places. Jaya was now accompanying Lily's at the clinic while he attended to customers at the tea shop. There were some regular patrons here too, though it wasn't really problematic. One thing did make him slightly uncomfortable. Without exception, every customer asked the same question. Where has that beautiful black-haired, red-eyed waitress gone? Boss, why is it you today? Where's that lovely lady? She's covering the shift at the clinic next door today. Do clinics usually serve coffee? This isn't a cafe, sir, replied Link sternly. Alright, I mean, I'll come back when that lovely young lady returns. Vulgar. Do you all only come here to ogle pretty girls? Link nearly shouted aloud. Look at this interior design. Can no one appreciate how exquisite these carved floral patterns are? With fewer patients coming in, Link couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless. Then a strange phenomenon occurred. Some regulars at the tea shop suddenly noticed that the adorable black-haired, red-eyed waitress had appeared at the clinic next door. The bolder ones ventured inside to sit down, ask for a glass of water, and exchange a few words only to discover Laris resting nearby. Laris looked completely different from her days as a holy knight. Her blue hair now hung loosely, and she had grown much thinner, so much so that even her former colleagues might not recognize her. But once the tea shop regulars spotted her, word spread like wildfire. Before long, the tiny clinic was packed with people drinking tea, descending into utter chaos. How was business supposed to operate like this? Superficial, utterly superficial. Is this the nature of humanity? The doctor angrily scolded, and at noon that very day, he rushed to the clinic and stood before Larith. Miss Larith, how do you feel about working at the counter handling payments? To this, Larith gladly agreed. Her approval of the doctor's decisions had already reached great heights. Ah, if this is your arrangement, I'll accept it. With consent obtained, Lily sat in the tea shop collecting money while collaborating with Jaya, directly elevating the shop's business to another level. The money was earned, and the decision proved correct, yet why did it leave such an unpleasant taste in his heart? Link sat in the clinic with a darkened expression, waiting for the arrival of the next patient. The 7th Street of Reina City, this was still undeveloped territory, with the hues of deep night shrouding the land. Pulling back the perspective, shifting to a cross-section, one could instead witness an entirely different scene underground. This is a hidden base located dozens of meters underground, where thick soil blocks out all sound. Who would have thought that while the night lies quiet, fervent human experiments are being conducted here in full swing? Wide intersecting tunnels form fishbone-shaped rooms, with a massive square at the center. This is one of Nurgle's cult headquarters, boasting exceptionally high defensive capabilities. Before the gathered researchers stands a somewhat neurotic man wearing a brown overcoat, unruly hair, and pale skin. His body twitches occasionally, as if prolonged exposure to the arcane has caused something within him to mutate. As the leader of Korn's cult, Schaubert represents the militant faction of chaos cults. Surrounded by numerous dark sorcerers, he exercises absolute dominance over other chaos cults as well. Recently, an organization has been hunting down members of the chaos cult and destroying numerous strongholds, making him feel the need for a countermeasure. Were any of the test subjects successful? Schaubert stared at the researcher before him with bloodshot eyes and a darkened expression, radiating intimidation. His gaze fixed on the empty air as he grabbed a bottle of pills from his pocket and violently swallowed a handful. Shut up, I said shut up. He picked up a gun and suddenly fired a shot to the side, startling the nearby researchers, who quickly scrambled away. As a deep devotee of the evil god, he was teetering on the edge of madness, frequently plagued by hallucinations. To maintain even the faintest shred of sanity, he had to rely on calming medication. No, our experiment in the 6th district was not successful, the researcher answered quickly but stammering. We've used the maximum dosage of our philosopher's stone, and the finest materials too, but... Alright, I understand. Schaubert didn't bother listening further. With a large hand placed on the other's head and a smile of enjoyment, he leisurely twisted the researcher's head as if unscrewing a bottle cap. The researcher screamed in terror and struggled, but the feeble strength of his frail body only served as a massaging pressure against Schaubert. With a teeth-setting squeak, the scream was abruptly cut off. Blood splattered in all directions, spraying onto the nearby researchers, each trembling in their place. Is this all the Nurgle cult is capable of? Schaubert's gaze swept around. The thrill of slaughter reverberated within him, a blessing granted by the chaos god Korn to his faithful. What a disappointment! If we can summon even a fragment of a deity, we can obtain a complete god. Never forget what we truly seek. Why are you standing so far away? Come closer. His eyes widened as he grabbed a nearby researcher, hauling the man over like a chicken by the neck. Schubert's large hand patted the man reassuringly. Well, are you going to disappoint me too? And no. The researcher shook his head frantically, a sudden spark of survival instinct flashing in his eyes. There was one. I was in charge of the 5th Street sector. One case worked, but she escaped. That big explosion from before, the one blamed on a gas leak in the Lanner City Daily, that was our ritual. The ritual to summon the Dark God. Another researcher beside him frowned, lowering his head to hide any unusual expression. Unlike the others, he was a scholar at heart, someone who had once aspired to join the academic church but failed its examinations. Instead, driven by a passion for truths the world refused to recognize, he had joined Nurgle's cult, not out of faith, but curiosity. Good. Schaubert leaned closer to the researcher, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Tell me the name. Then I'll give you people to find her. The whole city. T-test subject number 423. First batch. The deity we tried to summon was Thugga. Schaubert let go of him and walked towards the door, leaving a deputy standing ready to receive orders. The companion beside quickly supported the released Liu Sha. Taking advantage of the noisy crowd around them, he whispered sharply into Liu Sha's ear. Liu Sha. What is it, Seiko? He gasped heavily. You know what the consequences will be if we're caught. Seiko's urgent voice came through, keep it down. It's noisy here, he won't hear. What else can I do? Lyosha whined, biting Seiko's ear. If I admit there are no research results, I'll be killed right now. Of course, I know that was an accident. That test subject had no chance of survival from the start. The shoddy philosopher's stone embedded in her, it must have exploded ages ago. She's probably dead in some ditch by now. Chapter 57, The Onslaught of World-Burning Flames. Lyosha trembled as he crouched down, burned to ashes without a trace left. Sako's eyes widened in shock. He had been closely monitoring Schabert's movements, and when he saw Schabert slowly turn around to look straight at them, panic set in. Oh God. Lyosha, you damned bastard spoke too loudly, he heard us. What? Impossible. Lyosha whispered even more faintly, then, are we doomed right now? Lyosha, in my next life I swear I'll splatter you on the bathroom tiles instead of inside some damp pussycat. Sasha cried as he felt the ground tremble beneath him. That's dark sorcery at work. He's gonna bury us alive. Slish. This stronghold was built to last, its walls reinforced with countless layers of protective witchcraft, yet now it tore apart like paper, melting away as if doused in acid, leaving behind a gaping hole. A startled gasp echoed from the crater's edge. Witness the purifying flame. A figure hovered midair, his sorcery requiring no incantations. Even a casual levitation spell came effortlessly to him, and in an instant he filled the underground base with fire. His face burned with fanaticism, mouth agape. By the doctor's will, I shall summon hell itself, turning it into the world-scorching flames of vengeance. Fire, put it out now. Help, where's the warlock? Someone save us. Warlock save me. Warlock save me please. Damn bastard, always so arrogant, but now, ahawk. People engulfed in flames twisted frantically, with over 80% of their bodies burned. There was virtually no hope of survival. Stop screaming, you worthless bastards, even the witches are burning too. The crowd in black robes panicked now, desperately struggling to shake off their cloaks as molten lava dripped from above, seeping into the robed figures and igniting them into towering flames in an instant. Chaos erupted abruptly. Countless dark witches were burned, frantically summoning water to douse the flames, but the fire raged like packs of rabid hounds, clinging relentlessly, impossible to extinguish. The flames conjured by Bucky originated from Ephraim, the fire spirit, simultaneously the deity worshipped by the Flames chapter of the Holy Church. Living flames they were, nearly impossible to quench. Meanwhile, this was a battlefield between masters. Schubert stood in the open, gaze locked firmly on his surroundings. The enemy is coming, someone is behind, and Schubert senses it. Schubert draws a silver-white blade from his waist and swings it behind him, only to slice through empty air. In that moment of confusion, the shadows on the ground ripple like water as a golden dagger emerges from the darkness, cleanly severing his right hand. Found you. A young woman dressed in aristocratic attire rises from Schubert's own shadow. With a magnetic voice, she whispers in his ear her composed introduction, Death's saleswoman, here to eliminate a man whose time has come. Helen, why is it you again? The voice carried a strangely alluring quality, but under these circumstances, Schubert only felt an icy chill running down his spine, as if being watched by a venomous snake. He quickly grabbed a burning dark wizard nearby and hurled it at Helen. As the wizard was sliced apart by Helen, Schubert retreated to a safe distance. The wound on his hand twisted grotesquely, with revolting tentacle-like flesh reforming into a hand, only now it bore several extra fingers. Do you think you've caught your breath? A bandage-wrapped fist sent him flying, but the attacker was instantly blinded the next second by a flash spell cast by another dark wizard nearby. My eyes. Jack lay on the ground wailing loudly, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Thugga. Helen swiftly scanned her surroundings, she'd heard every word they'd just spoken. The doctor really was helping me after all. Helen flicked the blood from her short sword, her fingers twitching as the blade's form shifted, lengthening slightly. She shook her head. No, more precisely, I just happened to be on the doctor's side. The characteristics match, and the appearance fits perfectly. The divine fragment they sought was none other than the Goya beside Link. Helen instantly confirmed it. Taking in Thugga proved that the doctor's true objective was indeed to eradicate the Chaos Cult. In that case, her own goal shifted from vengeance to the annihilation of the Chaos Cult. In truth, alignments mattered little, so long as one gained recognition. Then I shall become the sharpest blade in your hand. Helen placed her long sword across her chest, transforming into a black droplet as she slipped into the shadows. Moving swiftly through the shadow-filled stronghold, she advanced toward Schubert. Such is the loyalty of elves. Pathetic, Jack. This won't be any help to Lady Helen at all. Bucky muttered sorcery incantations, sweeping his arm dramatically. The concrete above swiftly turned crimson, melting into molten lava that dripped downward, while effortlessly levitating Jack into the air. Son! Bucky raised both hands heavenward as the ceiling's radiance intensified, blazing like the very sun itself. Stop him! The black wizards on the ground finally reacted, continuously chanting spells. Water! Hurry up! Their burning comrades nearby kept urging them. Stop yelling! Focus is needed to cast spells, you damn pigs. I should have kicked you to death with spiked boots. The corn cultists nearby finally reacted too. Never afraid of death, if anything, only the brink of death could bring them pleasure. They charged at the descending members of the world-burning fire. Chaos ensued, with even allies getting slashed in the frenzy. Watching their comrades fall one after another, the followers of Korn grew even more excited. Some began slashing their wrists with knives, using the wounds as timers to count how many more they could kill before their lifeblood ran dry. Those around them quickly followed suit, as if it had become some macabre trend. The act itself held no intrinsic meaning, it was simply Korn's unique brand of delight. The Dark God would reward those devotees who drew near, with an even greater thirst for slaughter. Nurgle's followers were the most numerous, yet their combat prowess proved ill-suited for such chaotic melees. Limited to poison curses and firearms, they struggled to make an impact in the frenzied battlefield where order had completely collapsed. Meanwhile, Senshin Slaanish's disciples had largely vanished from sight, biding their time to strike at the perfect moment. The shouts of killers, the howls of the dying, the sound of blades slicing through flesh, the spurting of blood all intricately wove together into a symphony of perfect harmony, where countless souls kept their final appointments with death within this 100-square-meter space. Beside Schubert stood a black wizard in starkly different attire, draped in a sorcerer's robe of alternating black and gold stripes. His name was Berkeley, a black wizard of ancient deity-level power. With vast experience under his belt, he hailed from the Xiantian cult, a seasoned veteran among dark sorcerers. The flash spell just now had been cast by him in an instant. Now, standing protectively beside Schubert, he erected a barrier that temporarily shielded him from harm. Chapter 58, Fire at Me. Ambushed. Bad terrain for combat, 5 points. Berkeley was accustomed to rating current situations and conversations. It helped him maintain absolute rationality and calm. Find a way out, he said, his four-fingered right hand gripping the staff tightly. He calmly watched the shadows at his feet, hurling fire spells at any sign of disturbance. If Helen insisted on emerging, she'd have to tank a hit. Not leaving, Berkeley. I'm not leaving. We're finishing her here. Schubert slapped a few pills into his mouth, eyes bloodshot as his skin rippled. Suddenly, a new hand sprouted near his ribs. Why? Your sanity's barely holding. You want to die with her? 0 points. Berkeley's voice carried a rare edge of urgency. Someone among them can track us, another is a diviner. Schubert casually tore off his excess arm, the severed limb twitching a few times as indescribable tendrils faintly writhed within the wound before skin rapidly regrew over it. This was the price of approaching divinity, the lower one's sanity, the closer to godhood. By absorbing part of these fleshly remains, one could obtain fragments of divine authority, like those mysterious beings called the Innsmouth folk. As they age, they gradually transform into the likeness of divine attendants, developing gills, bulging eyes, becoming an amphibious humanoid race with Piscean features and near immortality. Their fully evolved forms are called Deep Ones, inhabiting numerous submerged cities beneath the waves across all oceans. Schubert struggled to suppress the rebellion within his flesh, his skin crawling visibly with tentacular movements beneath the surface, a thoroughly unsettling sight. If we just take Helen out here, our cleanup work afterwards will be much easier. How do you plan to do it? A sudden mutation occurred. Berkeley's shadow at his feet abruptly rippled as black vines surged forth, coiling around his legs like serrated blades. They penetrated his flesh and crawled upward faster than thought itself. In that split second, they pierced his heart. Berkeley was rendered speechless instantly, his eyes locked on Schubert in disbelief, as if astonished by the lack of intervention. But when he opened his mouth, only frothing blood gushed forth. A wizard caught off guard by an assassin, with the warrior beside him offering no protection, the outcome was inevitable. Helen was somewhat surprised in the shadow world as well. Was it really this easy? To her knowledge, Schubert was at the level of an elder god. Even while troubled by sanity depletion, he should still have enough strength to assist his teammates. Without second guessing, Helen reached behind her and hurled a book at Berkeley. No time to hesitate. Temporarily turning one enemy was still a win. As for mere mortal wounds, as long as they were delivered to the doctor, all would be well. Helen knew exactly what she needed to do now. Even if she couldn't kill Schubert outright, weakening his combat effectiveness to the greatest extent possible would have to suffice. Berkeley was his old partner, and it was most likely him who drew the teleportation array that allowed Schubert to escape last time. Berkeley! Schubert quickly grabbed Berkeley, who glanced back at him before pushing him away with one hand, his eyes locked on the book before him. An endless abyss opened its arms to him, as everything around swiftly grew unreal, losing all color. Indescribable entities whispered in his ears, while all other sounds faded away. What a spectacular sight! Perfect score! Berkeley didn't hesitate for a second. With one hand, he viciously reached into his eye socket and yanked out the eyeball directly. Then he smashed his palm against his ear and let go. Blood sprayed from his ear canal, even ejecting 2 bloody, membrane-like scraps. Just like that, he severed his hearing. It wasn't that he didn't feel pain. His mouth gaped open in a silent scream, trembling violently, the agony had already stolen his voice. What? Helen could never have imagined that he'd choose such a method to avoid gazing upon the whisper of the abyss. Just what kind of ruthless bastard was this? Someone who could gouge out his own eyeball and eardrums in cold blood? Who'd abandon 2 senses in an instant? Cough, tui, time and space. Muttering a few chants under his breath, Berkeley finally spat out the bloody foam blocking his throat. Solemnly, he slit his wrist artery and spoke without turning his head. The surrounding space grew viscous, yet the blood flowed from his wrist at a normal rate. This meant he had at most 1 minute before losing consciousness. But during that span, time would slow within a few square meters around him, bullets and spells alike crawled through the air at glacial speeds, rendered utterly harmless. This forbidden art demanded a life as its price. Only in his direst hour would he ever resort to such means. I've divined a fragment of the future and learned my death comes today. I was curious how I'd die, now I know. Berkeley's voice trailed off gradually. I know you can hear me, Schaubert. You had the power to save me. I know you did. That you didn't means there's only one possible explanation. Knowledge of partial futures is the blessing of Tsench the Deceiver, which means Berkeley's abilities had grown close to earning the Chaos God's recognition. Behind him, Schaubert watched Berkeley with faint surprise. He hadn't known his partner possessed this trick, despite their countless collaborations. You know Berkeley, you're like a cat teaching a tiger, always holding one move back, he murmured. The adherents of the Tsench cult truly are high-intellect individuals. Berkeley's head hangs low, blood continuously streaming from his tightly shut eyes. He pays it no mind, his thoughts clearer now than ever before. Schaubert, your idea was to use my corpse for modification, wasn't it? Everyone assumes your faith lies with Korn, but I know receiving Korn's protection doesn't require worship, merely acknowledgement of K's existence. K's followers are tolerant, just like Nurgle's grandfather. I guessed your true faith long ago. K's flesh can mutate humans, and that could indeed turn the tide of battle. Berkeley couldn't see Schaubert's expression and continued speaking to himself. I've made peace with my own death. What I didn't expect was suspicion and betrayal from a partner I've worked with for years. But you can't outsmart me, Schaubert. A follower of Tsench never lets themselves be outmaneuvered. Berkeley gasped, his voice growing fainter. I can help you one last time, but you'll have to pay a price. Consider it my little revenge. Berkeley began chanting the cryptic incantation, his skin gradually cracking with crimson fissures. Behind him, Schaubert's face drained of all color and horror. Yet within this domain where time crawled to a near standstill, Berkeley reigned supreme. Schaubert's movements became slower than a snail's pace. Let me tell you one last interesting thing. Berkeley's vocal cords had already been burned out, leaving only a low growl. Soberton had to rely on guesswork to decipher what he was saying. Actually, all incantations are a form of communication language with the elements. For example, the translation of fireball would be Dear Flame Element, please lend me your power to form a fireball. The only exception is self-detonation. The chant for self-detonation, when translated, is he F********, flame element, hurry the hell up and blast me. Pretty interesting, huh? Ha 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 ha, that's a perfect 100. Berkeley had already expanded into a colossal fireball as time resumed its flow. Chapter 59, Old Brown's other successor. All Helen saw before her was a massive humanoid fireball, blazing like the sun. Stretched to its limits, the skin had become so transparent that the charred organs inside were visible like a compressed bomb, with black ether energy swirling within, the concentrated essence of blazing crimson. One more second and I'm dead. Got to run. No time left. Helen swiftly dove into the shadows, using dark vines to wrap around her body for acceleration. Beside her, Herbert had no time to dodge either. With no choice but to reveal himself, countless tentacles erupted from his skin's surface in a desperate attempt to block this human-shaped nuclear bomb. The fire element ignited all the chaotic energy within Berkeley. He wanted everyone present dead. Sound vanished as endless tongues of fire engulfed the entire hall. That night, manhole covers on 7th Street were blasted skyward, smashing through several houses. Why these covers landed on rooftops remained an unsolved mystery until police disclosed their investigation results. Several mischievous children playing with firecrackers had ignited methane gas throughout the sewer system. Charred ground split open as several tentacles emerged, gradually forming a humanoid figure with grotesquely misplaced facial features. With great effort, it fumbled out several pills, slapped them into its mouth, then collapsed onto the ground. The pills were actually hallucinations too. Nothing could have survived that intense heat. Schubert knew he was nearly insane, yet struggled to maintain a normal appearance. From within his body, he extracted a stone glowing with violet light as the grinning mouth on his forehead split wide open. Countless choir voices echoed in his ears, yet he paid them no mind. The stone in his hand remained his only treasure. Berkeley, so what if there are traitors in the order? Being chased to this extent, so what? He cradled the stone, gazing at it obsessively, ignoring the hallucinations around him. Struggling to lift his head because his eyes had regenerated below, he had to view the stone with his chin as he muttered, as long as we find experiment number 423, we win. Although Berkeley gave him a big surprise, it actually made things easier to handle. Such a massive explosion provided the perfect cover. even if the losses were somewhat significant. Schubert slowly stood up, surrounded by devastation, mostly charred flesh and blood. But in one corner, there was a fluctuation of ether energy. A teleportation array, and levitation? Helen and the others must have had some extraordinary encounter. He lowered his head. With that book that controls minds, their strength has improved dramatically. I should investigate their experiences. This was probably the work of that warlock from the world Burning Flames. Setting up such an advanced teleportation array in such a short time reminded him of Berkeley. He clenched a piece of flesh tightly in his hand. Valem's attire consisted of a full-body cloak that couldn't be lifted under any circumstances. Though heavy, it saved him a lot of trouble. The reason was simple: she was a succubus, the lowest ranked of her kind, with half-vampire bloodline to boot. Vampires were notorious for being selfish, solitary, and xenophobic, with a terrible reputation. These were all factors that invited discrimination. The hallmark of a succubus is that every glance and smile from their exposed form can stir the hormones of everyone around them. In ancient times, many succubi engaged in unspeakable professions. The money came fast, but their social status plummeted as a result. Walrenud belonged to the renowned Dracula vampire clan. She should have been doted upon like a proper young lady, but unfortunately, her father fell in love with a succubus and later died due to unforeseen circumstances. Interesting circumstances indeed. With no one left to support her father's legacy, young Walrenud was sent to Reyna City, given a meager portion of the family fortune, and left to her own devices. They called it granting her freedom, claiming they'd visit her someday. Her new guardian was a distant relative in the city. She wasn't stupid, she knew she'd been abandoned. A vampire who loved gloomy dark forests would never come to highly populated, bustling Lane City. It could be said she had completely severed ties with her family. Experiencing these things too soon made her unexpectedly mature. The Wollemon business in Rhine City soon went bankrupt due to poor management. When she ended up homeless on the streets, it was old Dr. Brown who took her in. Walnut's childhood was among the miserable ones, but also fortunate because she is still alive now. It was an evening when Volumnia, covered in bruises from being beaten by street thugs, walked past the hospital. She desperately wanted medical treatment but had no money left. Her vampiric lineage offered little help. Their true advantage lay in longevity, surviving through the ages and outlasting all their enemies. Goddamn Miller, stealing my inheritance like that. If I survive this, I'll use his precious Alice's fat as lamp oil and force-feed him her meat. Yes, Alice's flesh, assuming Miller's still alive by then. Miller was her legal guardian. Miners always had one, and also a human-vampire hybrid who owned an extremely fat cat named Alice. Hybrid creatures never sympathize with each other. Instead, persecution becomes even more severe. A legitimate business couldn't possibly go bankrupt in just a few months. It was an entire building, primarily operating in the food industry. Miller naturally devised ways to liquidate the child's assets, then made them his own. All vampires are like this. Unless it's their own child, they have no interest in acting as guardians for some half-breed succubus. When all the assets that could be devoured had been converted into gold coins in his wallet, Miller kicked Warren out of the house, shaking his rolls of fat as he screamed filthy Cambion at her, with his bloated, angry face making him resemble the legendary demon Pacong far more than she ever could. These wounds will get infected if left untreated. Staggering past a clinic, breathing in the faint scent of rubbing alcohol, the thought crossed her mind. It hurts. Child, what are you doing there? Just as Warren was lost in memory, Old Brown noticed the little girl. His wrinkled hand pushed the door open as he gazed at her with something almost paternal. Are you hungry? Would you like to come in and have something to eat? For a doctor, kindness is extremely important. With a cold, unfriendly face, probably not many people would be willing to come. The little girl was quite strange, wrapping herself tightly in ragged cloth, but she didn't seem to be sick, just hungry, perhaps. Her eyes flickered for a moment, as if letting go of her wariness, and she followed him inside. Interesting. At such a young age, she already has a backup plan. Brown glanced at the girl's tightly clenched hand, probably holding something like a blade. The old doctor had a sharp eye for people. Just by offering some food, the girl immediately began devouring it ravenously. There were indeed homeless people loitering at the door without money, but Brown would usually invite them in, ask if they had ID, offer them a meal, and inquire about their plans. Old Brown did the same for her. Chapter 60, Wollemon and the Dusk Chamber of Commerce. So what's your next move? Old Brown asked casually. The little girl before him hadn't even removed the bandages wrapped around her body while eating. Coupled with her faintly perceptible reactions, he'd already guessed her identity. Little succubus. Wollemon immediately grabbed her fork and held it upright before her chest, her breathing uneven from hunger. Who are you? Me, just an old man waiting for death's door, Old Brown replied with a gentle smile. No need for alarm, child. In my youth, I had experiences, not entirely unlike yours. Out of kindness, I'll ask you one more time, what do you plan to do next? Old Brown's sacrifices partly came from this type of people. He would ask if they still had aspirations in life. If they were content with mere sustenance, he would raise his blade while they were overwhelmed with gratitude, ending their suffering. Drifters who only think about filling their bellies are doomed to spend their lives chasing after that very goal, because that's their ceiling. Rather than dying forgotten in some corner, it's better to let Old Brown make use of them. Becoming an offering to that nameless evil god was the best possible fate. Old Brown considered it a blessing. A peculiar thought, but stranger things exist in this world. I want to survive and reclaim what belongs to me. Walrunmud was unusually agitated, shoving chicken into her mouth with a wild glint in her eyes. I want someone dead. I want money, lots of it. The overwhelming impression even overshadowed her inherent allure. Old Brown caught the cold, predatory gleam in her eyes like that of a leopard. Cough cough, she choked, pounding her small chest repeatedly while Old Brown patted her back to help her breathe. An interesting child with potential, why not give her a helping hand? Old Brown stooped slightly, his already hunched posture becoming more pronounced as he felt a sudden resurgence of vitality in his aged body. He couldn't help but smile. Succubi truly are the race closest to Slaanesh. To think a man his age could still feel such stirrings. 6. Old Brown's rating. You know, as a doctor, I always have some spare change. Old Brown began, leaning slightly forward to gaze at the girl before him. What I mean is, if you're willing, you can stay and learn how to earn money, or you're free to leave right now, and we can pretend we never met. All right, the girl answered curtly, looking at Old Brown and agreeing to his request. Having received his answer, Old Brown took out his knife and began carving the roasted chicken before him. Though had things not gone as expected, it would have been Wulamon's body being carved instead. There was no denying that Old Brown was a hidden business elite. Merely through phone manipulations, his underground financial chains amassed staggering wealth, the very foundation sustaining his expensive offerings to sinister deities. Wulamon reminisced about past events. She had studied operations using Old Brown's covert financial networks to establish her own merchant guild. Before his death, Old Brown entrusted the remaining financial chains to her, while handing the clinic over to a young man advising her to look after him. The familiar clinic before her evoked many memories, and she suddenly felt emotional. After all these years, she could finally help others herself. As for that Uncle Miller, no one had known where he was buried for years now, buried along with that cat named Alice. Lynn could gently close the door and sat down across from them. People from the gray market business weren't meant to be seen by too many eyes. Besides, his clinic was still registered under someone else's merchant association, so meetings like these had to be as discreet as those with underground syndicates. He was surprised by their timing right at the clinic's closing hour. And they hadn't come to collect information, but to deliver identity documents outright, even bringing along a new household registry. What kind of godly speed is this? Lin Ku had assumed the other party would need to collect information, take photos, and go through procedures to forge an identity. Yet they'd already prepared everything, even the ID photo looked professionally taken. Their efficiency and methods were absolutely top-notch. In contrast, Wulamon always wore a cloak. Lin Ku had analyzed this behavior, perhaps because of an unattractive face, or perhaps because they were too strikingly handsome. Otherwise, why would they always appear cloaked? Another possibility was suffering from some strange illness that prevented exposure to light. Out of the innate courtesy of the Zhongguo people, Link felt obliged to express proper gratitude, though there wasn't a local custom of red envelopes here, nor did he have any to offer. At the very least, he should stay for tea or a meal, and summon Gaia to properly thank the person. This Paul guy has been really annoying lately, persistently tangling his tentacles around his feet. Without changing expression, he stepped Paul back into the shadows. After all, this was a gray area matter, so confidentiality had to be maintained. The entire room was sealed tight. Link sat upright with sullen dignity and served the guest a cup of tea. The other party seemed thirsty too, extending a black-gloved hand from beneath their cloak to take a sip. Only then did Link realize he'd handed over the wrong cup, the one he'd just sipped from, its rim even bearing the imprint of his lips. He hastily reached out to retrieve it first. Honestly, spacing out in front of an important guest, I really need to fix this bad habit. This set of ceramic teacups all look identical, something he'd painstakingly hunted down. Finding a beautiful tea set in a place like this isn't easy at all. Apologies, let me get you a fresh cup. There appears to be an issue with this tea. Ah! From within the cloak came a strange, bubbling sound like boiling water, almost like a gasp of surprise. Lin Ku's gaze froze ahead, their hands had just momentarily touched. Sorry, didn't hurt you, did I? Link quickly withdrew his hand, slightly surprised by the sensation he'd just felt. Though it was just for an instant, he had still noticed something odd. Was Wulamond actually female? Moreover, she was wearing thick black opaque gloves. The proper ladies' gloves he'd seen next door at Shafran's were usually decorated with lace or such, while these pure black ones were typically used to hide flaws. Combined with her cloak, Couldn't be a facial issue then. Link narrowed his eyes slightly, there must be some physical imperfection she wished to conceal. It seemed he could properly repay her kindness by giving her discreet treatment. No, Wallem stared intently at Linka's face, her gaze gradually lowering. Though her expression remained hidden beneath her cloak, her tone clearly shifted. Don't you feel anything? How does it feel? He's playing dumb. Walland had made up her mind, there wasn't a single man in the world who could resist a succubus allure, not even gay or transgender individuals. It was a primal, physiological response. Which meant, at most, he was just better at controlling himself. She'd encountered plenty of men like him, not exactly hypocrites, just overly concerned with appearances. But Walland loved watching them crumble in the end. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep this up. TSK, men. My apologies, the tea is rather hot. Wollemon stood up, giving a slight bow as he extended a hand. Come to think of it, this is our first proper meeting, isn't it? I'm Wollemond. The cloak swayed slightly, moving gently with the speaker's words. You don't mind shaking hands, do you? Lin Ku, seeing that the other party didn't press the matter, quietly replaced the teacup with a new one. Seizing the opportunity, he covered his hand over the steaming hot kettle for a few seconds to warm it before clasping it. After all, his own hands lacked warmth, so he had to borrow some residual heat from the kettle. Pleased to meet you, Miss Wollemund. Chapter 61, Actually, I'm not particularly fond of these vibrant plants. You're done for, Wollemon secretly chuckled. With just physical contact, it'd be an instant dimensional downgrade attack. Many wealthy merchants she'd encountered before had revealed their ugly sides. For them, showing their disgrace was even worse than losing money. By the same token, it made business negotiations much easier. After all, those noble lords certainly wouldn't want their embarrassing moments to spread. Link smiled calmly as their hands quickly separated. Ha, no reaction? Wollemon withdrew her hand without changing expression. Is he really human? She began carefully re-evaluating the man before her. A slender figure draped in a white coat reeking of disinfectant, with glimpses of a shirt collar, part of a suit, peeking out from the neckline. He runs a tea house next door, seemingly as a nighttime pastime. Damn, working all day starting early in the morning and still keeping the shop open at night, does this guy ever sleep? People have also taken notice of the rumors about this clinic. Whispers claim it has the power to cure all ailments, but for some reason, every time someone tries to investigate, they inexplicably find themselves veering off course or suddenly losing interest upon entering a certain radius. When she arrived, there was no such feeling, probably because she was the child of a supernatural being, so she wasn't clouded by whatever obscured others. This was actually a subtle manipulation by the Countermeasures Bureau. If Link knew how many patients couldn't even find the clinic because of this, his blood pressure would probably spike, if he still had blood pressure, that is. The conclusion was simple, this heir of Old Brown was no ordinary person and couldn't be judged by human rationality, or rather, she was likely one of the supernatural beings herself. Miss Vollermund? Link's puzzled voice snapped her out of her thoughts. What is it? Forgive my presumption, but do you perhaps have some unspeakable difficulties? Linka spoke as gently as possible. Her voice shifted unexpectedly to a normal woman's tone, slightly husky. Unspeakable difficulties? What do you mean? Is he implying I have some illness? Since the wealthy merchants and nobles she'd dealt with before usually had decent manners, this was the first time someone had used such blunt wording. She found herself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Should I curse and say, you damned beast, have you ever seen a succubus? It seems he really hasn't seen one, but why isn't he reacting? Is he particularly good at controlling his urges? Let me describe the symptoms. Linka refilled her tea while Wollemon was lost in thought. Linka sighed inwardly, he had seen similar cases of such illnesses before, like symptoms where skin would burn upon sunlight exposure. They all brought negative psychological impacts, such as depression and autism. An excellent doctor must also take care to address their patient's emotional well-being. They must also engage in talk therapy. Thinking this, Linka maintained a kind smile and gently asked, is it that you can't directly interact with others? Not even seeing them is allowed? This is the art of language, much like how fortune tellers always seem to be right, saying things like you definitely have a father and mother, or you ate breakfast today, and other such meaningless statements. You know what's wrong with me? Volem straightened up, so he did know after all. She felt like praising him, his poker face was truly impressive, showing no hint of abnormality. Would you like to resolve it? Seems he got it right. Linka's lips curved as he continued, resolving this condition, bringing the symptoms under control. Free treatment, consider it my way of repaying you. If it were superficial scars, there'd be no issue at all. Just as Zongoran are always humble, like those who constantly say I only know a little yet turn out to be masters in their fields, Linka likewise framed full recovery as merely bringing it under control. This is what you call traditional virtue. So you're saying this is controllable? Wollemon's voice did have a seductive quality, but seeing it had no effect on Link, she reverted to her normal tone. Exactly, you can place in me the same trust you have in old Brown, the doctor said with a smile. You've seen my credentials, Brown's name is right there in the suffix. Let me think about it. Absolutely no problem. Would you care for something to try? I've got desserts here, shall we go to the tea shop next door? Or would you like me to bring something over for you? Thank you, this will do, Wolamute answered distractedly. Linko nodded. Though the place smelled faintly of alcohol, the other party didn't seem to mind, so he decided to bring it over. Controllable. Wolamute froze, staring thoughtfully at the ground. He called it a symptom, meaning in his understanding, the innate allure of a succubus was considered an illness? This completely overturned all her preconceptions. If it were controllable, then enchantment would no longer be a passive ability, but rather a controllable positive state. This way, she could openly appear before the public, and having shed her succubus traits, she could also gain acceptance from other vampires in the city. Wolamnod's breathing quickened. The dream sounded beautiful, but was it credible? She forced herself to sober up. Considering the doctor's background, a man summoned from the magic circle by Old Brown likely possessed knowledge beyond her understanding. It might indeed be possible at its core. The remaining question was whether Linko before her could be trusted? Walamund finally snapped back to reality and began carefully observing the entire clinic. It was afternoon, working hours when the clinic rarely saw visitors. Most residents here were laborers and elderly people, though the elderly usually opted for that church-run hospital at the street's end. Examining the interior layout, the front served as a patient reception area, modest but functional. She sensed something watching her. Vampires were notoriously perceptive, such instincts were rarely wrong. It seemed to be the counter, half of something white peeking out from behind it. What is that? Wolamon stood up and looked inside the counter. The entire counter had a shelf erected in front, used to store various medical records, documents, or maybe bills, blocked from view. It was a potted flower, with white petals and a yellow stamen, looking utterly adorable. Was this the thing that had been watching me all along? But it's just a flower. Wolamon stretched out her hand from under her cloak, slowly reaching toward it. I brought some sweets. Link happened to see the scene of Wolamond reaching for the flower. Ah, Miss Wolamond, do you like flowers too? Oh, I also keep some plants. I really like these little things full of life. Wolamond looked at Link and suddenly felt something brush against his hand. It felt like being gently nudged by a curious kitten or puppy's nose, but it was a flower. A flower had just assaulted me. No, this damn thing is a mystical creature. Oh my god, look at that tiny mouth, did it just lick me? A chill ran up his spine. Wolamon swallowed hard, withdrew his hand, and calmly replied, "Thank you for the treats, doctor." She casually took the plate and returned to her seat, keeping her distance from the counter. Actually, it's fine. I'm not really fond of keeping plants anyway, they're too lively. Linka's smiling face froze for an instant. Do you even hear what you're saying right now? Chapter 62, Repeating Old Tricks. The plate held some desserts, small cakes and such, likely brought from next door. Probably from the tea house next door. They looked quite delicious. No, stay calm, don't let your mind wander to food. Even though I do have a real sweet tooth. Volumnia clenched her fists beneath her cloak. This place wasn't simple. As a supernatural being herself, what she truly wanted now was to focus on running her business discreetly. She wasn't even a member of the association. Note, this association's members were mostly descendants of supernatural beings, though ironically, it was a small group that avoided contact with other supernaturals. Today I came out of respect for Old Brown's kindness, only to find that his successor is itself a supernatural creature, probably an even more formidable one at that. Is this what they call fate? Wolamon sighed, extending his right hand midair before withdrawing it to remove his glove, then popping a small cake into his mouth. Fate, came the doctor's puzzled voice as he set down his teacup, wearing a bewildered expression. MMPH, Wolamont hurriedly covered his mouth. What's wrong with me today? I've lost my usual sharpness. Oh, this damned feeling, it's like being back in Old Brown's era, as if everything about me is laid bare. I really hate this feeling, as if I've been seen through. Her gaze shifted to the side. Though the wall bore traces of recent repainting, the scratches left by her nervously picking at it with her nails during childhood scoldings still remained. Fate is like a noose always tightening around you, you must face it, but the manner in which you meet it is yours to choose. The doctor's voice cut through. Though unsure why he'd suddenly brought up fate, Link wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Talk therapy, effortless mastery. The more clients the better. The gentleman before me might very well be the president of Dusk Commerce Guild. Securing him could mean an overflowing income. Quite logical. I'll have Gaia come over to make his acquaintance later. Speaking of which, since this person believes in fate, they should be easy to steer in the right direction. Lin Ku felt around beneath the counter and relaxed. Good, it's still there, has been ever since last time he used it. Let me read your fortune for you. The doctor smiled as he opened his palm. Beneath the white glove, a golden pendulum emerged, gently swaying. Speaking of which, do you believe in divination? Divination? Wolamon froze for a moment. That occult knowledge? Master diviners of the occult arts need various potions to enhance their connection with unknown deities. It's a formidable profession when properly cultivated. But if one possessed divination abilities, why would they settle for being just a small-time doctor here? Ah, no, he still has that eerie flower, coupled with his inherently non-human identity. Considering all these factors combined, Woolmund finally felt he was beginning to grasp Link's thinking. He truly must wish to escape the clamor of mortal affairs, or perhaps remained here running this low-profile clinic due to some mission. Either scenario worked to Woolmund's advantage. If awakened beings caused disturbances in Reynard's capital, the Merchant Guild's business would suffer. She had seen divination masters before. Every time the Merchant Guild needed to make decisions, they would visit the divination club to have their fortune told to gauge the likelihood of success. Just observing their divination process would reveal whether it was genuine or not. Until she could figure out his true capabilities, it was best to wait and observe. I believe you. At this thought, she nodded. Alright, let me perform a divination for you, whether I can control your symptoms. Lin Ku lowered the pendulum, and the moment he let go, Warfarin's eyes widened in astonishment. The golden pendulum swaying ceaselessly in the young man's hand, radiating such concentrated ether, was undoubtedly an artifact of immense cost, utterly incomparable to the crude divination tools at the fortune-telling club, like mites crawling upon mites. Do you truly understand the consequences of wielding an artifact of this tier? Woolmund couldn't help but ask. You wish to glimpse the future? That invites a curse. Many diviners, having peered too greedily into tomorrow, had strayed from the path and descended into madness. Ringcott paused, then smiled faintly. It's merely a sliver of time spent on divination. Where could any curse possibly lie? Truly the superstitious West, believing anything they hear, but it's indeed effective. After all, he's about to guide Woolmund into becoming his patient. Speaking of which, certain incantations must be recited before divination. Over these past few days, he had at least skimmed through some books on fortune-telling. These phrases were indispensable. Paul, thank you for your hard work. Indescribable darkness of this world, the fierce king lurking in shadows, the dreadful incarnation with countless limbs, the great bringer of boundless fortune. The young man closed his eyes, murmuring words that seemed ordinary to onlookers. But to Warfarin, the entire clinic was flooded with ether, that single beam of light blazing like the sun beneath her spiritual vision. What kind of cursed artifact is this? Is it really meant for divination? Very well, please reveal to me whether we can control the condition affecting Woolmund. After reciting the words exactly as Paul had described them, Link crossed his hands and addressed the pendulum dangling before him. If it's correct, rotate clockwise, if not, rotate counterclockwise. As soon as the words were spoken, the pendulum in her hand began to swing clockwise ever so slightly. Despite being shrouded in her cloak, Woolmund couldn't conceal her astonishment. The rippling fabric betrayed her agitated state. Oh, my dear merchant lady, don't you dare think this thing moves on its own, Link chuckled inwardly, subtly manipulating his muscles to make the pendulum sway ever so slightly. Child's play. At his feet, the humanoid-eyed Paul peeked out just a fraction from Link's shadow, tentacles swaying faintly before diving back in, its inscrutable thoughts as mysterious as its movements. Such dense ether, is the doctor engaging in something forbidden? Behind the counter, the blue-haired cashier Lily suddenly turned toward the clinic's direction. Years of combat instincts made her tense up momentarily for no apparent reason. Don't try to meddle with the boss's affairs. A black-haired girl approached the counter and, taking advantage of the other's stunned expression, poked her cheek. For your own life's sake. It felt icy cool, quite pleasant indeed. Even in winter, Gaia didn't need to wear many layers. Dressed in a women's suit, she looked both sharp and ready for action. Her hair was naturally dyed black, and with eyes the color of red wine, people often visited just to catch a glimpse of her. If Lin Ku were here, he would have insisted she bundle up like a rice dumpling, always worried she might feel cold. The clothes were cheap too. Apparently the boutique next door always gave Lin Ku a discount. Chapter 63. I could tell at a glance he was a son of a beach. You're right. Lyles turned her head with a smile, flushing at the warm touch on her cheeks. Could you stop pinching my face? There are lots of guests here. A reasonable request. Goya lowered his hand. What brings you here? The customer requested a new drink to satisfy their craving, Heya said expressionlessly. But I just forgot what. Hello, how's my mango milk tea coming along? A voice called from the corner, a hat-wearing police officer. I remember now, Heya said. Thank you, I already know. Lalith leaned on the counter to stand up and picked up the ingredients. It seems the rehabilitation has reached a new stage. Congratulations. Gaia looked at Lalith's legs. She could stand briefly now, but due to muscle atrophy, she still needed extensive recovery exercises. Thanks to the doctor's treatment, it's getting better and better. Lalith smiled. That officer has been coming here quite often these days, hasn't he? I think I vaguely recall. Lalith asked as she stood up and operated the machine. Working here served as good exercise for her, and she could now stand for quite a while. Named Jones? Goya said. Yes, Officer Jones, Lizzie said as she put the lid on and set it on the tray. Miss Goya, thank you for taking this. Alice watched as Goya took the cup, stroking it a few times before carrying it away. It seemed Miss Goya really enjoyed touching cold objects. I wonder which deity she worships, or perhaps, which deity's apostle she might be. Wait a moment, Miss Volumnia, I'll prepare your medicine. Link pulled out the syringe and smoothly made his way to the pharmacy, casually taking a swig from the blood vial he always carried with him. Ah, so refreshing. Drinking secretly really does taste better. It's like sneaking snacks during class, he muttered, crouching down and giving his shadow a few taps. Paul, time to work. Link took out the syringe, drank another mouthful, and began savoring Volumnia's blood, probably every zombie's favorite moment. It's quite sweet, feels like they added a lot of sugar. Linka smacked his lips as if the syringe before him were a wineglass, its contents not blood but honey. He dripped blood into the syringe, and a tentacle emerged from the shadows, stirring the mixture a few times. The scent of milk tea wafted out. It was already afternoon, past tea time, and the number of guests had gradually dwindled. Most were quietly sipping their drinks while occasionally stealing glances at the two beautiful women behind the counter. Look how they're leaning against each other. Honestly, I'd love to paint this scene. Alright, Hans, don't be like that. I know your pastor friend is going to watch that new movie with his buddies in a few days without inviting you. You don't understand, Dennis. This has nothing to do with that bastard pastor. I just think, girls together truly are something beautiful. My God, Hans, you really are my best friend. I feel exactly the same way. Listening to these idle gossips, Lysis couldn't help but cast a helpless glance at Gia, who was reading beside her. Gia had squeezed in close, saying she didn't want the still recovering Lysis to sit uncomfortably, her warmth radiating between them. After several days together, Lysis thought they'd grown quite close. She just couldn't understand why this beautiful Miss Gia always found excuses to cuddle up against her. According to Miss Gia, Lysis felt cool to the touch, a most pleasant sensation. Why do you talk about me as if I were some kind of dessert? As expected, none of the people around Dr. Sama are ordinary folks. Lyris still remembers the scorching aura she sensed when passing by that day. Just as she was reminiscing, Gia leaned in again, not that Lyris minded this warm, affectionate girl at all. Hey there, adorable little girls. A bewitching voice sounded. Would you look up at me? Gia lifted her head expressionlessly, revealing a beautiful white-haired woman before them. Her figure was nearly flawless, yet her otherworldly features made one instantly think of. Hello, Beach. MMPH. Hello, what can I do for you? Laylis immediately covered Goya's mouth, her lips twitching as she handed over the menu. What would you like to eat? Here's the menu. The white-haired woman took the menu but didn't open it, instead gazing at Laylis with an amused smile. Oh, little darling, what do you think of me? What does she mean? Laylis looked at her in confusion and hesitantly replied, You're very beautiful? How beautiful exactly? Does it give you physical urges? Oh, she's the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Impulses? What impulses? Thank you, sweetheart. The white-haired woman smiled as she patted Laylis' head, her eyes brimming with joy, her tone noticeably lilting. Alright, I'm Volumnia Brown, a relative of Link. Volumnia turned to gaze at Heya. I came to meet this Ms. Heya whom I've never seen before. I knew of your existence, but never saw what you looked like. Heya nodded, studying the other woman carefully. White hair, red eyes, in that regard, they weren't so different, but when it came to physique, the two were worlds apart. Nice to meet you for the first time today. Hello, Sister Wolamond. Goya uttered these words somewhat mechanically. No need to be so formal and distant after all. I've already helped you get your household registration sorted. Wolamond said casually as she picked up the menu. I'll have a Bloody Mary. Thank you, sweetheart. This matched the archive she knew. Realize nodded quietly to herself. Miss Goya had suddenly appeared claiming to be a distant relative of Dr. Link, and now everything was falling into place. Wait a minute. Realize suddenly found this somewhat familiar. Walrond? Isn't that one of the leaders of the Dusk Merchant Guild? Lyris suddenly realized. As expected of that distinguished person, even the largest merchant guild has its people infiltrated. She could never forget that day, the moment when countless tentacles emerged from behind the doctor, and those words, the great heavenly Father and Savior. What a magnificent being. He must be playing some grand cosmic game. After a brief exchange, Wolamond left, and Gaia no longer felt like continuing to read. He pretended to flip through the book while quietly digesting the knowledge he had received. The Nurgle cultists didn't fully understand the complete summoning ritual. Their flawed invocation caused the entire ceremony to explode. Though the will of the Chaos God had descended, it was incomplete, for many reasons. One of them was that his own body had been fashioned using a fire attribute Philosopher's Stone. Later, he was saved by his boss, and his body was restored. But something always felt missing in his mind, and his memories remained fragmented. Chapter 64, Memories of the Past. These memories are like a book. Jaya hesitated for a moment, then turned the page. As her consciousness sank deeper, she began to see many things. A massive red fireball, was that the sun? The sun, that was Thugga's true form. Why had K descended? The air was thick with an eerie atmosphere, as if some primordial creature was on the hunt. A massive hexagram magic circle, countless people, perhaps human, but all clad in black cloaks with peculiar ornaments, kneeled prostrate before the altar, assuming reverent poses. This is a dark forest, and outside it seems there are enemies? Nothing but mist, impossible to see clearly. The hexagram fluctuated, and the chief priest began chanting incantations, his voice trembling as if terrified by something unimaginable. A deafening explosion erupted, followed by towering flames and the acrid scent of detonation. An indescribable fireball materialized at the heart of the forest, and Gaia's perspective abruptly shifted to that of the burning sphere. Lumbering toward it was a grotesque, roaring flesh golem, its faceless head replaced by a writhing tentacle, its entire body an undulating mass of stitched-together limbs fashioned from pulsating meat clumps. Hands and feet alike were haphazard assemblages of quivering tissue. It emerged from the mist, staggering forward with unsteady steps. Wherever it passed, trees withered instantly. Nearby creatures let out mournful cries, exhibiting bizarre behaviors. Some mutilated their own bodies before collapsing in a bloody heap on the ground. With casual steps, it crushed numerous black-robed figures beneath its feet. These humanoid creatures wailed incessantly yet made no attempt to flee, as if resigned to their fate. Some struggled to rise but found their limbs paralyzed, consumed by boundless terror before a monster that dwarfed their existence beyond measure. Though casualties mounted, including many who might have been her own followers, Heya felt no particular emotion, as indifferent as one crushing ants beneath their feet. Yet when she sensed the adversary's aura, the perfectly formed fireball in her grasp suddenly turned violently unstable. The vision ended abruptly. Where the colossal figure had stood now appeared a solitary person, ill-fitting clothes hanging loosely on their frame, disheveled hair obscuring their face, pacing restlessly outside the tea-house entrance. He cast a weary glance at the tea shop, his image overlapping with that of the hideous giant in his memory. Still partially under the influence of those lingering thoughts, Goya suddenly became delirious, her ears incessantly ringing with strange noises that left her deeply unsettled. New York, La. Goya abruptly muttered a few words, their eerie pronunciation causing Lelisi to freeze for a moment at her side. Miss Goya, what are you? Alice began to ask, but Goya suddenly let out a low cry. They must die. The counter stood just over a meter high but had a width of nearly 80 centimeters. With his hand in an eerie posture, Goya flipped over it in an unsettlingly graceful manner, something unnoticed by those outside the door. Hey! Lilith couldn't stop him in time. Goya dashed toward the entrance at breakneck speed. A seemingly slender leg extended, poised in a charging stance, his muscles tensed to their limit. The fabric over his leg darkened slightly from the intense heat, though, to be fair, it was already black. No! Goya, what are you planning to do to my door? Lin Ko, who happened to be passing by, let out a shriek of despair. A pair of hands suddenly scooped Goya up. Suspended in midair with no leverage to exert force, the crimson in her eyes gradually faded. Ha! Goya twitched a few times before snapping back to reality. The tea house was nearly empty as dinner time approached, with all customers gone. Link had come to help with closing, and the savior turned out to be the shop owner. There was no giant, the homeless man had left long ago. Goya's ears had returned to normal too, devoid of any eerie whispers. Miss Goya, what happened? Lyle's voice came from behind the counter as she peeked out with just half her head visible, eyes wide with astonishment. I see you were reading just fine, what suddenly? Laylis asked. Gaia had been bullied before and carries some psychological scars, Linko casually replied as he led Gaia toward the second floor. We're mostly done organizing. I'll go make dinner now and comfort Gaia while at it. Layla stood dumbfounded, replaying the scene in her mind. Those movements had utterly exceeded standard human capabilities. Just who was Miss Gaia? Wait, there was a question. A very serious question. Who wants to take me upstairs for a meal? The growling of her stomach stopped Lily's from thinking about Heya. She stared at the empty tea house, her expression slightly twitching. You're bullying someone who's sick. A plaintive cry echoed through the vacant tea house. It must be painful, Link said as he settled Heya beside the dining table and brought her a cup of tea. I understand, but you must realize that what's done is done. You don't need to shoulder this responsibility, Jaya. Medicine is ultimately about saving lives, not scoring points, Linka said earnestly. It was already quite evident that the homeless man outside was wearing a loose black outfit, strikingly similar to the one Goya had worn back then. This likely triggered her intensely. Post-traumatic stress disorder, also known as PTSD. It commonly occurs among soldiers returning from the battlefield who have suffered severe psychological trauma, triggered when encountering similar scenarios. This requires extensive time to recuperate. Poor kid, judging from her earlier behavior, she was trying to kick the door with her leg. Luckily I reacted quickly, otherwise the door would have suffered damage and she'd have gotten hurt too. Oh damn, that's a fine piece of solid wood craftsmanship. If it got damaged, there'd be nowhere to get it repaired. If Gaia had landed that kick, she wouldn't just be suffering from the recoil injury, she'd also be needing Link's gleaming leather shoe coming her way. Since he only turned around after hearing the noise, Link didn't witness her vaulting directly over the counter. Otherwise he'd definitely be questioning whether Gaia was actually a normal girl. You could say it was quite the dramatic moment. Yes, there's no need to feel responsible, this is just a memory after all. You're no evil god. Whatever happens to them has nothing to do with you. You're right, boss. Jaya massaged her temples, having calmed down. From my perspective, thank you for stopping me. I think I understand what to do now. Thank you, oh great savior. Ah, this child's words keep getting stranger, she clearly needs some help. Thinking this, Link stood up. He pulled a book out from behind the refrigerator, patting it as casually as if it were a book used to prop up a wobbly table. Here, take this book. Though a physician cannot heal himself, it can help you understand your condition, serving at least a psychological purpose. Ah, you really didn't need to go through such trouble. The ether fluctuations gave everything away, you just retrieved a fresh book from another dimension. Chapter 65, the most torturous thing is getting more work right before clocking out, with no extra pay. Gaia felt the indescribable fluctuations of ether coming through, watching Link putting on airs as she mentally tossed out one snarky comment after another. Speaking of which, what kind of book is this now? Surely it couldn't be more outrageous than the last one she read? Cautiously, Gaia took it from him. The wriggling script on the cover sent a chill down Gaia's spine, the traces carved upon the flesh. Now this packed a punch. According to the contents, one could transform their own limbs into books to browse through memories, whether forgotten or never noticed. Everything would be laid bare. The book also contains demonstrations, though the body has transformed into pages, turning them induces actual pain, as if some great existence had converted flesh and blood into paper. Once fully read, the body is restored entirely. This way, memories are transcribed into text and no longer haunt the bearer through haunting visions. But the cost is every flipped page feels like tearing open a piece of flesh. Gaia stared at the textbook illustration of blood-soaked floorboards, swallowing hard. Are all Eldritch deities' books this brutal? Is this psychological manipulation? Or is it just slow, excruciating torture? The body never forgets. The book Paul had retrieved at Lin Ku's request was one of the best-selling works on psychological trauma healing. It proposed several innovative therapeutic approaches that had been clinically proven effective. These methods could activate the brain's natural neuroplasticity, essentially rewiring neural pathways by stimulating the pleasure-perceiving regions to achieve therapeutic effects. Trust me, you'll find this book remarkably enjoyable to read. You're absolutely right, boss. So happy? Really? Is this how evil deities like you have fun? Gaia's eyes widened in amazement, her heart filled with awe. You're truly more impressive, she said with genuine admiration. Truly worthy of being an authentic evil deity. Once she finishes reviewing her own memories, her entire body will probably be dissected piece by piece. The Divination Club, this was a haunt for the wealthy. Black curtain partitions were commonplace here, dividing the space into multiple private rooms. Generally speaking, merchants' guilds and those from underworld factions held an extraordinary belief in divination. Amidst substantial wealth, the furnishings and decorations here grew increasingly sophisticated, which in turn gave rise to a large number of professional fortune-tellers who made their living through divination. Of course, there were plenty of fraudsters too, but they couldn't gain entry to the Divination Club. Rumor had it that the club's owner was a true long-lived being skilled in the art of divination. Klon held the documents in his hand, a contingency plan from the identification department when no response was available. It detailed the club's operations, mentioning that fortune-tellers with certification credentials could offer assistance. So that means I still have to find a fortune-teller with curse artifact appraisal qualifications. Crown couldn't stop sighing, his heavy sighs filling the vast office, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The battle with Cardo absolutely must not be reported. He knew all too well about the Scholars' Church. If anyone discovered he was the one who killed Cardo, those knowledge-obsessed lunatics would relentlessly hunt him down. Given how widespread those fanatics were, there were probably already spies within the church. Tap. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. It was that time already, the cleaners had come to tidy up. What if one of those Scholars' Church members was the very cleaner outside his door? He abruptly pressed his head against the floor, listening as the footsteps approached, then gradually faded away. Exhaling, he slumped back into his chair. Stop, Klon, you're being paranoid, he reassured himself. If it were just a simple pursuit, things would be fine, but reporting this would expose the fact that the Lycos sisters sought out Dr. Lin. Everything would be ruined, Lily's would face punishment from the Holy Church. Even I can see it clearly, damn it. Klon rubbed the enchanted ring on his finger. Those red-clad hounds are all waiting for Lily's to die, but now she's about to recover, wanting to live as an ordinary person. If the truth came to light, Klon, who had weathered countless crises, could already imagine exactly what would unfold. He massaged his temples while planning his next move. First, we'll investigate this cursed artifact's function, then determine its final destination. Behind the tightly shut door, Clown's eyes reflected the steady glow of the ether gas lamp before him. Its soft light inexplicably reminded him of Lin Ku. Dr. Lin, just like him, always maintaining that unflappable demeanor, as if the entire world revolved around him, watching others scurry about while he simply sat in his clinic, with countless people, no, pawns, at his beck and call. Is this the consequence of encountering the mysterious? Is it? Am I now part of it too? Danielle fumbled with the yellow crystal ball before her, smiling through a thin veil as she addressed the person across from her. Welcome your next visit. The richly dressed merchant pulled out a handkerchief, stood up, put on his hat, wiping his forehead while continuously showering praises. Miss Fortune Teller, truly only you can provide accurate divinations for my business. Thank you, this is the payment you deserve. Danielle watched as the client placed 2 golden pounds in the tip area on her left hand, offering a serene smile. You flatter me, sir. Could we please move on to the next client? You've paid, had your reading done. If we keep chatting like this, I'll have to charge extra, Danielle thought. The entire private room boasted perfect soundproofing facilities. Even the curtains were made of precious witchcraft materials. During a brief moment of silence, Danielle leaned back on the sofa, having maintained a rigid posture for so long that her back felt nearly broken. But it didn't matter, there was only 1 minute left until her shift ended. Danielle glanced at the pocket watch in her hand and broke into a heartfelt smile. Yet as we all know, reality often runs counter to our desires. A wishmaker, is it? The sound of drapes rustling. Whose? Danielle lost her smile and slowly straightened up. A man in a black cloak stood before her and took a seat. Wishcaster, that's your code name, isn't it? Miss Danielle. Hearing her name spoken, Danielle's impatient expression vanished entirely. And you are? The cloaked figure handed her a non-disclosure agreement bearing a shield-shaped logo. The emblem belonged to the Countermeasures Bureau. Oh. Danielle suddenly remembered she had another identity, an outsourced appraisal consultant for the Countermeasures Bureau of Rhine City. But where would so many cursed artifacts needing appraisal even come from? Danielle had only taken the title nominally, never expecting actual work to arrive today. Refusal wasn't an option though, they did pay her monthly retainer after all. In divination work, credibility was everything. To sustain this profession long-term, reputation mattered most of all. That means even if someone walks in 1 minute before closing time, they still have to be properly attended to. If there was money involved, fine, but this has nothing to do with making any. Danielle rolled her eyes as she pretended to look through paperwork. A monthly salary comes with the condition of unconditional assistance whenever needed, in other words, unpaid overtime right now. Damn it. Just when I was about to clock out, here comes a job that pays nothing. Kill me now. Chapter 66 The Gift from Distant Revelers. Ah, the confidentiality agreement. I get it, Danielle said, though beneath her veil she curled her lip. Then please repeat the confidentiality clauses, and we'll begin. The cloaked figure slid the agreement toward her. The faint glow from the divination crystal ball allowed her to make out the writing. Just my luck to get work right before clocking out, she grumbled to herself again. Danielle drew the curtains, cautiously activated the soundproofing incantation, and inspected the integrity of the surrounding wards before picking up the agreement. I, Danielle, codenamed Wishmaker, hereby swear to assist the agent in completing the mission and never disclose any information. The lengthy document covered every conceivable contingency, with each clause added based on real-life incidents. Though Danielle had memorized it all, reading through the entire agreement was itself part of the protocol, one she had no choice but to follow. Satisfied? Danielle set down the agreement. No sooner had the words been spoken than a ring slid out from the cloaked figure's hand before Danielle. Please appraise this cursed artifact's effects and the price it exacts, said the black cloak in a bizarre voice that resembled the sound of boiling water. Knowing its origins would be even better. Wait a moment. Danielle forced a bitter smile at the other party's apparent cluelessness. Let me ask first, do you know the rules of divination at all? Say yes. Tell me you've already studied this in advance. What rules? Where the men in black couldn't see, Danielle rolled her eyes so hard they nearly vanished. The rules are as follows. We need to inform you about the divination regulations. As you can see by the curtains beside us, the hanging crystals won't record our conversation, but they will detect keywords. If you say anything resembling an inquiry about the rules, we'll have to repeat them to you all over again. The crystal records keywords. Danielle glared resentfully at the other person. Keep it brief, said the man in black. All right. Firstly, divination only foresees the outcome, never the process. At best, we can gauge how smoothly the process might unfold. Moreover, divination can also be disrupted. If the subject possesses alternative methods or formidable luck, that too can interfere with the results. To put it simply, divination can only serve as a reference. Don't blame the divination club if it doesn't work out. You should take it with a grain of salt, not swallow it whole. That's everything. Danielle finally finished listing the terms and took a sip from her cup. Please begin. After listening to Danielle's explanation, the man in black nodded. All right, let me take a look. Danielle finally picked up the ring. Since it had been carried close to someone's body without being stored in an inscribed box, it meant the object was harmless when inactive. We are currently in the 5th era, you should be aware of that. Danielle aligned the ring with the crystal ball, the yellow light illuminating its surface. The inner band was densely inscribed with incantations and bore peculiar symbols resembling clusters of question marks, arranged in 3 distinct clusters. As she rotated it for inspection, the ring revealed varying hues of radiance. The inscription above is likely written in the style of 3rd era dark wizards, Daniel said. According to records from that time, there was an evil deity clad in yellow robes. People learned some of these incantations from him. Of course, the specific translation techniques have nearly been lost to time. The yellow-robed monk and the yellow-clad evil god. Crown remained motionless, his thoughts unreadable beneath the shadow of his black cloak. Go on. Then the origin is quite clear, that yellow-robed evil deity brought disasters to the world. Whenever K appears, it inevitably bears many dire consequences, Danielle said solemnly. The cost of crafting a cursed artifact using K's incantations will be utterly horrific. The origin analysis is mostly done. Let me divine its abilities. Danielle clasped her hands together, silently reciting special words in her heart. Yi, dark goddess of abundant fertility, black goat who births all things, your dearest servant calls upon you. The yellow crystal ball changed color, gradually turning purple. After a long while, Danielle opened her eyes and solemnly addressed the black-robed figure. This ring, its function relates to movement, likely high-speed movement, but the cost is utterly disproportionate. What do you mean? What I mean is, the cost consumes lifespan, Danielle articulated word by word. A preliminary estimate suggests the expenditure would be measured in months, or years. As for specifics, only live testing could determine that. You may call it the gift of the feasters from afar. I see, Klaus nodded. The living detection method, as the name implies, allows the Countermeasures Bureau to request the use of prisoners in custody. After signing certain benefit agreements, their bodies are used to wield cursed artifacts. It didn't matter if one couldn't manipulate ether. Ether energy could be temporarily stored, much like how rapidly scraping a plastic cone through hair generates temporary static electricity, contained within vessels for their use. These criminals are confined in a special space after using cursed tools. Dedicated diviners then examine the results, allowing precise determination of the cursed tool's strength. Of course, this is limited only to first-grade cursed artifacts of ancient god tier or higher. Clown lowered his head. Related to movement? He could clearly sense that when Cardo appeared back then, it was instantaneous, related to movement, yes, but definitely not high-speed movement. The water around him had acted like a detection barrier, yet Cardo hadn't triggered it. Thus, it wasn't the physical body that moved, but the spatial coordinates themselves. In truth, calling it teleportation would be more fitting. For a cursed artifact like this to use life force as its fuel is only natural. Clown reached into his cloak and drew out a cursed rune, holding it up before Danielle. This is insurance. Forgetfulness spells don't work on supernatural beings, only curses can constrain them. Ugh, I hate this part. Danielle picked up the curse sigil and dropped it into a nearby water glass. With a gentle shake, the incantation gradually dissolved, turning the water blue. Go ahead. I've already programmed the curse parameters into this ring. You may examine both the ring itself and any related matters. Danielle downed it in one gulp. No need. I know how the Countermeasures Bureau operates. This tastes really strange. She stuck out her tongue, like a whiff of heather. Is this your twisted sense of humor? Not my doing. By the way, do you still need a divination? Danielle joked. Fate can be quite peculiar, you know. Would you like to see what happens next? I'll give you a discount. Clown glanced at her from beneath his cloak. No need. All right. Danielle instinctively checked her crystal ball, then fell silent, blinking her eyes. Wishing you good health. Chapter 67 Coronation. Crone walked along the street as night fell, his eyes bloodshot. These days, he always felt as if an invisible thread were pulling at him, like a puppet on strings. What should I do with this ring? The Vatican definitely couldn't be handed over, and hiding it risked divination detection. Crowan's mind flashed back to that tentacle that had saved his life. If it's for Dr. Lin. Lost in thought, he found himself inexplicably walking toward 5th Street. Some street punks still loitered at the corner smoking under the night sky. The city's patrol system wasn't round the clock. When darkness fell, these hoodlums would emerge in the more remote streets. Yet they never crossed the line, knowing well that even at night, officers remained on duty. A single press of the ether device would summon beat cops in minutes. Fire. One punk raised his cigarette, its glowing red ember casting faint light on his face. Beneath street lamps, the group's tattoo-covered bodies and nose piercings stood out sharply. It was a cloudless night, and moonlight streamed unimpeded onto the pavement. Crown walked over without showing any expression. Who knew what these little bastards were up to? Some cult? None of his business. If they caused trouble, he'd teach them a harsh lesson. Sir? A young man grabbed Crown's cloak, reeking of alcohol with every word he spat out. Interested in learning about the doctrine of flames? Get lost, you parasites. Crown's inexplicable irritation flared up. He delivered a vicious kick to the young man's backside with his polished leather shoes, sending the youth sprawling onto the street with tremendous force. Oh, ow, he doesn't need advertising. He soon will be. He soon will be. He will join us. The kicked young man didn't cry out in pain but shouted excitedly instead. Welcome, brother, welcome. The smoking delinquent burst into laughter beside him. What the hell? Crowan didn't want to deal with these lunatics and turned to leave. What a creepy scene, cheering after getting beaten up. Freaks. Ahead lay a steep slope where the road conditions were poor. Most vehicles would stall trying to climb it in reverse gear, so it had been converted to a one-way street. The streetlights lining the road were enhanced with magical inscriptions, programmed to illuminate automatically at night. Crowan didn't know why, perhaps from being too tense, but as he walked up the slope, his legs inexplicably gave way. By the time he realized it, his whole body was already leaning forward. Damn it, what's wrong with me today? Crowan planted one foot firmly on the ground to steady himself, panting heavily. Ding! The crisp sound snapped Crowan's attention away. The ring, slipping out from his inner pocket due to inertia, began rolling down the slope, picking up speed. Stop, you miniature little tire. Crowan broke into a sprint. Damn it, how the hell did it even slip out? The ring rolled faster and faster down Fifth Avenue, leaving Crowan no chance to catch up. The stones on the road sent it bouncing high, and under the streetlights, that glimmer looked just like a distant star. Damn it, don't go down the drain. Crowan thought of using his silver badge, but it hadn't rained today, there was no water for him to manipulate. After another long downhill stretch, the ring finally slowed considerably. Huffing and puffing, Crowan was now just a fist's length away. This is agony, sheer agony. Why was he running down deserted streets in the dead of night? He should be doing something befitting his status, sitting down to a late-night snack, sipping red wine with a slab of steak, accompanied by a violinist's serenade. Just as Klon was about to grasp the ring, it bounced off a pebble on the ground and soared high into the air, instantly putting distance between them once more. Damn this long downhill slope. Damn gravitational potential energy. In the city center, he couldn't risk using any supernatural tools. If someone witnessed it, that'd be front-page news for sure. Tough break. The pain was utterly unbearable. Klon tasted iron in his mouth as his peripheral vision caught a familiar spot, a street corner flashing by. Isn't this the cake shop across from the clinic? The ring hit the wall beside the cake shop like a bullet. Through the shop's glass window, Klon caught sight of the tea house on the other side. What? A thought flashed through Klon's mind, but it vanished like a shooting star he couldn't catch. Ahead lay a flat area with standing water. Even if he fell into the gutter, he could use the badge in his pocket to retrieve it. When he finally rushed out onto the street, he saw the tea house door slightly ajar, Dr. Lin covering half his face, the very ring clutched in his hand. The doctor frowned helplessly. The light spilling from the tea house illuminated half his face, outlining his profile, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness. If not for the faint glow of the street lamp, Klaus would never have noticed, the tentacles emerging behind the doctor like a coronation ceremony, gently sliding the ring onto his finger. Sana, a favorite curse of Lin Ku's old best friend, was the exact phrase now echoing in his mind. Closing up at night was normal, right? Flipping the sign outside to closed was perfectly reasonable too. But why, just as the door was about to close, did something like a bullet strike his forehead, ending up in his palm? Lin Ku clutched his head, staring at the inexplicable ring that had appeared in his hand, and lamented with a mix of laughter and tears. The convergence of world lines? Is this the inevitable outcome? What a fate! The odds of this happening are about as likely as being struck by lightning. How amusing! Not to mention where this ring came from, just the fact that it flew over during those few seconds when he opened the door was already outrageous enough, and it landed perfectly in his hand. Isn't this destiny taken too far? He stuck his head out and looked around, but there wasn't the slightest movement. The night was utterly silent, and Lin Ku gazed upward. There were barely any clouds tonight, with moonlight spilling across the ground. He shook his head, pulled the door shut, and noticed that Paul, hidden in the shadows, had extended a few tentacles to slip the ring onto his finger. What's the meaning of this? Paul, do you recognize this ring? Was this your doing? Paul's unmistakably human-like eyes rolled slightly as his octopus-like head swayed before withdrawing into the shadows. Was this Paul's gift to me? Lin Ku felt utterly perplexed. Let's just consider it Paul's gift to me. Otherwise, why would a ring fall from the sky? He examined the ring on his finger. Its silvery sheen appeared extraordinarily beautiful, with tiny patterns resembling windswept traces. Never mind, the night has just begun. So how shall we spend this evening's darkness? Chapter 68, Save Me Again. Lin Ku walked toward the counter. Lysis and Goya have both gone to sleep, so I might as well take out that prize durian milk crepe cake first. They never liked it anyway. He picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup, and made up his mind. Let's head to the kitchen first, Lin Ku muttered. The next second, his hand already bumped against the kitchen cabinet, causing the teacup to clink against it with a sharp sound. Linka took a step back, his body colliding with a chair, the dining room chair. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Yes, this was indeed the second-floor dining room. The hallway light was off. He hadn't walked here, he'd arrived on the second floor directly. Could it be this ring's doing? Linku examined the ring, this had to be the only possible explanation. He swiftly turned on the dining room light and tapped his shadow on the floor. Zhang Huaimin. Oh wait, no Paul. Paul poked half his head out from the shadows in confusion, only for Link to yank him fully into the light while extending his right hand toward him. Did I just teleport directly to the second floor? Was it because of this ring? The captured Paul gave a slight nod, his tentacles drooping limply. Is it rapid movement? Link immediately rejected the thought. No, I didn't feel any sense of motion. Is it teleportation or spatial movement? Paul's tentacle drew a checkmark on his hand. My god, is this another world? Link widened his eyes looking at the ring. I always thought swords and magic were far from me, this is the first time I've seen an item from a supernatural creature. He suddenly turned to look at Paul. You know, Paul, I just want a peaceful life. What if someone comes looking for the ring? Paul shook his head and patted Linka's shoulder as if to comfort him. Is this what you brought? Will there be any price to pay for me using it like this? Linka still felt uneasy. Paul rolled his eyes, shook his head, slipped from Link's grasp, and dissolved into the shadows. What does this mean? Linko casually grabbed Paul's head and lifted it up. Paul's eyes rolled back so far they almost flipped upside down, his tentacles continuously pushing against Linka's hand. Hey, Paul, bring me some books about this world's extraordinary beings. I want to learn more. Don't refuse. Haven't you heard the saying, stand users are drawn to each other? Crown's muscles tensed as he witnessed the scene at the street corner, goosebumps rising all over his body. The doctor's lips curled into an amused smile, one hand covering half his face shrouded in darkness as he gazed at the ring in his palm and remarked, but convergence of world lines, an inevitable outcome. Interesting. The night breeze carried fragments of indistinct words drifting over. Was he mocking the fact that the ring had been given to him, only to end up back in his own hands? Was he laughing at Klaus for never truly valuing it, for receiving such a formidable cursed artifact yet cowering from its steep price? Interesting? Well, it certainly was amusing. Klaus returned gloomily to the countermeasures bureau. It was past working hours now. He sat in his office, the emptiness weighing around him. Against the wall stood a massive blackboard, covered with the latest annihilation missions, all meticulously connected by a web of red strings. The magical instrument before him was covered with recent missions and news, as well as that list where many avatars had dimmed. Only the avatar of Klon remained illuminated in the top row. This meant he was the sole survivor among their batch of investigators. The ether lamp before him emitted a steady glow, undisturbed by any wind. Undisturbed by any wind. Klon dragged the cursor and opened a new document window. He intended to record that cursed artifact, at the very least, to leave proof of its existence. This was his professional duty. His hand hovered over the cursor as the casually lifted cup froze at his lips. The cursor wasn't usually positioned like this. Clausen closed the page. Without thinking, he took out the small vial of holy water from his chest and dripped a drop into the cup. The moment it entered, the holy water suddenly turned a dark green, emitting a bizarre odor. Only after the reaction completed did it clear again, returning to its transparent state. A high-concentration anesthetic agent, with no regard for normal human tolerance. Clausen crossed his arms, staring expressionlessly at the liquid before him. Such excessive dosage, how intriguing. Speaking of which, he had recently searched the intranet for information about the Scholars' Church. It seemed their influence had reached even within the organization. Dr. Lin, I finally understand your intentions. It was my fault for taking what didn't belong to me, and yet you saved me. Klaus chuckled softly. He felt at ease. With that person's assistance, even if the Scholars' Church came looking, they could only divine the ring's whereabouts. He was safe. Knock, knock, the door sounded. It was the cleaner's voice. Excuse me, it's cleaning time now. Is this a convenient moment, Mr. Crown? Come in. The rhythmic swishing of a broom filled the entire room. Crown's head drooped lower and lower. The sweeping sounds became like a lullaby until he finally slumped onto the desk. Soft snores escaped him. The janitor walked out and closed the door behind them. The janitor's suspicions seemed unlikely. Crown didn't react. After all, the ring wasn't on him. Let them search all they wanted. If they actually dared eliminate a department head, the church's full investigation would ensure none of them escaped. They understood how to weigh risks against gains. He was utterly exhausted and sank into a deep slumber. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely thought he saw the door open, or perhaps he imagined it. Schaubert wandered the streets without fear of being recognized. His body had been so severely corrupted that he could now freely contort his facial features at will. He simply threw on whatever remaining cloaks were left at the safe house, his hair disheveled, looking exactly like the kind of vagrant no one would bother acknowledging. This wasn't a place that tolerated vagrants. They'd undoubtedly be hauled away by patrol officers come nightfall. Fortunately, his destination lay elsewhere. I need a quiet place, somewhere that can conceal the fluctuations of ether. Xiaobot murmured vaguely. The main forces of the chaos cult had been nearly eradicated, and the Radiant Church was still hunting down the remaining followers. None of this mattered to him. It was already evening. With unsteady steps, he passed by a shop where the wooden furnishings gave the place an elegant ambience. There were no customers left inside, and the receptionist sitting behind the counter looked quite beautiful. Beautiful bodies, Xiaobot murmured. So fleeting, they have no idea what true beauty is. With this thought in mind, he arrived at a location, the end of 6th Street, part of the undeveloped zone. This also served as a hideout. Xiaobot quietly slipped behind the street administrative office. The most perilous places often prove the safest. With a single deft lift, he raised the manhole cover and slipped inside. Chapter 69, Fortune's Persistent Favor. After the joint purge by the flames of the apocalypse and the Church of Light, many contact points had vanished. Those that remained, Xiaobot wouldn't attempt to contact anyway. He'd never trusted a single soul to begin with. The damp sewer, the city's excretory passageway, reeked of filth as foul winds howled through the tunnels. A knee-high water level stood testament to the drainage system's remarkable efficiency and the designer's exceptional engineering prowess. The place was eerily quiet at night. Xiaobot could distinctly hear the squeaking of rats, the scuttling of cockroaches, and the wriggling of maggots. Every step along the shore landed on something hard yet not entirely solid. Perhaps bones, definitely not from small animals. Occasionally, his feet brushed against what felt like scraps of fabric. To hell with it, there's no need to dwell on such thoughts. As he walked, his mind turned to his dear friend. Berkeley, you're the only one I can truly trust. Only you can understand my faith. You died because of me, so I must reward you. A reward. I'm sorry for not saving you. Ahead appeared a clearing, built with wooden planks one by one, beneath which raged a turbulent flood. The sufficiently thick solid wood ensured the platform's stability. This was an utterly ordinary little outpost, and Xiaobot couldn't figure out why he'd come here either. His mind was already quite muddled, but he could vaguely recall that this was something he and Berkeley had built together as children. They were both street urchins, living in the filthiest, most patrol-free corners of the city. Many memories had faded, but he'd never forgotten Berkeley. Xiaobot snapped out of his reverie. Moving with practiced ease, as if guided by muscle memory, he deftly adjusted the ether lamp beside him. The dim yellowish light flickered to life, its glass shade covered in old scorch marks that spoke of years of use. Chalk made from stardust powder, candles, blood. He murmured to himself. These were all essential items, and naturally the place was stocked full with such materials. Protected by spells, there was virtually no chance they'd deteriorate. Wrong. Schubert looked around and repeated himself once more. Wrong. The lock on the nearby cabinet was gone. Clearly someone had been here. He pondered for a few seconds, but it didn't matter. It only held some ordinary materials, like dried samples. At worst, I'll just go hunt a few more prey. Schubert casually snapped off one of his fingers and squeezed it forcefully, extracting the blood within. He dipped it into the nearby stardust powder and used the mixture to draw a hexagram on the ground, placing a candle at each of its pointed tips. I'm getting closer and closer to K. Watching his rapidly regenerating pinky finger, Schubert smirked slightly before picking up the chalk to continue tracing the incantation beside it. To rid the world of pain, it must be reset. Yes, reset, completely reset. There has never been such thing as paradise. The so-called righteous deities are merely evil gods clothed in the guise of salvation. If that's the case, why not worship the evil gods from the very beginning? As long as faith is unified, there will be no more persecution. Only a shared devotion to a peaceful evil god is needed. Berkeley, we will meet again. Despite enduring so many calamities since childhood, I've managed to survive until now. Berkeley, you know what? You've never given me a divination. You know I don't believe in it, but in truth, I've secretly visited divination clubs many times. Without fail, every result predicted great fortune. No matter what identity or face I used, the outcome was always the same. My body is already in tatters, my mind on the verge of collapse, yet I've never made a wrong decision or gone insane. Schubert's movements grew faster, the sigils he drew flawless and precise. That convinced me, Berkeley, everything happens for a reason. My extraordinary luck must exist for a purpose. But Berkeley Einstein, he said, you're my most loyal companion. Only you can understand me. If possible, I would gladly give you half of my good fortune. So I came here, bringing this finger you once accidentally severed, Schubert said softly. The stone of mortal dust can restore all things, but I'm uncertain if it can mend your soul. Regardless, I wish to try. As the final stroke was completed, the magic circle began to glow. We still need more sacrificial offerings. Activating the stone requires substantial amounts of flesh and blood, muttered Xiaobot, frowning as he added, must be from ordinary humans. Mine won't suffice. Misha, why are the lights on? Mitch asked, staring at the distant glow before turning to his younger sister beside him. No idea. Cops maybe? The girl with unruly long hair, barely 15 or 16, shrugged as she walked alongside him. Damn it, that can't be. No way those patrolmen would ever track us here. Safety first. Mitch grabbed his sister's hand as they crept forward for a closer look. Let's check if anyone's around. Misha, see if there's anything we can sell. Maybe those lights just turned on by themselves for no reason. These technologies are always so illogical. Just think about how those noble lords would slap their televisions, and then they'd magically work again. Mitch and Misha pressed against the corner wall, peering cautiously ahead. That's right, the light was on, but there was no one inside. Mitch relaxed and beckoned to Misha. Come on, there's still so much stuff here we haven't sold yet. The next buyer's already lined up, and those materials are worth a fortune. Just imagine, once we have the money, we can build that little dog a brand new home. But we don't have enough money. Then let's just buy a blanket. I really like this little furball, Misha. Misha nodded and followed her brother as they walked over. They had found this place a few days ago, successfully picked the lock, and discovered some witchcraft materials and implements. Selling those had earned them some money, and today was their second visit. Check against this list. Perfect timing with the light, so I don't even need to light a flame to see. Mikey pulled out a sheet from his pocket, given to them by a black market merchant, listing prices for various occult artifacts. What a remarkable find. Such a place still exists. The boisterous voice reverberated through the small space. This might be ruins left by some chaos cult. So many treasures remaining. Behind Mickey, the air rippled as several human figures gradually materialized, all floating mid-air without footsteps or the filth of the sewer clinging to them. Otrick, what brings you here? Ignoring Mickey's shouting, the obese leader descended to the ground, where an attendant immediately placed a foot mat beneath him. He produced a cigar, and his attendant promptly withdrew cigar scissors to trim its end before lighting it. You have no idea what these things are worth, Outrage cried. These are already patented cursed artifacts. If handed over to the police station, they'd fetch a fortune. What do you want? Mitch asked. All these? Outrage's voice had just escaped his lips when it turned into a death rattle. Countless tentacles impaled them all, pierced clean through as if by a giant sea urchin, silencing them almost instantly. Outrage's bodyguard had barely slipped his hand into his pocket when he was skewered midair like meat on a stick. Chapter 70, The Papal Hospital. A man dressed in bizarre clothing appeared, his arms covered in writhing tentacles. Without hesitation, he hacked them all off with a knife, the severed limbs still twitching convulsively on the ground. Who are you? It was too fast. The sudden change left Mitch and Misha momentarily stunned. Good question, the man said in a hoarse voice. My name is Shalbotmorian, formerly known as Ian Christine, age 37. This is where I lived long ago, was married once. I am the leader of the Chaos Church, the one bearing the Blood God title in the Corn Cult. Before the Purge, I traveled daily to awaken our God, spreading faith in the great paternal Nurgle, as well as Slaanesh and Sench. I don't smoke or drink. I hardly rest at night, occupied with killing whoever needs killing. Even when exhausted, an hour's sleep refreshes me completely. His voice grew increasingly peculiar. To Mickey's eyes, it seemed as though his body had slightly enlarged. Before bed, I always reflect on what I did today and what I'll do tomorrow. Then I take the completed plan note, swallow a sedative, and go to sleep. This basically ensures I won't go insane. Like a baby still in its mother's arms, free from any fatigue or stress. Though I've never had a physical checkup and my mental state isn't normal, nothing serious has happened so far. What on earth are you talking about? Mickey's freckled face twisted with tension as he instinctively shielded his sister behind him. Schubart bent down, his face hidden within his hood, obscuring his features as he approached Mickey and his sister. I'm someone easily swayed by external emotions. The two of you remind me so much of my past. I'm truly afraid. I might unconsciously let you go. And everything I just said, those were all my secrets. To prevent them from being exposed, you can only stay here forever. You may find this very strange, but that's irrelevant now. Mitch could already feel Schubert's breath blowing against his face, then Schubert's body rapidly expanded. What? Mitch saw something black, no, a swirling mix of purple and gray. Drawing closer, this was no longer a human form. Its head was covered in tentacles, limbs sprouting countless hands and feet that dangled like spare tires on a car. The indescribable monstrosity loomed under the dim ether light as time seemed to slow. Mitch frantically scanned his surroundings. Wooden crates, more wooden crates, and the stinking sewer below. Survival was hopeless now. The tentacles had reached Mickey's head as he clutched his little sister tightly in his arms. I won't let go of you, Misha. Mickey. After a long pause, Schubert returned to human form, forcefully tore off the extra arms and legs, and began slicing through the flesh before him. The human body is far too fragile, riddled with endless inherent flaws, like geese in formation. Once a single leader takes flight, all the rest will follow blindly. He muttered these words while slicing open the body before him, deftly extracting organs, collecting blood, and arranging each piece methodically before the hexagram array. I applied too much force, should have avoided damaging these vital organs. But given the urgency, there's no helping it now. Xiaobot stared at the perforated viscera before him, shook his head, and rose to his feet. The arrangement was now complete. The flesh and blood were neatly arranged before the hexagram formation, with a purple glowing stone at its center, pulsing faintly like a heart, casting an eerie beauty. Lastly, this sole remaining bone. Berkeley, this is yours. Xiaobot pulled out a rusted box from a cabinet, effortlessly opening it to reveal a single bone inside. There are 2 conditions to resurrect the deceased, Xiaobot murmured to himself. The bones of the dead, representing the foundation of the body, and the flesh of the dead, embodying the soul. Your bones have been used as fuel for self-destruction, but I managed to save a piece of your flesh. Seanport slowly dug out a chunk of flesh and blood from his own body, as easily as pulling something from a bag. Taking out a rope, he bound the flesh and bones together. Berkeley's flesh appeared as if freshly cut, still oozing fresh blood. This piece of meat had previously resided within Seanport's heart, its tremendous vitality preventing it from decaying. He placed this flesh and bone next to the stone of mortality and began his incantation. Hidden within the universe, in a nauseating graveyard, from a dark chamber beyond time and imagination came the mad pounding of gigantic drums, and the thin, monotonous, blasphemous piping of flutes. In response to this abominable pounding and piping, the spirits of those vast and dark ultimate gods, Nyarlathotep, I offer you a portion of earthly stone, may your divine power envelop me. Your closest devout follower, Xiaobot, makes this request. Xiaobot glanced at the activated ritual before turning away. Let these ignorant humans witness your terror now, great Nyarlathotep. The Holy Covenant Hospital had always enjoyed nationwide recognition as a medical institution of exceptional repute. Its round-the-clock services ensured the premises bustled with activity day and night. Nurses shuttled busily through the corridors. Godot was a merchant who had just completed an order when he was fortunate enough to be hit by a car and sent to the ICU. As he was wheeled into the ward, he groggily regained consciousness. My head hurts. He struggled to recall what had happened. It was the early hours of the morning, and he could see the clock opposite him. It was 12:30 midnight. What happened to me? Suddenly, everything came rushing back to Godot. Yes. I just closed the deal, then went to pick up my friend Father McCree to see Mr. Christoph Marktoff's new movie when the accident happened. Damn it. The road on 3rd Street is so wide. Why on earth did he have to drive right down the middle? Godot grew angrier as he thought about it. That guy clearly doesn't know how to drive. He still remembered the final announcement from the ether navigator. Foreign object detected ahead, 0 meters from your vehicle. Fuck you and your bullshit. How is this broadcast any different from the navigation insisting route is normal after driving straight into the water? Furious as he was, he realized he couldn't move a muscle. His back was slightly elevated, giving him just enough angle to see both legs completely encased in plaster. Only one eye could open halfway, and his head remained immobile. He was clearly in the aftermath of major surgery. It's good to still be alive, Gordo thought gratefully, counting himself lucky. Chapter 71 Tragedy always favors the suffering. The only light sources in the entire ward came from the faint moonlight outside the window and the glow of nearby medical equipment. For ICU cases, he remembered there being an accompanying room. If anything happened here, help would arrive immediately for emergency treatment. This is the sense of security that comes with a major hospital. There might be a clinic on the street corner, but their facilities and staff are nowhere near adequate. Might as well sleep, Godot thought wearily. His head was immobilized, limiting his view to just the door of the ward and the distance to the clock. On the opposite wall, he could faintly make out the ICU care instructions, while the machines beside him continued their steady beeping. The occasional sound of footsteps running past outside gave him a peculiar comfort. I can't move my body at all, probably too much anesthetic, Godot mused as he slowly closed his eyes. It's strange, just after closing my eyes, I started dreaming while feeling completely awake, with nothing but darkness outside the door. Wait, what was that? Gordo suddenly snapped his eyes open, his bloodshot gaze fixed intently on the direction of the door. Nothing stirred. The hallway light outside was still on. Gordo reassured himself, probably just anesthesia-induced hallucinations, nothing more. He suddenly felt an eerie silence outside, thankfully lasting only a moment. This is completely normal, Gordo. Some people dream only for an instant. Closing his eyes, he saw the same scene replay before him, darkness and perfect stillness beyond the door. Not this dream again? Gordo impatiently tilted his head, just enough to bring the entire doorframe into view. The door swung open. A nurse? He wondered, but the next moment he wanted to scream. What appeared wasn't a nurse. Bathed in moonlight stood a monster. Its pale, eyeless body resembled a giant frog, with a wide mouth and clawed hands. Where a nose should have been grew a cluster of pink, stubby tentacles. As if spotting Gordo, it crept forward slowly. The door shut automatically with hydraulic pressure, revealing not the corridor outside, but absolute darkness. The monster resembled a groundhog, yet its tentacle-covered face made his skin crawl. It's just a dream. Yes, just a dream. Gordo forced himself to open his eyes and woke up, as simple as opening his eyes, as if he had never been asleep. He opened his eyes, and everything returned to normal, but when he blinked, he realized something was wrong. Why did that monster appear again for an instant? It's impossible for me to dream while blinking. Gordo had discovered something and kept opening and closing his eyes. He finally confirmed it. First, he wasn't dreaming. Second, the world he saw when his eyes were open and closed were entirely different. The room remained the same, with eyes open, everything was normal, and outside, he could still hear the nurses whispering faintly. But the moment he closed his eyes, that monster would appear, writhing incessantly, so vividly detailed that he could even see its central mouth opening and closing. Hallucination, yes, hallucination. Gordo reassured himself, his breathing growing ragged, his thoughts in disarray. Maybe it's all a dream. Maybe I'm still asleep. What a vivid dream that was, just too much anesthesia. He closed his eyes again, and the monster reappeared. One of its tentacles brushed against an unidentified wire, causing the plug to fall out, and a nearby instrument instantly dimmed. The alarm on the surveillance system blared immediately. Where's the nurse outside? Gordo felt a surge of panic. He opened his eyes but couldn't make a sound or move. Each breath was agonizing, his ribs were shattered in multiple places. Anyone? How could nobody hear this deafening alarm? Gordo noticed something peculiar. He began blinking rapidly as the creature drew nearer, finally arriving at his bedside. An epiphany struck Gordo. The monster wouldn't appear as long as he kept his eyes wide open. But keeping one's eyes open forever is impossible. There will always come a moment when they must close, and it's during those fleeting instants that the monster slowly inches closer, until finally, its tendrils come licking at his head. This isn't a dream, he muttered, his facial muscles trembling slightly. This isn't a dream, it's not. Why can't this just be a dream? The monster's tentacles gently enveloped him. Can someone help me? No. In the ICU, the agonizing man stretched out his already broken hand and plunged it into his own body, radiating boundless terror. Morning, Miss Lilith. Linko habitually tied on his apron and began making breakfast in the second-floor kitchen, greeting the girl who had just woken up. Lyrisa's face was a bit pale, perhaps it was natural. Her blue long hair paired with the nightgown made this exotic beauty even more captivating. Larice nodded gracefully and gave a slight curtsy. Leaning against the wall, she stood steadily, now able to move without her wheelchair. Her legs had recovered remarkably well, allowing her to take a few steps while supporting herself against the wall, though she still needed assistance when descending stairs. Last night's routine exchange with Siesta is still vivid in her mind. Although she never practiced in reality, she already engraved the combat techniques of the elves deep within her soul. Good morning, Doctor. Having grown familiar, Laris responded with a smile, no longer restrained. How are you getting along with Gaia? Linko asked with a smile, casually cracking an egg into the frying pan before him and shaking it with practiced ease. Gaia is wonderful. She always enjoys staying with me, Laris replied cheerfully before suddenly pausing and correcting herself. Doctor, I really like Gaia, and we get along very well. Miss Gaia always felt warm to the touch, perhaps due to her mysterious nature? Or was she a follower of the fire spirit of Lyles pondered. Link watched the sweetly smiling girl before him, desperately trying not to let his thoughts wander to unsavory places. Oh, it's fine, have fun. You're about the same age, so there shouldn't be any barriers between you. The way he said it made it sound like he was already some old man. As he was speaking, Goya had somehow slipped over and was leaning groggily against Lilise. Even in winter, all she wore was a thin piece of underwear. Fortunately, Link had taught her proper manners. Otherwise, on the second morning after Goya's arrival, she had run outside completely naked. She also never closed the door while bathing, until Link grabbed her by the head and spent a long time lecturing her about these things. Now, as for the underwear she wore, well, as long as she wasn't completely naked, Link could tolerate it. He sighed inwardly. Ever since Goya arrived, his patience with her had grown thinner and thinner. It was just like how people from Zhonghua loved their compromises. If you insisted on running around in just underwear, they'd probably disapprove. But if you went even further and ran around stark naked, suddenly they'd be fine with just underwear. Linka placed the fried eggs on the plate while lost in thought. Morning, boss, Miss Lilise. Kuya, appearing out of nowhere draped over Lilise, spoke slowly. Linka squinted his eyes as he spread fresh butter in the frying pan, then covered it with bread. Wash your hands, it's time to eat. They probably, possibly didn't have any real issues. Linka tried his best not to dwell on the matter. Chapter 72, Emergency Incident. Early in the morning, the tea house wasn't crowded. The winter air didn't feel particularly cold, and the warmth from the fireplace created an overall lazy, cozy atmosphere. The glorious two-day weekend. Linka sat in a corner of the tea house, studying with a book in hand. This is a book Paul acquired. It's my first time reading a book about supernaturals. Lin Ku felt excited. The Fruits of Dreams explains the fundamental principles of the dream world. With advanced practice, one could even construct their own dream world and reflect it into reality. Isn't this just like cultivation techniques? If I dreamed about an apple, could I really bring it into reality? That would be so cool. Morning news reports for you. Lin Kuo was drawn to the sound and turned to look across the room. An elderly man with graying features sat there, sipping his breakfast at a leisurely pace with a small radio placed before him. Fortunately, the volume wasn't too loud, so Lin Kuo didn't mind much. Had it been blaring disruptively, he would have had to give a warning. Meanwhile, Lily stood at the counter reading a book. Ever since discovering the reading nook Lin Kuo had set up in a corner of the tea shop, she would often pick up a book during idle moments. Gaia lay draped lazily over Lily's, comfortably narrowing its eyes. What a peaceful scene. Listening to the morning news isn't bad either. He set down his book, stretched lazily, and took a sip of black tea. I'm reporter Rowan, reporting from Bright Theocracy Municipal Hospital on 5th Avenue. A medical accident was discovered this morning, and the scene has been cordoned off. Initial investigations suggest paranormal involvement. The hospital has been temporarily closed. Police Commissioner Cran declared they'll resolve the incident within 24 hours. Medical accident. The term made Link's heart skip a beat. Supernatural phenomenon? Doesn't that mean it's related to the mysterious? Should I go take a look? I guess I could be considered half a superhuman by now? It's really tantalizing. Alright, stop imagining things. Being with these guys will definitely bring trouble. Lin Kuo took a sip of black tea and suppressed his curious thoughts. He just wanted to run his clinic properly and had no intention of getting involved in such matters. Besides, with the Holy See Hospital suddenly closed, the patients will have to find somewhere else to go. That police chief guy even said they'd handle things quickly. Isn't today just the perfect day to make some money? Currently, over 1,000 patients are stranded outside the Holy See Hospital awaiting treatment. Every second of delay puts them at greater risk. It has been decided that all licensed clinics in the city will share the responsibility. The news reporter continued. No, Lin Kuo widened his eyes. If too many patients come at once and get cured immediately, it would definitely raise suspicions. Besides, such a small clinic couldn't possibly accommodate so many people. The more patients I take in, the higher the chances of being discovered. I haven't even developed safer treatment methods yet. Letting patients in now would be like courting death. Moreover, in a city this big, there are numerous measures against supernaturals. Resolved within 24 hours? That's utterly ridiculous. In my past life, only when they couldn't handle terrorists would authorities tell the public they were working on it promptly. This isn't the peaceful life I wanted. Damn it. What if patients come later? Should I see them or turn them away? I remember there were relevant regulations when opening the practice to follow arrangements when necessary. If they forcefully demand I reopen, I might have to comply. Lin Kuo propped his head on his hand, gazed out the window, and furrowed his brows. There must be a solution. I suppose I really should go assess the situation. A breeze blew past, flipping the pages of the book before him rapidly. Lin Kuo's pupils constricted abruptly. Any movement from him? Cecilia asked the observer beside her, pressing down on her sun hat to keep it from blowing away in the wind. This was the city lighthouse, the highest point in the metropolis. The structure held strategic significance. Its 350-foot elevation meant anyone with sharp enough vision could observe everything happening across the urban expanse. I think he looked right at me, murmured the observer, adjusting his buckskin hat dotted with crimson speckles. It was Claude. What's the arrangement with the hospital? Cecilia asked. I can see the front of the church hospital is still packed solid. If not for the spacious square, the streets would probably be completely blocked by now. All the police forces in this neighborhood have been mobilized to transport the patients one by one to the nearest hospitals for treatment, Klaus continued, gazing toward the tea house. I deliberately avoided the direction of the doctor's clinic, afraid it might stir his displeasure. I remember he usually has weekends off. The red-haired woman chuckled and closed her eyes. How did you even find time to mess with this sort of thing? Placing our hopes in someone who might be an evil god? We must do everything possible, Crown said, his brow furrowed. At first, our investigator Martin entered that hospital room thinking it was just an ordinary case. But ever since he entered the room, something was off about him. He lay on the hospital bed, and though we called out to him from outside, Martin seemed unable to hear us. Then he kept opening and closing his eyes, shouting something unintelligible, and even pulled out a knife. If we hadn't doused him with holy water in time and pulled him out with ropes, they'd have ended up like that Gordo, slitting their own bellies with broken bones, offering chunks of their innards to some nameless god. When they found him, he was hollowed out, yet still muttering to himself. If only we could leave it be, Cecilia sighed. But this location is just too. I wish we could just shut it all down, Crone said. But we don't have any information. Martin's still lying there, not quite lucid. The Holy See Hospital is located at the intersection of 4th and 5th Streets, too important. This is also a crucial manifestation of the Countermeasures Bureau. If we can't handle this, we should just resign. As soon as you fall asleep, something inexplicable invades. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? If all else fails, let's leave it at this for now, Cecilia. Just make sure the doctor is aware of the situation. If we still haven't solved this by tonight, after arranging these patients in the evening, we'll have no choice but to take matters into our own hands. Linka hid on the second floor all afternoon. There were indeed people knocking at the door, but he had instructed Gaia not to receive anyone if asked. She was to say he was out. It might be somewhat selfish, but I know my place. Patients who come to a clinic like mine can't be that seriously ill. The truly severe cases have already been sent to large hospitals on other streets, he reassured himself. As evening approached, Linka followed the instructions in the book, rearranging various everyday objects in the room until their positions gradually conformed to a certain aesthetic rhythm. Is this how you do it? Linka slowly placed several feathers plucked from a pillow in the four corners of the room. Chapter 73, The Unlucky Ambusher. Speaking of which, the beginner's approach to dreaming should first involve creating one's own dream world. Could I run into problems by trying to materialize dreams directly? Linka pinched his chin, looking rather troubled. Besides, he was now a zombie who never dreamed. Going into deep sleep was possible, but unnecessary. It would just be a waste of time with no benefits whatsoever. Paul, tell me, could this help me enter a dream? I want to visit the church hospital, but it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go myself, Linka said as he reached into the shadows. With a ripple-like disturbance, he pulled Paul out. Paul glanced around at the feathers in confusion, then gave the walls a look before nodding. Really? Linka was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that I'm some kind of extraordinary genius? Paul's tentacle scratched its head vigorously, seemingly filled with confusion, then slowly retreated back into the shadow, blowing a few bubbles. If you say it's fine, then it's fine. I'll get you some treats later. By the way, what exactly do you eat? I've never heard you mention it. Linko looked down to see only a few bubbles floating on the shadow's surface before they touched its edges and popped, vanishing. Already gone back, how rude. He shook his head, put on his pajamas, and laid flat on the bed, closing his eyes. It's been a long time since I last slept. Feels oddly refreshing to do this suddenly. Linko thought to himself as he silently recited the incantation to enter the dream realm. The lifeless man was Molotov's moniker. At this moment, he stood atop a tea shop on 5th Street, carefully observing the situation below. According to divination, the yellow stripper died right here, he muttered to himself. Yellow stripper was naturally Kato's alias. Every scholar had their own epithet. For privacy and security reasons, they never revealed their true names. Whenever a member of the scholars' church went missing or died, they would dispatch someone to investigate the cause of death and exact frenzied vengeance upon their enemies, shouting warnings like, "Never underestimate the power of learned men." No one knew exactly how many years the scholars' church had endured. Records in the Holy See's archive showed mentions of the scholars' church dating back to the very founding of the Holy See itself. Molotov kept flipping through the divination records here. After all, the scholar faction had many powerful diviners among their ranks. From these intricate records, he could reconstruct an almost scene-for-scene account of what transpired. Damn it, what the hell is that bastard doing? Molotov watched as Kato used incantations to partition the space, making it impossible to see inside until finally, the yellow sigil vanished. The final scene flashed through his mind, a tentacle slowly devouring Kato, leaving not even a drop of blood behind, before retracting into the tea house. So, the source of the final strike was this tea house, he analyzed. That tentacle possessed devouring power, meaning someone inside this establishment wields abilities close to those of an evil deity, enough to command such a formidable corporeal form. You're already half mad. Modulov delivered his verdict with a light laugh. Perhaps rational people like you and I can't do anything, but you've already lost your mind. Time to wrap this up. He flexed his wrists. That escaped fish, if I recall, he's from the police station? He'll be the next one we eliminate. Beep beep, the ether communicator in his hand suddenly chirped to life. Modulov shook his head. Forgot to mute this damn thing. How careless of me, I really need to get used to carrying this piece of junk around. He clicked open the screen to find an email with the subject line, "Beware of the nearby clinic rumored to be designated a life-forbidden zone within the Radiant Church." He had absolutely no intention of opening it. Motorov chose to shut down the device directly. Sent by Owen? Do I look like a fool? Of course I'm aware of this basic intel, just petty theft, and that happens to be my specialty. The only purpose of his message was to remind me to mute my phone when operations commence. He leapt from the building and began disassembling himself. A bizarre scene unfolded as his body decomposed chunk by chunk into pieces of flesh yet maintained their integrity while remaining interconnected, as if his entire being had flattened into a pancake-like state. Just avoid that clinic next door. Simple as that. I want that ring, the ring. Besides, there's no need for me to face him personally. I'm only a dominator level. Even Cardo of the ancient god tier perished. If I fail, I can always request Owen's intervention. All I need is to obtain the ring to reclaim Cardo's residual value. The origin of the Silent One moniker was straightforward. He could disassemble himself to infiltrate any crevice. With his ghoul lineage enabling temporary heartbeat cessation and ancient ghoul hunting technique, he moved like a shadow of absolute stillness. So he had never even considered the possibility of his own death. This is the second floor. I can sense the presence of ether. Chunks of grotesque flesh and bones squeezed through the gaps in Link's doorframe. Nerves stood up first, followed by bones slowly being pushed up by muscle. After the skeleton formed, blood vessels and muscles followed, then finally fat and skin. And so, Modulov arrived at Link's bedroom. Without a heartbeat or etheric fluctuations, he stood by the bedside like a ghost. The surroundings were pitch dark, the curtains thick enough to block out all moonlight. He had no choice but to drip a drop of holy water into his own eyes. His vision instantly changed. Before him appeared an ethereal human-shaped mass of ether lying on the bed. On the bedside table rested a purple ring clearly space-related. Without doubt, this was the target. How fortunate, actually asleep. I've changed my mind. Without hesitation, he drew out one of his own ribs, its tip gleaming sharply. Percent. A hollow shell with no qualifications. What does it matter if you can slay beings of eldritch godhood? Caught off guard, you'd be less than the tailor next door, too fat to lift himself from his chair. The assassin raised the rib, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Let me pierce your skull straight through with my ribs. Click. The killer froze. The ether conglomerate before him extended its hand, clutching his ribs firmly in its grasp. But in the darkness, only the ether moves, the body remains motionless in its original place. Modulov's forehead instantly beaded with cold sweat. The soul leaving the body? Has the body died then? This defies all reason. His mouth opened slightly, then quickly he pulled another rib from his chest. Since you've discovered it, I surely can't live, but I can make sure your body dies with me. Don't even think about getting your soul back. Molotov fell into madness, but the very next instant, his head was lightly patted, as if by a loving father caressing a mischievous child. He nervously took a step back, only to see a blood-red human-shaped mist lingering where he had stood just moments before. His body was continuously collapsing, disintegrating into powder. The slightest movement caused it to scatter uncontrollably. Merely turning his head to look at his own body caused parts of his eyes to dissolve away. Yet, he felt no pain. So that's how it is. The gap between us was simply too vast, and yet I foolishly launched an attack. He ceased all movement. His entire form turned to dust, transforming into a vast mist of blood that settled evenly across the bed, like a splash of crimson glitter scattered before him. In the darkness, it emitted a faint glow, the lingering presence of ether that had yet to fully disperse. Paul crept forward quietly, absorbing the blood with his tentacles as if sipping on watermelon juice, his eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Chapter 74, The Dreaming Race. Link opened his eyes to find himself lying on a surface covered entirely with wooden planks. Am I in a carriage? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than his vision suddenly blurred, as if eye drops had been splashed into his eyes. The rocking motion beside him and the sound of waves crashing told him clearly this was no carriage. I thought it was the Elder Scrolls cart, but turns out it's a pirate ship? Lightning flickered endlessly across the sky as massive stone pillars emerged from the sea, their surfaces etched with strange patterns. The pirate ship stood completely empty under an expanse of ashen mist that stretched seamlessly to the horizon. The briny scent of seawater stung his nostrils, leaving him distinctly unsettled. Endless rain poured from the sky as Link stood up and surveyed his surroundings. Is this my dream? Feels like a game cut scene, he concluded. But what I'm thinking about is materializing dreams. How should I do that? The instant this thought arose, the boat immediately began moving, and simultaneously, he opened his eyes. The familiar ceiling, the only difference being how light his body felt. This was his bedroom ceiling. Link surveyed his surroundings and saw a humanoid figure standing by the bedside. Calling it a thing might be too much. It was more of a black mass, partially tinged with red. Inside its body, the outlines of internal organs were delineated by color, with the heart a vivid crimson. The humanoid figure held a sharp spike in its hand and stabbed toward Linko. Your movements are so slow, he commented. Like bullet time in a video game. But is this a dream or reality? Did I succeed? He pondered as he gripped the thorny spike. Actually, I despise weapons. Even in dreams, I dislike having weapons pointed at me. Link fell into contemplation. This was a novel experience indeed. But whenever he attempted to delve deeper into thought, he felt something akin to tentacles obstructing the depths of his consciousness. Perhaps he'd been staring at Paul's paintings for too long these days. It seems I need to try something. If this is a dream, I should be able to do many things. His gaze fell upon the black humanoid figure, the barbed spike still mid-swing, about to pierce him. The more I look at you, the more disgusting you become. Can't you just vanish? Linka suddenly felt a surge of psychological discomfort. I hate having others invade my private space, especially standing by my bedside. His hand gripped the creature's head, intending to fling it out the window, only for it to shatter like sand, spilling across the floor like glowing liquid. Must be a dream. If this were reality, there wouldn't be someone standing by the bed. My experiment must have failed. Linku analyzed the situation, got up and began dressing, then immediately noticed something amiss. There was another version of himself lying on the bed, sleeping peacefully. Why is there another me in my bed? He frowned, then his expression relaxed. This is my dream. Could it be that within my dream entity projection succeeded? How fascinating, a dream simulating a dream. According to textbooks, after dream projection becomes substantive, the most obvious signs are that no one can see you, and the world you perceive becomes slightly altered. If you want to simulate the human eye's perspective, according to the book, looking in a mirror is also an option, he thought while tying his tie and pulling open the curtains. Seeing himself in this state without clothes always gave him an eerie feeling. Moonlight spilled in pure white, while the mirror in the room displayed a suit seemingly propped up by nothing, as if filled by an invisible presence, giving the impression of a transparent person. Alright, I guess this counts as a success, Lin Ke remarked, picking up the top hat and placing it on his head while supporting his chin. Then who was that crispy shell I just shattered? It was genuinely hard to tell whether he had stepped into reality from a dream or if he was still dreaming. The mental gymnastics made Lin Ke's head spin. Many times in dreams, you can feel yourself dreaming, thinking you'll wake up immediately, yet you're still in the dream. The human brain is truly an enigmatic thing. Link remembered reading about someone experiencing dreams within dreams within dreams. They even wrote an article about it. Never mind, let's check out the church hospital first. He put on the ring from the counter, silently recited the destination address, and instantly arrived on the first floor. The environment is quite faithfully reproduced. The red tail feather still hung on the tea shop's wall, strikingly beautiful in its crimson brilliance. The noble lords all love wearing feathers in their hats, why don't I try it too? For no reason other than amusement, he casually tucked the feather into his top hat, closed the door behind him, and stepped outside. Hello, can you hear me? Cecilia lay in the ICU bed, her forehead glistening with sweat, gripping the ether communicator tightly as she murmured into it. Her gaze remained sharp, fixed intently on the ward door. Everything appeared normal when her eyes were open, but the moment she closed them, she would see a bizarre-looking creature, if it could even be called an animal at all. I can hear you. Keep going, came the voice of Klon. That's a moon beast. I've seen them in the church's mission logs. Though filled with terror, she spoke at a rapid pace, desperate to relay the information. Moon beasts can drag people into dreams, maybe one layer deep, maybe deeper. They originate from the moon. They're slavers. They'll use the dreams to make you carve yourself open with a blade, to offer your own innards to their vile gods. Cecilia blinked rapidly and continued presenting her conclusion. Don't attempt to attack them directly, they exist in a different dimension from us. You can only strike when they make physical contact. They derive pleasure from tormenting their prey, first subjecting you to mental and physical torture before compelling you to sacrifice yourself. As the moon beast drew nearer with its eerie floating motion, sweat trickled into Cecilia's eyes. She ignored the stinging, forcing her eyes to stay open while desperately recalling more pieces of information. Moon beasts can't manifest in reality, someone must have summoned this one. Cecilia had been rambling on when she suddenly stopped short. Klaus, are you listening? Only then did she realize that what she held in her hand wasn't a communicator, but a banana, proving this wasn't reality. She was already inside a dream. Damn it! The moon beast has only crossed half its path yet. That was part of the dream. The moon beast had already touched her. Cecilia tried to get out of bed, but the next second, she sank into darkness. When she woke up again, she found a moon beast already crouching before her. Those disgusting mouthparts, those tentacles, had already connected to her brain through her eyes and mouth. It was as if a bunch of revolting tongues were licking the inside of her scalp. If it weren't for my ghoul and werewolf bloodline, I might not have woken up at all. Silently, she drew a knife from her waist and plunged it deep into the moon beast's maw, only to feel an excruciating pain shoot through her. Chapter 75 The Noble Airborne. What is she doing? Klon gasped as Cecilia, within his line of sight, drew a knife from her waist and plunged it fiercely into her own side. Blood instantly gushed forth in a torrent. Where's the monster? I didn't see anything. Damn it! Hurry up and get investigator Cecilia out. Klon called to the assistants behind him, grabbed portable holy water bottles, rushed to the entrance, and pulled the rope Cecilia had left outside when she entered. Pull now! They immediately pulled with all their might, only to feel an unexpected lightness. They'd managed to retrieve nothing but a severed thread. Damn it! Cecilia must have cut it herself. The moon beast is manipulating her dreams. Clown swore loudly. We still don't know how many creatures there are or their exact nature. Hold on to my rope. If anything seems off about me, pull hard. I'm going in to rescue her. Is this the Holy See Hospital? Link studied the building before him with curiosity. Surrounded by countless police tapes, numerous gray figures stood guard around the structure. The once bustling hospital now stood eerily quiet. I remember reading that creatures visible through the dream lens should all be colored, he muttered while observing the hospital lobby. After lightly rubbing his ring, he suddenly appeared inside the building. Well now, seems my dreamscape matches textbook descriptions quite well. Lin Ke looked around, pondering how he should get to the hospital to see what was happening there. If it's a supernatural phenomenon, it must be related to the ether. In a dreamlike state, the glow of the ether becomes particularly visible. Right now, the brightest glow is coming from that direction. Linka noticed the ICU sign above him, now appearing in a dark gray hue with only faintly visible characters. He nodded in acknowledgement. I think I understand now. There's no light in the dream world. Objects that emit light in reality all appear dark here, while glowing things are the color of ether. Amazing. What's going on? When Linku arrived at the ICU entrance, he saw some etheric aggregates straining to pull something, a colorful spectacle that looked utterly ridiculous. They seemed to be shouting something with their mouths open, but Linku couldn't hear anything. Push harder, Max. Get the director out quick. The muscular man roared at his companion. Throw holy water on them. Hurry, we must wake them up. I'm already trying my hardest. Pudgy, how is the director this strong? Like a bull in heat. Bastard, how would you know bulls are stronger during mating season? You tried it? Stop getting distracted. This moon beast is completely unlike anything we've seen before. It can drag people into dreams instantly. Didn't you see how the director fell for it the moment he stepped in? Klon had already fallen asleep while standing, his eyes tightly shut. The moment he entered the ward, he lost consciousness. His left hand clenched Cecilia's sickbed in a death grip, while the other hand tugged fiercely at the rope. His muscles taut like a drug-fueled kangaroo. Veins bulged across his body as he kept shouting, "Trust me, I will never let go again. Patch, Jerry, Max, hold on, I'll pull you out right now." At that moment, the three people outside the door panicked as they found themselves being slowly dragged forward. No matter how hard they struggled, Klon held firm, unyielding as if gripping the button on an H-cup bra, determined not to let the rope snap. "Please, stop this, Director Crown." "Damn it, Chief, please let go already, we can't hold on much longer." Max stared at the vial of holy water hanging from his chest, desperately wanting to splash it on Crone to wake him up, but the sudden tug on his safety rope left him no time to reach for it. To awaken Clown, holy water must be splashed on him. But to obtain the holy water, one must first overpower Clown in strength to free their hands. The situation abruptly became paradoxical. What a goddamn paradox! Jerry also grasped the situation, his face contorted as he roared. If he'd been stronger than Crown, he wouldn't have needed holy water, could have just pulled them out directly. The lunar beast's influence was confined to the ward, stepping outside would solve everything. What kind of vicious cycle is this? Page gritted his teeth while gripping the rope. Call for backup from outside now. Us scrawny investigators can't hold on much longer. A white-gloved hand grasped the rope. With what appeared to be effortless force, Page only caught a glimpse of those gloves before being sent flying by an overwhelming power. After a clash of metal, Crown was instantly pulled to the doorway. The joint-linked hospital bed abruptly tore free from the ground, carrying Cecilia, who had just sliced open her own abdomen with a knife, flinging them both outside the room. She suddenly regained consciousness, an uncontrollable cry escaping her lips as the steel bed frame lodged itself in the doorframe, nearly crushing them. The three men pulling the rope suddenly found themselves aided by an unseen force, slamming backward against the wall. Pudge turned to thank his savior, only to see a finely tailored suit floating midair, complete with a hat adorned by a fiery red feather. A noble airman? Pudge's mind short-circuited at the absurdity. Oh no! I've been pulled into the dream world by the moon beast. I actually saw an air person, so incredibly fast. What? Patchy, you got pulled in too? Max exclaimed in astonishment. A group sharing the same dream? When did this happen? Jerry hissed through his teeth. Then you're all just figments of my dream? Patchy said. Are none of you real? Linka didn't pay much attention to all that. He couldn't hear what they were saying at all, he just saw a few etheric aggregates huddled together blocking the path in slow motion, so he casually gave them a tug. Stop overthinking things. Snap out of it quickly, the moon beast's range is limited. You'll only be pulled into the dream if you enter their room. A familiar voice came from behind Patchy. He turned to see Crown pouring holy water over his and Cecilia's heads. Cecilia clutched her stomach desperately, trying to prevent more organs from spilling out, her complexion ghastly pale from severe blood loss. Director, we're just joking around, just joking. Klon didn't engage with his nonsense, staring at the familiar suit instead, saying, Don't pay attention to that airman, let him act on his own. Chief, what's our next move? Get someone to send Cecilia for treatment, Klon said. All that's left is to keep watch here. Our reinforcements are here. Fascinating, what is this thing? Lin Ku examined the creature before him carefully. It looked quite peculiar, its body resembled a groundhog, but its mouth was covered in smooth pinkish tendrils concentrated near the center. As it approached slowly, he could see more clearly. The creature stood about 50 centimeters tall, with a roughly rectangular shape, nearly 30 centimeters wide and about 50 centimeters long. It had limbs that could touch the ground, yet it was also capable of flight. Chapter 76 Summer Reappearance. Correction, that wasn't flight, but a leap under low gravity. It approached Link in a manner reminiscent of hopping on the moon. Its limbs measured about 30 centimeters in length, perhaps longer, since they were slightly curled. Though Link had grown accustomed to using inches for measurements, his mind still instinctively grasped for centimeters in such moments. Then, it landed in the moonlit area, revealing more intricate details of its form. This creature had no head, what should have been its cranium was instead a mass of tentacles, which was precisely what made Link think it resembled a marmot. These tentacles, about 30 centimeters long, seemed responsible for sensing its surroundings, while the holes riddling its body reminded him of a Suriname toad. All in all, this creature wasn't exactly aesthetically pleasing, but it was undeniably unique. Those pink tentacles, far from being luminescent, showed their natural coloration even under moonlight. Remarkably unique. Unlike the vibrantly colored ether typical of dreamscapes, this being's skin remained an ordinary shade of dark gray. Now it extended a tentacle to gently brush Link's face while scrutinizing the empty air before it. Link felt a thrill of surprise. He distinctly remembered seeing nothing but empty air when he'd last looked in the mirror. You can see me? Link wasn't put off by this situation. After all, Paul had been a similar creature before, one that could vanish into shadows. Now, encountering another being that dwelled within dreams didn't surprise him in the least. Guided by the creature, Link lay down on the spare surgical bed nearby and entered into the dream. Wait, wasn't I already in a dream? How can I fall asleep within a dream? The sensation was extraordinary, like opening your eyes even as they're closed, or more precisely, it felt like breathing underwater. Link opened his eyes, and as his gaze gradually focused, he noticed something was amiss. Inside a car? Link stared blankly at the rearview mirror ornament in front of him, a bodhisattva, an object that absolutely shouldn't exist in this world. Where is this place? He murmured, his eyes shifting to the car window where the scenery continued to move past. The sky was growing dark, and no interior lights were on in the vehicle. Son, we're going to visit an uncle next. You have to behave. Okay, Link replied out of habit before suddenly widening his eyes in shock. Dad? Why so surprised? His father chuckled as he looked at his son who had turned from the passenger seat to stare at the back. With a flick of his wrist, he switched on the overhead interior light, bathing his face in a warm yellow glow. No, nothing. Link carefully observed the man before him, then placed his hand on his own wrist where his pulse was steadily throbbing. He was inside a taxi where the driver wore a cap and mask. Outside the window, a dusky sky stretched with faint streaks of fiery clouds resembling crimson veins. The setting sun hovered on the horizon amidst the fire-like clouds, resembling a giant's half-lidded eye. The surrounding buildings stood dimly, their details obscured, yet Link kept sensing blotches of red lurking within those shadowy alleys. Ku, what are you thinking about? His mother gazed softly at her son, resting a hand on his shoulder. A very familiar scene, just the way it was in memory. So we're meeting an uncle later? Who is it? Link hesitated for a few seconds. He had nearly forgotten the face before him, but the dream helped him recall it. Was it that groundhog's doing? We should really thank the little fellow. He remembered this was when he was supposed to meet a friend of his father's, but in actual history, he never went. During this period, he should have still been in high school. It was summer, with cicadas chirping in short sleeves. The taxi driver deftly navigated left and right turns, finally pulling over by the roadside as darkness fell. The three got out of the car. Link saw the name of the building on the left, Bojo Restaurant. The darkness made those four red characters appear dazzlingly bright, while the surroundings were so quiet not a single sound could be heard. Though clearly within city limits, the silence was oppressive as a ghost town. Someone using this shade of red for signage would surely scare away business, Link thought. Could it be that the groundhog's computational capacity has limits, unable to render excess scenery? This would be more atmospheric with some background crowd noise. There was an inexplicable sense of fear in this atmosphere, but when Link remembered it was all guided by that groundhog, his fear instantly vanished. It was like having a designer in a haunted house explain the construction materials to you. This ghost was made by me. Oops, this one didn't turn out well, bear with it. That was rather hilarious. Link suddenly felt as if he were on a tour. He cracked a smile and slowly leaned closer to his mother. A man dressed in monk's robes approached, sporting long hair and a wildly mismatched necktie that made him look utterly ridiculous. Hello, formal attire is required for entry. What counts as proper attire? Link instinctively responded, why did those words sound so familiar? At least wear something around your neck, said the long-haired monk, his expression utterly impassive. It's fine, we'll wear them, the mother said. I have a bow tie here. She handed Link a black bow tie. How bizarre. Shaking his head at this rather surreal scene, Link took the bow tie but walked ahead without putting it on. The waiter behind him flashed a peculiar smile. Upon entering the restaurant, he suddenly realized the dining hall was filled with people wearing bow ties, while a dazzling crystal chandelier hung from the center of the ceiling. A bald man sitting in the middle waved them over. This is Brother Long, my father hastened to introduce. Drink, said Brother Long, throwing an arm around my father's shoulder, his greasy lips close to my father's ear, speaking with his eyes closed. Once you drink, we're brothers, he declared. No, this. My father was just about to say something when Brother Long forcefully smacked his head several times. Drink! What nonsense are you spouting? From the second blow onward, Brother Long's hand landed on someone else's palm. Lin Ke's hand had swiftly shielded his father's head. "I'll drink for him, sir." Lin Ke narrowed his eyes with a smile. His father's stomach had been delicate for years, so Lin Ke had always been the one to shield him from drinking outside. "Fine, drink up." Brother Long wrapped his arm around Lin Ke's shoulder. Lin Ke downed the liquor in one gulp and was about to say something when he was cut off. "Why aren't you drinking it dry?" Brother Long pointed at the glass. The liquor kept pouring continuously into the cup, yet another fresh serving. "You can't even bother with a bow tie? Think you're too good for Brother Long?" A loud slap landed squarely on Lin Ke's face. In reality, Lin Ke might have restrained himself, but he knew this was a dream. "Damn right I look down on you. You're fucking worthless." Lin Ke suddenly turned towards Brother Long with a surge of ferocity rising from within. Grabbing a pair of nearby chopsticks, he stabbed straight toward Brother Long's eyes. The sensation was like puncturing a water balloon. Lin Ke suddenly found himself unable to breathe, then lost consciousness. Chapter 77 The Moon Beast Lord. He's picked up the scalpel. Jerry kept monitoring the situation inside the ward through various means. His eyes anointed with holy water could now discern the silhouette of the Moon Beast. The Moon Beast is still controlling him. What do we do? He's raised the blade now. "Just watch," said Klon. "All we need to do is watch. As a fragment of an eldritch god, there's no way I could be taken down by mere moon beasts." The scalpel went in. He stabbed himself in the neck with a scalpel. If that air being even has a neck. The air being plunged the scalpel deep into its own throat, the motion resembling a mantis being split open. Moonlight revealed translucent bodily fluid slowly dispersing in the air. So much ether is pouring out, an enormous amount. Patchy's eyes widened. That air being is dissipating. Wait, is that outfit deflating? Max looked at Kron. Shouldn't we really go help? Kron also began widening his eyes. That lord? Surely not? The garment completely collapsed inward, a hat dropping to the ground as its feathers shimmered with crimson light. It seems he's really dead. Jerry nudged Clown and asked with uneasy suspicion. "Director, has this external support sacrificed himself? Or can we still save him if we act now?" "Wait, are your eyes playing tricks on you? That airman is clearly still there," Paige suddenly said. "Ha!" The group looked over again. In Krone's eyes, the airman appeared once again, his hat properly placed on his head as he lay on the corner bed. Phew, Krone let out a sigh. What we need is to believe in him. Inside the familiar car, the same Bodhisattva figurine remained. Lin Ke lowered his head, lost in thought. First of all, judging by the results, this is indeed a dream. Even if you die in the dream, you can resurrect, and the dream is related to that groundhog. What's its purpose? Just to kill me? Lin Ke suddenly thought of something. Creepypasta rules. It's a special type of game format with eerie requirements. Touch them and you'll die. Does it want to play this with me? Make me clear the level? What are the clearance requirements? How exactly is this played? No one's explained the rules to me either. I must let the groundhog know I don't like this, especially when it's making me sick in this manner. It needs to stop. I don't want to play anymore. Stop it. Link whispered, but received no response except for his mother's concerned inquiries beside him. Very well. Provoking a gentleman is never a wise move. Since we're inside the dream, I shouldn't have so many reservations. Lin Ke turned his head slightly. It's best not to make me completely angry, he warned. The vehicle soon arrived at the restaurant entrance, and the three got out. I'll go take a look first. I've never been to such a big restaurant before. Lin Ke called out to his parents and, without waiting for their reply, rushed ahead into the restaurant. Excuse me, to enter, please. What are you doing? The long-haired monk stared in disbelief as Lin Ke removed the tie from around his neck and swiftly draped it over his own. Give it back. Please give it back. The monk froze momentarily, then lunged forward in terror only to grasp at empty air as Lin Ke dashed swiftly into the lobby. Brother Long. Amidst the bow-tie-clad crowd, a bald head suddenly turned toward him. Who called me? Your dad. Just as Long Ji turned his head, a liquor bottle met his face. He watched helplessly as shards of the beer bottle pierced into his skull, followed by waves of pounding sensations as fragments embedded themselves into his flesh, before ultimately losing consciousness. Give it back. Give it back. The long-haired monk charged into the restaurant, lunging toward Link in an impossible posture, his face elongating like a vengeful ghost demanding a life. He was greeted by Link's liquor bottle, which smashed straight into his head, splattering red, green, black, and white fragments across the floor like an overturned paint shop. Just as Link was about to relax, he instantly lost consciousness again. Once more, he saw the familiar Bodhisattva in the car. Link was back at the starting point again, noticing that the distant sun appeared slightly dimmer than before. I still couldn't wake up. Since I can be resurrected every time, I can speculate that making me dream these things must consume something from you, perhaps energy or something similar. Link began his conjectures. As long as you need energy to control my dreams, then if I consume enough of it, I can exhaust you. He said this while punching the window. Since this is a dream formed from my memories, I must be able to influence it to some extent. Aura. The window shattered instantly, and Link grabbed a shard of glass from the broken frame, holding it against the driver's throat. Take us back to where it all began, he said, or I'll kill you. The driver trembled and removed his mask, revealing a pitch-black maw before Link's eyes. What the hell is this? Link slashed at it with a piece of glass. Do you think that airman is just playing around? Jerry was already numb from watching. He just won't die. He keeps coming back to life every time. There's nothing we can do to help. Let's just hope this outside consultant doesn't take too long to arrive. Pudge brought over a stack of chairs, handing one to each person. Clown took a chair and sat down after trying everything: firearms, curses, and cursed relics, all of which inflicted no damage on the moon beast, as if it didn't even exist in this world. The moment they stepped into the ward, they'd instantly be pulled into a dreamscape, completely powerless to intervene. Could we use holy water? Max suddenly blurted out. If you've got nothing useful to say, then don't say anything, Jerry retorted in disgust. But he still explained, do you think this air being is some supernatural creature? Dousing it with holy water would mean trying to kill it along with. It's like cutting off your head just because you've got a cut on it, Pudge chimed in. Brutal, Crown concluded. The moonbeasts are a peculiar race, beings that exist within dreams and dwell upon the lunar surface of a realm known as the Dreamlands. They maintain vast colonial settlements there, and are said to inhabit the moon of the waking world as well. These moonbeasts serve the outer god Nyarlathotep, enslaving other races with vicious cruelty. In essence, they are a race of sadists, exceptionally brutal beings who torture captured outsiders with merciless fervor. Among their kind, the Moonbeast Lord stands apart. Unlike its nameless brethren, it bears the title Lavuz. Its powers eclipse those of ordinary moonbeasts. Merely by willing it, the creature can drag all nearby beings into the dreaming realm within an instant. Even its natural state permits effortless dream walking, rendering all physical attacks utterly useless against it. Chapter 78, Euler's Theorem. Go make some big news. Let those ignorant people feel the awe of transcendent beings. That's what the envoy of Nyarlathotep, the one who summoned it, said. Lavos loved the ICU of the church hospital because most of those admitted were critically ill humans easy to control, and their own suffering was already lethal. Lavos merely added fuel to the fire, making their agony overflow. When the dreamscape was saturated with the scent of suffering, Lavos would grow intensely excited, then manipulate the dying humans into offering their flesh and blood as sacrifices to the great evil god. Such was the nature of this enslaving race. But now things are different. What is this eerie air creature about? Each time I drag it into the dreamscape, it consumes significantly more power than normal humans. Moreover, after guiding it to self-terminate, it always resurrects and lacks organs for sacrificial offerings. Raya isn't an ordinary moonbeast. Its cerebral capacity far surpasses typical specimens, allowing it to quickly detect inconsistencies. The red feather. Every time the airman dissipates, the red feather would glow, and then the airman would revive. If I just destroy the feather, everything will be over. So it thought, extending the tentacles from its mouth, trying to tear that red feather apart. Swish! A bloodied scalpel slashed through its tentacles, and transparent ether spurted out instantly. Lathas's almost imperceptible eyes filled with astonishment. The airman broke free from the dream? Impossible. Lathas hastily floated away to gain distance. Though the ether controlling the dream was nearly depleted, some remained, proof the airman still lingered within the illusion. Lathas watched as the scalpel, having severed tentacles, plunged once more into the airman's neck, tearing open flesh that had been split countless times before. Witnessing the airman's latest demise, Lathas relaxed only to be struck by pain it hadn't endured in eras long forgotten. Moonbeasts revel in others' suffering, but that doesn't mean they relish their own agony. Each severed tentacle contained countless sensory organs, as sensitive as human fingertips. Losing half their number in an instant sent waves of anguish crashing through Lathas, igniting primal fury. The enslaved creature dares to rebel. Destroy the feather immediately, kill the airman. Then take his ether as replenishment. Such vast ether is like a battery. Laughs can expand his reach to cover most of the church hospital. This is a tremendous sacrificial fortune. Those fleeing investigators are perfect specimens. Laughs hesitated no longer. Watching the airman resurrect and brandish his blade again, it made up its mind. Come on then. Even if you slash me again, I'll tear that feather to shreds. Laughs had grown furious. In this dream realm, only it had the right to enslave others. It could never tolerate a higher authority. Its sole remaining half-tentacle brushed against the feather once more, exerting slight force to pluck it down as the feather fell to the ground. It was over. The air was thick with the scent of its victory. Ralphus suddenly froze, physically. Are you proud of yourself? The words emerged in a language only dream creatures could comprehend. Its tentacle was seized by a hand like pliers, this being its most vulnerable organ. The sudden pain left it as immobilized as a squirrel with its nuts caught in a fence. I thought you dragged me into this dream to show me past memories. If that were the case, I might have even thanked you. The voice of the airman resonated calmly, yet like an endless ocean, never revealing what lurking horrors might lie beneath. But instead, you gave me nightmares, recklessly altered my memories in this dream, and even tried to steal my belongings. The airman plucked the feather from his tentacle and stuck it back into his hat. From the very beginning, I had my suspicions. In my perspective, every living creature, including you, moves incredibly slowly. But now I understand. The airman gazed at the clock on the wall. Moonlight illuminated the fastest-moving second hand, which now appeared 9/10, even 10/10 slow. The conclusion is this: it's not that you're moving slowly, but rather that within this dream realm, no one moves faster than I do, he said slowly. If this were real time, I wouldn't need even a second to finish you off. To me, you're like a little dog. If you're friendly, I'll be friendly with you. But if you don't want peaceful coexistence and insist on being a rabid mutt, then I shall treat you like a rabid dog. The airman's hand seemed to possess the strength of a giant, pinning the lunar beast in that area while his other hand pointed relentlessly at Laphis's head. It desperately tried to force its target into slumber, but to its wretched dismay, it suddenly realized that at some point the ether had completely run out. Right, how else would the airman wake up? I'm so forgetful. Ha, he mocked himself inwardly. Eureka! A fist too fast to see descended from above like a comet with a trailing tail within its vision, slamming into Laphis's head and instantly shattering its train of thought. The moon beast had no bones, only cartilage, but at this moment it seemed to hear the sound of bones shattering. Its head was nearly smashed through by the hammer. So fast, like a bullet, impossible to dodge, no room to react at all. Do you know how many times I've relived that dream? How many people I've beaten? Thanks to you, I managed to recall all the forgotten Sanda techniques. You need to understand, you've really pissed me off. Klon and the others witnessed a truly horrific sight. Using holy water, they activated their spiritual vision and saw the air itself suddenly grab the moon beast. Then, with fists moving at an incomprehensible speed, it pummeled the creature. Cracks appeared instantly on the ground and walls as if slashed by blades. Chief, I swear, no human could possibly strike at that speed, Jerry said, even demonstrating with a few hand motions before realizing those punches defied physics entirely. Wait, Jerry, he was never human to begin with. Pudge leaned against the doorframe and said, no, or maybe he is, if you consider air people as humans. The word air person still has the character for human, doesn't it? Max chuckled. Seems like our external consultant here was really just playing around, beating someone up like it was nothing. As the air person's final punch landed, the moon beast's body was pierced through, materializing in reality before crumpling to the ground like a trampled burlap sack. Dream creatures' bodies solidify upon death, Klon mused while flipping through information on dream entities. Could it be that dreams and reality were always interconnected worlds? Chief, do we need to pay this external consultant a service fee? Jerry showed a strange expression. What are you thinking? This consultant was invited by the chief. The costs must have been settled already, Page said with certainty. For an external consultant with special abilities like this, it probably requires a huge budget. Service fee. Crone silently scratched his head, then suddenly stopped. How should we pay? Chapter 79 The Man Who Returned from Death's Door. Owen was a middle-level official in the Scholars' Church, known for his cautious nature. His responsibilities included liaising with new recruits and assigning missions within the organization. But today is different, Owen, he muttered to himself. The diviner warned me something feels off today, told me to be careful, danger's coming, but I won't die. Who knew what won't die actually meant? Losing limbs? Better be extra cautious. The only thing to do today was to ask the Silent One Modulov to steal the ring. With his abilities, it shouldn't be difficult. All the necessary messages have been sent. Is there anything else left undone? Owen pondered. Nothing. Now all that's left is to wait. A few more minutes passed, and Owen could no longer keep deceiving himself. From all angles of analysis, the conclusion was clear: something had gone wrong. Molotov had failed. A newcomer fails on their first mission. Utterly useless. Owen snapped his pocket watch shut and closed the window of their safe house. By all logic, Molotov's abilities were perfectly suited for theft. He'd even sent the man reference materials by email. Had he bothered to study them, this wouldn't have happened. Be wary of the neighboring clinic. It's said to be designated as a forbidden zone of life within the Holy Sea of Light. The tea house and the clinic share the same owner. Above all, avoid drawing anyone's attention. This was the entirety of the email's contents. Ordinary folk might only uncover that the clinic is a forbidden zone, overlooking the adjacent tea house already purchased by the clinic's doctor, though official records still show the previous owner's name, not yet updated. Seems there's no need to wait. Another one who wouldn't heed warnings. Ancient wisdom: those who disregard elders' advice soon meet regret. Owen shook his head, pulling a cigarette from the breast pocket on his left side. With a light rub of his fingers against the tip, it instantly ignited. He took a deep puff. This is the true might of knowledge at work. His palm opened, revealing pale fingers marked with arcane sigils and ancient spellcraft that trapped elemental forces within the inscriptions. Nearly inexhaustible, it required only fire-aligned elements sealed between them. Friction alone produced this lighter's effect. After briefly admiring his handiwork, Owen stepped out of the hideout and closed the door. The clinic wasn't far from here, after all, best to head back early and rest. Owen reached the street corner and suddenly halted his steps. "You're alive? Modulov." He sounded somewhat incredulous. "If you're alive, why didn't you send any messages? And also, why are you completely devoid of ether fluctuations?" Ahead of him, a man walked slowly towards him, and judging by his features and attire, it was Modulov. Something was wrong. Owen's long-honed sense of danger made his hair stand on end in an instant. "Don't move!" Owen's right hand pressed against his waist, his left hand slipped inside his coat, and he crouched slightly, glaring at Modulov as he growled in a low voice. He too bore a title within the Scholars' Church. He was known as Utmost Stability, precisely because of his meticulous nature. Though only at the level of a dominator, he once achieved the feat of slaying an elder god-tier entity. "I said don't move." Rather than withdrawing his right hand, Owen pulled the trigger directly through his clothing. The bullet instantly pierced through Modulov's legs, causing him to lose balance and collapse to the ground. Aiming a pistol directly at someone would be too obvious. To achieve the element of surprise, Owen had long mastered the technique of firing from his waist. A single bullet could even pierce through both legs simultaneously. "Talk, or I'll keep shooting," Owen whispered menacingly. "The wound isn't serious yet, I can still get you to a doctor." Modulov lay motionless on the ground. Instead of approaching, Owen retreated several meters. With his left hand pressed backwards against the ground, faint yellow symbols became visible as a barrier materialized before him. Light art, flash, shadow meld. A light source appeared between the two, and Owen's figure quickly darkened, merging into the night. Modulov's body was fully revealed under the illumination. It was blood red. Ancient wisdom, those who hide in the shadows often control the battlefield. Owen muttered under his breath as he crouched down to observe Modulov's condition, slowly stepping backward. Just a little farther, and he'd reach the entrance to another stronghold. In the next instant, Modulov's body suddenly exploded into chunks of flesh, raining down on Owen. The overwhelming wave of meat obscured the light source, plunging the scene into darkness. Owen's eyes widened wide. Human vision requires an adjustment period when transitioning abruptly from light to darkness. This is precisely why pirate captains almost always wear eye patches. They can simply switch the patch's position when entering dark cabins. He understood the principle, but it was already too late. The dark gray tendril shattered the Emperor's barrier in an instant, piercing through Owen's body with pinpoint accuracy and pinning him lifelessly to the ground. The entire sequence took less than a second, rendering all prior efforts futile. The massive blood loss meant he wouldn't survive another minute. Human reaction time is 0.75 seconds. He's not human, he's a supernatural entity. The enemy isn't ordinary at all. This must be the doctor's revenge. No, it's a warning. If it were revenge, I'd have been dead the moment we met. He gave me those few seconds not to torture me, but to let me send a message warning our team not to provoke him again. This is that doctor's wrath. Owen processed these thoughts in a flash as he looked sideways, realizing what lay before him wasn't chunks of flesh, but literal meat dust. This level of destruction transcended ability categorization. No known power could pulverize a human to this degree. What immense power this is, it must contain boundless knowledge. Owen didn't move a muscle, closing his eyes. The next instant, in a dimly lit secret chamber, his eyes snapped open. This was a cultivation chamber. Detecting neural activity within the human body inside, it slowly drained the liquid medium. Ahem! Owen lay in agony on the ground, coughing up the oxygenated nutrient fluid from his lungs, utterly drained of strength as he struggled to adapt to this new body. Only when he began feeling better did he finally exhale a long sigh of relief. Ancient wisdom, don't put all your eggs in one basket. This second body was his contingency plan, a trick he'd learned from Nurgle's cult of the Chaos Worshippers. Materials involving the soul are exceedingly precious. Even he couldn't recreate a new body from scratch. The diviner was right, he didn't actually die, but the price paid was far too great. Never provoke an enemy you can't eliminate. Potential threats must be neutralized. Owen calmly finished dressing, freshened up, and lay down in the bedroom. Ancient wisdom, true sages never make enemies in the first place. Chapter 80 Untitled 4, this is a boring transitional chapter. Clown opened the front door and had to lean on the doorknob for support, utterly exhausted. Looking up, he saw Kran sitting on the sofa. The flickering firelight from the hearth gave him a horror movie effect as he stared directly at Clown, even blowing an air kiss, a taunt Clown recognized immediately. Bad morning, Kran. You're still alive today? Must be God throwing scraps at you. Clown growled viciously, wanting to throw a punch right at Kran's face. This was his younger brother. The two had been raised by their aunt, with Kran serving as the chief of Lena City's police department. After Clown suffered setbacks, Kran provided him with a letter of recommendation, enabling him to become the director of the Countermeasures Bureau. Of course, the Countermeasures Bureau didn't officially exist. Within the police department, Klon held the position of deputy director. "Good morning, Director," Kran said with a smile. He and Klon weren't related by blood, and their physiques were completely different, Kran being the slender, wiry type. "Aren't you going to rest yet?" Clown gasped wearily, sinking onto the sofa. "If you don't want to drop dead young, you'd better get to bed early." "Ha, yeah. We'll both be busy tomorrow with that symposium and all." Kran leaned back in his chair. "The reason I waited up. I've got something to say." "Aren't you going to ask if everything's resolved?" Clown took a sip from his water glass before standing to remove his coat and hat. "If it weren't resolved, you wouldn't have come back," Kran replied with a sigh. "Alright then, you really must be exhausted." He paused for a few seconds. "Auntie hasn't been well, went to the hospital few days ago. I told her we'd take her traveling soon, if we have time." Alright, I agree." Klaus added another lump of coal to the fireplace and slumped onto the sofa, groaning, "Get me a blanket. I'll pay for our next trip. Freeze to death for all I care. I want your treasured pine nut liquor. Don't forget. You're really shameless." After violently subduing the dream creature, Lin Ku returned to the tea house's first floor, feeling somewhat restless and urgently needing proof. "There's still one final doubt. What exactly was that thing in my bedroom?" Lin Ku had nearly convinced himself this was reality. Everything felt overwhelmingly real. "If humans are all etheric aggregates, then that thing I dispersed beside my bed, could it have been a burglar? Does that mean I've killed someone? If I don't hide it well, the police will come tomorrow, arrest me, take me to the station, discover I don't have a body temperature, and then send me to be dissected. That would be the end." What a terrifying prospect. Though his imagination ran wild, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Lin Ku placed the feather back on the wall, twisted the ring, and returned to the bedroom. Everything was still cast in gray, but now he noticed the anchor on the bedroom wall was emitting a faint glow. "So the things Helen gave me contain some kind of substance that glows in dreams," he mused in amazement. "Come to think of it, that feather is the same way. Contains ether? How could Helen have given me materials from supernatural creatures? Perhaps these items were also sent by Helen unknowingly. After all, as a salesperson, she could encounter all sorts of people." Link temporarily dismissed his suspicions for now. As for why he didn't suspect Helen herself of being a supernatural creature, it was simply because after her countless visits, Link was convinced she was just a good-hearted girl who adored cosplaying as an elf and loved studying. At the same time, he also realized the origin of the pirate ship from his dreams. It was the anchor before him, bearing an astonishingly lifelike and intricately carved depiction of a pirate vessel. What a peculiar dream. He took off his clothes and casually tossed them on the floor, then dissolved the dream. Since his body was in a sleeping state, he remained asleep upon returning. Under the ritual's influence, he was dead to the world. Paul emerged puzzled from his shadow, surveying the scattered garments, bow ties, and suits strewn across the floor coated with dust. A tentacle scratched his octopus head as if wondering why this fellow was so unusually disheveled today. "You didn't sense anything either?" Deep in the dream, Lyris, seated at the center of the temple, said she was utterly bored as she locked eyes with Siesta sitting across from her. "That anchor seems to have been activated." "Don't ask," Siesta said, leaning on her sword. "Don't go prying into mysterious matters." By the way, I still haven't gone looking for the existence of spirits yet. Are you really so confident I'll go searching for them?" Lilas gave Siesta a mischievous stare. "The moment you agreed, fate was already sealed. I can feel it. You'll definitely take me to meet the elves." Lilas looked somewhat surprised. "What if I stay locked in my room every day, or hide myself away where no one could ever find me?" "That can be arranged," Siesta said. "You still need to eat, right? Maybe while you're cooking, you'll find an elf lying at your doorstep, hunted and seeking refuge. Or perhaps if you shut yourself away, one day you might suddenly be dug out by an elf. Fate works in mysterious ways, especially for supernatural beings. They have a particular sense for these things." Siesta's head tilted slightly forward, the faintest hint of a smile visible on her flawless face. "Has anyone ever told you never to engage too deeply with the occult, nor to gaze directly upon the divine? The moment you lay eyes upon a god, your fate ceases to be your own." At dawn, Link awoke to the sight of a white ceiling. "Oh no, I forgot the ritual has deep sleep effects." He abruptly threw off the blankets. "How long have I been asleep? The police are probably coming to arrest and dissect me any minute now." He hurriedly sat up and began reviewing yesterday's scene. In his mind, he'd beaten someone to death. But there was nothing. In Link's memory, there should have been a large bloodstain by the bed, with clothes casually tossed on the floor. Now there was none of that. The clothes hung neatly on the rack, completely spotless. And there was Paul inexplicably waving his tentacles around first thing in the morning. "Morning, Paul, so full of energy today." Link raised its large head with 2 fingers, giving it a shake while watching Paul repeatedly striking his proud pose. "Speaking of which, what exactly do you eat? Is there something in my shadow that sustains you?" Paul stopped his movements, revealing a complicated gaze. It was hard to imagine how an octopus could display such human-like expressions. It seemed to say, why would you even ask that, before wriggling left and right, vanishing back into the shadow. The kid must be going through a rebellious phase, Linka shrugged, but he also felt relieved. Seems like it was just a more realistic dream after all. He saw the feather in the corner of the room, already turned to ashes. That's right. How could I reach reality during my first entry into the dream world? It couldn't be that easy, I'm still just a beginner. Chapter 81 Gotta figure out a way to send money.jpg. The puddles in Lena's city had begun to freeze over, forcing pedestrians to bundle up thicker. The early morning rain had left icicles forming on roadside billboards, though thankfully they were small enough that getting hit by one would only send a shiver down your spine. With just over 10 days left until the new year, local traditions here marked the last day of December as the annual dividing line. Gaia got quite the fright first thing this morning. The clinic was surrounded by a dense crowd of people standing in neat rows, rubbing their hands in anticipation, waiting for Link's clinic to open, just like housewives poised to rush in for groceries, ready to charge the moment the doors swung wide. Goya, test question, do you know what's happening right now? Link, standing nearby, asked. His expression was well controlled, but even he couldn't quite keep it together at that moment. Through the glass, the sea of dark figures reflected in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched faintly. Had yesterday's incident at the church hospital not been resolved yet? Were they forced to divert some of the patients here? This setup looked like the entire clinic was encircled, with no escape route in sight. If I use the ring, there's no way to explain how I escaped. Link felt his long dormant blood pressure starting to rise. The more people involved, the greater the chance of exposure. Boss, the unknown is always mysterious. I want to explore it too. Gaia replied calmly. That probably meant she didn't know. Linka let out a sigh, straightened his clothes, rubbed Guya's head, and opened the door. Some things must be faced eventually. There's an old saying in Shon country, to recognize the current situation is, the wind howls, the Ishiway River runs cold, heroes march forth, never to return. At 2 a.m. this morning, after completing the cleanup operations, the Countermeasures Bureau convened an emergency meeting. The agenda was straightforward. On the master of the forbidden zone of life, the doctor's reward. First and foremost, we need to understand, never owe favors to the mysterious ones, Crown said, hands folded in front of him, his expression solemn. I hadn't really expected them to actually come, but Kay did show up. So we must decide on a gesture of gratitude that Lunar Beast's corpse has been an immense help to us, you understand. So, let's now decide on the doctor's compensation. I'll report it to the church for reimbursement. Klon spread out his hands, signaling that everyone could speak now. Direct payment? Pagei extended his hand, or like those external reinforcements before, providing materials of supernatural creatures, or perhaps various magical potion formulas? No. Cecilia leaned back in her chair, sipping on nutrient fluid, her face somewhat pale. The doctor's clinic has dream flowers and that peculiar feather. Our money, materials, and cursed artifacts, none of it impresses him. She bit her straw, her eyes narrowing. As for magical potion recipes, the milk tea he uses for treatment surpasses the effects of all our formulas combined. Frankly speaking, that drink itself is a potion. So tell us, what should we do? Jerry asked. That doctor enjoys being a doctor, so let's give him the thrill of playing one. Cecilia set down her cup. We investigators will split into several groups, taking turns disguising ourselves as patients to get treated by the doctor. We'll pay him, present commendatory banners, and while we're at it, we'll try to find out his true motives, what exactly he wants in return. Of course, we can't send too many people at once. We'll take it slow, making sure no one suspects we're deliberately visiting. But we still need the doctor to notice us. That makes sense, said Crone. Then what identity should we use? That's easy. Since you previously posed as a worker in front of the doctor, we'll just be your co-workers. But we don't actually have any illnesses ourselves. Max scratched his curly hair. Should we just go like this? I remember our bureau has curse artifacts that can impose illnesses, Cecilia smiled. Sorry to trouble you with this. What about you? Paige frowned. Are you joining us as fellow workers? If I recall correctly, you have OCD and dislike wearing makeup. I've been on missions before, so I can just go with my original identity, Cecilia said. You know, as an evaluator. 6, Pagei commented. Dr. Lin. Klon emerged from among several workers, saying excitedly, we've come to consult you. Linka stepped outside calmly before finally relaxing with a sigh. Outside wasn't the expected sea of people, just a small group gathered at the entrance that merely appeared crowded at first glance. It's been a while, Crone. What's with the crowd today? The doctor replied with a smile. You've been asking me to introduce some people, and here they are, all my co-workers. Klaus rubbed his hands together. See, they all came, just like you wanted. Is that really the case? Link seemed to have already guessed something, his smile carrying a hint of knowing amusement. Just be honest, Crown, or should I say it for you? Crown suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He removed his deerskin hat and clenched it in his palm. the doctor doesn't like this? But I thought you enjoyed being a doctor? Could it be that we've all misjudged you? These mysterious moods truly aren't something humans can predict. He quickly scanned the surroundings out of the corner of his eye, planning how to salvage the situation. The doctor isn't completely angry yet. I should. A hospital incident has been resolved, and now it's filled with critical patients. That's why you came here with your lightly injured co-worker, right? The doctor wore a knowing expression. Ha! Klaus looked at Link in astonishment, his lips twitched slightly before nodding. You're right. Absolutely right. But since they're patients, I won't turn them away, the doctor said with a smile. Come in. Seeing this, Klaus gestured to the group of elderly, weak, and infirm people behind him. Pudge, Max, Jerry, and the rest of you in the back, go on in. Pudge sighed, enduring the pain in his leg as he and Jerry, fellow sufferers in misfortune, helped each other limp inside. That's the situation. We're a bit short-handed with so many people today, so I need help with registration. Link ruffled Lily's hair and turned to Goya. Since it's a weekday and not too busy today, I'll trouble you to handle the tea shop alone. Understood. Gaia nodded, helping Lysis with her crutch. Though Lysis could already take a few steps without it these days, she'd likely need a few more days for full recovery. The clinic had never been spacious, and with over a dozen patients suddenly crowding in an unprecedented turnout, Linko had Lysis handle front desk registrations while he fetched stools for the others, especially for that pair of young men supporting each other. In Linko's recollection, Clown did heavy manual labor. The city's social security system was robust. Any employed resident qualified for medical insurance, with physically demanding jobs like his receiving coverage above standard professions. This explained their habitual visits to the ecclesiastical hospital. Linko could practically deduce why they'd come to his clinic now. Chapter 82. The Elder One's tentacle has already touched your shadow. Lily's gaze held something peculiar. She recognized most of the people before her. Director Clown with his 3 assistants, along with several familiar faces. Fortunately no one recognized her, probably because she could mostly walk now, and her appearance had changed too drastically. The doctor had asked her beforehand if she needed to avoid being seen, and she agreed, so he'd applied some makeup to disguise her. So he had calculated everything, Lilith thought. No, actually there's an entity that altered how others perceive you, Siesta interjected. The makeup was probably just that being's excuse. I saw a tentacle touch you. When? Lilith asked in astonishment. When that being's shadow overlapped with your body, there was a higher entity concealed within its shade. Gaia sat alone in the tea shop, flipping through a book she'd found in the corner while continuing to expand her knowledge of the world. It was business hours now, but the tea shop was nearly empty. Mornings were always like this, and with the year's end approaching, even the regular customers had gone home lately. Clink. The place was so quiet that the sound of glass touching glass was strikingly clear, the sound of a teacup being set down. The policeman in the corner was drinking tea, Earl Grey by the looks of it. Jones, that was his name, wasn't it? He'd just taken a sip of his tea before setting the cup back on the table. He'd been coming here for the past few days. Gaia glanced at him briefly before returning to her book. The room was warm as Jones flipped through the newspaper in eerie silence. The cops came here every day just to drink tea, must be really bored, Goya thought. The tea shop only has the 2 of us now, Jones suddenly spoke, breaking the quiet. Goya looked at him, puzzled. After observing for so many days, I'm convinced you're subtly promoting the consciousness of fire. Maybe it's something called meme propagation. The first-grade patrol officer ventured cautiously. I've already cast a repelling spell at the entrance, and the clinic won't be able to interfere with us for now, so we won't be disturbed for this conversation. How may I help you, sir? Jaya closed her eyes, shut the book, and took a deep breath. She didn't particularly care if this visitor meant trouble. The feathers hanging on the wall behind her had grown accustomed to Jaya's scent, allowing her to borrow some of their power. Barring the appearance of an elder god, she could likely withdraw unscathed from any confrontation. But whether killing the opponent or fleeing, he couldn't stay here any longer. That was the real trouble. So unless absolutely necessary, Goya had no intention of provoking conflict. And most importantly, this guy wasn't letting clients in. That meant losing a lot of income. Goya's fondness for Jones instantly plummeted. It'd be best if this guy could finish his nonsense quickly and lift the spell, Goya thought slyly. Otherwise, I'll have to teach this mortal a lesson with my feathers. Unaware of Goya's thoughts, Jones strode up to the counter, his leather boots tapping sharply against the wooden floor. Beneath the brim of his police cap, his brown eyes locked intently on Goya. His lips parted, and he began to speak. Excuse me, are you perhaps number 423? What are you talking about? Goya lifted his head expressionlessly and stood up, yet the surrounding air pressure had distinctly changed. I don't understand. You know exactly what I'm referring to. Jones sensed danger and spoke rapidly. Wait, I mean no harm, please calm down. I can already see the ether gathering. Jones raised his hands to show he meant no harm. The two stared at each other for several seconds before Haya sat back down in the chair. Sorry, I got a little carried away. Jones pointed to his own eyes. You know what? The hue of your ether is simply breathtaking. Breathtaking? Haya looked up. How can you see ether? Who exactly are you? Oh, forgive me, I got too excited. Jones reorganized his words and took a deep breath. I'm Jones Mondrian, currently working at the police station on 5th Street, but I actually have another identity. Namely, as one of the fire seekers under the fire order of the Radiant Church. The reason I can see the ether is due to the sacred water of the church. Since there was no one else around anyway, Jones wasn't too concerned about appearances. He took off his hat, revealing slightly curly hair, dragged a chair over, creating an ear-piercing screech against the floor, and his eyes seemed to glow as he opened his mouth to speak. If you leave marks on the floor, you'll have to pay for the damages, Gia reminded him. Alright, I can compensate for the money. Jones closed his mouth, frowning with a sense of pent-up frustration. An ordinary person would immediately grasp the significance upon hearing the flame order of the Radiant Church, but the girl before him showed no reaction at all. Was it because of that explosion incident from before? It made her wary of everyone, and there were no records to be found from before that event. No way to proceed, Jones concluded. Compensation? Fine. Gaia's expression softened slightly. The fire cult was once the largest sect under the Holy Light Church, but since the death of the last divine child, no new one has emerged. Our people spent a fortune on divination, and the result was a date, the same day you appeared through that explosion, Jones said. The same day? What does that prove? Jaya stepped out from behind the counter, sweeping the tea shop. That very day, I also received your wanted notice. When I came to investigate, I saw the same ether as the last divine child. No, rather, it was something more advanced, a beautiful crimson. Jones was visibly excited. You're the spark I've been searching for all this time. Would you come back to our church with me? You'll become our new divine child. Do you even know how dangerous it is here? That clinic next door is practically forbidden territory where life withers. Listen to me, quit working here. Our Church of the Eternal Flame worships the fire spirit of Fum. We're all people who yearn for the light. That clinic tea house is run by a single person. Your intelligence network is truly pathetic. Gaia couldn't be bothered to explain, it was just too tiresome. She rolled her eyes and let out a resigned sigh. I'm not interested. Find someone else. I'm definitely not the only one with red ether. That was the longest sentence Jaya had spoken all day. The fire elemental of Fum, descendant of Thuga. But that had nothing to do with Jaya. Influenced by a certain doctor, she no longer yearned for a dramatic life. Staying here quietly was the most comfortable existence. Ever since obtaining that book about anatomical dissection, Jaya had already finished reading through Thuga's memories. Her reaction was, what's it got to do with me? Why? This is about becoming the divine child. Jones froze. Because it's troublesome, Greer replied. Chapter 83, Let me help you hammer in a nail. When I had my milk tea fortune-telling earlier, I accidentally discovered the fire meme. Jones persisted with his questioning. Wasn't it you who wanted to expand your following? I don't think about it now. Without manipulation, those memes just make people more interested in fire. Gaia put the broom back in place and returned behind the counter. If you've got nothing else, you'd better remove that crowd-repelling charm at the door. She tapped the bell, producing a crisp ding. We're still open for business, she said, tilting her head in a gesture of dismissal. Stubborn as a mule. Jones sighed in frustration, adjusted his police uniform, straightened his hat, and returned to his seat to take one last sip of his drink. She was right, the tea house still had business to attend to, and he still had his patrol rounds to make. Then he'd have to go searching for new sparks. Sir, wait. Gaia's voice came from behind. Had a change of heart? No, it's the compensation for the floor damage, plus the tea you just drank. Gaia pointed at the black mark left by the plastic chair leg dragged across the wooden floor, particularly glaring. Getting it cleaned would be quite troublesome, Gaia frowned. This wooden flooring is so expensive. Gaia's thoughts had unconsciously aligned with the boss's. Ah, Jones deflated, mumbling incessantly under his breath. If you like money, the divine child's salary is exceptionally high, and believers will unconditionally assist with tasks. Why cling to worldly wealth? But since things had come to this, the other party refused. Jones could only pull out a gold pound from his wallet, place it on the table, and turn to leave. The Vatican is not as friendly as outsiders imagine. The Pope shows no favor to orders without a child of God, and the number of fire order churches around the world has gradually dwindled. A golden pound. Gaia stared at it expressionlessly. That's enough to stay in a tea house for a month, drinking whatever you please. This order's followers don't seem poor. What does a child of God do? Gaia suddenly blurted out. What does a child of God do? She repeated once more. It's just reading the scriptures during Monday morning services and being present at major group events, which happen about twice a year, Jones said. It's basically just a job, a figurehead position. What we need is the Holy Child's presence, not what she actually does. Do the followers unconditionally help with tasks? Yes, there are many devoted believers. The chance to be near the Holy Child is what they seek, so they're willing to help without compensation. Jones looked puzzled. Why do you ask? I thought you weren't coming? That doesn't matter. I have one final question. Does it matter if the Divine Child does other things at other times? Gaia grew serious. There's no strict requirement, as long as it's not something in the gray industry, like professions that involve selling oneself. Basically, nothing that could damage the image. Gaia pinched his chin and nodded. Divine Child, huh? I'll do it. But you just said. I did. 6, I'll get right on it. Jones couldn't help but grin. Saint. Jones practically bounced out the door, brushing the dust off his clothes before casually tossing them onto the coat rack. What a shot! The joys of manhood are just this simple. Jones looks utterly delighted. Mrs. Kristen, sweeping at the doorway, asked with mild amusement, "What good fortune has come your way today? A bonus?" "No, but even better. Forgive me, I can't say just yet." Jones picked up another broom with great interest and worked alongside Mrs. Christensen. "Thank you, Mr. Jones. I know how it is with policemen, there's always something you can't talk about." Mrs. Christensen, somewhat infected by his smile, began chattering away as well, as if middle-aged women all shared this trait of liking to talk endlessly once they started. "You know, Audrey is about to start her internship. She'll be coming back to work in a few days." "Oh, that's truly wonderful news. As far as I know, her specialization is also in policing." Jones set the broom aside, went inside to pour a glass of water, and upon returning handed one to Mrs. Christine as well. "Oh, thank you, yes. If she becomes your colleague, you must look out for her a bit more." Jones nodded. "I will." Today Link had truly experienced what a packed clinic feels like. Crowds of Klon's co-workers came wave after wave, until finally reaching the closing phase. The two stood at the doorway, making their final small talk. "Clown, does your job often leave you injured like this?" Link picked up the teacup, skillfully sneaking a few drops of blood into it with movements too quick to notice, then took a sip with a smile. "Indeed, urban construction always needs manual labor," Clown replied with an accommodating laugh. "How's your medical coverage?" "Rainier City's healthcare has always been excellent. The church hospital should reimburse quite a portion, right?" the doctor said. "Seeing how long you've been away, I figured the injury must be serious." There's a certain irony to it, Crown thought with pursed lips. The doctor's clinic was hardly suitable for ordinary people to visit. Normally, they had to send undercover agents posing as patients just to appease the doctor and deliver payments. He had long understood the doctor's omniscience and omnipotence, now it was mostly an unspoken understanding between them. "Right. By the way, Dr. Lin, that receptionist lady is quite pretty." "Yeah, she's my assistant I hired." "Not bad, right?" "That's nice. Seeing her really lifts my mood." Crown mentioned casually, though truth be told, he had barely recognized Lilith himself. Her facial features had changed so drastically, it was almost miraculous. During their conversation, she hadn't given anything away either. But since he'd known beforehand that Lilith was here, it wasn't all that surprising. "Looks like that little girl's leg has mostly healed." There wasn't any uncontrolled ether radiating from her as she approached, and Crown felt somewhat relieved. Putting his trust in this person was definitely the right call. The doctor couldn't possibly be unaware of this matter. Having Raylith come out to assist was undoubtedly meant for him to observe, to confirm both Raylith's safety and the interim results. "As expected of you, Doctor. By the way, we've prepared a commendation banner to thank you," he said. "Do you think there's anything else the clinic needs? We're all very grateful to you. Look, you even gave us a discount." Klon took the bag from Pagai's hands outside the door and pulled out the embroidered banner. "We'd like to give you some token of appreciation." Link looked surprised, glancing at Crone who was already hanging the commemorative banner on the wall. "You even prepared a banner in advance? You trusted me that much? What honest, lovely, simple folk you are. Aya, you really shouldn't have brought this banner, what a waste of money. I've never cared for these meaningless honors. Seriously, not one bit." Linku couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Pointing toward the left wall with his finger, he walked toward the inner room. "Come on, hang it here. I'll help you hammer in a nail." Chapter 84, Untitled 5. He felt genuinely moved. Just look at this. That damned good-natured fellow actually wanted to help with even such a trivial matter as hanging a banner. "Actually, I just hope you all stay well. If you're asking what I want, I simply desire a stable life. You can always come to me with any illnesses. Also, doctors don't accept red envelopes from patients. Now that's what I call integrity." If anyone claimed that no mystical being was benevolent toward humans, Crown would be the first to point at the doctor before him and say, "This one right here." After helping them so much, how humble he remains. Perhaps the doctor had lived among humans for a long time, such noble character that even the usually foul-mouthed Klon couldn't help but display impeccable manners in his presence. With deep admiration in his heart, he hung up the embroidered banner carefully ensuring it was perfectly aligned. "You're right. Let's leave it at that for today. With the new year approaching, I should head back to prepare too." Klon put on his hat, speaking earnestly before turning to exit and gently closing the door behind him. Having confirmed the doctor's stance, the weight in his heart eased, yet his brow furrowed tightly again. As the year draws to a close, troublesome matters seem to multiply. For instance, a new gruesome case was recently discovered in the sewers of 6th Street. Upon examination of the scene, traces of cult rituals were identified, with professional occultists recognizing it as the legendary resurrection array from the myths. Even as the year ends, these scum from the chaos cult refuse to cease their activities. Alright, goodbye, clown. May you stay well. Lin-Ka saw off the last patient and returned to the counter, where Liris was organizing the files. Thank you for your hard work today, Miss Lilies. You've worked hard, and I'll make sure you get paid. The doctor said. He placed the teacup on the counter, then gently patted Lysis's head. It's no trouble at all, doctor. I'll be done as soon as I finish organizing this. Alright, I'll treat you all to a good meal tonight. The doctor looked delighted as he walked next door. Yes, doctor. Ha! Lilis relaxed. As expected of the doctor, he'd directly altered their perception without revealing any flaws. Lilis stiffly glanced at the little flower nearby. Though she'd been here long enough that it wouldn't show hostility, the blossom kept watching her at every opportunity, radiating dangerous ether. It says, so hungry. The Sista in her mind spoke. Don't look at me and say you're hungry. Lilis listened to Sista's translation with trepidation, quietly sliding the flower pot further behind the counter with one finger. Is the doctor supervising this? Lilis wondered. Or does he want me to feed it myself? You can actually understand what it's saying? Ever since most of the dark mist inside the divine sword was cleared, she could hear Sista speaking to her. The dream blossom was originally planted by elves as an aid. Why are you so surprised? Siesta's voice remained calm, but Laris felt slighted for a moment. Actually, fate has already been drawing closer to you, Siesta suddenly said. Why? What do you mean? Laris hesitated. The dream blossom is a specialty of the elven realm, Siesta replied. When elves are in foreign lands, they develop a resonance with things of their own kind. This flower is one such opportunity. That great being also lent a helping hand, thought Sirocco. Elves will come. Listening to you talk so mysteriously, fate is truly detestable, Rhesus concluded, trying hard not to look at the dream flower beside her. The flower lowered its head, looking somewhat aggrieved. Larice finally put the documents back in their places and took a sip from her cup. A head suddenly peeked out at the clinic entrance, sneaking glances left and right. Though the person had her head wrapped in a scarf and sunglasses, Larice recognized her at once. Lake? The figure at the door darted inside, only to slip and kneel directly onto the welcome mat at the entrance. He looks like he's in pain, but the other party showed no signs of pain whatsoever. She stood up again, lunged onto the counter in a strange posture, cupped Laylis's face, and said with urgent concern, So, they didn't trouble you, did they? They? Laylis asked. It's Crowan and the others, right? The secret's out? On my way home I saw the Countermeasures Bureau team coming out from there. I need to come up with a way to talk my way out of this. Multiple excuses flashed through Leike's mind instantly. Years of dealing with the supernatural had made lying second nature to her. Normally, Lilith needed to report before going out. Visiting a doctor privately was already a serious violation. She was essentially a walking time bomb where no one could guarantee she wouldn't explode the next instant someone looked at her. The disguise crystal was still in the bedroom, and if they discovered she'd deceived the church, the punishment would be severe indeed. I'd been holding back my longing for my sister, not daring to come visit, but I was still discovered. Like bit his lip, his eyes brimming with tears. If we hurry back now and pretend nothing happened, just firmly insist we never left, I'll handle the rest. I'll definitely protect you. Ha, no one recognized me. Laylis looked bewildered. Ha, Linku had just arrived at the tea shop when Guya, already finished closing up, handed him a document. This is a worldly letter of responsibility. Side hustle? Linku was already used to his waiter's odd remarks, but this one surprised him. How could this kid be so business savvy? Right, boss's guess is spot on. Goya deliberately or inadvertently puffed out her chest. I've already verified its authenticity. She handed Link a letter of appointment. This was Gaia's request to Jones. The cult operated with remarkable efficiency, delivering all the necessary documents by that afternoon. Gaia had specifically insisted that the term divine child not appear anywhere in the paperwork. The boss prefers a simple and unassuming life, so being a shrine maiden wouldn't suit him at all, Gaia thought. Let me take a look. Linka picked up the employment letter. The fire cult? The seal doesn't seem fake. I know about the fire cult. There's one nearby at Ken Church. It burned down recently but is being rebuilt. And they want me as a worship host? Wait. Linka promptly dialed the number on the counterphone to inquire and received an affirmative response. The reason is your image fits perfectly. Weekly church services, a major event every 6 months, and the pay is quite decent. The salary was actually even higher. They just didn't state it outright. Gaia glanced at Link's expression, her seemingly emotionless face masking a pleased mood. Anyway, your identity isn't an issue now. This side gig is really good, plus it'll help build your reputation. More people will come to the tea shop. Link ruffled Gaia's hair. Not bad at all, Gaia. You're really taking off now. This place will be your domain from now on.